In a realm of high martial arts, monstrous beasts roam freely. After 8 centuries of martial arts, Jiang Fan traverses through time with a mysterious seal, only to become an unawakened waste. His parents show favoritism. His younger brother is a schemer, and even the gene elixir he painstakingly acquired is coveted. Unable to endure this any longer, Jiang Fan decisively overturns the table and declares his departure from the family. In the depths of despair, the seal activates, and slaying monsters grant him cultivation. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the azure-scaled giant python, absorbing XX points of life energy. With each monster he defeats, his vitality increases by 1 point. While others toil endlessly in their training, my cultivation is entirely reliant on scavenging. There is no strongest, there is only stronger. My vitality knows no bounds. During the college entrance examination, Jiang Fan delivers a punch that shatters the testing apparatus, shaking the entire venue. From that moment forth, he cuts down formidable foes, tramples on the proud, battles the 9 major universities, sweeps through the 5 war zones, and pierces the lair of the monstrous beasts, forging a path of unstoppable destruction. One day, when Jiang Fan becomes the hope of humanity, the world is left astonished to discover that the abandoned scion of his family has transformed into the pinnacle of strength among mortals. Chapter 1. Exploiting glitches in the high martial world. Beneath the dimly lit sky, a colossal city enclosed by high walls stands resolutely upon the earth. A chilling roar echoes, and flames spread across the horizon, painting half the sky in crimson. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm! Alarm! Flying beasts have appeared outside the city, located in the western region, 2 kilometers from the walls. City defense forces, come quickly for support. City defense forces, come quickly for support. Several combat helicopters ascend from within the city, soaring over the high walls, slightly tilting their bodies to adjust direction, then charging forth with tremendous force. Minutes later, alarm deactivated. Alarm deactivated. City defense forces proceed to inspect the life signs of the beasts, located in the northwest direction, 2.5 kilometers away. Patrol teams attend to the placement of refugees outside the city. Bang! In the western forest of the city, with a dull thud, a massive body crashes heavily to the ground. Broken branches and fallen leaves scatter like a green rain. The beast, riddled with wounds from cannon fire, bleeds profusely from a gaping hole the size of a bowl. In the darkness, a slender figure elegantly navigates through the thorns, stealthily approaching the beast from behind. In close proximity to the beast, feeling its labored breaths, Jiang Fan's heart races. He silently inhales deeply, concealing himself behind a tree, observing the beast's movements. Once he confirms the beast's incapacitation, barely clinging to life, Jiang Fan selects a suitable branch from the ground and hastily sharpens it. He then carefully aims for the creature's vulnerable spot and thrusts it in with force. Roar! The beast writhes in pain, violently shaking its body and instantly flinging Jiang Fan away. Ouch! He exclaims as he crashes to the ground, feeling as if his entire body has fallen apart. Yet, disregarding the pain, he struggles to rise, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the colossal shadow. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the target, earning 53 points of life energy. The notification suddenly chimes. Jiang Fan exhales a long sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a radiant light flows forth, as if crystalline brilliance is drawn from the beast's body, continuously infusing into his brow. In no time, the light dissipates. Jiang Fan swiftly erases any traces left on the ground and races away into the distance. Rushing through the forest, the sound of rustling beneath his feet echoes. In the distance, he faintly hears commotion behind him. Huh, is it dead? Our firepower just now shouldn't have been sufficient to kill it, right? Behind it. Behind it. Not again. How many times has this happened this month? Jiang Fan sprinted down the narrow path with fervor. As he approached the city gates, he beheld the tents of the refugees outside, illuminated by flames that danced towards the heavens. The anguished cries resonated hauntingly in the dusk-lit sky, undoubtedly a consequence of the recent calamity wrought by the monstrous beasts. However, he dared not linger even for a moment, pressing onward with determination. Just in the nick of time, he dashed through the gates as they were closing. Upon entering the outer city, the residences appeared far more constructed. Though somewhat disheveled, they were no longer mere tents but resembled small villages. As he passed through the inner city gates, the scenery transformed once again. Towering edifices loomed overhead, the streets thronged with bustling traffic, exuding an air of unparalleled prosperity, unmistakably reminiscent of a grand metropolis. Jiang Fan hailed a taxi, instructed the driver of his destination, and leaned back in the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fan arrived at an apartment building. He stealthily slipped into his room, took a refreshing shower, and changed into fresh attire. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes. Before him, An imprint the size of a thumb materialized. The seal was intricately carved into the likeness of a vivid, auspicious beast, its lines flowing naturally and exuding an ancient charm. Hovering above the seal in the void was the inscription, Unlock Progress 98.9. When the world could this be? Jiang Fan was filled with curiosity. This seal had serendipitously come into his possession during his time on Earth. 3 months prior, after his unexpected traversal to this martial world, the seal had inexplicably manifested within his consciousness. Defeating enemies allows for the absorption of life energy was the first ability he had discerned from the seal. Life energy increases. Unlock progress increases was the second function he had discovered. He had once experimented at a slaughterhouse, hoping to absorb life energy through the slaughter of livestock, but the results were disappointingly meager. Driven to desperation, he resorted to exploiting glitches by harvesting the weakened remnants when monstrous beasts appeared nearby. Strangely enough, despite the inherent dangers, this method proved remarkably effective. For instance, after harvesting a flying beast, the unlock progress surged by nearly 3, an exhilarating experience. The next opportunity might just lead to a full unlock. Once achieved, he could finally extricate himself from this home. Contemplating this, Jiang Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. While others traversed as martial prodigies or scions of noble families, he had the misfortune of becoming a mere commoner, and worse, one unable to awaken. More distressingly, within this unremarkable household, he was particularly looked down upon. Yes, he had not awakened. Yet, according to the memories of his predecessor, he had been treated differently since childhood, a matter unrelated to awakening or lack thereof. Initially, he had harbored hopes of leveraging the benefits of being a time traveler, activating his golden finger to elevate his entire family. But now, he must leave. He simply must leave. A firm knock at the door interrupted Jiang Fan's thoughts. Fan, it's time for dinner, came the voice of his mother, Su Exen. Jiang Fan rose from his bed, adjusted his attire, and opened the door. He entered the dining room, where a feast was already laid out on the table. His father, Jiang Zhihe, and younger brother, Jiang Li, were already seated. Come, Fan, try this braised pork, your favorite. Su Exen affectionately pulled Jiang Fan to sit, eagerly ladling meat into his bowl. A wave of discomfort surged within him. In the limited memories of his predecessor, this was the first instance of Su Exen serving him food. Jiang Fan picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth, his demeanor far from cordial. If there's something to discuss, just say it. The predecessor had a reclusive and meek personality, often yielding to oppression, which rendered him virtually mute within the confines of his home. After his arrival, he had little inclination to engage with this family, who treated him as if he were invisible, resulting in scant communication between them. Su Exen's unusual display of affection today marked a first in the memories of his predecessor, and it was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives. Su Exen hesitated momentarily, then spoke softly. Fan, I heard you received a vial of genetic serum at school. Your brother has recently awakened and needs to unlock his genetic potential, I thought. Why not let him use it first? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression turned cold, and he promptly set down his chopsticks. That won't do. I will need it later. Su Exen froze, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Fan's refusal, her expression turning sorrowful as she grasped his hand. Fan, please, I'm begging you. Su Exen's words only intensified the chill in Jiang Fan's demeanor. He fixed his gaze on her, feeling the warmth of her hand, yet within, he felt an icy void. In this world, martial prowess was revered above all. Those who aspired to martial cultivation required genetic serums to unlock the limits of human potential. He had toiled through countless nights of study to earn this vial of first-level genetic serum. Just because I have yet to awaken my potential, I am expected to yield to this so-called younger brother? How does this differ from annihilating my future? Is this the act of one's own biological parents? This is the result of my achieving first place in the literary examination. If he desires it, let him strive to secure first place himself. Unfilial son. As Jiang Fan's words hung in the air, a thunderous roar erupted beside him. Jiang Ji, veins bulging from his forehead, glared at Jiang Fan with palpable fury. You are already a failure. At 18, possessing merely 0.8 of vital energy, you do not even reach the average level of your senior year, and after 2 unsuccessful awakenings, what use is there for this? Your brother has successfully awakened. Relinquish this vial of genetic serum to him, for he still holds the hope of propelling the family to greatness. In such a case, you will naturally bask in his glory. Otherwise, with your constitution, using it would be no different from pouring it down a toilet. Upon hearing Jiang Ji's words, devoid of humanity, Jiang Fan felt a surge of indignation within him. Chapter 1 of the True Explanation of Martial Arts. Activate personal talent with the Awakening Serum, awakening latent abilities. Each individual is granted 3 opportunities for awakening before the age of 18. Failure in all three is deemed a sign of no talent. I have only failed twice thus far, and you declare me a failure already? Is it that the true explanation of martial arts is unclear, or have you invented an entirely new martial arts system? Chapter 2. If you don't wish to eat, then none of you shall. Jiang Jiha was taken aback, seemingly astonished that his eldest son dared to defy him. However, upon recovering from his shock, rage surged within him, and he raised his hand, poised to strike Jiang Fan across the face. At that moment, a timid voice interjected, his younger brother, Jiang Li. Father, please don't blame brother. He still has one more chance to awaken. Let him use it. Besides, brother is right. I can strive for it through my own efforts in the literary examination. Although it may be a bit exhausting and time-consuming, I firmly believe that both he and I can succeed. Jiang Li's words, although meant to pacify, only served to infuriate Jiang Jia further. Look, Ali, just 2 years my junior, demonstrates more maturity and understanding than you. Jiang Fan merely chuckled coldly in response. If he is so understanding, then let him excel on his own. What is this power struggle you all are engaging in with me? His expression twisted into one of mockery. However, I must correct you. This is not something I am asking to be given. It is inherently mine to utilize as I see fit. As you said, even if I were to dispose of it in the toilet, that would be my prerogative, and no one has the right to dictate otherwise. At this moment, Jiang Fan's heart was engulfed in a chilling frost. Although he had traversed into this world, he had inherited the full spectrum of the original owner's memories. Throughout his upbringing in this household, he had always prioritized his younger brother. As the eldest son, he was expected to enjoy greater privileges, yet the reality was starkly contrary. In his youth, when his brother fell off the couch while playing, he was unjustly accused of having pushed him, resulting in a severe beating. During elementary school, whenever new toys were introduced, they were invariably first given to his brother. Only after his brother grew tired of them would he be permitted a chance to play. Once they reached middle school, due to his brother's daily indulgence in lavish meals, their heights became nearly equivalent, and he had not worn new clothes since. In high school, when his brother pilfered money from their home to associate with delinquent peers, he was unjustly blamed and punished based solely on his brother's word. In an effort to garner attention from Jiang Jiha and his mother, he dedicated himself to his studies, consistently achieving the highest grades in his class. Yet, no matter how remarkable his accomplishments, they remained oblivious. Now, the audacity of attempting to seize the gene serum he had diligently earned for the sake of his brother was beyond comprehension. It seemed there were no parents on earth quite like them. At times, he even questioned if he was truly their biological child. Why was it always him who bore the brunt of his brother's faults? Why should he relinquish what was rightfully his? Today, you shall either yield it to me or face the consequence of being barred from this household. Jiang Ji had declared with a grim countenance. Jiang Fan cast a derisive glance at him. What? Do you intend to come over and forcibly take it? Jiang Jiha appeared momentarily stung, his outstretched hands freezing midair. The term forcibly take stirred a tempest of agitation within him, making him hesitate to accept such an accusation. Fan, your father does not mean it that way. He merely desires the prosperity of our family. Although your elder sister possesses remarkable talent, she is still a girl, and ultimately, the family must rely on you and your brother. And you. Su Xin's seemingly gentle words pierced Jiang Fan's heart like a dagger. Unable to utter the word waste. For the sake of the family's prosperity? For my benefit? Compared to Jiang Jiha, he harbored an even deeper disdain for this so-called mother. Though she feigned impartiality, her actions were anything but. Whenever Jiang Jiha lashed out in anger, she feigned attempts at mediation but never truly intervened. At times, her words only exacerbated the situation. Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation on behalf of the original owner. Initially, he had intended to endure this situation a while longer, but now he could no longer tolerate it. Forget it. I will not part with this vial of gene serum. He shot a glance at Jiang Jia. If you insist on taking it, be warned that if it accidentally drops to the ground. His words trailed off. But the implication was clear. If they attempted to seize it, he would shatter it. Jiang Jia slammed his hand down on the table. You dare? The force of his hand caused the dishes to jump, and some soup spilled from the bowls. Try it, Jiang Fan retorted, raising the vial of gene serum high above. Instantly, the eyes of the other three in the room widened in shock. This was an invaluable level 1 gene serum. Within the martial arts system of Blue Star, awakening serums activated an individual's inherent talents, and only after awakening could one train to become a novice warrior. Further advancement required the use of gene serums to unlock human genetic potential, and this level 1 gene serum would ensure a smooth passage to the third-tier warrior stage. Though they were a branch of the Jiang family, they had long since fallen into decline in Jiang City, and this single vial, while affordable to the Jiang family, would still impose a significant financial burden on Jiang Jia. The prospect of Jiang Fan smashing this vial filled them with dread. Fan, please, don't be hasty. Quickly put it away. Let us just eat. We're all family. There's no need for discord. As she spoke, Su Xian rushed to Jiang Fan's side, attempting to coax him back to the dining table while eagerly serving him an array of sumptuous dishes. Come, try this rib soup that mother has prepared. You must taste it. Jiang Fan watched the scene unfold before him with a cold gaze, finding her obsequiousness utterly absurd. After all these years, it was the first time she had lowered herself before him, and the motivation behind it was solely for the sake of Zhongli. Jiang Jiha and Zhongli stared at him with unwavering intensity, as if he were their most despised adversary. Suddenly, Jiang Fan felt a pang of sorrow for the original owner. After sipping the rib soup, he abruptly set down his bowl and chopsticks. The soup was good, but it simply did not suit his palate. What? Are the dishes not to your liking? If you don't wish to eat, then don't. Jiang Jiha cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Fan, scoffing. Jiang Fan merely glanced back at him, rising to his feet. In a sudden motion, he swept his hand beneath the table, flipping it over with a forceful jerk. Crash! The entire dining table was overturned, dishes and food scattering across the floor. Then none of you shall eat. Chapter 3. In the tumult, soup splattered all over Su Xian, and the table half collapsed onto Jiang Li, who screamed in fright. Ignoring her own soiled clothes, Su Xian hurried to Jiang Li's side, pulling him from beneath the table and anxiously checking for injuries, her voice filled with concern. Little Li, does it hurt? Are you hurt anywhere? Jiang Jiha, taken aback by Jiang Fan's audacity, momentarily stood frozen in disbelief before instinctively raising his hand to strike him. But as his hand moved, it froze midair. Jiang Fan was holding the vial of level 1 gene serum aloft, the dark green liquid within it acting like a curse, paralyzing Jiang Jiha with fear. Jiang Li, who had been wailing moments before, now fell silent, staring nervously at Jiang Fan. As Jiang Fan observed the expressions of the three, a smirk crept onto his lips. How about this? I'll present you with a dilemma. The others perked up at his words, their tension palpable. First, I shall use this gene serum for myself, and you will continue to be my parents. Hearing this, they frowned slightly, perplexed by Jiang Fan's intentions. Jiang Jiha replied sternly. State the second option. Jiang Fan, as if anticipating this response, smiled and continued. Secondly, the serum will go to Jiang Li, and from that moment onward, we sever all ties. Which will you choose? At this juncture, Jiang Fan held no illusions about these individuals. This was also a means of providing closure for the original owner. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, several individuals' eyes gleamed with anticipation, while Jiang Jiha fixed his gaze intently upon him. Is that truly the case? Jiang Fan cast a teasing glance at the two. So what is your choice? As soon as his words fell, Jiang Jiha dashed to his front, extending his hand. Quickly, bring forth the gene serum. The implication was unmistakable. Their choice was to procure the gene serum for Jiang Li's use. Jiang Fan regarded him for a moment, then turned his attention to Su Xian, who was still comforting Jiang Li. When Su Xian caught Jiang Fan's fleeting glance, she awkwardly lowered her head. In that instant, Jiang Fan comprehended everything. He realized he held no value in this household. Suddenly, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He extended his hand, as if to offer the gene serum to Jiang Jiha. Seeing this, Jiang Jiha hastily reached out to grasp it. However, before he could secure it, Jiang Fan had already released his grip. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the precious vial of gene serum shattered upon the floor, its contents spilling forth in a vibrant green cascade, enveloping the ground in silence. Once Jiang Jiha regained his composure from the shock, fury took over, and he struck Jiang Fan squarely in the chest. The full force of a second-tier martial artist left no room for mercy, sending Jiang Fan hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into numerous fragile ornaments before violently colliding with the wall. As he slid down from the wall, Jiang Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest concaving painfully. Dazed, he cast a blurry glance around the room. Jiang Jiha knelt on the ground, attempting to recover the gene serum, while Su Xian continued to embrace Jiang Li, organizing his belongings. No one paid him any heed, and he suddenly broke into a wide grin, laughing heartily. Then, as if possessed, he stumbled toward the door. Crack! Lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder. Rain poured down in torrents. Jiang Fan, with a hazy consciousness, dragged his heavy footsteps in a singular direction. He stumbled, fell, and rose again. As he regained awareness from his stupor, a gentle female voice reached his ears. How are you? Have you awakened? Then a coarse voice followed. Do not fret. The doctor is attending to you. Jiang Fan struggled to open his eyes. But despite his efforts, he could only manage a narrow slit. In his blurred vision, he beheld a plump woman in a lowly abode, seemingly wiping away tears. Who could be so cruel as to harm a child to this extent? Beside him, a tall figure grumbled, Humph. Who else but your brother-in-law? A few days prior, the child mentioned achieving first place in a written examination at school and receiving a first-tier gene serum. Upon returning today, it was nowhere to be found. Was it not obvious? It must have been seized to be given to your nephew. Jiang Fan opened his mouth to call out to them, yet no sound escaped his lips. He attempted to raise his hand, but felt someone applying instruments to his arm. I need water. Jiang Fan fell back into unconsciousness. Sunlight streamed through the low window, illuminating Jiang Fan's eyelids. Unable to withstand the brightness, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. A familiar, cramped room. Is this my aunt's house? How did I end up here? He strained to recall, and suddenly the events of the previous night unfolded in his mind like a film reel. So, I staggered from the Jiang residence, gravely injured, and in a daze made my way to my aunt's home. Jiang Fan attempted to move, but as he lifted his arm, he froze in place. Pain surged through him. He inhaled sharply. Though it was merely a simple motion, his chest throbbed with agony. He glanced down to see his torso wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Don't move. Just as Jiang Fan bore the pain to sit up, an exclamation rang from the doorway. A plump woman rushed in, placing the medicinal soup she held on the table, then hurried to Jiang Fan's side. The doctor said it will take 100 days to heal broken bones. You fractured 4 ribs and sustained internal injuries. You must rest properly. Jiang Fan shook his head. Aunt, I'm fine. I'm feeling much better now. He surveyed the room. Where's Uncle? And where's Xiaoning? Why haven't I seen them? Su Qingwan frowned slightly at Jiang Fan's insistence, but eventually relented. You can sit for a bit, but you must rest soon. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's inquiry, she replied. Today isn't Sunday. Xiaoning has gone to school. Your uncle has gone out on patrol. Su Qingwan's eyes darted away, and a sense of unease gripped Jiang Fan's heart as he suddenly realized something was amiss. He pressed her urgently. Where did he go to patrol? What time is it? Su Qingwan forced a smile. Just the usual places he patrols. Oh dear. Why are you asking so many questions? Just rest for a bit. I bought some exotic beast meat this morning, and I will cook it for you to help you regain your strength. As she spoke, she hurriedly exited, causing Jiang Fan's heart to sink. This is bad. Uncle Ma Jiang must have gone out to hunt exotic beasts. Chapter 4. Unlocking the Golden Finger. Jiang Fan's mind flashed back to the conversation he had overheard while unconscious. What did the doctor say? The doctor said the child is rather injured. He has stabilized the condition, but if he wants to avoid lingering issues, he must be examined at an inner-city hospital later. To the inner city? Isn't that quite expensive? Yes. Expensive or not, we must go. There are only 3,000 blue star coins left at home, and Xiaoning's tuition is due tomorrow. Should I have Xiaoning speak to the teacher about postponing it? It would be a bit unfair to her. Leave Xiaoning's tuition alone. 3,000 blue star coins won't suffice for medical expenses. You stay home and take care of Xiao Fan. I'll head out early tomorrow. You, rest assured. I will be cautious. Jiang Fan's heart trembled. If there were anyone in this world whom his former self cared for most, it would undoubtedly be his aunt and uncle. He often preferred to escape the Jiang family in the inner city, seeking refuge at his aunt's home in the outer city. Here, though the food was humble and the living conditions simple, he could feel the warmth of family. It could be said that his aunt and uncle were akin to parents to him, and his cousin Ma Ning was like a sister. Now, his uncle Ma Jiang was risking his life to hunt exotic beasts for his medical treatment. This filled him with both gratitude and profound worry. Aunt, has uncle gone out to hunt exotic beasts? Jiang Fan leaned against the doorframe, addressing Su Qingwan, who was bustling about in the living room. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingwan paused, turning back with a flustered expression. You child, I told you your uncle went out on patrol. Don't think too much. Why are you up? Quickly. Lie back down. Jiang Fan, more convinced of his suspicion, waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I'm feeling much better now. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the living room. Aunt, I'm going out for a bit. Su Qingwan was taken aback. What are you going out for? It's almost time for dinner. You're injured. Jiang Fan interrupted her concerns with an excuse. I feel much better. Being cooped up in here is a bit stifling. Su Qingwan glanced around the small room, hesitating. Are you really okay? Jiang Fan quickly reassured her. I'm really fine. Look, he bore the pain and waved his arm. Seeing this, Su Qingwan finally sighed in relief but still expressed her worry. Just don't wander too far. Come back soon, all right? Be careful. Jiang Fan nodded and stepped outside. He had to find his uncle. If there was no money, he would borrow some. In pursuit of 3,000 blue star coins, one must dare to venture forth and hunt ferocious beasts. However, risking one's life is no trivial matter. After stepping outside, Jiang Fan traversed a street until he reached its end. He then meandered through winding paths, arriving at a marketplace reminiscent of a bustling bazaar. This was the beast trading market of the outer city. The open-air stalls outside were dedicated to selling beast meat, while the buildings within served as bases for teams hunting ferocious creatures. Unlike the professional hunting squads of the inner city, the majority of the groups here were makeshift assemblies formed by impoverished families of the outer city, desperate to earn a living. Most participants in these hunts were ordinary individuals, lacking awakened warriors or specialized hunting gear, relying solely on their hunting experience to stack numbers. Consequently, the mortality rate among these hunting teams exceeded 80. Yet, despite such peril, throngs of people continued to gather here. Those who sought to join a hunting team were primarily individuals in dire need of money, having already put their lives on the line. If Jiang Fan intended to venture out to hunt ferocious beasts, it was highly probable he would seek a team here. Enduring the unpleasant odors of the marketplace, Jiang Fan navigated through the stalls until he arrived at the main hall of the central building. He scanned the area but found no sign of Ma Jiang. Thus, he approached the front desk. Hello. May I inquire if it is possible to access the registration information for teams going out to hunt ferocious beasts? Jiang City frequently issued hunting tasks to eliminate surrounding beasts, encouraging public participation to ensure the safety of the city. If Ma Jiang intended to hunt beasts, he might have also picked up a task while he was here. Successfully completing such a task would allow him to sell the hunted beast for profit while also earning rewards. Therefore, Jiang Fan aimed to confirm whether Ma Jiang had gone out to hunt, and the quickest way to ascertain this was to check at the front desk. At the front desk, a girl with freckles was munching on sunflower seeds. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's voice, she lifted her gaze to glance at him. Perhaps noticing his relatively decent attire, which set him apart from the impoverished children of the outer city, her demeanor was somewhat accommodating. This registration is strictly for internal records and is not open for public viewing. Jiang Fan discreetly extracted the meager 100 blue star coins from his pocket, pressing them into his palm. While conversing with the freckled girl, he nonchalantly nudged the coins toward her. The girl, taken aback, swiftly snatched the coins and then turned the registration book toward him, lowering her voice. "You'd better look quickly. If anyone sees me, I'll be in trouble." Understanding her implication, Jiang Fan promptly accepted the book and began to peruse its contents. 2 minutes later, he returned the registration book to the freckled girl, expressing his gratitude with a brief thank you before departing. According to the information in the book, Ma Jiang had formed a 5-person hunting team and set off early this morning to Phoenix Mountain to hunt ferocious beasts. For hours had already passed since their departure. Jiang Fan silently calculated that Ma Jiang and his companions had likely reached their destination by now. However, when they would return remained uncertain. Unlike the professional hunting squads of the inner city, these ordinary individuals did not possess the swiftness to hunt beasts. Lacking awakened powers, they often relied on ambushes and traps to target their quarry. The time required for setting ambushes could be extensive, ranging from half a day to potentially a week. This posed a significant concern. Jiang Fan had initially hoped to find some luck here, perhaps discovering that Ma Jiang had not yet assembled a team, allowing him to call him back. However, he had not anticipated that Ma Jiang had already set off. Phoenix Mountain was quite distant from here, with an expansive coverage of several dozen miles. Even if there were only a few common hunting spots, for Jiang Fan to search for them would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he had not yet awakened. His strength was insufficient to support such a journey, and he could very well be taken down by beasts before even reaching his destination. What to do? Jiang Fan was now burdened with heavy thoughts. Ma Jiang had ventured out at great risk for his sake. If anything were to happen to him, Jiang Fan would never forgive himself. As he pondered, he unknowingly wandered back into the stall area of the beast trading market. Approaching the end, he instinctively prepared to turn a corner when, suddenly, a group of individuals rushed past him. Make way, make way! Jiang Fan barely managed to dodge. Stumbling and reopening his wound, a sharp pain coursing through him. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, his attention was captured by the object being carried by these individuals. It was a ferocious beast. Moreover, it was a living one. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly followed them. The group set the beast down at a stall and quickly affixed a price tag to it. 50,000 blue star coins. A pang of despair struck Jiang Fan. Even if he sold himself, he could not afford such a price. Though the Jiang family appeared affluent, residing in the inner city, Jiang Fan's familial position meant he had little pocket money to speak of. The mere 100 blue star coins he had just acquired were all he possessed. However, his intention was not to purchase this beast, but rather to negotiate. "Excuse me, could you perhaps lower the price of this beast?" The most intimidating member of the group, upon realizing Jiang Fan was merely a child, initially contemplated reprimanding him. However, noticing his attire seemed somewhat refined, he changed his tone. "If you're truly interested, I can give you a discount of 1,000, making it 49,000 blue star coins." Jiang Fan feigned curiosity, extending his hand. "May I take a look?" The fierce leader frowned. "This is a scorpion-tailed wolf. Its tail has barbs. So be cautious. If you get hurt, we're not liable." Ignoring his warning, Jiang Fan focused intently on the scorpion-tailed wolf before him. This was a small-sized beast. Not particularly large, yet agile and capable of inflicting significant damage. The effort it took for the group to capture this beast was evident, as it was now riddled with arrows, spears, and traps, barely clinging to life. During his studies of the various beasts, Jiang Fan had learned their weaknesses and vital points. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the group was distracted, he stealthily pressed his palm firmly against the creature's vital point. The scorpion-tailed wolf, already gasping for breath, succumbed at that moment. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him. "Forget it, I won't buy it. Killing it myself would be a hassle." Jiang Fan concocted an excuse to leave. Just a few steps away, an emblem appeared before him. "Unlock progress 100. Do you wish to unlock?" One could not deny Jiang Fan's extraordinary fortune. It was exceedingly rare to encounter a living ferocious beast in this market. To come across one that was both alive and on the brink of death was even more improbable. Yet, he had experienced both phenomena. Furthermore, it was serendipitous that he was aware of the scorpion-tailed wolf's vital point. It was as if destiny had conspired to align all these events, ultimately bestowing upon him this remarkable opportunity. Prior to this, his progress had reached 989. After slaying the scorpion-tailed wolf, it surged directly to 100, a delightful surprise indeed. It could be unlocked. Jiang Fan suppressed his excitement and exited the beast trading market. Upon reaching the street corner, He hesitated momentarily before abruptly turning back toward the inner city. Half an hour later, he found himself at the base of a towering building. The sign above the establishment read Thunderous Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he entered, the receptionist, Bing Bing, greeted him warmly. Xiao Fan, you're here. Jiang Fan nodded. Sister Bing Bing, has Ming returned yet? Bing Bing smiled. He hasn't finished school yet. Just as she was speaking, a look of surprise crossed her face. Oh, why didn't you attend class today? Lei Ming and Jiang Fan are both students from Jiangxing No. 3 High School. Not only are they classmates, but they also share the same desk. It is morning, and while Lei Ming is still at school, how did Jiang Fan end up here? Jiang Fan awkwardly touched his nose, silently scolding himself for being careless. Normally, he would come to find Lei Ming after school, but he had been severely injured last night, which is why he didn't attend school. He had just blurted out a question without thinking, and when Bing Bing countered with a question of her own, he was momentarily at a loss for words and could only offer a vague excuse. Oh, there's something going on at home today. However, Bing Bing clearly had no intention of probing further. She merely smiled and nodded. Would you like me to arrange a training room for you? The Lei Ming Martial Arts Hall not only offers martial arts tutoring classes, but also has individual training rooms available for rent. Many parents of high school students, wishing for their children to successfully pass martial arts examinations and improve their grades, often take them to various martial arts halls after school for supplementary training. Here, by paying a fee, one can receive extracurricular martial arts instruction and also rent private training rooms for practice. The rented training rooms are far quieter than the communal training rooms at school. All right, thank you, Sister Bing Bing. Bing Bing waved her hand with a smile in her eyes. Oh, no need to be so polite. You and Ming are brothers. The boss has instructed me that whenever you need it, just let me know. After saying this, perhaps to alleviate any psychological burden Jiang Fan might have, Bing Bing added. And right now, there is hardly anyone around. They're all empty. Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. In less than a minute, Bing Bing had arranged the training room for him. All right, you can go now. Room 7. The password is 48673268, and there's no time limit. Okay, thank you, Sister Bing Bing. After expressing his gratitude to the receptionist, Jiang Fan proceeded down the corridor towards the training room. He was quite familiar with the place and didn't require any directions. Upon arriving at the training room, he entered the password, opened the door, turned on the lights, and then locked the door behind him. After completing these actions, Jiang Fan scanned the various equipment in the training room but did not touch anything. Instead, he sat cross-legged. Earlier, the unlocking progress had indicated 100, and he needed to find a private space to unlock it as soon as possible. As an inhabitant of Earth, Jiang Fan possessed a peculiar ability to accept such extraordinary phenomena. The Jiang family had severed ties with him. He would not return. His aunt's home lacked privacy, making it an unsuitable refuge. After considering his options, the Lei Ming Martial Arts Hall was his only choice. Jiang Fan closed his eyes, and a delicate stamp suddenly appeared before him. Unlocking progress 100. Would you like to unlock? Jiang Fan silently thought. Unlock. With a flash, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an ethereal void. Glancing around, he saw that he was standing in the center of a martial arts arena. What is this? Before Jiang Fan could ponder further, a voice resonated from all directions. The basic assessment begins. 10, 9, 8. A martial arts space? Wait. I'm not prepared yet. Before Jiang Fan could voice his thoughts, a shadow flickered before him, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His consciousness instantly returning to the training room. Did I just die? That sensation felt like death. Had he been killed by a creature from that space? As this realization struck him, a cold sweat broke out on Jiang Fan's brow. Although dying in that space did not mean he would truly perish, his consciousness would return to reality. However, if that had occurred in the real world, wouldn't he have been caught off guard and met his end? Since coming to this high martial arts world, despite inheriting the memories of his predecessor and knowing that this world is plagued by monstrous beasts, and that humanity is constantly resisting their incursions, he had only learned about these things through textbooks or hearsay. He had never had the opportunity to witness real combat, especially not as an ordinary person who had yet to awaken. Yet, that fleeting moment had allowed him to experience the brutality of battle firsthand. It was indeed a struggle where it was either you or me. For someone like Jiang Fan, who had never faced life and death, he felt a moment of hesitation. But it was fleeting, and he soon gritted his teeth and sat down again in the training room. His uncle, Ma Jiang, had gone out of the city to hunt monsters for him, and his fate was uncertain. Although Jiang Fan had identified the target, he was just an ordinary person and unable to assist. It was the first time he truly felt the harshness of being an ordinary individual. If only he had the strength, could all of this have been avoided? What I say little more death? Let us do this. He was eager to discover what lay within. Chapter 6. Tenfold Time Flow. Swish. Jiang Fan focused his mind and reappeared in the arena. Simultaneously, the countdown echoed once more. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Fan immediately exerted strength in his legs, moving to the edge of the arena, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had been caught off guard and swiftly defeated. This time, he was fully concentrated. As the countdown concluded, A figure clad in a Zhongshan suit suddenly materialized in the center of the arena. The individual wore a pair of black-framed glasses, their gaze deep and piercing. Their stature was tall and upright, broad shoulders supporting the contours of the Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of immense power. Jiang Fan had not anticipated that the figure on the stage would be a person. Just as he was about to speak, the figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the figure launched an attack, arriving before him almost instantaneously. In a panic, Jiang Fan hastily raised his hands to block. Yet, with just one strike, he was sent flying, incapacitated. The next second, he found himself back in the training room. This is too absurd. Jiang Fan rubbed his arm. Although it was unscathed, the sensation of having it broken lingered painfully. How do I defeat him? Jiang Fan felt a headache coming on. According to his understanding, with such a martial arts space-like ability, one could only earn rewards by defeating opponents. However, having not yet awakened, with his mere 0.8 vitality, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, while the opponent clearly possessed at least martial artist-level strength. How could he possibly contend against him? Despite these thoughts, Jiang Fan entered the martial arts space for the third time. He had failed to awaken on 2 occasions, and if he failed again, he would forever remain unable to become a martial artist. In this world, martial artists are revered. If one cannot become a martial artist, they would live their entire life at the bottom of society. Now that he had finally been presented with an opportunity, he certainly could not easily give up. After several dozen seconds, as expected, Jiang Fan once again returned to the training room. This time, he chose to evade his opponent's attacks, only to be struck in the heart. Jiang Fan rubbed the area on his back, his expression gradually turning fierce. Then, the 4th, 5th, and 6th times, his head was struck by an elbow, delivering a fatal blow. His legs were severed, leaving him crippled. His throat was crushed. Jiang Fan discovered that with each challenge, his combat awareness was gradually improving, and the duration of his endurance in the martial arts arena was increasing. 10 seconds, 18 seconds, 33 seconds. Bang! Jiang Fan was once again sent flying, landing heavily at the edge of the arena, his consciousness instantly returning. 5 minutes. He had finally endured for 5 minutes, but at this moment, he was utterly exhausted. This is my limit. After countless challenges, Jiang Fan's heart began to grow increasingly restless. If he continued to challenge, he believed he might eventually defeat his opponent, but that would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. This was a training room. He could not occupy it indefinitely. Perhaps he should wait for the next time. Jiang Fan subconsciously glanced at the timer in the room. 23:44. He was momentarily stunned. Only 23 minutes? He had challenged in the martial arts space at least dozens of times, and considering the time he spent recovering, it should have been 3 or 4 hours at least. As Jiang Fan contemplated, a heart that had suddenly fallen silent began to race with fervor. He sprang up from the ground with a nimble leap and commenced pacing back and forth in the training room. If his conjecture held true, this golden finger must be intricately linked to the flow of time. In other words, the passage of time within this space was swifter than that of the outside world. He needed to verify the exact ratio. With uncontainable eagerness, Jiang Fan retrieved a stopwatch from the training room. The moment he pressed the start button, his consciousness had already transcended into the martial arts space. The foundational assessment commenced. 10,987, echoed a cold, mechanized voice. Jiang Fan tightened his focus, bracing himself for the challenge. In the world of Blue Star, prior to awakening, all high school students uniformly practiced the martial arts technique known as the True Martial Arts Body Refinement Chapter. Through body refinement, they tempered their vital energy and blood, enhancing their physical constitution and increasing the probability of awakening. Upon awakening, one could unlock the genetic locks of their body and discern their innate talent. Subsequently, they would continue to refine their vital energy until reaching the level of a 4th-rank warrior, at which point they could study the corresponding techniques. Jiang Fan had yet to awaken, had not studied any techniques, nor had he engaged in any combat. However, under duress, he had relied solely on the rudimentary knowledge of the 5 elements fist he had gleaned from the thunderous martial arts hall to engage his opponent. Initially clumsy and disordered, he gradually began to fight with a semblance of skill after several encounters. At this moment, as the opponent in the Zhongshan suit charged at him, Jiang Fan deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a swift punch. The Zhongshan-suited warrior blocked with his arm, while simultaneously clawing at Jiang Fan's face. Jiang Fan skillfully retreated to avoid the strike and began to maneuver around the arena. Although he remained at a disadvantage, he was able to exchange blows, no longer presenting a one-sided affair as he had at the start. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan was defeated. Upon returning to the training room, his gaze immediately fell upon the stopwatch. When he beheld the figure of 32 seconds displayed on it, sheer elation illuminated his face. Indeed, the flow of time within and outside was markedly different. The time he had spent battling in the space was 5 minutes and 10 seconds, while the external time registered as merely 32 seconds. Discounting his reaction time, that was precisely 101. A surge of confidence enveloped him. He was determined to continue the challenge. He refused to believe that he could not wear down the Zhongshan-suited warrior with sheer persistence. Bang! Over 10 hours later, Jiang Fan finally thrust a finger into the neck of the Zhongshan-suited warrior. In an instant, his body vanished. Jiang Fan collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Simultaneously, a notification sound resonated within the space. Congratulations on completing the foundational assessment. Proceed to the martial demonstration. With a flash, the Zhongshan-suited warrior, whom Jiang Fan had just vanquished, reappeared. I am Feng Zhu, born into an ancient martial family, beginning my martial training at the tender age of 3. At 8, I glimpsed the path of martial arts, entering the realm of Mingjing. At 15, I traveled the continent, gaining insights and stepping into the threshold of Anjing. At 26, I acquired this seal, and through it, became a revered grandmaster. However, as the world fell into ruin, I was confined to this realm for my entire life, unable to explore its mysteries. Thus, I leave behind this legacy, hoping future generations may unravel it. As Feng Zhu recited, vivid images materialized before Jiang Fan, though they resembled fragmented film reels. They chronicled every significant moment of Feng Zhu's life. This was drawn from his memories. Thus, Feng Zhu was indeed the previous master of this seal? As Jiang Fan pondered, Feng Zhu had already settled into a meditative posture, innate breathing and guiding technique. He beckoned the natural energies into himself, refining essence into qi. Jiang Fan followed suit, sitting cross-legged, calming his mind, and dispelling distractions, attentively attuning to his inner self. Before long, he sensed a faint flow of qi gently coursing through his meridians. This energy was exceedingly subtle, permeating every nook and cranny of his being. Following Feng Zhu's guidance, gradually, the dispersed qi began to converge and intertwine, ultimately forming a delicate stream that circulated throughout his body. Concurrently, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as though he were being gently steamed. As this stream traversed his body several times, he suddenly heard a soft pop. It seemed as though something within him had shattered. Chapter 7. The innate breathing and guiding technique. This breathing and guiding technique is a gift from this space, serving as the foundation for all qi refinement. With myriad wondrous applications, I have obtained this technique, as if to herald a new era, opening my eyes to the wonders with immense joy. However, the world is incomplete, making it impossible to refine the energies of nature. Thus, I sought alternative paths, creating a technique to absorb life energy for my own use. Though this technique is formidable, few can master it, which is why I spent my entire life trapped as a grandmaster. Thus, I integrated this technique into this space. After passing down Feng Zhu's legacy, he vanished from the space. After practicing the innate breathing and guiding technique, Jiang Fan rose. According to Feng Zhu, this technique was a heritage of the space. Hence it contained detailed instructions for practice. Yet, the overwhelming technique that Feng Zhu had created left no legacy behind, but rather melded into the space. Could it be that the life energy he had previously absorbed from the remnants of other beasts was due to Feng Zhu's formidable technique? However, based on Feng Zhu's account, he was far from reaching the pinnacle of integrating his technique into the space. How had he accomplished such a feat? The seal space was undeniably peculiar, leaving Jiang Fan in a state of perplexity. Nevertheless, this acquisition filled Jiang Fan with considerable satisfaction. Although he was uncertain about the precise effects of the innate breathing and guiding technique, it surely surpassed the true martial arts body refinement chapter being taught at school. As for Feng Zhu, as a grandmaster, although Jiang Fan lacked a comprehensive understanding of what being a grandmaster entailed, he could imagine the sheer terror of the battle scenes from his memories, where mountains crumbled and stones shattered. The opponent he had just faced was likely not even 1/10,000th of Feng Zhu's true power. Otherwise, he would never have had the opportunity to triumph over him in combat. The purpose of this encounter was undoubtedly to assess and impart a legacy. As this thought crossed Jiang Fan's mind, he fell into silence. Feng Zhu had repeatedly mentioned the concept of legacy, implying that this seal was the source of that legacy. What mystery lay behind this inheritance, and what did he mean by the world's incompleteness? He found himself at a loss. With a flash, Jiang Fan's consciousness returned to the training room. In an instant, he sensed something unusual. After battling for over 10 hours in the space, he had always felt immensely fatigued upon returning to reality after being defeated. However, now he felt remarkably invigorated. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly noticed that the pain from his previous injuries had inexplicably vanished. Experimenting with pressure on the former injury sites, he discovered they felt as if he had never been wounded. He lifted his hand, observing his arm exposed to the air, now covered with a fine layer of grime. He wrinkled his nose and leaned closer to his arm, instantly detecting a faint, unpleasant odor. Ugh! Jiang Fan hastily dashed to the shower room, skillfully lathering himself with soap. He rinsed off and emerged in fresh attire. Fortunately, the advanced training room that Isekai had arranged for him was equipped with a shower and disposable training garments. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to deal with his unsightly state. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Fan cranked the indoor air system to maximum, allowing him time to inspect his body. Under the bright lights, his skin appeared exceptionally fair, and the dark moles that had once adorned his arms had mysteriously vanished. The wounds on his chest and lower abdomen had completely healed. He swung his arms, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Almost instinctively, He began to practice the breathing technique he had learned in the space. In an instant, he sensed a gentle stream flowing within him. What was this? It felt like an immense energy. Jiang Fan's heart raced. In the world of Blue Star, great emphasis is placed on transcending one's limitations through technological advancements. Thus, whether it be awakening or advancing, the aid of technological potions is indispensable. Jiang Fan, as the top scorer in the literary examination of Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy, found himself reduced to a state inferior even to that of an ordinary person due to his inability to awaken. However, at this moment, he seemed to have stumbled upon an entirely new cultivation system within this realm. He pondered whether this cultivation method could shatter the shackles that bound him. With this thought, he slapped his forehead in realization, swiftly rising to approach the testing platform. On the table lay a miniature vital energy testing device, roughly the size of a suitcase, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length and width. The upper portion of the device featured a small screen to record the testing results. In the middle, there was a circular opening of about 10 centimeters in radius, emanating a soft blue glow. The lower part consisted of the device's stand. This small testing apparatus was provided by the Martial Arts Hall for various advanced training rooms. Although the accuracy of the results was not exceptionally high, its convenience and speed were unparalleled, sparing one the hassle of queuing at schools or larger testing machines. Jiang Fan initiated the testing process, rolling up his sleeve and inserting his hand into the opening of the device, the outer edge aligning perfectly with his wrist. The internal mechanism of the device began to contract, securing itself within an appropriate range of tightness. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his fingertip as the blood extraction needle activated. Once the blood was collected, the opening relaxed, and Jiang Fan withdrew his hand from within the device, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe it clean. Meanwhile, the numbers on the screen began to scroll frantically. A few seconds later, the data stabilized at 0.98. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. His original vital energy value was merely 0.8. Yet, in just over 10 hours, it had surged by 0.18. This rate was akin to that of a powerful restorative potion. No, wait. A sudden epiphany struck Jiang Fan. Although he had spent over 10 hours in this space, only a little over an hour had elapsed outside. To have increased by 0.18 in just over an hour was astonishing, even surpassing the effects of restorative potions. In his current understanding, he had never witnessed anyone cultivate at such a rapid pace. With a deep exhale, Jiang Fan approached the combat power testing device, which resembled a punching strength tester found in amusement parks. A sandbag hung in front of the machine, and striking it would cause the bag to rebound and strike the sensor area, measuring the force exerted. Jiang Fan positioned himself in front of the machine, stretching his limbs before delivering a powerful blow. Bam! A tremendous force collided with the device, causing the numbers on the screen to fluctuate wildly, accompanied by the sound of a whirring mechanism. After several seconds, the data settled. Jiang Fan gazed at the number displayed on the screen in disbelief. Combat Power Index, 122. This figure had shattered the threshold of a first-level martial artist. A vital energy value of 1 and a combat power index of 100 constituted the minimum requirement to be considered a first-level martial artist. Furthermore, awakening was a prerequisite to achieving this status. Thus, all students in high school, whether practicing body refinement techniques or consuming potions, aspired to elevate their vital energy to a level approaching 1 before utilizing awakening potions. It was a universally accepted law that those who had not awakened could never become martial artists, let alone surpass a combat power index of 100. Yet, witnessing his own results, Jiang Fan's heart raced. This cultivation system was indeed effective. Moreover, it appeared to be even more potent than the so-called gene potions. In a mere span of over 10 hours, he had witnessed a phenomenal increase of 0.18 in his vital energy. Although he had yet to reach the critical point of a first-level martial artist's vital energy value of 1, he was confident that he now possessed the strength of 1. After all, vital energy values were not solely dependent on one's cultivation level. They were also closely tied to one's physical condition on that particular day. Having been injured yesterday and yet to eat today would undoubtedly have an impact. The mere thought of food triggered an overwhelming sense of hunger within Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, are you not going to cultivate a bit longer? No, Bing Bing Jia. When Ming returns, tell him I stopped by. Alright. Do you need me to pass on any message? No, just tell him that. No problem. Jiang Fan exited the training room of the thunderous martial arts hall, exchanged greetings with the receptionist Bing Bing, and dashed outside with remarkable speed, nearly dazzling her eyes. This child. He seems quite composed. Yet he is just as reckless as Ming. The receptionist Bing Bing shook her head with a smile. Emerging from the thunderous martial arts hall, Jiang Fan swiftly navigated through the inner city gate and raced back to his aunt's home. Where have you been, child? Why did it take you so long? I've prepared meat for you. But couldn't he find you? Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the meat on the table. I just went to the martial arts hall. Su Qingwan gasped in surprise. You were injured. Why did you go to cultivate? Jiang Fan loosened his shirt, smiling as he replied. Auntie, my injury has already healed. Su Qingwan stared at him, dumbfounded. Healed already? As if she suddenly recalled something, she asked. Did you recover because of that gene potion? Jiang Fan, struggling to find an excuse, was relieved as Su Qingwan provided one for him, and he nodded eagerly. Yes. Su Qingwan exclaimed in delight. I didn't expect the gene potion to have such miraculous effects. Noticing Jiang Fan's ravenous gaze fixed on the dishes, she quickly said, It's all prepared for you. Hurry and eat. Jiang Fan complied, swiftly taking a seat at the table and indulging in the feast. In no time, he had devoured the entire pot of stewed meat. Once finished, he felt a lingering hunger. He had consumed a total of 6 bowls of rice and an entire pot of stewed meat, barely satiating his appetite. Upon noticing the disarray left on the table, it dawned on him that he had left Su Qingwan without any food, and he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up to see Su Qingwan in tears. Damn it, how could they mistreat a child like this? Chapter 8, Jiangqing No. 3 High School. Auntie, why are you crying? Seeing Su Qingwan in tears, Jiang Fan's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly stood up. Su Qingwan hastily wiped her tears away. It's nothing, I just got some sand in my eye. Are you still hungry? Shall I prepare something else for you? Jiang Fan looked at the table, feeling guilty. Auntie, you haven't eaten. Su Qingwan chuckled, I can't eat. Shall I make you another pot of meat? She was taken aback by Jiang Fan's enormous appetite, but soon attributed it to his recent recovery needing more nourishment. Jiang Fan hesitated momentarily. Just another pot of rice will suffice. Despite consuming so much, he was only half full. However, his aunt's household conditions could not support such a lavish meal of meat. Exotic beast meat was quite expensive. After much persuasion, Su Qingwan relented and did not prepare more meat. Watching her busily cooking rice in the kitchen, Jiang Fan couldn't help but speak up. Auntie, Uncle has gone to Phoenix Mountain. Su Qingwan's movements paused, and she turned back with a feigned calmness, saying, Children shouldn't pry into adult matters. Your uncle has gone out on patrol. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth. I just visited the exotic beast trading market and saw in the registry that Uncle went to Phoenix Mountain. Su Qingwan's brow furrowed. You just went to the exotic beast trading market? It's too chaotic there, filled with all sorts of people. You should avoid those places in the future. Acknowledging that Jiang Fan was already aware of Ma Jiang's situation, she decided to no longer hide the truth, but rather soothe him in a different manner. It's fine. Your uncle has a friend who needs help hunting exotic beasts and asked your uncle to assist. He'll be back in a couple of days. Silence ensued. Although Jiang Fan knew Su Qingwan was lying, he felt it was inappropriate to press further. The person had already departed. There was nothing they could change. He assured himself that everything would be fine. Though he appeared to be comforting Su Qingwan, he was simultaneously bolstering his own confidence. Jiang Fan had just finished a whole pot of rice, barely reaching an 80 fullness before he decided to stop. Have you eaten enough? If so, let's head to school this afternoon. You didn't attend this morning, and I suppose you didn't ask for leave either? Now that you're feeling better, hurry up and greet your teacher. Su Qingwan urged him as soon as he set down his chopsticks. Jiang Fan had initially planned to continue his training at the thunderous martial arts school in the afternoon. But seeing Su Qingwan's insistence and realizing he indeed needed to inform the school, he reluctantly agreed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan had dashed out of sight, leaving Su Qingwan shaking her head in exasperation. Oh, this child, she mused, her gaze falling upon the table, her heart burdened with concern. Both Jiang Fan and Ma Ning were at the age of adolescence, a prime time for developing their vitality. If their family circumstances were better, purchasing some exotic beast meat daily could potentially enhance their health and increase the chances of awakening their powers. However, currently, the family relied solely on Ma Jiang, who worked in the patrol team. His earnings were barely enough to support Ma Ning alone. Jiang Fan had evidently severed ties with his family, and if he were to stay, it would be impossible to afford even ordinary meals, let alone exotic beast meat. What to do? Su Qingwan thought, her worries deepening at the mention of Ma Jiang. Before dawn, Ma Jiang had ventured out to hunt exotic beasts. Now that Jiang Fan was well again, he had already entered the mountains. He was merely an ordinary man, despite appearing robust as a member of the patrol team. His physical prowess was merely a facade crafted through rigorous training, lacking any true vitality. His journey to Phoenix Mountain was fraught with peril. If anything were to happen to the only breadwinner of the family, what would they do? As Jiang Fan stepped out of his home, he slowed his pace, leisurely making his way towards the inner city. His school, Jiangqing 3rd Martial Arts High School, was situated at the very edge of the inner city. It typically enrolled students who performed poorly in their high school entrance exams, those who found no hope in applying to the first or second high schools. The Jiang family's neglect of Jiang Fan was evident not only in daily life, but also in education. Given his scores, he could have easily gained admission to the first high school. Yet, Jiang Ji and his wife conspired to send him here, and at that time, he couldn't fathom why. Only much later did he learn that they had accepted benefits from Jiangqing 3rd High, receiving a reward for enrolling students. What a disgrace. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. While he relied heavily on his own efforts and studies, attending a school with better teaching staff would have offered richer educational experiences. At the first high school, even an ordinary martial arts teacher would likely possess the strength of a level 2 martial artist. If it were the head of the teaching department, they might even reach the level of a level 3 martial artist. Their wealth of experience in martial arts would enable them to better guide students in refining their vitality and enhancing their chances of awakening. However, what could the third high teach? To his knowledge, none of the teachers, from top to bottom, surpassed level 1. They likely hadn't even grasped the essence of martial artists themselves, so how could they teach the students? At most, they merely recited from textbooks. Jiang Fan suspected that his inability to awaken was due to being delayed here. As he traversed the main thoroughfare of the school, the sounds of laughter and excitement filled the air from the nearby squares, indicating that numerous classes were engaged in martial arts lessons. In this world, all high schools were designated as martial arts high schools. The curriculum was divided into martial arts classes and cultural classes. The former, as the name suggests, taught the foundational body refinement techniques as outlined in the martial arts scriptures, aiming to cultivate vitality with the goal of awakening into martial artists. Conversely, the cultural classes imparted knowledge related to martial arts, such as martial history, exotic beast chronicles, and gene potions, among other subjects. Though both subjects contributed equally to final exam scores, universities prioritized martial arts performance in admissions. After all, in today's world, anyone below the rank of a martial artist was akin to an ant. With the college entrance examination looming, students were invigorated. This might be the only opportunity in their lives to alter their fates. If they didn't strive now, when would they? The hardships were merely temporary. Enduring this phase would afford them ample time to relax in the future. They should think of their parents. Did they wish to live as ordinary individuals, languishing at the bottom of society like their parents? Becoming martial artists was their only escape. Alright, let us revisit the origins of martial arts. Lei Ming, please share. In a classroom at the 3rd Martial Arts High School, a bespectacled, somewhat short middle-aged man concluded his lecture and called on a student. In the back row, a young man, as sturdy as an iron tower, stood up trembling. 800 years ago, after a giant meteor fell to Blue Star, the planet began to undergo transformations. Shadows appeared in the sky, fissures formed in the earth, and as the shadows descended upon the land, the fissures expanded to the surface, bringing with them exotic beasts. Humanity's attempts to fend off the beasts with firearms proved futile, leading to the fall of countless towns and the contraction of living space to less than 1/10 of the globe. 600 years ago, Dr. Z invented gene potions and, in collaboration with hundreds of martial artists worldwide, compiled the true understanding of martial arts, enabling humanity to enter the martial arts era on a large scale and gradually turning the tide. 300 years ago, humanity witnessed the emergence of the first level 9 powerhouse, who subsequently led other strong individuals to cleanse towns, driving the exotic beasts to the wilderness, allowing humanity to establish a safe haven. Following that, towns were built and technology was restored. Jiang Fan peered through the crack of the back door, observing Lei Ming's stuttering response. Seizing a suitable moment, he stealthily pushed the door open and slipped inside, tiptoeing to his seat. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp voice rang out. Jiang Fan, stand up. Chapter 9, Class Teacher Li Dongsheng. Mr. Li. Jiang Fan stood up, bracing himself, regretting his decision to come to class. The figure before him was none other than their homeroom teacher, Li Dongsheng, of Class 2, Year 3. He hadn't attended class in the morning, originally intending to explain his situation to Mr. Li in the office, but upon finding no one there, he simply came to class. To his dismay, he was caught red-handed the moment he arrived. I had some matters to attend to this morning, so I couldn't. Before he could finish, Li Dongsheng interrupted him. Students must maintain a student-like demeanor. The college entrance examination is approaching, and although your academic performance is commendable, just look at your vitality. 2 failed awakenings, and you still lack a sense of urgency. If you fail to awaken again, it will be the end for you. With your scores, you might secure a clerical position, but everything ultimately in service of martial artists? Lei Ming, distracted by Jiang Fan, felt a sudden release of pressure. He discreetly tugged at Jiang Fan's sleeve from below, relishing the moment, but Jiang Fan swiftly shrugged him off. What? Are you still unconvinced? After class, come to my office. Jiang Fan's face darkened instantly. After nearly 3 hours of incessant lecturing, class finally ended. Jiang Fan, come with me. Li Dongsheng cast a glance at Jiang Fan as he exited the classroom. As Jiang Fan was about to follow, Lei Ming grabbed him. Thanks, Xiao Fan. Lei Ming chuckled. Jiang Fan shot him a disdainful glance. You can't even memorize the first page of the martial history class, and you still have the audacity to laugh. Oh well. Lei Ming was left speechless. As Jiang Fan stepped out the door, the classroom erupted into chatter. Is Jiang Fan planning to throw caution to the wind? He dares to skip class now. Haha. If you excel in academics but can't awaken, would you not feel the same? Top of the grade. He was once so impressive in his first year, with teachers adoring him. Now haha. Below martial artists, everyone is but an ant. No matter how exceptional. If one cannot become a martial artist, they will ultimately be surpassed by us. Haha, there's something undeniably satisfying about stepping on geniuses. As the crowd engaged in animated conversation, a sudden roar pierced through the air. Enough of the noise. Lei Ming's piercing gaze swept over the assembly. Clearly, you all think you are something special? Xiao Fan has yet to awaken, yet you presume to judge him? The probability of an ordinary person awakening is less than 5. We, the elite, stand at a 10 chance. Among 10 of you, only 1 may awaken. What right do you have to speak of Jiang Fan? The classroom fell into an immediate silence. Lei Ming was a close ally of Jiang Fan. They were not afraid of him. However, Lei Ming hailed from a family that operated a martial arts school. Having awakened at the onset of his second year of high school, he now possessed a formidable vitality of 12, far beyond what they could contend with. Jiang Fan accompanied Li Dongxing to the office. Li poured himself a cup of tea, crossed his legs, took a sip, and then swiveled his chair to face Jiang Fan. Let us hear it. What transpired today? Jiang Fan concocted a plausible excuse to deflect. Li Dongxing then commenced his lecture. Jiang Fan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you ought to contemplate your future. When I suggested you handle administrative duties in class, it was merely in a moment of frustration. Now that it's just us two in this room, I will speak candidly. If you truly cannot awaken and pursue the path of a warrior, then administrative work is quite respectable. At least it keeps you in an office, unlike those who struggle academically and physically, forced to toil outside. Jiang Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, accompanied by a tinge of confusion. Why had Li Dongxing's demeanor shifted so dramatically? However, reflecting on the past 3 years at the elite school, where teachers and peers had gone from admiration to disdain due to his failure to awaken, he felt he could accept any outcome. There's something I wish to mention, but if you're disinclined, then forget it. Last week, you ranked first in your grade, and the school rewarded you with a vial of genetic enhancement serum. Given your current situation, without an awakening, it's of no use to you. I'm merely inquiring on behalf of someone. Are you considering selling that serum? Jiang Fan paused, quickly grasping Li Dongxing's intentions. He replied nonchalantly, Teacher Li, I've already given that vial away. Upon hearing this, Li Dongxing's brow furrowed. If you don't wish to sell it, I won't press the issue. I'm merely asking on behalf of someone else. You needn't fabricate excuses to evade me. Such a precious item, how could you possibly give it away? Realizing Li was coveting the enhancement serum, Jiang Fan felt no desire to remain in the office any longer. Teacher Li, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Seeing Jiang Fan's posture, Li Dongxing slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Fan, what attitude is this? I'm concerned for your welfare. With your current vitality of 08, should you fail to awaken, you'll never become a warrior. What use is that serum to you? Selling it could provide you with a substantial sum, allowing you to live comfortably for a while. You've earned quite a bit from the school over the years. Jiang Fan's expression hardened at this, and he interjected sharply. Teacher Li, whatever I've earned from school, I've done so through my own capabilities. I haven't committed any wrongdoing, have I? Your words imply I've defrauded the school. In that moment, Jiang Fan disregarded the notion of respect for a teacher. A teacher should possess integrity. Without it, they were no better than a charlatan. With a resounding bang, Li Dongxing struck the table. Repeat that. You were absent from class this morning without cause. Isn't that a violation of school rules? Jiang Fan, weary of the exchange, retorted, if I've broken the rules, then punish me according to the regulations. Issue me a warning or a demerit, whatever suits you. That has nothing to do with whether I sell the genetic serum. He added emphatically, I'll state this once more. I've already given that vial away. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Jiang Fan turned on his heel and exited the office without a backward glance. Fuming, Li Dongxing sat trembling in his seat. Jiang Fan, Li Dongxing didn't give you a hard time, did he? Shortly after exiting the classroom, Jiang Fan found Lei Ming waiting for him at the entrance. No. He merely wanted me to sell him the genetic serum, which I refused. Lei Ming nodded. You did well. Don't sell it to him. His interest in the serum is simply an attempt to take advantage of you. Jiang Fan slightly inclined his head. I told him I've already given it away. Lei Ming laughed heartily. Excellent. Not selling to him is the right decision. Let us head back and train. Chapter 10, Level 1 Warrior. Ming, Jiang Fan. You're back? Upon entering Lei Ming's martial arts school, they were greeted by Bing Bing at the front desk. Sister Bing Bing, could you prepare a training room for us? Of course. As soon as Lei Ming finished speaking, Jiang Fan interrupted. If there's an extra room, could you prepare one just for me? Bing Bing instinctively glanced at Lei Ming. Stunned, Lei Ming hesitated. Jiang Fan, we can share a training room, and I can assist you. He quickly added, I mean no offense. Usually, we share a room for training. Although Jiang Fan excels in academics, his physical vitality lags behind, making him less adept in martial arts than I am. Thus, we often exchange insights during our joint training. However, today Jiang Fan's request for a separate training room left Lei Ming perplexed. Fearing Jiang Fan might misconstrue his intentions as stinginess, he rushed to clarify. Seeing Lei Ming's anxious demeanor, Jiang Fan felt touched and crafted an excuse. Ming, I'm experiencing some insights today. I require a quieter environment. The matter of his control over space must remain undisclosed, even from his closest friend. Discretion was paramount, especially when lacking the means for self-protection. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's reason, Lei Ming relaxed and smiled. All right then. Sister Bing Bing, please arrange 2 adjacent training rooms for us. Turning to Jiang Fan, he added, does that work for you? If you have any issues, feel free to come to the neighboring room and ask me. Jiang Fan nodded with a smile. making his way to the training room with familiar ease. Habitually locking the door behind him, he eagerly sat cross-legged. With a mere thought, he entered the space of the seal. Would you like to bind your identity? As he materialized on the arena, a cold, neutral voice echoed through the space. Bind identity. I didn't receive this prompt during my last challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he decided without hesitation, bind. As his words fell, a beam of light illuminated above him, and he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Please provide a name. Jiang Fan. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Fan. Bone age, 17 years. Bloodline, Huaxia. Cultivation, automatically adapted to the current world apprentice warrior. Techniques, innate breathing and circulation technique. 5 elements fist, minor accomplishment. Lifespan, 83 years. Upon viewing the information on the panel, Jiang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. The initial details were comprehensible. Bone age and cultivation levels could indeed be determined through transcendent means. The bloodline was also explicable, as he hailed from another world, Huaxia. However, what was this lifespan nonsense? Was he destined to live only to 83 years? How could that be assessed? In the Blue Star world, after the transformation through genetic serums, everyone's lifespan had significantly increased. Those above level 6 could generally expect to live past 150 years, and 9th level martial saints could even exceed 200 years. Thus, was his designated lifespan of 83 years a reflection of his current cultivation level? If that is the case, does it imply that an enhancement in one's cultivation level would lead to an extension of lifespan? However, within this space, what significance does the concept of lifespan hold? As Jiang Fan pondered, a voice resonated once more within the space. Binding successful. Inquirer, do you wish to challenge the next level? Inquirer. This terminology aligns with Feng Zhu's earlier statements, suggesting that the primary function of this space is to facilitate inheritance. Why utilize this space for such transmission? And what transpired in the past? Challenge. Unable to unravel certain questions, he chose to set them aside. According to Feng Zhu, if he continued to challenge, he would eventually uncover the truth behind it all. Thus, he resolved to proceed with the challenges. He also needed to enhance his strength through these trials. With a decisive tone, he declared, and the surroundings began to whirl and shift as the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Fan immediately became alert, bracing himself against the ground, poised for battle. As the countdown concluded, a lithe figure lunged towards him. Jiang Fan swiftly attempted to block the attack, but in the next instant, a tremendous force struck him, propelling him towards the far edge of the arena. It appeared as though an invisible wall hindered his fall, preventing him from landing outside the arena. Instead, he slid down along the unseen barrier. He was alive. A surge of joy welled within Jiang Fan as he quickly turned to face his opponent. In the center of the arena stood a female cultivator clad in simple garments, reminiscent of an ancient style. Yet, her attire was not a single piece. Rather, it was akin to modern fashion, separating the upper and lower garments. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan was about to rise when suddenly, his vision blurred. In the next moment, he found himself back in the training room. I can't win. Jiang Fan let out a wry smile, yet he did not succumb to despair. He had never anticipated success in the challenge. Although he was uncertain of the total number of levels in this martial arts space, he understood that the difficulty would drastically escalate with each subsequent stage. Having barely managed to succeed in the first challenge, it would be unreasonable to immediately attempt the second. For the time being, he decided to set aside thoughts of the space and focus on his cultivation. Later, he would challenge the next level and unravel the mysteries of the space. With this resolution, Jiang Fan concentrated once more, entering the space. Inquirer, do you wish to challenge the next level? Not challenging. After responding, Jiang Fan settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. As he breathed in and out, a thick mist enveloped his surroundings in the training room. An unseen energy seemed to coalesce around him, forming a vast cocoon. Following his cultivation route, Jiang Fan systematically operated the innate breathing technique for several hundred cycles. He then recalled the techniques of the 5 elements fist from the thunderous martial arts school, integrating his insights from the battle with Feng Zhu, and practiced the 5 elements fist dozens of times. Exhausted, he finally willed himself back to the training room. As before, in reality, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. He lifted his arm, and indeed, black substances began to ooze from his skin. Hastily, he rushed to the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, he eagerly swung his arm. Bang! The combat power testing device displayed the number 158. Following the procedure to test his vital energy, beeps echoed. When the machine revealed a red number 117, Jiang Fan was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, he had stepped into the ranks of a level 1 warrior. This time, both his vital energy and combat power indices had met the standard. Did this signify that he had awakened? No. Did this mean that he no longer needed any genetic medications to break through the realms of this world? Chapter 11, Cousin Ma Ning. Xiao Fan. Why not stay upstairs and play for a bit before you leave? I just bought a new gaming console, a relic from the pre-technological era. It's absolutely thrilling. Come, give it a try. Jiang Fan had spent over 10 hours cultivating in the space, yet only an hour had elapsed in the outside world. When he bid farewell to Lei Ming, the latter attempted to convince him to stay, but Jiang Fan politely declined with an excuse. Not today. I'm staying at my aunt's place for the next few days, and their home is in the outer city. If it gets too late, I won't be able to return. In the Blue Star world, exotic beasts were relegated to the wilderness, while humans resided in towns. At night, there was a possibility of these beasts encroaching upon the town, thus the city gates had closing times for both the inner and outer cities. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming felt a tinge of regret. All right then, next time, I'll take you out earlier. After parting ways with Lei Ming, Jiang Fan waved to Bing Bing at the front desk. Sister Bing Bing, I'm heading back. Xiao Fan, finished with your cultivation? Yes, goodbye, Sister Bing Bing. When Jiang Fan returned to his aunt's home, night had just fallen. He knocked on the door, and a lovely face appeared before him. Brother, you're back. His cousin Ma Ning eagerly grabbed Jiang Fan's hand. Are you feeling better? I heard Mom say you've recovered, but I didn't believe it. Let me see. She reached out to unfasten his shirt. Jiang Fan awkwardly pushed her hand away. Aren't you a bit too old for that? You shouldn't be so casual with boys. Ma Ning giggled. You're not a man. Before Jiang Fan could shoot her a disapproving glare, she quickly amended. You're not a stranger. You're my brother. Jiang Fan sighed in relief while casting her a sidelong glance. Even if I am your brother, that's still inappropriate. As they entered the house, Su Qingwan hurried over. Xiao Fan, you're back? Everything all right at school? Jiang Fan, not wishing to burden her with the troubles of school, merely smiled and replied, nothing much happened. I explained it to the teacher. Su Qingwan nodded, but then seemed to recall something and quickly pulled Jiang Fan closer. Are you really all right? Do you have any lingering discomfort? After returning from school that afternoon, Su Qingwan felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that Jiang Fan's recovery seemed rather inexplicable, which left her somewhat worried. I'm fine, Aunt, please don't worry. Su Qingwan exhaled in relief. As long as you're fine, that's good. Then she remembered something and addressed Jiang Fan and Ma Ning. Please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. Both Jiang Fan and Ma Ning, being high school students in their growth spurts, had considerable appetites. A slight delay would leave them ravenous. Jiang Fan was already quite hungry, but he didn't want to appear overly greedy after having eaten a substantial lunch. Thus, he smiled and said, It's all right, Aunt, no rush. Su Qingwan went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Ma Ning sat opposite Jiang Fan. Brother, you should just stay here and not go back. I come home alone every day. She lowered her voice. Mom is always pushing me to cultivate. It's truly unbearable. If you're here, you can help divert some of the attention. Although she spoke softly, Su Qingwan still overheard her. I'm only urging you for your own good. If you can become a warrior and get into a good university, wouldn't your life be much better than it is now? Then I would have less to worry about. Jiang Fan and Ma Ning exchanged a knowing glance and shared a resigned smile. This was a familiar lecture from Su Qingwan that they had both heard countless times. But Xiao Ning is right. Xiao Fan, you really shouldn't go back. Just stay here. If anything comes up, I will talk to them. Ever since Jiang Fan was severely injured, Ma Jiang and the others had decided that he must not return, although they faced difficulties themselves. At least the child would be safe from life-threatening danger. All right, Aunt. I've already severed ties with them. Yesterday, Jiang Fan arrived, and by this morning, he had recovered. Yet Su Qingwan had not yet had the opportunity to inquire about his injuries. She and Ma Jiang had merely engaged in conjecture regarding the situation. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, she was momentarily taken aback, then responded, very well. Before long, Su Qingwan announced that the meal was ready. The two lent a hand to bring the dishes to the table. Today, Su Qingwan prepared 3 dishes and a soup. In addition to the homestyle fare, there was a highlight of exotic beast meat. Wow, today's feast is quite splendid. Ma Ning exclaimed, drooling. Your brother was injured yesterday, and he needs proper nourishment. Therefore, I procured some exotic meat from the market today. You, my dear girl, are benefiting from your brother's misfortune. Ma Ning's face lit up at the words. Thank you, brother. Jiang Fan shook his head and served Ma Ning a generous portion of the exotic meat from the table. That's enough. I can't eat that much. Although Ma Ning was quite tempted, Su Qingwan's earlier reminder echoed in her mind, cautioning her not to overindulge. As that platter of exotic meat was primarily intended for Jiang Fan, Ma Ning was a clever girl, easily grasping the implications of Su Qingwan's words. Seeing Jiang Fan insistently serving her, she felt a twinge of unease. Just eat. I already consumed a large pot at noon. I'm not hungry yet. Upon hearing this, Ma Ning felt a bit reassured. The meal was exceptionally joyful. Ma Ning had awakened her potential, although she had yet to reach the martial artist level. Her appetite was considerable, devouring 4 bowls of rice. Jiang Fan, wary of overeating, mirrored her consumption with 4 bowls as well. Mom, when will Dad be back? After finishing the meal, Ma Ning inquired. Having just returned from school, she had asked about Ma Jiang. Su Qingwan, using the same pretext, deceived her by saying that Ma Jiang had gone out with the patrol team and wouldn't be back for dinner. At this moment, as the meal concluded and Ma Jiang still hadn't returned, Ma Ning's worry began to surface. He'll be back soon. He probably got delayed by something. You two should rest. Today, Xiao Fan will stay in this room. Jiang Fan noticed that this was Ma Ning's room. Upon seeing the puzzled expression on Jiang Fan's face, Su Qingwan explained. The small study was cluttered with miscellaneous items, but I tidied it up today for Xiao Ning to stay. Jiang Fan was momentarily shocked. After much persuasion, he finally convinced Su Qingwan to switch the room back. Arriving in the small study, Jiang Fan surveyed the surroundings. The clutter had been cleared, and the tatami area was now adorned with a mat and blankets. Although the space was somewhat limited, it offered a semblance of privacy, sparing him from having to constantly run to the thunderous martial arts hall. Yet, his presence had inadvertently imposed considerable burdens on his aunt's family. Their household was already modest, and now they needed to support both him and Ma Ning. Even Ma Jiang had risked his safety to hunt exotic beasts on Phoenix Mountain for treatment. He must find a way to earn money swiftly. Suddenly, he regretted having smashed that vial of genetic serum. Chapter 12. Ma Jiang's grave injury. Jiang Fan practiced diligently throughout the night. After yet another failed attempt at a challenge, his consciousness returned to the room. Noticing the faint light filtering through the window cracks, he became abruptly alert. Dawn had arrived. 9 hours had passed, equivalent to over 3 days of training in the spatial realm. During these 3 days, he alternated between meditating to circulate his innate breathing techniques and practicing the 5 elements fist he learned from the thunderous martial arts hall. Each time he felt progress in his training, he attempted to challenge the second-level figure in a flowing dress. However, he was soundly defeated each time. Yet, as time progressed, he could now engage in combat for nearly 10 minutes, occasionally inflicting minor injuries upon his opponent, though he often sustained far worse injuries himself. Next time, I should be able to do it then. Jiang Fan rose, feeling invigorated. Although he had not slept all night, training in the spatial realm seemed to alleviate his fatigue from reality, akin to a restful slumber. This revelation filled Jiang Fan with immense joy. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already 7 in the morning, time to rise. Having often stayed here, he was well aware of the optimal time to awaken so as to reach school without delay. After tidying his clothes, he quietly made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. With foam in his mouth, Jiang Fan opened the bathroom door, finding Su Qingwan had already emerged from her room. Who is it? So early? He mumbled. Su Qingwan shook her head and proceeded to open the door. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. We failed to protect Brother Ma. Upon opening the door, several burly men carried Ma Jiang, who lay slumped at the threshold. Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned and rushed forward, her voice trembling with concern. How did he get hurt like this? At this moment, Ma Jiang lay feebly on the stretcher, his right arm hanging limply, wrapped in a thick bandage at the shoulder's severed point. Come in quickly. Su Qingwan beckoned the men to carry Ma Jiang inside, laying him down on the sofa in the living room. I'm fine. It's just my arm. Before Ma Jiang could finish speaking, Su Qingwan interrupted him. Don't talk, just rest. After saying this, she turned her attention to the other men. There were 3 burly men in total. With tearful eyes, Humu recounted the events to Su Qingwan. It turned out that these men were members of the patrol team. Ma Jiang had declared his intention to hunt exotic beasts yesterday morning, and as loyal companions, they immediately rallied to support him. All of them had families to care for, and although their meager salaries from the patrol team barely kept them afloat, it was still insufficient. They had long harbored ambitions to take a risk, but Ma Jiang, as the elder brother, had previously cautioned them against the dangers of the wilderness. Finally, Ma Jiang had relented, and they formed a 5-man hunting team to venture to Phoenix Mountain. However, shortly after arriving at Phoenix Mountain, they were ambushed by a rock-armored wild boar. The rock-armored wild boar was massive, covered in hard, rocky scales akin to armor, and immensely powerful, moving with surprising agility. Hunting such a beast was challenging even for martial artists, let alone ordinary individuals like them. The 5-man team suffered a casualty, and Ma Jiang had his arm bitten off by the beast. Realizing the peril of Phoenix Mountain, they abandoned their hunting ambitions and hastily returned. Upon reaching the clinic, they pooled all their available funds to tend to Ma Jiang's wounds before bringing him back. Aunt, Dad. In just a moment, Ma Ning stepped out of her room and, upon witnessing Ma Jiang's dire condition, rushed to join Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan could no longer contain his tears, sorrow flooding his heart. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If it weren't for him, Ma Jiang would not be in this state. Had he not cared so much about that vial of genetic serum? If they needed it and he had simply given it to them, perhaps none of this would have happened. After the men departed, Su Qingwan returned to the living room. Noticing Jiang Fan's dazed expression, she understood his turmoil and spoke words of comfort. Xiao Fan, don't dwell on it too much. Though she spoke these words, Su Qingwan's face was also etched with worry. Ma Jiang's injury would heal, but what then? Not to mention whether the patrol team would still require his services. Just the cost of medication and treatment during this time would likely be a burden for their family. Moreover, it was Ma Jiang himself who had insisted on hunting exotic beasts, resulting in a casualty. Given Ma Jiang's character, he would undoubtedly feel responsible for the family. But where would he procure such a sum of money? Before departing, the members of the patrol team left behind a pile of medications, explaining how to dress Ma Jiang's wounds. Together, Jiang Fan, Su Qingwan, and Ma Ning tended to Ma Jiang's wounds, after which Su Qingwan hurried to prepare food for him. As the dressing was changed, although Ma Jiang endured excruciating pain in silence, his violently trembling body and beads of sweat revealed the extent of his suffering. This sight filled Jiang Fan with a deep sense of remorse. Xiao Fan, you should head to school now, or you'll be late, Su Qingwan said, gently feeding Ma Jiang the meager soup made from exotic beast meat. Your uncle will be fine under my care. Xiaoning, don't rush. I need to discuss a few matters with you. After Jiang Fan was pushed out the door by Su Qingwan, he descended the stairs slowly. Faintly, he heard voices from inside. Xiaoning, could you perhaps speak to your teacher? We can pay the tuition for next semester a bit later, Ma Ning said, her voice tinged with tears. All right, Mom, I won't go to school. I'll stay home to take care of Dad. Su Qingwan reprimanded her. Foolish child. You're about to enter your final year of high school. Your studies are crucial, and your father will be fine with me around. Jiang Fan clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed together in frustration. After leaving his aunt's house, Jiang Fan chose not to go to school, but instead headed directly to the thunderous martial arts hall. Knowing Thunder was often late, he anticipated that at this hour, Thunder had yet to arrive at school. Sure enough, before long, he saw Thunder leisurely descending the stairs. Xiao Fan, what brings you here? Although the two shared a good relationship, they had never gone to school together in the mornings. It was indeed a first for Jiang Fan to wait for him here. What's wrong? You look a bit off, Thunder remarked, concern in his eyes. Jiang Fan shook his head, indicating he was fine. Ming, could you help me ask Li Dongsheng for a leave of absence for a couple of days? Thunder frowned. What on earth happened? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan shared part of Ma Zhang's situation with Thunder. Upon hearing this, Thunder immediately patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry. You handle your matters at home. I'll speak to Li Dongsheng for you. Jiang Fan felt a slight relief at his friend's response. Thank you. Thunder playfully punched Jiang Fan's chest. Come on. We're brothers. There's no need for such formality. After exiting the thunderous martial arts hall, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 13. Forming a team to leave the city, Jiang Fan returned to the exotic beast trading market. Approaching the front desk, he shamelessly inquired, Miss, are there any missions available for a team heading to Phoenix Mountain? At this juncture, the quickest way Jiang Fan could think of to earn money was to venture outside the city to hunt exotic beasts. With his own strength, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he should be able to handle a weaker first-tier exotic beast quite easily. The nearest location to hunt such beasts was Phoenix Mountain. However, unfamiliar with the area, he deemed it best to form a team. The girl at the front desk glanced at Jiang Fan, her expression shifting to one of recognition. She quickly recalled that he had been there earlier that day to inquire about missions for hunting exotic beasts outside the city. Furrowing her brow, she asked, Why do you want to know this? Her impression of Jiang Fan was vivid. It was rare to encounter someone his age in that establishment. And she had just recorded an income of 100 blue star coins, making the encounter particularly memorable. With a smile, Jiang Fan replied, I'm hoping to take a chance and earn some money. The front desk girl frowned even deeper. Don't be ridiculous. You're still quite young. The dangers outside the city are immense. You're still in high school, so hurry back home. Had it not been for that recent income, she likely wouldn't have bothered with such trivialities. Jiang Fan continued to press, I need some money due to a mishap outside. Before he could finish, the front desk girl interjected, Do you want money or your life? Perhaps irritated by Jiang Fan's persistence, her voice rose, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Seeing the crowd gather, Jiang Fan felt a pang of anxiety. Just as he was about to slip away and consider other options, a rugged voice called out from the side. Hey, little brother, are you looking to take on a mission? Jiang Fan turned to see a towering man grinning at him. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Is there a mission for Phoenix Mountain? The man grinned wider. Of course there is. Follow me. Just then, the front desk girl admonished, You Lao-san. What kind of person do you think you are? Why would you trick such a young child into joining you? Yu Lao-san seemed slightly intimidated by the front desk girl, shrinking his shoulders momentarily before adopting a defiant demeanor. Xiao Xian, that's a rather harsh way to put it. How could this be considered trickery? Just ask the young man if he wants to accompany me to Phoenix Mountain. Front desk, Xiao Xian shot a glance at Jiang Fan, her eyes conveying a desperate warning. When she saw Jiang Fan remain unperturbed, she resolutely stated, Yu Lao-san specializes in luring inexperienced newcomers to team up with him, only to have them serve as cannon fodder. Those who team up with him rarely end up well. Jiang Fan had already sensed that Yu Lao-san was not as simple as he appeared. However, he was in urgent need of leaving the city, so he chose not to be picky. I understand, and I want to give it a try. Xiao Xian was momentarily stunned, then became furious. Fine. It's none of my business. I hope you meet your end out there. Yu Lao-san chuckled as he threw an arm around Jiang Fan's shoulders and led him away. Once they exited the exotic beast trading market hall, Yu Lao-san casually placed a hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder and guided him to a secluded corner. Brother, don't listen to her nonsense. You're in good hands with me. I've been in this trading market for a long time and have ventured outside to hunt exotic beasts on numerous occasions. I'm quite experienced. Jiang Fan shrugged off Yu Lao-san's hand, replying coolly, Could I take a look at the route to Phoenix Mountain? Yu Lao-san hesitated for a moment, but then nonchalantly produced a map. Here, just follow this path. cross through the forest on the west side of the city, and enter the southeastern outskirts of Phoenix Mountain. Rather than listening to his elaborations, Jiang Fan scrutinized the map intently. He sought a team to Phoenix Mountain precisely because he had never been there before and was unfamiliar with the terrain. He needed someone to lead the way. Although Yu Laosen seemed cunning and likely had ulterior motives for wanting to team up, Jiang Fan assessed that he had not yet reached the level of a martial artist. And thus, he felt no fear. Once they reached Phoenix Mountain and he became familiar with the area, he could easily shake him off to avoid complications. Jiang Fan silently resolved. Due to his cooperation, Yu Laosan's group faced no resistance as they successfully lured Jiang Fan to set off. In the wilderness, a dilapidated jeep sped forward. Inside, Yu Laosan and Jiang Fan occupied the back seat, while two others, named Ah Wei and Xiao Dao, sat in the front. Together, they formed a small team of 4. Brother, I've told you before, our team is highly experienced. Yu Laosan boasted, his tone brimming with pride. Besides our wealth of experience, I should have mentioned that our strength is also quite formidable. In the back seat, Yu Laosan casually draped his arm over Jiang Fan's shoulder, his words dripping with self-satisfaction. Just look at this jeep. How many ragtag hunting teams have equipment like this? Jiang Fan smiled in silence. Although Yu Laosan's claims had an air of exaggeration, one could not deny that with this vehicle, their travel speed was indeed impressive. What would have taken half a day to reach Phoenix Mountain now took only about an hour by car. Phoenix Mountain, named after the mythical phoenix, is said to be the resting place of these legendary birds in ancient times, which is why it has become associated with various supernatural tales that have persisted through the ages. The mountain stretches for dozens of miles, majestically towering above the landscape. Although it may not be as perilous as other mountain ranges, its undulating terrain is dotted with ancient trees that reach for the heavens, often shrouded in thick fog, making it a frequent haunt for exotic beasts and thus, a place of considerable danger. In summary, it is a realm both mysterious and treacherous, far from the beauty suggested by its name. Upon reaching their destination, several individuals disembarked from the vehicle, draining the gasoline into portable containers before securing the car with an alloy chain. Only then did they meticulously observe the winding path leading into the mountains. No vehicle can venture further in. We'll leave the car here and return to drive it back. Jiang Fan glanced at the alloy chain on the ground. I comprehend the need to lock the car, but what is the purpose of draining the gasoline? Before Yu Laosan could respond, Xiao Dao coldly interjected. By siphoning out the fuel, even if someone were to break the alloy chain, they would be unable to drive the vehicle away. Jiang Fan was momentarily rendered speechless. As they traversed Phoenix Mountain, Yu Laosan handed Jiang Fan a rusted iron sword. Take this. You know how to use it, right? Jiang Fan grasped it, shaking it lightly to perform a flourish, which momentarily astonished Yu Laosan. Oh ho, quite impressive. Stay close to us, despite being on the outskirts. There may still be minor mutated beasts lurking about. Some may not pose a direct threat to humans, but their swift speed could cause significant trouble if they claw at your face in this desolate wilderness. The group remained vigilant as they walked, scanning their surroundings. According to the map, they were nearing the territory where the mutated creatures roamed, so they needed to be alert. Away, Xiao Dao, prepare your gear. Arriving at a relatively flat clearing, Yu Laosan examined a sticky substance on the ground, sniffing it before agilely climbing a nearby tree to survey the area. After a while, he descended and signaled to Away and Xiao Dao, who promptly began digging into the ground. The robust individuals quickly excavated a 3-meter-deep pit. Next, they began to set up sharp implements at the bottom. Once several layers of weapons were arranged, they skillfully camouflaged the top. Then it was time for the bait. Chapter 14, The Bait. Brothers, you're gonna have to endure a bit for us. Jiang Fan had just followed them over, watching as they adeptly set the trap, feeling somewhat useless standing aside. Once everything was in place, Yu Laosan grinned and leaned closer to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had already taken in the entire scene and calmly replied, "Oh, how can I assist? I'm not a martial artist and lack experience." Yu Laosan's smile deepened with an inscrutable quality. Experience is unnecessary. Soon, you'll just stand here and wait patiently. Jiang Fan chuckled. Wait for what? Am I not supposed to do something else? Yu Laosan waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Just help us lure in the scorpion-tailed wolf. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan hastily stepped back, stumbling as if startled. However, his sudden movement drew the attention of Yu Laosan, Away, and Xiao Dao, who encircled him. What do you intend to do? Jiang Fan exclaimed in terror. Xiao Dao coldly replied. Nothing much, just asking you to be the bait. You don't think we brought you along for your impressive skills, do you? A sinister grin crept onto Yu Laosan's face as he admonished, Xiao Dao, don't frighten Brother Jiang. He is still quite young. Afterward, Yu Laosan turned back to Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang, you'll be following my commands here. And if you cooperate with us, you won't come to harm. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, we will certainly spring into action to rescue you. Look, our weapons are all set up right here. Jiang Fan scoffed internally. Given the nature of these individuals, they surely would not concern themselves with his life or death. Even if he were fortunate enough to survive, he would likely be betrayed by them. After all, he was part of their team. If they successfully hunted a mutated beast, He would undoubtedly receive a share of the spoils, albeit a meager one. However, considering his unfamiliarity with Phoenix Mountain at the moment, utilizing their traps to eliminate the mutated beast would save him considerable effort. He resolved to observe the situation. Just make sure you rescue me later, he weakly asserted. Seeing Jiang Fan capitulate so easily, Yulaosen's face broke into a broad smile. Since their team's inception, they had led to the demise of dozens. And while no one had ever walked away alive, he still preferred teaming up with those youthful adventurers with dreams of risk. Such individuals were easy to manipulate and deceive. Like Jiang Fan, a seemingly frail high school student whom he felt he could easily handle. In the end, when the mutated beast arrived, they could eliminate it and dispose of this boy simultaneously. What a perfect plan. After their deliberations, Yulaosen instructed Away and Xiao Dao to hide. He then began briefing Jiang Fan on the task at hand. Scorpion-tailed wolves typically prefer to inhabit canyon areas. They are cunning by nature, possessing acute vision and olfactory senses, and thus tend to be most active at night. The sun will soon set. I will start a fire here for you, and you can sit tight, waiting for it to take the bait. Based on the terrain, I suspect the scorpion-tailed wolf will ambush from the thicket on the eastern side. When it charges at you, run towards the trap. Don't worry, the scorpion-tailed wolf is relatively small, and as long as you react quickly, it shouldn't be able to harm you. Moreover, we will be watching over you from the shadows. To alleviate Jiang Fan's apprehensions, Yulaosen oversimplified the situation, making it seem as though the scorpion-tailed wolf was an easily hunted creature. Yet Jiang Fan was acutely aware that the most formidable aspect of the scorpion-tailed wolf was its venomous stinger. A mere scratch could lead to paralysis from the poison. Furthermore, this mutated beast was exceedingly fast and ferocious. Once it had its sights set on prey, it would not easily relent. Even with his current capabilities as a first-level martial artist, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Once all preparations were finalized, Yulaosen lit the fire and concealed himself atop a nearby tree trunk. After exchanging glances with Away and Xiao Dao, he readied his bow and arrow, remaining vigilant. As darkness fell, Jiang Fan sat in place, practicing the innate breathing technique. He was astonished to find his surroundings rendered remarkably clear. Who would have thought this technique could be so useful? He mused inwardly, pleasantly surprised. Time passed slowly. Jiang Fan continued to practice the breathing technique while remaining attuned to the slightest movements around him. Suddenly, a rustle emanated from the thicket. Although subtle, it was crystal clear to Jiang Fan's heightened hearing. His body tensed instinctively. As he focused on the direction of the sound, he stole a glance at Yulaosen and the others, who were still scanning their surroundings, evidently unaware that the scorpion-tailed wolf had already arrived. It seemed that his senses had sharpened significantly since becoming a martial artist. Following the agreed-upon signal, he picked up some nearby twigs and tossed them onto the fire. Yulaosen and the others immediately took notice, scanning the area until they quickly spotted the silhouette of the scorpion-tailed wolf lurking in the thicket. A wave of excitement washed over them as they drew their bows taut. The scorpion-tailed wolf, having sensed that it had made too much noise, paused and cautiously adjusted its position. After a brief moment, it rustled again, abruptly freezing once more. Jiang Fan, keenly aware of every movement, thought to himself, just as expected. The information was indeed accurate. The scorpion-tailed wolf was cunning by nature, and even without its intelligence, it exhibited the same cautious behavior as a feline stalking its prey upon spotting such a vulnerable human. After considerable effort, the scorpion-tailed wolf finally found the optimal position to attack. Just as Jiang Fan's fingers brushed against a nearby dry branch, the wolf sprang forth from the thicket with a swift, audible rush, assuming a predatory stance and charging directly at him. Jiang Fan had been anticipating this moment. He instantly propelled himself into motion, darting towards the trap. As a first-level exotic beast, the scorpion-tailed wolf possesses astonishing speed. However, when compared to the speed of the female cultivator from the second tier in the spatial realm, it pales in comparison. At this moment, as the creature lunges at Jiang Fan, he perceives its speed as almost sluggish. In a fleeting moment of thought, he deliberately moderates his own pace. Just as he approaches the edge of the trap, Jiang Fan pivots on his right foot, executing an intricate maneuver to evade the leaping scorpion-tailed wolf. Arrows fly. At that instant, Yulaosen and Xiao Dao, along with their companions, unleash a barrage of arrows that rain down like a tempest. Jiang Fan's expression shifts, and he hastily dodges. Bang! The scorpion-tailed wolf is struck by several arrows, plummeting into the trap. In the blink of an eye, Yulaosen and the others descend from the trees, surrounding the trap and transforming the creature into a veritable pincushion. Only when the scorpion-tailed wolf lies still do they cease their relentless assault. Haha, brother, much obliged. Yulaosen grins maliciously as he approaches Jiang Fan. Chapter 15, Second-Level Exotic Beast, Azure-Scaled Giant Python. What do you intend to do? Jiang Fan, observing Yulaosen and his cohorts dispatch the scorpion-tailed wolf, does not move to clear the battlefield but instead notes their advance towards him, responding coolly. Haha, little brother, you ought to assist us to the very end. Help us out. Before Yulaosen can finish his sentence, Jiang Fan is already in motion, lunging forward with blinding speed. Simultaneously, he clenches his right fist, unleashing a surge of vitality that propels his punch forward. Thud! A dull sound resonates as Yu Laosan's back bulges outward. Startled, he realizes too late that Jiang Fan is a formidable martial artist. The force of that punch strikes him like a hammer, displacing his organs and inflicting excruciating pain. Yu. Blood trickles from Yu Laosan's lips as he prepares to speak. Jiang Fan's hand morphs into a claw, his thumb and index finger clamping down on Yu Laosan's throat like an iron vice, twisting with force. Crack! A slight sound echoes as Yu Laosan topples to the ground, his eyes wide with unfulfilled vengeance. Jiang Fan's movements are swift, executed in mere moments. By the time Away and Xiao Dao comprehend the situation, Yu Laosan is already lying lifelessly on the ground. The two are left dumbfounded. This is undoubtedly a martial artist. They cannot fathom how this youth, appearing no older than a high school student, whom they had perceived as a mere lamb, has transformed into such a formidable warrior. In their confusion, Away hastily reaches for the machete at his waist, while the more distant Xiao Dao frantically readies his bow. Observing their movements, Jiang Fan swiftly slides his right foot, instantly materializing before Away, delivering a powerful strike to his head, then vaulting towards Xiao Dao. Just as Xiao Dao has drawn his bow, before he can release the arrow, Jiang Fan uses his finger as a blade, swiftly piercing his throat. Ugh! Xiao Dao stands frozen in place, blood gushing from his neck. After dispatching Xiao Dao, Jiang Fan does not linger, swiftly returning to Away's side. Away, still reeling from the blow that left him dizzy on the ground, regains his senses only to find Jiang Fan closing in, causing panic to seize him. Brother, listen to me. I was wrong. Can you spare me? Jiang Fan retrieves the machete that had been cast aside and, with a casual throw, plunges it into Away's chest. Mistakes must be paid for. Jiang Fan intones coolly. Away attempts to utter something further, but as he opens his mouth, blood spills forth. He extends his hand, only to have it crash down, his body gradually slumping to the ground. Jiang Fan glances at the others, bending to collect the water flask from Away's belongings, meticulously cleansing his hands. He feels no psychological burden in eliminating these individuals. Whoever threatens him shall face retribution. It is but a matter of reason. Furthermore, these men are the very embodiment of malevolence. From their words during the journey to Phoenix Mountain, it is clear this is not their first foray into such nefarious deeds. The disdain with which others regard them at the exotic beast trading market speaks volumes. Thus, he considers this an act of ridding society of its scourge. After washing his hands, Jiang Fan casually wipes them on Away's clothing. He then rummages through the bodies, retrieving a map and a canister of gasoline from Xiao Dao. Turning to the trap, he drags the scorpion-tailed wolf from within and tosses the bodies into the pit. Completing these tasks, Jiang Fan uncorks the gasoline, frowning as he inhales its odor. Then, with the container upside down, douses the corpses. The fire he had ignited earlier to set the trap is now nearly extinguished due to the skirmish. Jiang Fan strides over, picking up a burning branch, snapping it between his fingers, and letting it fall into the pit. Boom. Instantly, the trap erupts into a roaring inferno. Jiang Fan lets out a cold laugh. These individuals are truly beyond redemption. At that moment, he comprehends the intent behind Yu Laosan and his cohorts bringing the gasoline from their vehicle. They evidently frequently employ this canister to obliterate evidence. Unfortunately for them, this time it has been used against their own kind, using the glow of the fire. Jiang Fan inspects the map he scavenged from Yu Laosan, scrutinizing it closely. He realizes he is nearing the heart of Phoenix Mountain, positioned at the innermost edge of the periphery. To exit, he must head in that direction. After studying the map for an extended period, he discerns the route out of Phoenix Mountain. Despite having ascended to a first-level martial artist, he understands the perils within and dares not linger. The scorpion-tailed wolf he has slain, while a low-tier exotic beast, could still fetch several tens of thousands of blue star coins, sufficient to alleviate his immediate needs. By now, night has fully descended. With the scorpion-tailed wolf draped over his shoulder, Jiang Fan strides towards the outskirts. As he walks, he laments. In the heat of the moment during the hunt for the scorpion-tailed wolf, Yu Laosan and his companions acted too swiftly, and before he could harvest the residual blood, the creature was struck down by their arrows. Otherwise, he might have exploited a glitch to absorb a modicum of life energy. The wind weaves through the valley, as if whispering secrets in his ear. Jiang Fan presses on, sprinting with all his might. Having transitioned into a martial artist, his vitality burgeons, and the scorpion-tailed wolf on his shoulder does not hinder his speed in the slightest. Crack! The sound of a twig snapping reverberates as Jiang Fan abruptly halts. Alert and on guard, confirming that the noise emanated from beneath his feet, he exhales a sigh of relief. Though accustomed to harvesting the residual blood of exotic beasts in the dense forests west of Jiang City at night, those areas are patrolled by the city guards and cleaning squads. Any errant exotic beast that appears is swiftly dealt with. However, Phoenix Mountain is unlike the dense forests outside Jiang City. This place is a refuge for exotic beasts, their habitat compressed by encroaching civilization. In terms of peril, it far exceeds the forests outside Jiang City. It is rumored that 4th-level exotic beasts have been sighted here. Such beasts represent the pinnacle of combat prowess within Jiang City. Even the 5th-level Martial Arts Association president would find them challenging to subdue. As a mere 1st-level newcomer to Phoenix Mountain, his fate would be grim should he encounter one. Fortunately, there is a delineation of territories within Phoenix Mountain. The higher-tier exotic beasts reside deeper within, and as long as he remains on the outskirts, he should generally avoid danger. Jiang Fan's speed escalates, with trees whizzing past him like mountains in retreat. Suddenly, he comes to an abrupt halt. Fog envelopes the surroundings. Jiang Fan scans his vicinity. The mist is thick and viscous, constricting his vision. In the darkness, he senses the weight of a gaze fixed upon him. Swish. Realizing the potential danger, cold sweat beads on his forehead. Chapter 16, Elimination. I have taken a wrong turn. He hastily attempts to consult the map, but the area is now completely shrouded in mist, rendering visibility non-existent. Describing it as being unable to see one's hand before one's face would be an understatement. This is bad. Just moments ago, he had clearly been heading towards the outskirts. So why did it seem as though he had wandered into the very heart of Phoenix Mountain? Could it be that Old Yu's map was flawed? At this moment, Jiang Fan could hardly afford to ponder such thoughts. The prickling sensation on his back rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable. He was certain he was being watched by something sinister. What should he do? He could see nothing. Cold sweat trickled into his eyes, the sharp sting causing them to burn. He wished to wipe it away. But as he raised his hand, he hesitated. Under such scrutiny, he lacked the courage to move. Sweat streamed down his forehead, sliding from his eyes to the corner of his mouth, its taste acerbic and unbearable. Meanwhile, he could even hear a rustling sound in his ears. That entity seemed to be drawing ever closer. There was no time to lose. He needed to devise a strategy. In the moments when his vision had failed him, panic had consumed him, but now, with a clearer mind, his thoughts raced rapidly. Right, he still had the innate breathing technique. Jiang Fan suddenly recalled that during his battle with the female cultivator in the spatial realm, he had been unable to discern her movements due to her incredible speed. Thus, he had relied on the innate breathing technique to perceive her actions. This situation bore striking resemblance to that battle. Perhaps it would be feasible. With this thought, Jiang Fan took a deep breath, hesitating no longer, and began to circulate the innate breathing technique. At that moment, clarity washed over him. Elated, he quickly began to sense his surroundings. In his blurred perception, he noticed a colossal creature slowly approaching from his rear right. It was a giant python. Jiang Fan's palms grew slightly damp as he gripped the machete tightly. He silently rejoiced that he had taken this machete with him in order to ward off danger. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, would the machete be sufficient to fend off this giant python? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a whoosh. The enormous body of the python lunged at him like a bolt of lightning, clearly having lost patience in its pursuit of this human prey and initiating the attack. Jiang Fan had anticipated this. The moment the python moved, he had already propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push, darting swiftly to the side. Bang! The python missed its target, its massive body crashing into a nearby boulder and shattering it to pieces. In the mist, sparks flew. Seeing this, Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was a blue-scaled giant python, a second-tier exotic beast. The sparks had been created by the friction between the python's hard scales and the shattered stones. Although Jiang Fan had never encountered a blue-scaled giant python in reality, he had studied the identification of exotic beasts thoroughly. Despite its imposing size and ferocity, its combat prowess was relatively average, aside from its tough scales for defense. It relied solely on brute force to hunt. As long as one did not get ensnared or struck, there was a reasonable chance of escape. The key point was that the blue-scaled giant python possessed a fatal weakness in its underbelly, a fact Jiang Fan was aware of. If he were to slay the blue-scaled giant python, would he be able to absorb its life energy? Originally, Jiang Fan had been fast enough to evade a strike and escape, but now, knowing it was a blue-scaled giant python, a flicker of ambition ignited within him. The python, enraged by its failed strike, whipped its tail and launched itself towards Jiang Fan once more. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Fan had already formulated a plan. He quickly retreated until he was among the trees, then suddenly shifted his shoulder to the side, exerting force with his left foot as he leaped into the air. Upon reaching a certain height, he forcefully kicked off a tree trunk. At the same time, he gripped the machete tightly and thrust it downwards. The blue-scaled giant python showed no fear and collided with Jiang Fan's blade. However, as he approached the creature, he twisted in the air, sliding into its underbelly. Relying on his perception, he thrust the machete into its abdomen. Alas, the moment the blade made contact, Jiang Fan realized he had not struck the right spot. The python's back was covered in scales, and although its belly was bare, it was still tough and thick-skinned. Even with Jiang Fan's robust vitality, he had merely punctured the surface. Had he struck its vital point, it would have been exceedingly fragile. This was not the case. Realizing his attack had failed, Jiang Fan swiftly retreated. Yet, he was too close to the python, and as he attempted to escape its striking range, a massive tail swept toward him, sending him flying into the dense forest. Thud! He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blow had nearly cost him his life. The reason the blue-scaled giant python lacked any special abilities while still ranking as a second-tier exotic beast was its sheer strength. Most martial artists could not endure its strikes. Even if they barely withstood it, they would find it nearly impossible to fend off the next wave of attacks while injured. However, Jiang Fan had faced powerful foes like the female cultivator in the spatial realm, and though his chest ached excruciatingly, he still managed to stand tall, ready to confront the python once more. Bang! Soon, Jiang Fan was sent flying again. Fortunately, despite his serious injuries, his agility still surpassed that of the python, preventing him from being ensnared. Otherwise, he would have been in grave trouble. Thus, Jiang Fan was struck down, rose again, was struck down once more, and stood up yet again. Within the dense forest, the sounds of clashing echoed intermittently. Sparks flew, and treetops swayed. After more than 10 minutes, with a resounding crash, the blue-scaled giant python fell to the ground, and Jiang Fan accurately stabbed it at a critical spot. To ensure it was dead, he twisted the machete vigorously. Only when the python lay still did he collapse onto the ground. Just as he lay down, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have slain the target and gained 121 points of life energy. Instantly, a faint stream of energy flowed from the blue-scaled giant python into his body. This energy was powerful, and as Jiang Fan absorbed it, it gradually merged with his meridians. The once meager flow within his meridians thickened significantly. Once fully integrated, the energy overflowed, radiating outward, some of it dispersing to his wounds, promoting gradual healing, while the remaining portion infused into his vitality, strengthening it even further. This process lasted for about 10 minutes, and when it concluded, Jiang Fan felt invigorated, brimming with newfound strength. He flexed his fists, sensing an unprecedented power coursing through him. If he were not in the heart of Phoenix Mountain, he might have considered challenging the female cultivator in the spatial realm immediately. The heart of Phoenix Mountain. Jiang Fan's expression shifted as he recalled this, quickly glancing at the map once more. Chapter 17, Harvest. After the giant python's demise, the surrounding mist dissipated. Jiang Fan leaped into a tree and examined the map with his flint, finally concluding that he had been duped by Old Yu. Old Yu and his companions frequently traversed Phoenix Mountain and no longer required a map. Yet, they still brought one along, clearly to prevent their bait from escaping unnoticed. If the bait managed to flee back to the city and expose them, Jiang City would no longer be a safe haven for them. Thus, Old Yu and his cohorts deliberately mismarked the map to indicate the opposite direction, ensuring that even if their bait attempted to flee, they would end up in the heart of Phoenix Mountain. They had brought only ordinary people, and entering the heart of Phoenix Mountain was essentially a death sentence. With this second line of defense, even if the bait escaped, they would perish within the mountain, and their plans would remain concealed. Truly, a meticulous and ruthless scheme. Jiang Fan silently lamented. If he had encountered a different higher-tier exotic beast instead of the blue-scaled giant python, he might well have met his end here. Upon this realization, Jiang Fan hastily ascended the tree, using the faint glimmer of light to ascertain his bearings. Once he confirmed the direction, he swiftly leapt to the ground. After a brief moment of hesitation, he shouldered the scorpion-tailed wolf and his machete, dashing towards the periphery of Phoenix Mountain. The azure-scaled giant python was far too colossal for him to manage alone. Furthermore, the machete in his possession was insufficiently sharp to dismember the massive serpent. His spatial capacity could not accommodate any tangible objects. Thus, despite the deep sense of regret, he opted to relinquish the endeavor. He was now perilously close to the heart of Phoenix Mountain, where he could encounter beasts even more formidable than the azure-scaled python at any moment. He had to depart with utmost urgency. Fortunately, he encountered no dangers. After sprinting for over 10 miles, Jiang Fan finally emerged from the outskirts of Phoenix Mountain. Given that there was only a single path leading out of the mountain, he easily located Old Yu's vehicle, guided by his innate sense of direction. Jiang Fan, unfamiliar with driving and aware that the city gates had already closed for the night, decided to rest momentarily inside the vehicle. Although he called it a rest, he did not truly sleep. Despite being out of Phoenix Mountain, he remained in the wild, where the risk of encountering other beasts lingered, so he kept his eyes half closed, ever vigilant of his surroundings. As dawn broke, Jiang Fan rose. Utilizing the soft, diffused light, he rummaged through the contents of Old Yu's vehicle. Finding nothing of value, he hoisted the scorpion-tailed wolf and strode purposefully towards Jiang City. With his enhanced cultivation, he moved with remarkable agility. Though the distance was considerable, he traversed it in a mere 2 hours. Upon reaching the city gates, the clock struck 6 in the morning, just in time for the opening. Presenting himself in tattered clothing, carrying the scorpion-tailed wolf, he inevitably attracted the attention of many passers-by. Ignoring their curious glances, he made a beeline for the beast trading market. The hunting teams typically ambushed their quarry at night and returned in the morning, making this time particularly bustling. Upon entering the beast trading market, Jiang Fan found the stalls outside thronged with people. Several hunting teams displayed their catches, enticing customers to purchase. However, as this was merely the outer city, where most families were financially constrained, The customers primarily sought to procure small quantities for their children to enhance their vitality. Jiang Fan's arrival piqued considerable interest. Nevertheless, he paid no heed and emulated the hunters, placing the scorpion-tailed wolf on the selling platform. After doing so, several individuals approached with inquiries. But upon learning he intended to sell the entire beast, they left in disappointment. After lingering for a while, Jiang Fan's patience began to wane. He took a few strides to a nearby stall. Do you buy scorpion-tailed wolves? The individuals at this stall were evidently members of another hunting team. They had already taken note of Jiang Fan, their curiosity piqued by the sight of a young man bearing a scorpion-tailed wolf. As Jiang Fan approached, ready to speak, the burly leader of the group was taken aback by his question and replied curtly, "Did you not see that we are also selling?" Jiang Fan understood their misunderstanding but felt no anger. "What I mean is, I wish to sell you this scorpion-tailed wolf in its entirety, and you can resell it at a discounted price." Upon hearing this, not only did the eyes of the hunters gleam with interest, but others nearby also began to gather. "Buy it from me. Buy it from me." The middle-aged man from the hunting team, evidently familiar with the others, immediately reprimanded the newcomers. "Get lost. They approached me first." He then turned to Jiang Fan, adopting a courteous demeanor. "I am Xiao Jiqiang. May I ask how to address you, young brother?" According to the market rules, the first customer to approach a seller had the right to the transaction. Hearing Xiao Jiqiang's jovial reprimand, the others ceased their competition and stood aside to observe. "Old Xiao, you must offer the young brother a fair price. Do not take advantage of him." Xiao Jiqiang glanced at the crowd. "Do I even need to consult you on this?" After saying this, he turned to Jiang Fan with a beaming smile. "Young brother, let us discuss this." Jiang Fan refrained from revealing his name and instead made a direct offer. A flat price of 50,000 blue star coins. This figure was based on the quotes he had received during his previous inquiries at the beast trading market, likely somewhat inflated. Indeed, upon hearing the price, Xiao Jiqiang's expression shifted. "Young brother, with this price, I cannot make a profit." The others chimed in with laughter. "Ha ha ha, the young brother knows his stuff." Jiang Fan gauged their reactions and proposed 48,000. "If you want it, take it immediately." Noticing Xiao Jiqiang's hesitation, Jiang Fan quickly added, "No hunting required. No risk to life. No need for slaughter, no losses. You can turn a profit of over 3,000 instantly. This opportunity is rare." The beast trading market differed greatly from the inner city. In the inner city markets, customers typically purchased cleaned and butchered beast meat. In contrast, the beast trading market displayed whole beasts on tables, where customers could buy and then process the meat themselves at home. Thus, Jiang Fan's assertion of no losses held considerable merit. Evidently swayed by Jiang Fan's words, Xiao Jiqiang, sensing the predatory gazes of those around him, slammed his hand on the table. "All right, cash for goods." After receiving the cash from Xiao Jiqiang, Jiang Fan exited the stall area, faintly hearing voices behind him. "Old Xiao, impressive. You've made a fortune again. Time to treat us." Yes, treat us." The onlookers speculated. This young brother looks rather ragged. Couldn't he have been the one to hunt that scorpion-tailed wolf? Could he? If he did, he must be quite formidable. How could that be? He looks like he has barely finished high school. How would he possess the ability to hunt beasts? Let me tell you. I saw him leave with Old Yu and his group yesterday. What? Did Old Yu suddenly develop a kind heart? Jiang Fan had already prepared a response, so he felt no trepidation regarding their inquiries. As he exited the beast trading market stall area, he was about to turn a corner when he unexpectedly encountered the front desk attendant, Xiao Xian. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Xiao Xian's eyes widened, her finger pointing at him, unable to articulate her astonishment. Chapter 18. Surge of Vitality You. Jiang Fan forced a smile. "Hello." Xiao Xian, still in shock, scrutinized Jiang Fan from head to toe. "You're alive. Where's Old Yu?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Dead." Xiao Xian's voice suddenly escalated. "What? Dead?" She quickly covered her mouth. "How did he die?" Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. "Their trio took me to hunt beasts, but then they tried to use me as bait. So I fled. I lost my way, circled back, and found them already slain, with a scorpion-tailed wolf lying in the trap." Xiao Xian regarded Jiang Fan with a peculiar expression. After a moment, she spoke with a weighty undertone. "Old Yu and his companions often deceive those hoping to strike it rich and lead them to Phoenix Mountain. Their methods are cunning. I don't know how many they've harmed. It's hard to believe they met their end like this." At this point, Xiao Xian shook her head. Though they committed heinous acts, and everyone rejoices at their demise, they were solitary figures, without anyone to stand up for them. "But could you at least concoct a more plausible story?" Jiang Fan blinked, then shrugged. Xiao Xian, having provided her insight, chose not to engage further with Jiang Fan and turned to open the main entrance for her shift. As she did, she hummed a tune, appearing quite at ease. "Thank you." Jiang Fan silently expressed his gratitude. Due to his battle with the azure-scaled python, his clothing had been considerably torn by branches. Although he had washed the bloodstains, he still resembled a beggar. He first casually purchased a set of clothes from the market, and after tidying himself up, he made his way to the morning market in the inner city to buy 10 kilograms of exotic beast meat, spending nearly 10,000 blue star coins. With the meat in hand, He ambled towards his aunt's home. At this moment, the clock had just struck a little past 7 in the morning. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he hesitated. Yesterday, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of hunting exotic beasts outside the city, only remembering to ask Laming for leave and forgetting to inform his aunt that he would not be returning home that night. She must be worried sick. As Jiang Fan raised his hand to knock, the door swung open from within. Xiao Fan. It was Su Qingwan who opened the door, and upon recognizing Jiang Fan, she exclaimed, "Where have you been last night? I was nearly frantic with worry. Come in." At that moment, Ma Ning also emerged from the room. "Go. Where did you go last night? Mom didn't sleep a wink and even went to the Jiang family to look for you, but you didn't come back." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the items Jiang Fan was carrying. "What do you have there?" Jiang Fan lifted his hand and replied, "Exotic beast meat." Ma Ning took the bag and looked inside, astonished. "So much. Where did you get this?" Su Qingwan's expression turned anxious as she glanced at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. "You see, my uncle was injured, so I borrowed it from a classmate. I stayed at my classmate's house last night." He concocted a simple excuse and then took out the remaining 40,000 blue star coins. Indeed, hearing this, Su Qingwan and Ma Ning both breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing Jiang Fan go through the trouble of borrowing money from Ma Jiang only deepened her discomfort. "Xiao Fan, you've worried yourself over your uncle's matter again. This money will be returned once your uncle recovers." In the past, she would have never accepted Jiang Fan's money under any circumstances. However, given the severity of Ma Jiang's injuries and the impending tuition fees for Ma Ning's next semester, she found herself in dire need of those funds. Sighing inwardly, she lamented the hardships of life and wondered when things might improve. After arranging matters at home, Jiang Fan urged Ma Ning to pay her tuition and asked his aunt to settle the outstanding medical bills before he took his leave. Though the family's finances remained strained, and the most pressing gap had yet to be filled, there was at least temporary relief. He pondered how he might earn more money to fundamentally alter their circumstances. He needed to think further. Yesterday, he had asked Laming for a 2-day leave. Now, with only a day past, he was disinclined to return to school. Currently, he could activate his seal space, allowing him to cultivate within it 10 times faster than outside. Additionally, consistently challenging himself in that space improved his combat awareness, making him reluctant to squander time at school. What could the school teach him? Aside from the physical training and the true understanding of martial arts and some knowledge from cultural classes, there was little else. It seemed he would have to consider requesting an extended leave from school. When Jiang Fan arrived at Laming Martial Arts Hall, it was still early. After greeting Sister Bingbing, he made a beeline for the training room. This time, he had reaped considerable rewards from Phoenix Mountain, in addition to earning over 40,000 blue star coins from hunting scorpion-tailed wolves. He had unexpectedly slain a green-scaled giant python, a second-tier exotic beast. After absorbing the life energy from the green-scaled python, he felt stronger than ever before. Therefore, he was eager to ascertain just how much this life energy had enhanced him through quantifiable metrics. Previously, after hunting exotic beasts, the absorbed life energy would only display the progress of unlocking his seal. However, this time, it was the first instance that it had a direct effect on his body. He sought to understand the conversion standard, which would allow him to predict which exotic beasts would be most beneficial for him to hunt in the future. He skillfully took a blood sample for testing. Ding! The red light faded, and the electronic display of the vitality testing instrument showed a value of 47. Thump! Thump! Jiang Fan's heart raced. With a vitality of 47, he could easily overpower any high school student from Jiang City's top 3 high schools, if memory served. Even some prodigies who had awakened early, with the aid of numerous supplements, barely exceeded 2. Although he was unsure about the true capabilities of Jiang City's top talents, he was confident in the significant progress he had made in such a short time. Even if those so-called geniuses temporarily outpaced him, he felt no fear. Closing the gap was merely a matter of time. Jiang Fan steadied his pulsating heart and approached the combat power testing device. Bang! He threw a casual punch. In front of the combat power tester, the red numbers flickered rapidly before finally stabilizing on the screen. Combat power value, 682. Jiang Fan was taken aback by this number. According to the rules of this world, the relationship between vitality and combat power generally maintained a ratio of 1:1100. Although after awakening, one could increase their combat power through cultivation techniques, it typically remained within a normal fluctuation range. It was indeed his first time witnessing such an exaggerated ratio. Why was this the case? Chapter 19, Second Level Reward, Spirit Turtle Blood Recovery Soup. Ever since Jiang Fan activated his seal space, he had noticed this anomaly during his first vitality test. Although the ratio was not as outrageous at that time, it seemed to become increasingly pronounced now. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Sitting cross-legged, he concentrated his thoughts and entered the seal space. Previously, after countless challenges, he had managed to last 10 minutes in the second level. Now, having absorbed the life energy from the green-scaled python, he was curious if he could successfully challenge it again. Inheritor, do you wish to initiate the second level challenge? Challenge. With Jiang Fan's voice, The female cultivator appeared on the martial arts arena. Her gaze remained as indifferent as ever. Through his recent challenges, Jiang Fan had discovered that both Feng Zhu and the female cultivator were mere life imprints left within this space, lacking any memories. Even if he were to challenge them 1,000 times, they would still treat him as a stranger, knowing only how to fight. As before, the female cultivator launched the first attack. She suddenly exerted force through her legs, leaping into the air, delivering a kick towards Jiang Fan. This time, Jiang Fan did not evade. Instead, he surged forth with his own vitality to meet her head-on. Bang! Their kick and punch collided, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. Both were sent retreating several dozen meters to the edges of the arena. Jiang Fan's gaze was inscrutable. In previous challenges, he had always relied on evasion and lateral attacks. However, after this boost in vitality, he was eager to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and his opponent. After that initial collision, he sensed that the female cultivator was not as formidable as he had imagined. With that realization, Jiang Fan's right foot drove into the ground, propelling him forward like an arrow released from its bow towards the female cultivator. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, unleashing a gust of wind as he hurled it towards her face like a cannonball. The female cultivator slightly shifted her stance, anchoring herself firmly. And in the instant Jiang Fan's fist approached, she deftly dodged the attack as if she were a ghost. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time she had evaded his strike, which greatly bolstered his confidence. Without hesitation, he transformed his right hand into a palm and aimed for the exposed ribs of the female cultivator. She raised her hand to block. Bang! They both staggered back. Crackle! The arena soon erupted with the sounds of their swift movements and the clash of fists and feet. Half an hour later, bang! Jiang Fan landed a punch squarely on the female cultivator's throat. Instantly, her figure dissipated from the arena. Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully completed the second level challenge. Would you like to enter the martial arts moment? Jiang Fan could no longer contain his excitement. Begin. My name is Qing Wei, born into humble circumstances. At the tender age of 5, I lost both my parents to the ravages of war and was taken in by Taoist Qingfeng of Qingfeng Temple on Wugong Mountain. Thus began my journey in mastering the Qingfeng Divine Fist. By the age of 10, I had perfected the art to an exquisite level. At 15, upon the passing of my master, I embarked on a pilgrimage, seeking the wisdom of various masters, and refined the Qingfeng Divine Fist to its pinnacle. By the time I reached 30, I stumbled upon a profound inheritance in Kunlun Mountain, which led me to study the primordial breathing technique. At 45, my cultivation progressed rapidly, breaking through the acquired realm. However, the sparse spiritual energy of the heavens and earth hindered my further advancement. At 62, after extensive reading and the meticulous refinement of medicinal herbs, I concocted the spirit turtle blood nourishing soup. Through this elixir, I transcended to the innate level. Living to the age of 158, I was fortunate to have the favor of a sage, and my blood soup was selected for inheritance. Should any descendants come upon it, I implore them to cherish it dearly. As Jiang Fan sat cross-legged, vivid images cascaded before his eyes. Within mere moments, he grasped the entirety of Qing Wei's life. Concurrently, the intricate process of her crafting the blood soup was indelibly etched into his mind. Upon receiving the inheritance, Jiang Fan opened his eyes but did not immediately return to reality. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. During the second stage of the inheritance, Taoist Qing Wei mentioned the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world. Could it be related to the incompleteness of heaven and earth spoken of by Feng Zhu in the first stage? Who, then, is the sage that bestowed such favor? What precisely is being inherited with the blood soup? Their repeated references to longevity. What connection does that hold? After pondering for a considerable time, Jiang Fan formed a bold conjecture, yet whether it held truth would depend on the subsequent challenges to come. With time still on his side, he devoted an entire day in the training room. In addition to practicing the primordial breathing technique, he tirelessly repeated the 5 elements fist until he achieved mastery. Finally, he paused. Ding. Vitality, 53. Combat power, 721. Jiang Fan exhaled, a smile creeping across his face, only to be replaced by a frown moments later. Although he had made rapid progress in refining his vitality and enhancing his combat awareness within the spatial realm, he still lacked a martial art. Currently, he possessed only the 5 elements fist, which was utterly insufficient. During his last encounter with the azure scale giant python, he had narrowly triumphed, primarily due to his keen understanding of the beast's weaknesses. Without that insight, his 5 elements fist alone would have struggled to penetrate its defenses. If he could acquire a high-level martial art that would augment his vitality during combat, his power would multiply significantly. Yet, obtaining such techniques proved daunting. On one hand, he was not yet ready to challenge the third stage. On the other, the rewards of each stage remained uncertain, making it difficult to ascertain whether success in the next challenge would yield a martial art. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. With roughly a month remaining until the college entrance examination, if he could elevate his vitality to a new tier and attain the rank of a second-level martial artist within that time, he would stand a good chance of gaining admission to the most prestigious martial arts university. There, he could seek guidance from renowned masters and study advanced techniques. As Jiang Fan exited the training room and exchanged greetings with Bing Bing at the front desk, he stepped out of the thunderous martial arts academy and unexpectedly encountered Laming, who was returning from school. Laming's brow was furrowed, and he walked with his head down, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. Jiang Fan felt a sense of curiosity. Laming, burdened with his thoughts, halted abruptly at the sound of Jiang Fan's voice and looked up. "Fangu," he replied, his expression grave. Jiang Fan clapped a hand on his shoulder and inquired with a smile, "What is the matter?" Laming opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Jiang Fan playfully punched his chest. "Come on, brother, what is there to hide?" After a moment of indecision, Laming blurted out, "Fangu, you've been expelled." Chapter 20, Expelled from School. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Expelled? Why? Although he had not yet awakened, academically, he was the top student at Jiangxing Third High School. Just recently, he had been rewarded with a first-level gene serum for his achievements, and he could not fathom the reason for his expulsion. Laming stammered, "Well, yesterday morning, I went to ask Li Dongsheng for leave, but he refused. I went to your house to find you, but your dad said he didn't know where you were. Then, since you hadn't shown up these past 2 days, Li Dongsheng treated it as an absence and expelled you." Jiang Fan squinted. Even if it were an absence, surely it wouldn't warrant expulsion after just 2 days? Laming shook his head. That is why it's so baffling. Suddenly, Jiang Fan laughed. "It's all right, Ming. You head back first. I'll go to school tomorrow and inquire. They might have made a mistake." Upon returning to his aunt's home, Jiang Fan was greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. After knocking and entering, he found the dining table laden with steaming dishes. In addition to a large pot of exotic beast meat, there was also braised pork and several vegetable dishes. "Xiao Fan, come and eat." Su Qingwan beckoned him to the table. At that moment, Ma Jiang and Ma Ning were already seated. As Jiang Fan settled down, he asked, "Uncle, how is your health?" Ma Jiang waved his left hand. "I'm all right. I'm tough as leather. My wounds heal quickly, and after using the hospital's special medicine, the bleeding has stopped, and it's slowly healing. Look, I can already move." He attempted to stand, but Su Qingwan gently pressed him back down. Ma Jiang chuckled awkwardly. "In any case, I'm fine. I'll be back to work in a few days." Suddenly, he turned serious and said to Jiang Fan, "Xiao Fan, you should stay here from now on and not return there." By there, he naturally meant Jiang Fan's family home. Jiang Fan nodded with a smile. Ever since Jiang Fan had been gravely injured and left Jiang's house while still unconscious, Ma Jiang had ventured to Phoenix Mountain to hunt exotic beasts that very night. Later, when Ma Jiang was injured, Jiang Fan hurriedly visited him before also going out to hunt beasts. Therefore, this marked the first face-to-face conversation between Jiang Fan and Ma Jiang since his departure from the Jiang family. Ma Jiang spoke earnestly about Jiang Fan's circumstances. "Uncle, don't worry. I won't be going back to that house." The meal prepared was truly substantial. With Ma Jiang as the only injured party and Jiang Fan and Ma Ning, both growing teenagers with hearty appetites, Su Qingwan had steamed 3 large pots of rice, and they had nearly finished it all. After the meal, Jiang Fan felt a delightful fullness, as if his muscles were on the verge of bursting. Ma Ning, noticing Jiang Fan's increased appetite, innocently asked, "Bro, how come you eat more than I do now?" Ma Ning, being naive and carefree, had spoken without consideration. But Su Qingwan found it somewhat peculiar and quickly admonished her, "What do you know? Your brother is a boy, and he is in a growth phase. Isn't it normal for him to eat more than you?" Ma Ning, not grasping Su Qingwan's point, remained puzzled. "But before, he didn't eat as much as I did." Just as Su Qingwan was about to respond, Jiang Fan smiled and interjected, "I've been cultivating my vitality recently, so my appetite has increased a bit." As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone's eyes in the room brightened. Ma Jiang, using his remaining left hand, slapped the table. "Good. An increase in vitality is a good thing. Some boys develop late, but once they enter a growth phase for their vitality, their progress is as swift as a rocket. I believe Xiao Fan is one of those." He then turned to Su Qingwan. "Tomorrow, make another pot of exotic beast meat for them. Eating more meat helps boost vitality. This is crucial at this time. They must have adequate nutrition. If Xiao Fan's vitality increases, then his third awakening will be a certainty. At that point, we might have 2 martial artists in our family, and who knows? We might even move to the inner city and live among the elite there." Su Qingwan shot him a glance. "Stop dreaming about enjoying the fruits of the children. When the time comes for the warriors to enlist, it will be perilous. Comparatively, I would rather remain here, where our family can live in peace." The recent severe injury to Ma Jiang had thoroughly frightened Su Qingwan. "You know nothing." After dinner, Jiang Fan and Ma Ning each returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Jiang Fan sat cross-legged, faintly hearing the voices of Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan coming from the living room. "Is your wound truly healed? Will returning to work next week have any impact? Shouldn't you rest at home for a few more days?" "I'm fine, don't worry. I can move about freely now, and 1 more week of rest will suffice. My job is quite easy. I only need to stroll outside." And lying at home is no better than getting some fresh air. Will they still accept you back? How could they not? I haven't done anything heinous, and besides, I'm quite familiar with our captain, so there won't be any issues. Don't overthink it. After finishing, Ma Jiang added softly, Xiao Fan lent me quite a bit of money for my treatment, so I need to work quickly to repay him. I can't let the child bear this burden. Furthermore, I see these two children have quite the appetite. Once we repay our debts and settle the families of my brothers, if conditions permit, we should buy them some tonics. We may not afford the latest potions, but we can at least purchase some older products. In any case, we cannot let the children fall behind. Su Qingwan sighed. Xiao Ning has such tremendous talent, having awakened so early, yet we cannot afford the level 1 gene potion, preventing her from becoming a warrior. We have truly delayed her. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, his resolve solidifying. He accelerated his cultivation, striving to become a warrior as soon as possible. He needed to earn money and help his aunt's family escape this life. Oh, and he must find a way to procure a level 1 gene potion for Xiao Ning. Recalling the level 1 gene potion he had previously dropped, Jiang Fan felt a pang of regret. However, he shook his head and quickly cast aside his distractions, focusing entirely on his cultivation. Chapter 21. Confrontation and Intimidation. Another night of cultivation passed. At dawn, Jiang Fan finished his morning routine. Su Qingwan called him from the living room for breakfast. No time for that, Jiang Fan exclaimed, grabbing 2 large buns, one in his mouth and one in his hand, as he hurriedly dashed outside. That boy is so reckless, Su Qingwan scolded from behind. If Jiang Fan remembered correctly, the first class in the morning was Li Dongxing's. He could not raise the issue of his expulsion in class, so he needed to intercept Li Dongxing before the lecture began. Between the office building and the teaching building, there was a long corridor. Jiang Fan waited there for about 10 minutes before spotting Li Dongxing sauntering towards him. Jiang Fan stepped forward, smiling. Teacher Li. Li Dongxing's expression darkened upon seeing Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you dare to come back to school? Lei Ming didn't he inform you that you've been expelled? Jiang Fan maintained his smile. I know, Lei Ming told me. However, I would like to understand why I was expelled. Li Dongxing sneered. Why? You haven't attended school for 2 days and still question your expulsion. Jiang Fan replied calmly. First, I had Lei Ming request leave for me. Second, even if you didn't approve it, according to your absenteeism policy, I would only receive a warning at most. How could it escalate to expulsion? Li Dongxing's face darkened as he prepared to respond, but Jiang Fan interrupted him. Surely, Teacher Li hasn't forgotten the school rules? If you can't recall, you might want to check page 28, Article 256 of the Jiangxing San High School Regulations, and see what it states. He had previously held some respect for Li Dongxing, but after learning about the latter's intentions regarding his gene potion, his admiration vanished. Gene potion. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Fan suddenly had a revelation. Was it possible that because he refused to sell the gene potion to Li Dongxing, the latter sought to make things difficult for him? Don't think that just because you excel in the humanities, you can act with impunity. You dare to challenge me? In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Beneath the warriors, all are but ants. No matter how well you perform in the humanities, you remain a waste incapable of awakening. In the end, you will still serve the warriors. As the conversation escalated, Li Dongxing's tone grew ominous. Expelling you is merely a light punishment. If you persist and offend significant figures, it will be far more than just expulsion. Jiang Fan's heart stirred. Indeed, it was about this matter. At that time, Li Dongxing had used this pretext to demand the gene potion from him, and now he brought it up again. It seemed his speculation was not far from the truth. It was indeed about the gene potion. Was he warning him to be prudent? Threatening him with powerful figures? Yet, would a significant figure truly concern themselves over a mere student and a small gene potion? It appeared that his homeroom teacher lacked common sense. Jiang Fan scoffed openly. Meanwhile, their argument had drawn the attention of numerous passing students. Li Dongxing, seeing Jiang Fan's stubbornness, scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on a tall, imposing figure. Li Ming. Jiang Fan is no longer a student of our San High. Drag him out of here and throw him off campus. If he resists, treat him as an outsider intruding on school grounds, and I'll commend you for your valor. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyes lit up, and he approached with a sinister grin. Jiang Fan. Did you hear that? Let's go. He then grabbed Jiang Fan's arm with a grip like iron. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, and with a slight tremor, unleashed a force that sent Li Ming staggering back 2 meters. Oh, not bad. Li Ming, taken aback, advanced once more. Jiang Fan was notoriously known in their class for lacking martial prowess, consistently testing at a low level and having failed to awaken. Meanwhile, Li Ming had already awakened and recently acquired a level 1 gene potion, and as long as his vitality approached 1, using it would be a cinch for him to become a warrior. However, he hadn't expected that this so-called waste with a vitality of 0.8 could repel him. It must have been luck. Feeling the eyes of the crowd upon him, Li Ming's heart sank. To embarrass me in front of all these people, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. With this thought, he suddenly exerted force, his fist aimed directly at Jiang Fan's face. Jiang Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining motionless. After countless battles in the void, Li Ming's speed seemed akin to that of a child playing pretend to Jiang Fan. Is this Jiang Fan? Has he been frightened into silence? You should be afraid. Li Ming is nearing the strength of a warrior, and with this punch, he would surely be incapacitated for at least half a month. Jiang Fan was doomed. The surrounding onlookers cast pitying glances at him. Just then, Li Ming's attack arrived. The wind from his punch cut through the air with a crisp sound. Some timid girls quickly covered their eyes, wanting to avoid witnessing the impending brutality. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted as Li Ming was suddenly propelled against the wall of the corridor, blood spilling from his mouth. This dramatic turn of events left all present wide-eyed in shock, especially the girls who had shielded their eyes, who now peered through their fingers to see Li Ming. Injured and sprawled on the ground, their jaws agape in astonishment. You. Li Ming attempted to say something, but quickly slumped to the ground. Li Dongsheng, who had just given Li Ming instructions, had already walked a distance but sensed something amiss upon hearing the commotion. Turning back, he was utterly shocked to see Li Ming lying on the ground. Meanwhile, he swiftly appeared before Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you are utterly lawless. As he reprimanded, he raised his hand intending to seize Jiang Fan. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found his hand firmly grasped by Jiang Fan. Under the unfeeling gaze of Jiang Fan, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Though he was a first-tier martial artist, not yet having ascended to the second tier, his vitality score of 55 far surpassed Jiang Fan's measly 08. However, for reasons he could not comprehend, he felt a flicker of trepidation in the presence of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you are audacious. He sensed something amiss about Jiang Fan, yet still mustered the courage to speak with a fierce tone. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Fan cast his hand away, causing Li Dongsheng to stumble. Once he regained his balance, his face darkened to a shade that appeared almost drenched. Jiang Fan, you assaulted a teacher, and the evidence is irrefutable. You shall be expelled from school. What else is there to say? Jiang Fan stared at him for an extended moment, until Li Dongsheng felt an unsettling shiver, then suddenly smiled. Oh, expelled you say? Very well. I hope you won't come to regret it. This was school. He could not kill anyone here. The anger that had surged within him, after teaching Li Ming a lesson and intimidating Li Dongsheng, had significantly dissipated. Expulsion? He felt no fear whatsoever. With a vitality score of 57, he would be treated like a gem at any high school in Jiang City. One day, when he emerged as a shining talent, he looked forward to witnessing the grotesque faces of people like Li Dongsheng. As Li Dongsheng watched Jiang Fan's figure recede, he stood there, his expression shifting like the weather. His instincts told him that Jiang Fan was different now. Yet, he forcibly dismissed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and hurriedly made his way to the classroom. After just a few steps, he paused again, turning to glance at Li Ming, who lay on the ground like a dead pig, a hint of annoyance creeping onto his face. You all, take him to the infirmary. Jiang Fan exited the school gates, contemplating which school to attend when suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. You must be Jiang Fan, right? I wish to discuss something with you. Chapter 22, The Deceived Principal. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses. The fabric of his suit slightly wrinkled. Noticing Jiang Fan's gaze fall upon his attire, he hurriedly adjusted his appearance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Xiaowu, the principal of Jiang City No. 5 High School. Jiang Fan was taken aback, unsure why this individual sought him out. You know me? He did not recognize the man and was certain he had never encountered him before. Yet, it was evident the other party was familiar with him. Of course, Jiang Fan, the foremost student of Jiang City No. 3 High School. Your name resounds like thunder. How could I not know you? Jiang Fan's expression turned peculiar. May I inquire? Principal Luo, what brings you to me? Based on the man's attire, it was clear he did not dress as elaborately as Li Dongsheng. His claim of being a principal raised Jiang Fan's skepticism. However, he chose to remain silent, eager to discern the man's intentions. Well, it is this. Luo Xiaowu adjusted his glasses, striving to appear more refined. I have heard that you, Jiang Fan, are no longer at No. 3 High School. May I ask if you have found a suitable place? Jiang Fan felt a stir within. Not at present. Luo Xiaowu's face brightened with a smile. Then I shall speak candidly. Would you be interested in joining our No. 5 High School? Upon finishing, seemingly fearing Jiang Fan might decline, he hastily added. Though our school is small and our facilities are somewhat outdated, they are more than sufficient. You excelled at No. 3 High School. Should you join us? I assure you that we will match the treatment you receive there. Moreover, I will personally guide you in your training. Seeing Jiang Fan's astonishment, Luo Xiaowu proudly declared. I myself am a third-tier martial artist. Initially indifferent, Jiang Fan's eyes flickered upon hearing Luo Xiaowu's self-proclamation as a third-tier martial artist. It was known that only the principal and vice principal at No. 3 High School held such a rank, while the other teachers were at most second-tier martial artists. Yet, the principal of No. 5 High School was also a third-tier martial artist? Jiang Fan knew that No. 5 was the least esteemed high school in Jiang City. Aside from its subpar teaching quality, the facilities were hardly commendable, comparable even to an elementary school. The principal of such an institution was a third-tier martial artist? Noticing Jiang Fan's skepticism, Luo Xiaowu eagerly extended his hand, ready to demonstrate his prowess. Jiang Fan quickly interjected, Principal Luo, I have no doubt that you are indeed a third-tier martial artist. However, I fail to understand why you wish for me to attend number 5 high school. In truth, Jiang Fan did not care whether Luo Xiaowu was a third-tier martial artist. At his current high school stage, he required no guidance from anyone before the college entrance examination. Luo Xiaowu appeared to have anticipated Jiang Fan's question. He glanced around and gestured toward a nearby restaurant. Jiang Fan, this matter is rather lengthy. Do you have time to sit down with me? I would like to explain everything in detail. After contemplating, Jiang Fan nodded. Although he had yet to confirm Luo Xiaowu's identity, being at the school gate suggested there would be no issues. Jiang Fan had only eaten 2 buns that morning, and with someone treating him, he felt no need to be polite. 18 meat buns and 4 bowls of porridge left Luo Xiaowu utterly astonished. However, after the meal, Jiang Fan had verified Luo Xiaowu's identity and understood the purpose of his visit. To put it plainly, Luo Xiaowu wished for Jiang Fan to attend No. 5 high school merely to bolster the school's performance in the college entrance examination and enhance its admission rates. In Jiang City, No. 5 high school hardly resembled a true high school. Previously, it had attracted students who failed to gain admission to other high schools, hoping to secure a chance at university. Yet, as time passed, many realized that sending their children here often led to dismal outcomes, resulting in them not qualifying for university. Consequently, when students could not gain admission to other high schools, they opted to enter the workforce instead. The quality of students continued to decline, and the school faced imminent closure, with higher authorities demanding that if the college entrance examination results remained at 0, the school's qualifications would be revoked. Thus, Luo Xiaowu devised this plan, hoping to introduce outstanding students to elevate the admission rate and preserve the school's standing for the following year. Principal Luo, I understand your intentions. However, I would like to know how you came by the information that I meet your criteria, and how you knew I was no longer at number 3 high school. Luo Xiaowu appeared slightly awkward. I had dinner with a few old friends yesterday, and they informed me of this news. They mentioned that you were a genius, the best at number 3 high school. Jiang Fan suddenly found Luo Xiaowu rather amusing. Your friends seem quite commendable. Luo Xiaowu chuckled. They are longtime friends, naturally close. Jiang Fan felt a twinge of sympathy for him. However, at that moment, he conceded that he was indeed somewhat tempted. Having been expelled from number 3 high school, he was certain that if he showcased his abilities, he could easily gain admission to number 1 high school. Yet, he might lack the leverage to negotiate terms and would not enjoy the same freedom. However, attending number 5 high school would be a different matter entirely. Principal Luo, may I ask if there are any rewards should I choose to attend number 5 high school? Upon hearing the word reward, Luo Xiaowu froze momentarily, then quickly realized Jiang Fan was negotiating terms, which sent a wave of exhilaration through him. This is promising. I can assure you that, in addition to what No. 3 high school offered, I will provide even more. He pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, I can personally offer you a reward of 50,000 blue star coins. Jiang Fan deliberated. I have a few conditions. If Principal Luo agrees, we can collaborate. First, a reward of 100,000 blue star coins, to be paid in one lump sum. Second, prior to the college entrance examination, I shall not attend classes, and the school must not restrict my freedom. Third, assist me in resolving matters related to my student status. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's proposition, Luo Xiaowu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a fleeting moment, seemingly arriving at a resolute decision. With a firm resolve, he declared, very well, I consent. A smile graced Jiang Fan's face as he extended his hand, exclaiming, to a fruitful collaboration. Subsequently, Jiang Fan accompanied Luo Xiaowu on a brief tour of the 5th high school, merely to fulfill formalities. After acquiring 100,000 blue star coins, he hurriedly departed. His decision to collaborate with Luo Xiaowu stemmed from multifaceted considerations. On one hand, he no longer required the school's support. All he needed was a student registration, as participating in the college entrance examination was indifferent to location. On the other hand, he was in dire need of funds. Having obtained the spirit turtle blood recovery soup from the spatial realm, he was eager to conduct experiments. However, the purchase of medicinal materials necessitated financial resources. The tens of thousands of blue star coins he had earned from hunting the scorpion-tailed wolves on Phoenix Mountain had already been depleted, and venturing back to Phoenix Mountain to hunt extraordinary beasts posed a considerable risk at this juncture. Thus, this arrangement seemed the most prudent course of action. As for Luo Xiaowu being misled by friends, he chose not to address it directly. As long as he secured an enrollment opportunity at 5th high school, he would have honored his commitment, leaving him devoid of psychological burdens. Chapter 23, Ungshi Hall. Near the 3rd high school of Jiang City, on the 2nd floor of a tavern by the window, several middle-aged men were seated, conversing over drinks. The table was adorned with fragrant roasted lamb legs. Yet none of them made a move to eat, instead toasting and exchanging cups. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Come in. A young man, short in stature and clad in coarse clothing, rushed in. Boss. Just now Luo Xiaowu and Jiang Fan. He had barely finished his sentence when he realized there were others present, hastily attempting to sidle up to the middle-aged men. One of them waved his hand, saying, No need, speak freely. We are all on the same side. The young man hesitated a moment before continuing. Luo Xiaowu found Jiang Fan at the entrance of Jiang City's third high school, and they had a meal at a bun shop nearby. Then Jiang Fan, a middle-aged man, frowned. Get to the point. The young man quickly relayed his conclusion. Luo Xiaowu has likely reached an agreement with Jiang Fan. I speculate he has already brought Jiang Fan into fifth high. The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand, saying, All right, I understand. You may leave now. Once the young man departed, the middle-aged man turned back to his companions, grinning. Luo Xiaowu has taken the bait. Instantly, laughter erupted in the room. Jiang Fan exited fifth high school in Jiang City and turned in a particular direction. After a brief 10-minute walk, he found himself standing before a pharmacy. Angshi Hall, one of the three major chain pharmacies in Jiang City, not only dealt in various tonic medicines for martial artists but also offered an array of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. The spirit turtle blood recovery soup Jiang Fan had acquired required herbal materials for its preparation, and sourcing these herbs elsewhere proved challenging, prompting him to choose the nearest of the three major chain pharmacies. Angshi Hall boasted a vast expanse, consisting of 3 floors, each designated for different functions. However, transactions for medicines typically occurred on the first floor. Upon entering, Jiang Fan was greeted by a bustling crowd in the grand hall. Please form a line, one at a time. At the left counter, a pharmacist clad in white attended to the queue. Jiang Fan glanced around the counter, observing a plethora of items on display. The left section featured various prepared blood recovery tonics. The middle section showcased gene serums of varying grades, while the right section contained everyday medications for ordinary individuals. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze elsewhere in the hall, yet after a protracted search, he found no section selling traditional herbs. Approaching the service desk, he inquired, Excuse me, where can I purchase traditional Chinese medicinal materials? The attendant was a charming young woman who greeted him with a professional smile. Hello, right this way, please. Following her lead, they meandered through a winding path until they arrived at a narrow counter. This counter was exceedingly cramped, occupied by an elderly man dozing off. His hair was a mix of white and gray, and his skin appeared parched. Jiang Fan could distinctly see a puddle of drool on the wooden counter before the old man. The attendant smiled at Jiang Fan. This is the place. Generally, purchases of medicinal materials are conducted through this entrance. Following her gaze, Jiang Fan noticed a small side door adjacent to the herbal counter. Realizing the setup, he understood that in this world, where medical technology was advanced, traditional herbs had fallen into disuse, as even ordinary ailments could be treated with various refined concoctions. Consequently, establishments like Angshi Hall retained this segment of the business solely to preserve its heritage. The arrival of Jiang Fan and the attendant seemed to rouse the old man from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily. Su Lao, we have a guest. The attendant reminded him before nodding at Jiang Fan and departing. Su Lao squinted at Jiang Fan, yawning as he asked, What medicine do you require? Rarely did anyone come here, and those who did were typically impoverished souls. These individuals, unable to afford technological medicines or seek proper medical care, would resort to folk remedies. Su Lao instinctively categorized Jiang Fan among this demographic. Jiang Fan presented a note, stating, Do you have these herbs? Additionally, I would like to purchase a set of equipment for decocting medicines. Su Lao took the paper, lazily glancing over it. Upon spotting valuable herbs like wild ginseng, he looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment. These materials are not inexpensive. Jiang Fan nodded nonchalantly. As long as you have them. Could you please calculate the total cost for each item on this list? Noticing Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, which suggested he was not lacking in wealth, Su Lao's eyes brightened, and he became animated. One moment, please. He quickly grabbed a calculator and began to punch in numbers, shaking off his previous lethargy. Each set costs 266 blue star coins. If you wish to purchase, I can round it down to 5,000 blue star coins per set. Jiang Fan felt a sense of relief. The price of the medicinal materials was far more affordable than he had anticipated. Having inherited Qingyue's knowledge of pharmacology, he recognized that many of these herbs were indeed precious, and he had expected that his 100,000 blue star coins would scarcely suffice. However, it appeared that things were looking up. Observing the dilapidated counter, he immediately grasped the situation. It seemed that this world's advanced medical technology afforded him numerous opportunities. I will take 10 sets, Jiang Fan stated plainly. Furthermore, if you have decocting equipment, please include a set for me as well. Upon hearing this, Su Lao's eyes sparkled with interest. Very well. I shall fetch the medicines for you. After taking a few steps, he paused to look at Jiang Fan, his demeanor softening considerably. Our pharmacy also offers a decocting service, and the equipment can be rented, should you require it. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Oh, pray tell, how does that work? Su Lao, sensing Jiang Fan's intrigue, eagerly crossed the counter to stand beside him. Allow me to explain. The decocting service, as the name implies, entails our pharmacy preparing the purchased herbs for you before handing them over, for which a fee is charged. Renting the equipment means you pay a deposit and may use the pharmacy's apparatus for decocting, though this too incurs a fee. Both options were reasonably priced, albeit somewhat cumbersome. and Su Lao typically refrained from recommending them to customers. Today, however, he was keen to entice Jiang Fan, having observed his generous demeanor. If Jiang Fan purchased his own equipment to decoct at home, it was uncertain whether he would return to buy herbs from him in the future. However, if he rented the equipment here, he would likely return for future decocting needs. Jiang Fan understood Su Lao's intentions but remained indifferent, as he indeed required an environment and equipment like this. After more than 10 minutes, Elder Su prepared the medicinal herbs that Jiang Fan had purchased, and after thoughtfully explaining the usage of the decoction room, he joyfully exited the chamber. Jiang Fan had just spent over 50,000 blue star coins, a sum ample enough to fulfill his monthly performance targets. The preceding months had been dismal in terms of business, which had long since stripped him of desires and ambitions. This month, with Jiang Fan as a significant client aiding him in achieving his goals, it was truly a delightful surprise. Once Elder Su left, Jiang Fan locked the door. He then categorized the herbs and laid them out on the floor. After pondering for a moment, he activated the decoction apparatus and began to add the ingredients step by step, following the procedures of the Qinghua lineage. Chapter 24, Breaking Through with Medicine, Level 2 Warrior. Due to the limitations of the era, the Qinghua tradition employed a clay pot for decocting. However, Jiang Fan was utilizing an electronic pot as a substitute. To prevent any mishaps in the decoction process, he first placed a single portion of herbs into the pot. The electronic pot had the advantage of precise temperature control. Nevertheless, the procedure for crafting the spirit turtle blood recovery soup was intricate, and thus the process left him drenched in perspiration. Approximately an hour later, the decoction was complete. Jiang Fan pressed the stop button, lifted the handle, and poured the liquid from the pot into the glass bottles he had prepared in advance. Using a 1001 ratio, he added around 2 liters of water, yielding a highly concentrated 20 milliliters of medicinal liquid. After concentration, the liquid appeared brownish yellow, indistinguishable from other traditional Chinese medicines. Observing it for a moment, Jiang Fan noted that it resembled the finished product crafted by Qinghua, and he promptly raised the bottle to his lips and drank it in one gulp. A wave of warmth surged down his throat. However, within moments, he began to feel an unbearable heat spreading through his body, particularly in his abdomen, where it felt as if a fire were raging, continuously radiating outward. He quickly sat cross-legged, employing the innate breathing technique to guide this surge of energy through his meridians. With each breath, it seemed as though a force was directing the energy to gradually infuse into his meridians. The once gentle flow within his meridians began to swell and strengthen with the influx of energy. Subsequently, as was customary, a portion of it radiated into his flesh, nourishing it, while another portion remained within the meridians. After 10 minutes, he exhaled a breath of relief. At this moment, he had successfully refined the majority of the medicinal potency. He could distinctly feel the significant enhancement of his vitality. It works. Jiang Fan's face lit up with joy as he piled the remaining herbs together according to their categories. After discarding the herbal residue from the electronic pot, he commenced the second round of refinement following the established procedures. Over an hour later, 9 bottles stood before him. He divided the spirit turtle blood recovery soup liquid into 9 portions of 20 milliliters each. Based on his recent experiences, he estimated that each bottle of 20 milliliters would require at least a day for complete refinement. This division was perfect, allowing for 1 bottle per day. In the following days, Jiang Fan pretended to attend school during the day, retreating to the training room of the thunderous martial arts hall. At night, he practiced diligently in his room at his aunt's house. Training, training, training. It became the central theme of his life, to the point it could be described as an unceasing endeavor. As his vitality values soared, his speed in absorbing the medicinal power through the innate breathing technique also accelerated. Initially, it took nearly a day to refine 1 bottle of spirit turtle blood recovery soup. Gradually, this transformed into refining 1 bottle in half a day, then a bottle in just a few hours. Now, he could nearly refine 4 bottles in a single day. In the training room of the thunderous martial arts hall, Jiang Fan opened his eyes and stood tall. During this period, he had expended all of his 100,000 blue star coins, and apart from the 2 bottles he retained, the rest of the refined spirit turtle blood recovery soup was entirely consumed. It was time to replenish his stock. However, before heading out, he decided to measure his strength once more. He clenched his fist gently, and instantly, his muscles bulged as if his attire might burst. Boom. He struck the combat power testing device, which displayed a dazzling figure. Combat power, 1651. He had broken the 1,000 mark. Jiang Fan's face radiated happiness as he proceeded to test his vitality. When the vitality tester revealed a red number of 112, his heart raced with excitement. His vitality had also surpassed 10. This indicated that he had ascended to the rank of a level 2 warrior. Suddenly, he felt a surreal sensation. A level 2 warrior. There were scarcely a handful of such individuals in the entire Jiang City. The ordinary teachers at the 3 elite schools in Jiang City typically only reached the level of level 1 warriors. However, he pondered about where his newfound strength might place him among the city's prodigies. Exiting the thunderous martial arts hall, Jiang Fan made his way directly to Anshitang. It was still before noon, and Elder Su had begun to doze off again. Jiang Fan entered through the side door and approached the counter, glancing at the table. Elder Su, rubbing his sleepy eyes, perked up upon seeing Jiang Fan. "Ah, young brother, you've come. What can I do for you this time? Would you like to go with the same prescription as before?" After their 2 collaborations, Elder Su had become quite familiar with Jiang Fan's preferences. As his major client, Jiang Fan had already spent 100,000 blue star coins this month, enabling Elder Su to earn substantial bonuses. He would have gladly catered to Jiang Fan's needs. "This time, I am not purchasing herbs. I would like to inquire if you accept herbs here?" Elder Su blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Accept herbs? I have not heard of such a thing. I certainly do not have the authority to accept them here. As for the establishment across the street, they generally produce their potions in-house and have not mentioned accepting external herbs either. What are you planning?" Elder Su inquired tentatively. Jiang Fan shook his head. Noticing that he was reluctant to elaborate, Elder Su, adhering to the principle of excellent service, suggested, "Do you remember the young lady at the front desk who accompanied you last time? Perhaps you could ask her?" Jiang Fan contemplated for a moment. "Very well. You may continue your rest." Elder Su chuckled awkwardly, watching Jiang Fan depart. In the main hall of Anshitang, the atmosphere was bustling. Several young individuals adorned in lavish attire were curiously glancing around. As they observed, they expressed their admiration. "Xiaowei, so Anshitang is owned by your family. My goodness. I have studied with you for 3 years and never imagined you were the heiress of Anshitang. You truly are a hidden gem. The wealthier one is, the more discreet they tend to be. I have witnessed this firsthand." A group of admirers surrounded a fair and beautiful girl in the center, who was addressed as Xiaowei. Upon hearing their compliments, a faint smile graced her lips. "We are all classmates. Please do not speak so highly of me. It makes me feel embarrassed. I believe that family background is one thing, but individual merit is another. There is no need to flaunt one's lineage daily, as it only serves to make one appear weaker. Conversely, we should focus on personal growth, becoming warriors, and serving our nation. That is the true honor." Xiaowei's words ignited fervent admiration among the crowd. "Well said. A level of awareness like this is rare indeed." "Absolutely. Not only is Xiaowei beautiful and kind-hearted, but she is also powerful. She must have broken through to level 1 warrior recently, right? With the college entrance examination approaching in less than a month, I'm certain she will secure a spot at an esteemed martial arts university. Yes, I believe Xiaowei possesses the strength to gain admission to the Kyoto Martial Arts University." Xiaowei appeared to relish the compliments, but maintained an air of humility. "Kyoto Martial Arts University is still a bit challenging for me. Those who gain entry are typically near the strength of level 2 warriors, while I have only just broken through to level 1. I dare not dream." The group continued to chat and laugh merrily in the hall. As Jiang Fan made his way from the traditional Chinese medicine section to this area, he casually cast a glance over, inadvertently locking eyes with a few individuals. However, he paid little heed to this and approached the front desk attendant. "Hello. I would like to inquire if you accept tonic herbs?" At that very moment, the lobby was relatively quiet, and his voice easily reached the ears of Xiaowei and her companions, prompting them to turn their heads in unison. Chapter 25. Where did this fraud come from? Tonic herbs? The front desk attendant recognized Jiang Fan, but she was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his query. "I haven't encountered such a question before. Would you mind waiting a moment while I ask?" Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. The attendant took a few steps away, then turned back. "What kind of tonic herbs are you referring to? Are they similar to those we have at the counter, prepared in a specific manner?" Jiang Fan hesitated briefly. "No, they are made from traditional Chinese medicinal materials. However, they are highly effective." Upon hearing traditional Chinese medicinal materials, the attendant paused, but recalling Jiang Fan's politeness, she replied courteously, "I suspect that might not be feasible. Nonetheless, I will still make an inquiry for you." Just as she was about to proceed, a sharp voice interrupted. "What are you asking for?" "No need to inquire. What kind of fraud has come to our Angshi Hall?" Jiang Fan and his companion turned to see a group of youthful students, led by a strikingly beautiful girl, striding towards them with an air of aggression. The one who had spoken was none other than Xiaowei. "Miss." The front desk attendant greeted Xiaowei hurriedly. She glanced at the attendant disdainfully and retorted, "Do you have any common sense? Do you truly believe that potions made from traditional Chinese medicinal materials are safe for consumption? That they can replenish one's energy and blood? How can you trust such nonsense?" The front desk attendant was left speechless by her reprimand. After Xiaowei's tirade, her gaze shifted coldly to Jiang Fan. "Who are you to dare deceive us at Angshi Hall?" Immediately, the group of students echoed her sentiments. "Exactly. Do you not realize where you are? Today's fraudsters are truly brazen. Despite being so young, who would have thought they would engage in such deceitful acts?" Seeing the crowd's cacophony of accusations, Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. How could they so readily label him a fraud without discernment? They were truly deserving of disdain. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on Xiaowei. "You claim I am a fraud?" Under Jiang Fan's piercing stare, Xiaowei felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. It was as if she were being scrutinized by a predatory beast, and goosebumps prickled her arms. Yet, reassured by the presence of her companions in their own establishment, her confidence surged. Only the ignorant would believe in potions brewed from traditional Chinese medicinal materials. Numerous have met their demise from such folly. What is your intention in bringing such concoctions to sell in my family's shop? Jiang Fan's eyes gleamed with intensity, ready to respond. Just then, a figure came rushing over, panting and calling out, "Xiao Wei, do not speak recklessly. This is one of our customers." The newcomer was none other than Old Su from the medicinal counter. Upon seeing Old Su, Xiao Wei's expression flickered with a hint of discomfort, but she still greeted him obediently. Grandpa Su. Although Old Su appeared shabby in attire, he seemed to hold a respectable position at Angshi Hall. After hastily apologizing to Jiang Fan, he turned to Xiao Wei, quickly apologized to the young man. Feeling humiliated at being commanded to apologize in front of her peers, Xiao Wei protested internally. "Why should I?" Old Su frowned. "This young man is a customer of ours and has already spent 100,000 blue star coins here. Is it not impolite to speak to him in such a manner?" The group was taken aback by Old Su's words. While their families were relatively well off, producing 100,000 blue star coins was an impossibility. Yet, Jiang Fan appeared not much older than them, and the realization that he could afford such an expenditure was astonishing. Who knew the origin of his wealth? As Xiao Wei began to mutter a response, Old Su interrupted her. Xiao Wei, though she felt somewhat begrudged, she ultimately pouted and muttered, "I'm sorry." Jiang Fan's expression softened slightly as he turned to Old Su, speaking calmly. "Old Su, if I am unwelcome here, then I shall take my leave." With that, Jiang Fan strode away, and Old Su hurried after him, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan's figure had vanished from sight. In the grand lobby of Angshi Hall, at the staircase leading to the second floor, an elegantly dressed elder descended, accompanied by a group of middle-aged men. Engaged in jovial conversation. By their attire, they appeared to be individuals of considerable status. "Gentlemen, I appreciate your assistance this time. Should this matter be resolved, I assure you a generous reward." Upon reaching the ground floor, the refined elder bowed respectfully to the middle-aged men. The men, upon seeing this, hurriedly returned the gesture. "Elder you are too kind. It is our honor to alleviate the concerns of Angshi Hall." "Indeed, Elder you are far too gracious." After some mutual expressions of humility, the elder, referred to as Elder Yu, gestured for them to proceed, and the group swept through the lobby toward the exit. As they passed by Xiao Wei and her companions, Elder Yu cast a glance their way, prompting Xiao Wei to exclaim, "Grandpa?" Elder Yu nodded but did not linger, escorting his guests outside. Once the guests had departed, Elder Yu stood for a moment, furrowing his brow in contemplation, before turning to re-enter the lobby. However, as he turned, he spotted Old Su rushing back, breathless. "Old Su, what has transpired that has you so flustered?" Old Su's demeanor appeared somewhat awkward in the presence of his superior. "Oh, it's nothing, just a small misunderstanding." Elder Yu did not press further, opting instead to jest. "At your age, you should not involve yourself in every matter. Let me arrange for an apprentice to handle such tasks, so you can take a proper rest." Old Su had been a long-standing employee at Angshi Hall, having grown alongside Elder Yu. Thus their camaraderie was strong. Hence, despite the modest status of traditional Chinese medicine, Angshi Hall had retained his position. "Oh, I am more than capable. Look at me. I am still quite spry." Old Su waved his hands dismissively. Elder Yu shook his head, chuckling. "You and your stubbornness." The two men entered the lobby with smiles. Upon seeing Elder Yu enter, Xiao Wei rushed over, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Grandpa," recognizing her tone, Elder Yu inquired with a smile, "What is it? Are these your classmates?" Xiao Wei nodded, introducing her classmates to the elder, embellishing the earlier incident as she recounted the events. "I told you he was a fraud, but Grandpa Su insisted he was our customer." Elder Yu, clearly aware of his granddaughter's character, turned to Old Su. "Old Su, is this the truth?" Old Su sighed, and relayed the story of Jiang Fan's purchase of medicinal materials. As Elder Yu listened, his brow gradually furrowed. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Wei's classmates and remarked gently, "It is nearly noon. Why not stay for lunch? Xiao Wei, do make the arrangements." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei's classmates immediately waved their hands in protest. No, we must be heading back." They were all children of affluent families, keenly aware of the implications. Elder Yu's suggestion to stay for lunch was clearly an indication that he wished to dismiss them. Thus, they hastily took their leave. Once everyone had departed, Elder Yu's expression turned serious. He glanced at Xiao Wei. "Come with me." Chapter 26. If only we could acquire this prescription. Yujun led you by way up to the third floor, arriving at an elegantly antiquated room. Yujun took his seat at the head of the table. "Xiao Wei, do you comprehend why our Anshitang has flourished in Jiangxing for so many years?" Yu Baiwei pressed her lips together. "It is due to the relentless efforts of our ancestors, who have persevered through generations." Yujun shook his head, then nodded, his expression tinged with disappointment. "You are only partially correct. However, there exists a more crucial factor, which is the unwavering adherence to the rules that govern Anshitang. Do you recall what the 26th rule of Anshitang is?" Yu Baiwei furrowed her brow in contemplation, then stammered. "The 26th rule of Anshitang states that all customers entering the establishment must be greeted with sincerity and kindness, without any hint of neglect or indifference." As she spoke, Yu Baiwei's complexion gradually paled. Grandfather, Yu Jun shook his head and sighed. Old Su was right just now. You should not have treated that person with such an attitude. Yu Jun pondered for a moment, uncertain of the stranger's age, and echoed Old Su's sentiment. One should not regard that young man with such disdain. Even if he is not our customer, his presence in our stores signifies support for Anchitang. Moreover, he has spent 100,000 blue star coins here. Yu Jun earnestly lectured her until she felt thoroughly ashamed, at which point he ceased. He cast his gaze through the window, letting out a long sigh. Alas, I am growing old. Your parents departed early, and ultimately, I must pass this mantle to you. When will you be able to uphold it? Seeing his forlorn expression, Yu Baiwei immediately spoke with a quivering voice. Grandfather, I was wrong. Yu Jun glanced at Yu Baiwei, and internally sighed once more. He understood his granddaughter all too well. Whenever reprimanded, she was quick to admit her mistakes, yet she rarely amended her ways afterwards. At this rate, he truly hesitated to bequeath Anchitang to her. Alas, presently, Xingyao Pharmacy and Miaofeng Pavilion have both developed new blood replenishment agents, which enhance the efficacy of our third-generation products by approximately 20, and at a lower cost. I am currently scouring for formulas outside, hoping to launch a product that can compete with theirs, but I have yet to find one. The third-generation products are the foundation of Anchitang. If we cannot find a solution this time, we may lose our standing among the three major pharmaceutical groups. Sai, I had you study pharmacology from a young age, with the hope that you could achieve success in this field and hold these core technologies in our own hands. Yet, you have heard that the newly introduced blood replenishment agents from the other two firms were developed by their third-generation members. Yu Baiwei felt even more ashamed upon hearing this. Grandfather, I will begin my research immediately. Upon hearing her words, Yu Jun suddenly felt even more distressed. If it were so easy to develop, would such effort be necessary? Alas, it is too late now. I have already contacted friends to gather formulas, hoping to obtain one that meets the requirements for a fourth-generation product. As Yu Baiwei exited the room, her expression shifted dramatically. From previously appearing pitiful, she now wore a scowl of indignation. It's all that country bumpkin's fault for incurring grandfather's ire. Even if he is a customer here, it does not change the fact that he is a fraud. How could traditional Chinese medicine be used to concoct a blood-replenishing soup? It can barely cure an ordinary person's cold. Attempting to deceive Anchitang? I shall not permit it. With this thought, she pivoted and headed toward the decoction room. There was only one decoction room for traditional Chinese medicine, and typically, no one would visit. Hearing that Jiang Fan was brewing medicine at Anchitang, he could only be there, although she was unaware of when Jiang Fan last concocted medicine here. As long as she could find a clue, she could confirm his deceit, and then see what grandfather had to say. The access code for the decoction room was standardized. Although Yu Baiwei had rarely visited this particular room, she managed to enter with ease. Upon stepping inside, her brow furrowed. The room, though tidy in appearance, was permeated by a potent aroma of traditional Chinese herbs. This residue from the brewing equipment could not be cleaned away. Since childhood, she had despised that smell. Modern pharmaceutical agents are colorless, odorless, and exceptionally pristine. In comparison, she found this place to be a den of filth. Yu Baiwei hesitated for a moment, steeling herself, and pinched her nose as she began to inspect the equipment. After a few minutes, her inspection concluded, but her brow remained deeply furrowed. The equipment in the room was spotless, even cleaner than the medicinal rooms she had previously used. But that should not be the case. Shouldn't traditional Chinese medicine practitioners be disheveled, like Old Su? Yu Baiwei, unwilling to concede defeat, conducted another thorough examination of the room. When she confirmed that there were no issues once again, she stood there, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and frustration. Someone must have tidied up. If so, I shall return next time and expose the truth right then and there. With this resolve, Yu Baiwei decided not to linger, preparing to inform Old Su to let her know if Jiang Fan came by again. However, just as she took a few steps, her attention was drawn to a small glass vial nestled within the trash bin on the table. Her eyes brightened, and she approached, bending down to inspect it. Then withdrew 2 paper towels from the table, layered them, and disdainfully wrapped the glass vial within. This was the vial Jiang Fan had used during his second attempt to concoct the blood-replenishing soup, forgetting to clean it before leaving. Although much of the liquid had dried up after several days, some remnants still lingered at the bottom. Yu Baiwei picked up the vial and examined it under the light. Then, she carefully obtained a sealed plastic bag from the side, gently placed the vial inside, sealed it, and stored it in her pocket. Once she completed these tasks, she went to the sink and washed her hands several times until she felt no lingering odor before hurrying out. A few minutes later, Yu Baiwei arrived at the pharmaceutical research room. Miss. As she entered, several researchers clad in white lab coats greeted her immediately. Yu Baiwei nodded. Professor Su, I have a vial of residual medication here. Could you assist me in testing it for toxicity? Professor Su is the chief professor at Anchitang, dedicated to the development of new pharmaceutical agents. Upon seeing Yu Baiwei's earnest expression, he promptly donned gloves, accepted the vial from her, and placed it on the countertop of the research room. Then, he arranged various instruments, carefully extracting a portion with a pipette and placing it into a new test tube. Following that, he diluted it with water and introduced other agents for testing. After more than 10 minutes, Professor Su's expression grew increasingly solemn. Observing this, Yu Baiwei's heart leaped with anticipation. Professor Su, has the result emerged? Is there any toxicity? Professor Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miss, where did this medication come from? This vial not only lacks toxicity, but I have also discovered that it harbors immense energy, even though I have diluted it several times. The energy contained within is nearly comparable to our third-generation product. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. If we can secure this formula, Anshitang's fourth-generation product will undoubtedly surpass the other two companies. Yu Baiwei stood frozen, watching Professor Su become increasingly fervent. Chapter 27, Leijendong. Jiang Fan stepped out of Anshitang. Pausing for a moment, he returned once more to the Lei Ming martial arts hall. The attitude of Anshitang had illuminated a stark reality. These pharmaceutical groups possess no genuine understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Their entrenched prejudices have rendered them unwilling to even attempt to open their eyes and see. Therefore, if he were to visit the other two pharmacies, the outcome would inevitably be the same. Now, he needed to sell this vial of medication and would have to explore alternative avenues. However, he harbored little contemplation regarding his attitude towards Yu Baiwei. Such is the nature of this world, characterized by rigid hierarchies and the law of the jungle. It is entirely expected for one to be looked down upon before demonstrating their true capabilities. He would not stoop to troubling Yu Baiwei over this matter. Those who possess a narrow perspective will ultimately pay a price for their ignorance. Upon arriving at the thunderous martial arts academy, Sister Bingbing greeted him warmly at the front desk. Xiao Fan, you're here. Shall I prepare a training room for you? Jiang Fan shook his head in refusal. No need. Sister Bingbing, I'm looking for Uncle Lei regarding a matter. Jiang Fan pondered deeply. If he wished to promote this vial of elixir, his only recourse lay with the thunderous martial arts academy. After exchanging pleasantries with Sister Bingbing, Jiang Fan ascended the staircase to the second floor. This area served as the training ground for the academy's students. In his days before awakening, he frequently visited to observe the students practicing their punches. And it was here that he mastered the five elements fist. Lately, he had been preoccupied with his own cultivation, seldom coming by. Xiao Fan, you've come. As he arrived, numerous students, long-term practitioners at the academy, greeted him warmly, for he was well acquainted with many of them. After acknowledging their greetings, Jiang Fan inquired, "Where's Uncle Lei?" A robust young man, bare-chested and vigorously striking a sandbag, paused to wipe the sweat from his brow and gestured towards the interior. Yes, inside. Jiang Fan nodded and made his way to an office tucked away in the corner of the second-floor hall. This was Uncle Lei's office. Leijendong, the father of Lei Ming, was the proprietor of the thunderous martial arts academy and also a second-level martial artist. Previously, when Jiang Fan was unwelcome at home, he often lingered here after school. Rather than shunning him, Leijendong encouraged his visits, even granting him access to the training rooms free of charge and allowing him to observe the practice sessions, treating him as family. However, since he had not yet awakened, Leijendong had refrained from imparting too many techniques. Otherwise, he would not be limited to just the five elements fist now. The office door was ajar, and as Jiang Fan reached the entrance, he peered inside. Leijendong sat with his back to the door, holding a cup of tea and gazing out the window. Jiang Fan knocked gently. Uncle Lei. Upon hearing his voice, Leijendong turned, spotted Jiang Fan, and quickly set down his cup. Ah, it's Xiao Fan. Please, take a seat. Jiang Fan complied and settled into the chair opposite him. To his surprise, Leijendong's expression was not adorned with his usual warm smile, but rather wore a serious countenance. I've heard about your situation from Ah Ming. Rest assured, I will assist you in finding a better school. Jiang Fan then realized that Lei Ming had informed Leijendong about his expulsion from school. Uncle Lei, it's all right. I've already found a school. Leijendong furrowed his brow. Are you referring to Wugao? How could you possibly attend that school? What can they teach you? You're not even at school every day. Is there someone supervising you? Their graduation rate is 0. Attending would ruin you. Jiang Fan felt disheartened upon discovering that Lei Ming had shared this matter with Leijendong. Uncle Lei, I'm fine. I can cultivate on my own. The two engaged in a prolonged debate, until Leijendong finally sighed. Very well. You have your own thoughts. I shall not interfere, as long as you take responsibility for your decisions. Jiang Fan nodded vigorously. He was deeply touched that Leijendong had taken this matter to heart and offered to help him arrange things. Thus he felt reluctant to impose further. However, attending Wugao still grants you eligibility for the college entrance examination. Here's the deal. If you have time, practice here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After all, I'm a second-level martial artist, and I believe I am more qualified than the teachers at Wugao. Jiang Fan remained resolute, and Leijendong ceased further argument. Though he shared a good rapport with Lei Ming, he was still an outsider and could not manage Jiang Fan as he did with Lei Ming. Thus, he had to concede. Jiang Fan promptly agreed. With that topic concluded, Jiang Fan hesitated before speaking again. Uncle Lei, the reason I came to find you today is actually for another matter. Leijendong had just lifted his cup again when he heard Jiang Fan's words and set it down in curiosity. What is it? Speak freely. Whatever I can assist you with, I shall. Having known Jiang Fan since childhood through Lei Ming, Lei Zhendong was aware of Jiang Fan's family circumstances. He had always adhered to the principle of helping whenever possible. Jiang Fan then retrieved a vial containing the blood-replenishing soup from his pocket and placed it on the table. Uncle Lei, this is a blood-replenishing elixir I stumbled upon. I wish to sell it. Do you have any connections? Lei Zhendong was taken aback, his gaze falling upon the vial Jiang Fan presented. This is a blood-replenishing elixir? Most elixirs on the market are colorless. Yet, this one you've brought is dark and murky, which gives me pause. Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. This is a blood-replenishing elixir made from traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Before he could elaborate further, Lei Zhendong frowned. Traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Although I'm not well-versed in elixirs, I know that they are seldom utilized, even by ordinary folk. Is this vial truly reliable? However, recalling his earlier assurances to Jiang Fan, he found it somewhat difficult to refuse. What is the efficacy of this elixir? Jiang Fan confidently replied, it is exceptional. It surpasses the third-generation blood-replenishing elixirs currently available on the market. Lei Zhendong had initially intended to assist Jiang Fan, but upon hearing this assertion, he grew hesitant. After a moment's reflection, he formulated a polite refusal. This elixir's efficacy has yet to be validated. If we intend to promote it, I fear Jiang Fan interjected quickly, we can arrange for someone to try it. I have 2 vials. One can be used for testing. Lei Ming, suddenly caught in the middle, appeared uncertain. After a lengthy pause, he abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Very well. Follow me. Chapter 28. This business is beyond my capacity. Lei Zhendong led Jiang Fan outside and called out. Li Hui, come here. The sturdy man who had greeted Jiang Fan earlier halted his movements on the training ground, wiped his hands on his clothes, and hurried over. Here, try this vial of elixir. Li Hui hesitated, eyeing the vial in Lei Zhendong's hand. Lei Zhendong gave him a kick. It's made from traditional Chinese medicine. Don't worry, it won't harm you. It is widely known that medications derived from traditional Chinese herbs possess minimal efficacy and toxicity. In the worst-case scenario, consuming such a small amount would likely just result in an upset stomach. Hearing this, Li Hui chuckled and, without further questioning, accepted the vial and drank it down. How does it feel? Any sensations? Lei Zhendong and Jiang Fan watched Li Hui intently. Li Hui shrugged. Master, what is this? Aside from a bitter taste, I feel nothing else. Just as he was about to finish speaking, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt a fiery sensation erupting in his lower abdomen, unleashing waves of warmth throughout his body. Within seconds, he was ablaze with heat. This unexpected situation startled Jiang Fan as well. He had the breath control technique to guide him, so he would be fine, but for the martial artists in this world, who trained in technology, it was truly uncertain whether issues might arise. He had been careless, failing to consider this aspect. In a moment of urgency, he quickly instructed Li Hui. Try practicing the boxing techniques Uncle Lei taught you. Li Hui, amidst the scorching sensation, heeded Jiang Fan's words and began to practice the boxing techniques right there. As he practiced, a white mist-like substance gradually emanated from his body. After repeating the exercise 5 or 6 times over the span of more than 10 minutes, Li Hui finally paused. Lei Zhendong hurriedly inquired, how do you feel? Are you better? Just moments ago, not only Jiang Fan had been startled, but even he had been taken aback. Such a seemingly inconspicuous potion had elicited such a strong reaction from Li Hui, an unprecedented occurrence. Li Hui clenched his fists, waved them excitedly, and exclaimed, Master, I am perfectly fine now. I can feel my strength has increased. He continued with fervor, Master, is this the latest product from the 3 major pharmaceutical groups? I feel its potency is significantly stronger than before. Even now, he could still sense a fiery orb in his lower abdomen, indicating that the effects of the potion had yet to fully absorb. Lei Zhendong's expression shifted, clearly surprised by this development. Follow me, he commanded, addressing the other onlookers. Continue your training. Do not crowd around. He led Jiang Fan and Li Hui to the testing equipment on the 2nd floor, pointing at it. Let's test it. With excitement glinting in his eyes, Li Hui threw a punch at the apparatus. A few minutes later, both Lei Zhendong and Li Hui stared in astonishment at the numbers before them. 02. Master. My vitality has increased by a full 0. 2. My combat power has also risen by around 20. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Hui excitedly embraced Lei Zhendong. I just measured it this morning, and now it's 0. 2 more than before. Where did this potion come from? I must buy it. It was no surprise that Li Hui was elated. As a first-tier martial artist, after awakening, he had unlocked a 13th level gene lock using a first-tier genetic potion. However, his vitality had been growing at a sluggish pace. Before today, he had not experienced any growth in vitality for an entire month. The increase of 0. 2 today felt as exhilarating as his initial awakening. Lei Zhendong, filled with excitement, calmed himself and glanced at Li Hui. You head back for now. I'll discuss this with you later. With that, he took Jiang Fan back to his office. Once Jiang Fan was seated, he closed the door and locked it, fixing a serious gaze on him. Xiao Fan, tell me honestly, where did you obtain this potion? Jiang Fan's heart sank. He hesitated over whether to disclose the source to Lei Zhendong. Noticing Jiang Fan's discomfort, Lei Zhendong waved his hand dismissively. All right, I won't ask where you got this potion. How much more of it can you acquire? Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief. If he had sufficient medicinal materials, he could produce a considerable quantity of the potion. They're all ordinary materials, he added, feeling more at ease about revealing his background. On one hand, Lei Zhendong had treated him well. On the other, he wished to promote this potion through Lei Zhendong to secure resources for his training, making this issue unavoidable. A glint of insight flashed in Lei Zhendong's eyes. You can produce it in bulk? Jiang Fan replied, it is possible, but it must be done manually due to the complex processes involved. Only skilled hands can manage the necessary procedures. After a moment's thought, he added, however, if some of the steps can be simplified or improved, it might be possible to mass-produce it with machines, though the effectiveness may be compromised. In Xingyue's memory, there were methods for simplifying the preparation of the potion under complex conditions. The simplified potion would require fewer materials and be easier to operate, but its efficacy would be notably diminished. Jiang Fan noted that this simplified version could indeed be produced by machines. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Lei Zhendong began pacing the room. After several laps, he sighed despondently. Although I am eager to engage in this business, the pharmaceutical sales channels in Jiang City are currently monopolized by the three major pharmaceutical groups, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate. And as an outsider, I fear it would be quite challenging. In that brief moment, he realized the immense potential of this market. Based on Li Hui's reaction, the effectiveness of this potion far surpassed that of the third-generation products from the three major pharmaceutical groups. Jiang Fan had indicated that the cost of one bottle was approximately 5,000 blue star coins, whereas the third-generation products were priced at 50,000 blue star coins each, offering a staggering tenfold profit margin that was hard to ignore. Yet upon reflection, he quickly understood that this venture was beyond his reach. After pondering for a while, Lei Zhendong concluded there is only one viable option left. That is to collaborate with one of the three major pharmaceutical groups. Jiang Fan's heart stirred. Initially, he had only intended to sell this potion to exchange for raw materials to produce more for his own training, never considering a partnership. Hearing Lei Zhendong mention collaboration suddenly seemed a favorable approach. Having a partner would alleviate the need for his constant back-and-forth efforts. As for any potential profit-sharing, he felt that his path would extend beyond mere concessions in the beginning, as such arrangements could accelerate his strength without much concern. How shall we collaborate? Jiang Fan asked. Intrigued, Lei Zhendong, seeing Jiang Fan's interest, smiled and replied, the terms of collaboration will naturally depend on what they propose. Chapter 29. The Underground Auction. Jiang Fan was bewildered. Lei Zhendong shook his head and clarified, if you were to approach these so-called pharmacies now, you'd likely struggle to even gain entry, let alone showcase the effects of the potion. Even if you did demonstrate its efficacy, how could you negotiate a favorable price by approaching them directly? The best course of action is to let them come to you. Jiang Fan nodded. The logic was sound, yet the practical execution felt unattainable given his current connections. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Zhendong said, your first step is to ensure this potion circulates in the market. Only by allowing them to see and recognize the value of this potion will they come seeking you. However, the legitimate pharmaceutical market is dominated by the three major pharmaceutical groups, so we must resort to the underground auction. Jiang Fan frowned slightly, as he was not well versed in this area. The notion of an underground auction did not strike him as a particularly promising venue. Lei Zhendong, aware of Jiang Fan's apprehensions, chuckled and reassured him. For now, this is the only viable option. But worry not, I have a friend involved with the underground auction. I'll inform him, and he will assist you with the subsequent arrangements. Jiang Fan gazed at Lei Zhendong in astonishment. Uncle Lei, won't you come along? Lei Zhendong laughed heartily, patting Jiang Fan on the shoulder. While I would love to partake, as I just mentioned, I lack the strength to take on this business. Attending the auction is merely a matter of convenience. It would be rather inappropriate for me, as your uncle, to seek personal gain from this. Fearing Jiang Fan might feel uncomfortable, he added with a smile, however, I cannot entirely forego some benefits. If this endeavor succeeds, no. Regardless of its outcome, you must ensure that I receive my fair share of this upgraded potion. Rest assured, you need not worry about sourcing the materials. I want this enhanced version of the potion. Jiang Fan felt a warm surge of gratitude and replied with a smile, of course. After discussing for a while longer, Jiang Fan took the address provided by Lei Zhendong and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, Lei Zhendong called him back. Reaching into his drawer, Lei Zhendong pulled out a stack of cash. Here are 50,000 blue star coins. Take it. Jiang Fan quickly shook his head, but Lei Zhendong insisted on pressing the money into his hands. You only have one bottle of the potion left. When you get there, you will certainly need to present a sample for evaluation. Otherwise, how can you auction it or create any buzz? Use this money to procure more potions as a backup. Since that little brat Li Hui used one bottle, consider this payment for yours. Jiang Fan had more to say, but was abruptly interrupted by Lei Zhendong. Enough, you rascal. Stop being so timid like a woman. After this outburst, his expression suddenly turned serious. However, do remember this. The underground auction is a chaotic place. Do not reveal your identity before the three major pharmaceutical groups appear. Those companies are legitimate and unlikely to resort to unscrupulous methods. But the underground auction is filled with all sorts of people, So exercise caution. If anything arises, come find me immediately. Upon exiting the Lei Ming martial arts hall, Jiang Fan promptly made his way to the Jinyao pharmacy. Given the attitude displayed by Enshirtang last time, he had no intention of returning there for the concoction. Even though his mere expenditure of 50,000 blue star coins would hardly impact Enshirtang, he found the thought of visiting them distasteful. Hence, he preferred to take a longer route to find a more agreeable establishment. Fortunately, Jinyao Pharmacy offered satisfactory service, and the entire process of concocting the medicine proceeded smoothly. After purchasing the herbs and completing the preparation, Jiang Fan divided the medicinal liquid into 10 bottles. He kept 9 for himself and, after a simple disguise, set off toward the address provided by Lei Zhendong with the remaining 2 bottles in hand. The address given by Lei Zhendong was situated on Qi Bao Street in the inner city. Qi Bao Street, despite its opulent name, was, in reality, the most dilapidated street in the inner city. It earned its name due to the multitude of scavengers and the prevalence of shops dealing in niche trades such as paper rolling and antiques. The chaos here deterred many from visiting. Jiang Fan was taken aback to discover that the so-called underground auction was concealed within this very street. As he walked along the uneven, crumbling pavement and observed the dilapidated buildings, a sense of antiquity lingered in the air, causing him to frown slightly. This place was even worse than the impoverished areas of the outer city. While the outer city, despite its decay, maintained a semblance of cleanliness, this locale was both broken and filthy. Following the address, Jiang Fan inquired as he went along, eventually stopping before a relatively tidy tavern. Wangquan Tavern. This must be the place. Jiang Fan entered. Upon stepping inside, a young man resembling a server approached him. Greetings, welcome, esteemed guest. Please, this way. Jiang Fan glanced around the modest interior, which spanned about 70 to 80 square meters. Besides the counter, there were neatly arranged tables scattered throughout. The server led him to a table in a corner. Noticing that no one else was present, Jiang Fan felt no hesitation. After sitting down, he directly inquired, "Hello. May I ask if Lu Bo is here?" Upon hearing Jiang Fan's inquiry, the server's professional demeanor vanished in an instant, as if he had encountered such requests before. "Oh, you're looking for Uncle Lu. Please have a seat. I'll go inform him." A few minutes later, the server returned. "Follow me. Uncle Lu is on the 2nd floor." Jiang Fan followed the server up the staircase. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the wall directly opposite the staircase quietly slid open, and the server gestured for him to enter. Jiang Fan looked down and noticed a staircase leading further down behind the wall. He followed the server down 6 flights of stairs, finally arriving at a quaint corridor. The corridor was interconnected, encompassing an area of approximately 200 square meters. Looking down from the corridor, he beheld a grand hall that appeared to be the venue for an auction. Surrounding the corridor were various rooms. Uncle Lu is right across. The server indicated. Jiang Fan followed him to Lu Bo's room, knocked, and after receiving a nod from the server, the latter retreated. Upon entering, Jiang Fan saw a gaunt middle-aged man seated in an ornate armchair. His skin appeared dark and withered, suggesting malnutrition. "You must be the kid introduced by Lei Zhendong," Lu Bo remarked. Jiang Fan nodded in response. Lu Bo acknowledged him with a slight nod, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Fan's disguise. "Where's the item?" Jiang Fan produced a bottle and handed it over. After receiving it, Lu Bo held the bottle up to the light to inspect it, then opened it to take a whiff, his brow furrowing slightly. "Are you certain this potion is effective?" Jiang Fan replied calmly. "You may test it." Lu Bo nodded, clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, a young man hurried over. "Uncle Lu." Lu Bo inclined his head slightly. "Take this to Zhang Chong and report back to me on its efficacy." The young man respectfully accepted the bottle and swiftly departed. Jiang Fan was somewhat taken aback, expecting a direct evaluation like with Lei Zhendong, but instead, the order was given without further ado. Lu Bo seemed to sense Jiang Fan's thoughts. "Rest assured, young brother. Our underground auction house has a professional evaluation department that will quickly assess the value of your potion. If everything checks out, we can promptly arrange for the auction." Jiang Fan nodded. Not long after, the young man returned, handing Lu Bo a piece of paper. Upon reading it, Lu Bo's expression turned serious. He waved his hand, and the young man bowed and exited. The efficacy of this potion was indeed as Lei Zhendong had described, boasting twice the effectiveness compared to third-generation products on the market. After pondering for a moment, he appeared confident. "Leave the other bottle here. I will arrange for someone to handle the auction procedures for you. If all goes smoothly, we can schedule it within 3 days." He added, "However, prepare yourself for the possibility that I cannot guarantee how high the final auction price will be. While its efficacy is remarkable, it is still only double that of the third-generation products available. I can only endeavor to notify the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, as this potion holds the most value for them." Jiang Fan nodded slightly. For the average individual, this potion's value would scarcely exceed that of the third-generation products from the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, making it less enticing. However, for the pharmaceutical groups, it was akin to gold. Securing it would mean gaining a significant advantage in the development of new products derived from this potion. After exiting the underground auction, Jiang Fan recounted the auction details to Lei Zhendong before plunging into his training room. He still had 9 bottles of the spirit turtle blood replenishment soup, which should suffice for 2 days of training. Upon completing his training, it would coincide perfectly with the auction's commencement. Thus, the proceeds from the potions auction could be reinvested in purchasing more herbs, ensuring uninterrupted training. In the training room, as Jiang Fan consumed bottle after bottle of the spirit turtle blood replenishment soup, heat radiated from his body. When the last bottle was drained, Jiang Fan opened his eyes and stood up. After 2 days, he felt a significant enhancement in his vitality. With a casual punch, the combat power tester displayed a reading of 2185, while the vitality tester showed a final value of 163. This vitality level surpassed that of most teachers in the 3 highs. He wondered if this vitality value would be sufficient to challenge the 3rd level. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fan sat cross-legged once more. With a mere thought, he returned to the spatial realm. A prompt resonated within the space. Air, do you wish to challenge the 3rd level? Challenge. Jiang Fan confirmed. Since completing the challenge against Qingyue, he had been training with the spirit turtle blood replenishment soup and had discovered the joy of cultivation through his experience with the potions. The surge in vitality brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, he had refrained from attempting to challenge the 3rd level. Based on his analyses of the previous 2 levels, he knew that each subsequent challenge would present a significantly increased level of difficulty. As he endeavored to conquer the 2nd level, he was already nearing the mid-stage of a first-tier warrior, yet it still took him an extended duration to barely succeed in the challenge. Thus, upon entering the realm of 2nd-tier warriors, he audaciously aimed to confront the 3rd level, though the prospects appeared bleak. However, this sudden surge in vitality instilled within him a tremendous confidence. Regardless of whether he could achieve victory, he resolved to give it a try. With Jiang Fan's voice, the space began to shift. In an instant, a figure clad in ancient official robes materialized before him, adorned in a flying fish robe. His attire was lavish yet exuded an aura of coldness. The meticulously crafted patterns, embroidered with fine stitches, emanated a sense of authority that was both imposing and intimidating. His robust physique strained the upper garment tightly, seemingly brimming with explosive power. At his waist hung a slender, intricately designed spring knife, and at that moment, his right hand gripped the hilt with a fierce resolve. Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon that hand, and he could vaguely discern the glimmer of cold steel peeking between the hilt and the sheath. It was a member of the Jinyui. Moreover, he was armed. Encountering an adversary wielding a weapon for the first time while unarmed, Jiang Fan could not help but feel a sense of tension. His eyes fixed intently on every movement of his opponent. In a flash, the Jinyui propelled himself forward with tremendous force. Simultaneously, his hand gripping the spring knife shot out like lightning. The knife was drawn with a sharp, clear sound, slicing towards Jiang Fan. His expression changed as he focused intently on the opponent's actions, sliding to the side to evade the strike. Once he regained his footing, he noticed the adversary lunging at him again. Just as Jiang Fan prepared to dodge once more, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced through his skull, and in an instant, the world spun around him, his consciousness abruptly returning to the training room. When Jiang Fan opened his eyes, he wore a bewildered expression, rubbing his still aching head. He remained in a daze. It appeared that he had not even come into contact with the Jinyui. In fact, the blade had been at least 3 meters away from him. Yet, during his second attempt to evade, it felt as if something had struck him, rendering him immobile in an instant. What on earth could that have been? Jiang Fan, undeterred by the enigma, resolved to undertake a second challenge. Mere seconds later, he found himself back in the training room. At this moment, he could finally ascertain that he must have been attacked from a distance by some unseen force wielded by the Jinyui. But what could it possibly be? If that were the case, how could he proceed with the subsequent challenges? A headache began to form in Jiang Fan's mind. He diligently researched within the thunderous martial arts academy. After several more attempts, he still made little progress, prompting him to set aside the matter and focus on his cultivation. Thus, unbeknownst to him, night fell, and the clock struck 10. He glanced at the time in the training room, swiftly tidying up before heading back to his aunt's home. Upon arrival, Su Qingwan had already prepared the meal. Ma Ning and the others had already eaten. Xiao Fan, why are you back so late today? I saved some food just for you, come eat. Jiang Fan briefly explained his delay before sitting down to devour the food. Ever since his appetite had increased, he now required at least 6 bowls of rice each meal, and this time, Su Qingwan had saved an entire pot for him. He finished the meal in a whirlwind. Glancing around the house, but not spotting Ma Jiang, he inquired, where's my uncle? Su Qingwan chuckled. He is going back to work with the patrol team tomorrow. So I told him to sleep early tonight and adjust his schedule. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan frowned. So soon to return to work? Shouldn't he rest at home a bit longer? Su Qingwan shrugged. I suggested the same, but he can't sit still. Let him be. Jiang Fan recalled their previous conversation in the living room, hesitating before nodding in agreement. At this moment, if Ma Jiang were to stay at home, he would likely only feel more anxious. A breath of fresh air would do him good. As for financial matters, the 50,000 Blue Star coins he had previously given should still be sufficient. After the upcoming auction, he would find an appropriate reason to provide Su Qingwan with some additional funds. After finishing his meal, Su Qingwan went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Just as Jiang Fan was about to return to his room, Ma Ning stealthily emerged from her own. Why are you still awake? Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. Ma Ning usually retired early and would typically be asleep by this hour. I was waiting for you to come back, she whispered, quietly slipping a bottle into his hand. Jiang Fan opened it and was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Jiang Fan observed the contents, which resembled a restorative medicine. Ma Ning whispered. This is a reward I received for being recognized at school. It's a second-generation restorative from Jinyao Workshop. Though it may not be the latest, its effects should still enhance your vitality, perhaps even leading to a successful awakening. In that instant, Jiang Fan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. A profound sense of guilt welling up. Ma Ning was currently a sophomore at Jiang City High, her vitality barely reaching 1. Although she had successfully awakened, she still required a genetic agent to unlock her genetic lock. This bottle of restorative could provide her with a solid foundation. And once she raised enough funds to unlock her genetic lock, her vitality would soar to greater heights. The fact that she was still concerned for him in such circumstances filled Jiang Fan with shame. In contrast, he had become so engrossed in his own cultivation after concocting the spirit turtle restorative soup that he had overlooked Ma Ning's needs. This was truly unforgivable. I can't accept this. You should keep it for yourself, Jiang Fan said, his eyes glistening as he attempted to return the potion to her. Now is a crucial time for you to lay a strong foundation. Don't be stubborn. I am already a warrior and do not require this. Upon hearing Jiang Fan use the term warrior to deflect her, Ma Ning grew anxious. You can't fool me. Before she could finish, Jiang Fan gently pushed her back toward her room. Be good. Hurry back to your room. He guided Ma Ning back to her room. And just as he was about to close the door, he smiled and said, take this restorative first. In a couple of days, I'll bring you something good. With the auction preparations underway, if he could successfully auction off that potion, he would ensure that several vials of medicine were crafted for Ma Ning. Should he successfully collaborate with the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, he would accumulate the necessary funds to procure a first-tier genetic agent to unlock her genetic lock, while the restorative would become a continuous supply. As for his own cultivation system, he had no intention of teaching it to Ma Ning just yet. Firstly, he was uncertain of the outcomes of this path of cultivation. Secondly, unlike himself, Ma Ning did not possess any unique advantages, raising doubts about her ability to cultivate effectively. If one day he were to uncover the secrets of his unique advantage, he would address the future when it arrived. The following day, Jiang Fan made his way to the thunderous martial arts academy. Approaching the street corner, he spotted the young man from the auction house loitering near the entrance. As Jiang Fan drew closer, the young man promptly approached him. Hello, sir. Uncle Lu wishes to speak with you. Jiang Fan followed the young man to the underground auction house on Qibao Street, where he met Lu Bo once again. Lu Bo got straight to the point. The auction for the restorative is scheduled for tomorrow evening at 8. If you have time, you are welcome to attend. Our auctions are highly efficient. If successful, you will receive your earnings within an hour. Jiang Fan was less concerned about this detail and inquired instead, what about the 3 major pharmaceutical groups? Lu Bo managed a rare smile. Rest assured, I have already notified them. They will all be in attendance. Judging by their reactions, this product is precisely what they desperately need. Currently, several pharmaceutical groups are already inquiring about the source of this product. I believe not only will you fetch a good price, but you should also achieve your goals. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, just as Lu Bo had anticipated. Within the walls of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, chaos had erupted due to this matter. Jinyao Workshop, a middle-aged gentleman, elegantly attired in a suit, sat in the chair of his office. He was none other than Xia Qingyang, the current leader of Xinyu. Before him stood a few weary individuals. Have you discovered the origin of the potion? One of them inquired. Not yet, but according to the intelligence we gathered from the auction house, this potion surpasses the efficacy of our 4th-generation product. Xia Qingyang's brow furrowed. Continue to investigate. Yes, at Miaofeng Pavilion. A woman donned in a qipao and high heels stood by the window, holding a glass of red wine as she gazed silently at the skyline of Jiangqing. She was Xikong Yao, the general manager of the Jiangqing branch of Miaofeng Pavilion. Just then, the door swung open. A young woman in professional attire entered, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a white lab coat. Boss, Professor Zhang has arrived. Xikong Yao turned around with a smile. Professor Zhang, I presume you've heard about the events on Qibao Street? What do you think of the credibility of this matter? Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses. Boss, it's difficult to say. However, based on my experience, the likelihood seems rather slim. Both our Miaofeng Pavilion and Xinyu, 2 major pharmaceutical conglomerates, have invested countless researchers and resources into developing our 4th-generation product, and suddenly there's news of a new product that's even stronger? This seems rather suspicious. On one hand, I find it hard to believe that anyone other than Tang could concoct a more potent potion. On the other hand, I question the credibility of the source of this information. Xikong Yao swirled her wine glass and took a sip. Yet, since others have released this information, we must follow suit. The competition among the 3 pharmaceutical giants is fierce. Even if it's false, we cannot afford to miss out. It's better to believe it exists than to dismiss it entirely. With that, she waved her hand. Professor Zhang, you may leave for now. I shall arrange for someone to follow up on this matter. At Inshurtang, in the office of Yujun on the 3rd floor. What? You say you've seen this potion? Where? Yujun slammed his hand on the desk, rising abruptly from his seat, clearly astonished by the information. Before him stood Professor Su, clad in a white lab coat, confidently stating, "Indeed." Yujun stepped forward eagerly. When? Where? Professor Su hesitated before responding. About 3 days ago, at our Inshurtang. At that time, he recounted the incident of Yu Baiwei bringing the potion over to Yujun. I'm not entirely certain if this potion is the same as the one being auctioned tomorrow, but the potion I witnessed is undoubtedly superior to our 3rd-generation product and even surpasses the 4th-generation products from the other 2 companies. Yujun's expression shifted in shock. Such an important matter, and you didn't inform me? Professor Su appeared troubled. Miss Shi. Before he could finish, Yujun interrupted. He turned to his assistant beside him, urging, "Hurry and fetch Xiaowei for me, no matter where she is." Chapter 32, Frustration. In the herbal decoction room of Inshurtang, Yu Baiwei slammed the vial in her hand onto the table with a thud. The potion inside was dark and viscous. Clearly, it had been improperly prepared. What is going wrong? Yu Baiwei exclaimed in frustration, her hands flailing in agitation. After a moment of venting, she paused. No. I must consult Grandpa Su to see if he provided me with the wrong prescription. As she took a few steps, she noticed a black stain on her right hand from the potion. She quickly rushed to the sink, using her left index finger and thumb to turn on the tap, washing her hands vigorously. Afterward, she brought her hands to her nose to smell, sensing the lingering odor, prompting her to wash again. After several rounds, she grabbed a paper towel from the table to dry her hands. As she stepped out, she pinched the fabric of her shoulder, bringing it to her nose for another sniff, only to wrinkle her brow in disgust. How revolting. Initially set on heading downstairs to find Grandpa Su, Yu Baiwei abruptly redirected her course, deciding to change her clothes first. She could not endure the stench for even a moment longer. However, just as she took 2 steps, she was called back by a voice from behind. Miss, the master requests your presence. Yu Baiwei turned back for a moment, waved her hand dismissively, and continued walking. All right. I will be there shortly. The attendant, feeling awkward, insisted, the master wants you to come immediately. Yu Baiwei halted once more, impatiently asking, what could be so urgent? Without waiting for the attendant's reply, she insisted, I need to change my clothes. I will be there shortly. Just tell him it was my instruction. With that, she swiftly disappeared down the corridor, not waiting for further discussion. Yujun had been waiting in his seat for over 10 minutes. And upon not seeing Yu Baiwei's figure, his impatience grew. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Upon hearing this, a subordinate hurriedly stepped out to inquire. Just as he reached the door, he encountered the returning attendant, reprimanding. Didn't I tell you to find the young lady? Where is she? The attendant meekly replied. The young lady was just in the decoction room. She said she would come up after changing her clothes. Yujun's brow furrowed. Did you not tell her I requested her presence immediately? The attendant fell silent, intimidated. I did say. Yujun inhaled sharply, letting out a sigh of resignation. Then we shall wait. After approximately 10 more minutes, Yu Baiwei finally arrived, now dressed in fresh attire. Her hair was still damp, suggesting she had taken a shower. Grandpa, you called for me? Yujun suppressed his rising anger, managing to keep his emotions in check. Yes. He cast a brief, indifferent glance at Yu Baiwei. Xiaowei, I ask you, approximately 3 days ago, I encountered you driving away a young man in the lobby. Did he not use the equipment in the decoction room to prepare a batch of potion? Yu Baiwei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her grandfather's inquiry. She shot a glare at Professor Su beside her, feeling a flicker of anger. Didn't I say this matter should not be disclosed to Grandpa? She felt betrayed. Professor Su, unable to meet her gaze, stood quietly to the side. I am asking you a question. Noticing her small movements, Yujun's irritation intensified, and he inadvertently raised his voice. Yu Baiwei jumped in surprise, quickly replying, yes. That person. She initially intended to label him a fraud, but reconsidered at the last moment. That person indeed prepared potion here. Yujun took a deep breath. And then? You must recount everything that transpired during this time, word for word. Do not omit any details. Realizing the situation had been exposed, Yu Baiwei decided to stop concealing the truth. After you scolded me that day, I went to the decoction room to prove that person was a fraud. Then I found a bottle with remnants of the potion in the trash, and to verify its toxicity, I sought out Professor Su. Yu Baiwei briefly summarized the situation to Yujun, which aligned closely with what Professor Su had said. You are well aware we are in the process of developing a 4th-generation potion. Discovering a potion that is more effective than our 3rd-generation product should have been your first priority to inform me. Why did you not tell me? Yujun questioned, his expression darkening. Yu Baiwei replied meekly, I thought, Grandpa, you were searching for the 4th-generation formula? If I could analyze the components of this potion, it would be my contribution. Upon hearing this, Yujun's anger boiled over, and he slammed his hand on the desk, standing up. And what does that mean? That you developed it? Do you have any sense? What potion has a simple preparation process? Do not presume to think of yourself as someone significant. Even the most elite research teams of the 3 major pharmaceutical conglomerates would require a stroke of fortune to replicate this concoction. How dare you consider your standing? Yujun was genuinely enraged this time. Jingyao Workshop and Miaofeng Pavilion have already unveiled their fourth-generation products, yet Anshitang remains utterly silent. His agitation had already reached its zenith. Now, upon learning that his granddaughter had chased away a potential collaborator with Anshitang and deliberately concealed information about what could be a groundbreaking medication, he could no longer contain his fury. If this were merely a case of her usual mischief, he might have turned a blind eye, for she is his only granddaughter. However, this matter concerns the very future of their family, and he could not allow his anger to be disregarded. Yu Baiwei, witnessing her grandfather's genuine ire, could not help but shed tears of grievance. Grandfather, I was wrong. Yujun looked at his granddaughter's pitiful visage, opened his mouth to utter a response, but ultimately sighed and waved his hand in impatience. Enough, you may leave now. Once Yu Baiwei exited the room, Yujun murmured to himself, we must attend this auction without fail. Time flew by, and soon it was the night of the following day. In order to avoid the throngs of people, Jiang Fan set out an hour early, arriving at the underground auction house on Qibao Street around 7 p.m. To his surprise, as he entered, he found that the hall was already filled with a considerable crowd. The entrance was bustling with comings and goings of individuals, the majority of whom were elegantly attired members of the upper class, with only a handful of seemingly ordinary folk dressed modestly. As Jiang Fan was the consignor of the items, a servant guided him through the venue. As they walked, Jiang Fan inquired, this place is so lively. Are you not concerned about scrutiny from above? In his mind, an underground auction house should be a discreet affair, shrouded in secrecy. On his initial visit, the atmosphere had indeed been austere. Yet today, it seemed to have transformed into a vibrant and ostentatious gathering. Jiang Fan was perplexed. The servant, catching on to Jiang Fan's curiosity, replied with a slight smile. Although this is an underground auction house, the higher-ups are well aware of its existence. As long as no major issues arise, they generally turn a blind eye. They can keep an eye on certain illicit dealings here, which ironically makes them feel more at ease. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's understanding was swiftly illuminated. In essence, it was one of their methods of maintaining order. As Jiang Fan followed the servant around the circular corridor, suddenly, an individual rushed past him, and they collided shoulders inadvertently. Ouch! Came the exclamation from the other party. Jiang Fan, having undergone rigorous physical training, possessed a body as unyielding as steel. Although he had not intended to harm, he turned to apologize. My apologies. However, when he turned, both he and the other individual were momentarily stunned. Jiang Fan, what are you doing here? The individual he had bumped into was none other than Jiang Li. At this moment, Jiang Li was equally astonished to see Jiang Fan, and in a lapse of composure, he had completely dropped the pretense of calling him Brother Jiang Fan. Opting instead for a direct address, Jiang Fan cast a disinterested glance at him. I am here as you see, so why should I explain my presence to you? Jiang Li, eager to perform, suddenly spotted Jiang Jia seated in the hall, and his expression transformed into a strange grin. What is this? You've healed? How has it felt to be homeless during this time? TSK, your attire resembles that of a beggar from outside the city. Did you run out of clothes to wear while away from home? Jiang Fan's clothing had been hastily purchased from the outer city, quite similar to what most residents wore there. However, in Jiang Li's words, it had morphed into a comparison to an outer city vagabond. Jiang Fan recognized that Jiang Li was attempting to provoke him. Yet, at this moment, he felt no stirrings of emotion. Having severed ties with that family, he resolved not to be troubled by past grievances. He coldly regarded Jiang Li, warning, you would do well to silence yourself now. Otherwise, utter one more word, and I shall tear your mouth asunder. Jiang Fan's chilling tone momentarily stunned Jiang Li. Nevertheless, the long-standing oppression he had inflicted upon Jiang Fan fortified his audacity. He pointed at Jiang Fan and laughed boisterously. Ha ha ha, that is the finest jest I have heard today, one that will amuse me for days. You, a worthless wretch unable to awaken, dare to lay a hand upon me? I could easily bring you to your knees with a single hand. Let me advise you. This is an auction, not a place for someone like you. Return to your outer city. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes, his figure moving swiftly to appear before Jiang Li in an instant. In the next moment, he clawed his hands, gripping Jiang Li's throat. Instantly, Jiang Li's face flushed crimson. You fool. Jiang Fan now regarded Jiang Li as a complete stranger, indifferent to his past connections. Jiang Li's audacity to provoke him warranted a lesson. Sir, the auction is about to commence. This way, please. As Jiang Fan prepared to exert more pressure, the servant skillfully interrupted him, gesturing for him to follow. In a lowered voice, he added, Sir, we do not permit brawling in the auction house. It would create considerable trouble. Any grievances can be resolved after the auction concludes. Jiang Fan scrutinized Jiang Li for a moment, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine, before releasing his grip and turning away. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Li remained rooted in place, gasping for air. The servant deliberately slowed his pace, glancing back at Jiang Li with a cold stare before departing. This gentleman is a very important guest invited by our auction house. No one else holds the right to ask him to leave. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Li in a state of bewilderment. What did that servant mean? Jiang Fan was the auction house's most significant client? By what right? The memory of Jiang Fan's terrifying demeanor sent shivers down his spine, reminiscent of the days when he had been overshadowed by Jiang Fan's accomplishments. His expression darkened to the point of nearly dripping with discomfort. Jiang Fan had initially assumed the servant would arrange for him a private room. However, to his dismay, he found himself in the corner of the room belonging to Lu Bo. In that moment of realization, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared he had overestimated himself. The value of merely one vial of medicine was insufficient for a private chamber on the second floor of the auction house. He was simply riding on Lu Bo's coattails. When Lu Bo saw Jiang Fan arrive, he gave a slight nod. Once Jiang Fan was seated, he spoke. The auction will commence shortly. The three major pharmaceutical groups arrived an hour early. It seems they are indeed quite invested in this medication. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. They were in desperate need of the product, leaving them no room for delay. Lu Bo, rarely smiling, chuckled lightly. Typically, our auction house caters to a clientele of casual patrons or those with dubious backgrounds. The three major pharmaceutical groups would not deign to visit us. However, this time, we have benefited from your presence. They are here for that vial of medicine, and thus, we shall place your item as the final auction piece. In return, the commission for this auction will be reduced from 20 to 10 for you. Jiang Fan instantly grasped the implications. The underground auction house was frequented by a diverse array of individuals, and it was rare to attract such a significant client as the three major pharmaceutical groups. Their focus on Jiang Fan's vial of medicine meant that placing it at the end of the auction would allow the preceding items to be showcased before these esteemed patrons, potentially encouraging further spending from them. Otherwise, if we were to commence the auction with the potion immediately, what compelling reason would there be for our esteemed guests to remain? Indeed, this poses no issue. The hour swiftly approached 8 in the evening. Within the underground auction hall, the voice of the host resonated. Distinguished guests, good evening. We extend a warm welcome to all of you present at this auction. Lu Bo rose and beckoned to Jiang Fan, and the two took their seats at a table by the window. Gazing through the glass, Jiang Fan observed that the auction hall was now filled to capacity. He glanced over and inquired, are representatives from the three major pharmaceutical groups present below? Lu Bo shook his head. Certainly not. They are all in the boxes diagonally across from us. Jiang Fan looked again, noticing shadows flitting behind the windows of several boxes. Lu Bo elucidated. Our esteemed guests deserve to be treated with utmost regard. If we ensure their comfort, they may indulge in our offerings, and perhaps this single event could equal our revenue for an entire month. Jiang Fan inwardly marveled. He was unaware of the monthly revenue of the underground auction house, but based on the scale of the event, it surely would not be insignificant. To have an evening's consumption match the monthly earnings of the underground auction house, how affluent must these patrons be? As they conversed, the host had completed his opening remarks. Now, let us present our first item for bidding. With his announcement, a sturdy box was lifted onto the stage by two burly men. Once the box was set down, its door swung open, revealing a lethargic little tiger peering out. The host approached, exclaiming, our first item is a young golden tiger cub, recently born. Merely about a month old. The golden tiger possesses formidable resilience and defensive capabilities. Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing it, prompting him to exclaim. This is a golden tiger, a cub of a second-tier extraordinary beast. What purpose does it serve to purchase it? This little tiger is merely a month old. How much meat could it possibly yield? Even if one were to use the blood of extraordinary beasts to concoct something, that would be exceedingly minimal. Lu Bo observed the scene before him and replied nonchalantly, naturally, it is to be kept as a pet. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Was it not against the law to privately rear extraordinary beasts? Lu Bo chuckled softly. Just because it is prohibited does not mean no one engages in such practices. Likewise, the ban on trading does not imply that trade does not occur. This underground auction house thrives on such dealings. Chapter 34. The Auction of the Spirit Turtle Blood Replenishing Soup. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. The prohibition against keeping extraordinary beasts exists primarily due to the lack of control over them. While they may be manageable in their youth, like this golden tiger, which poses no immediate threat, once they mature into a second-tier extraordinary beast, an uncontrolled rampage could endanger the entire city. Lu Bo perceived Jiang Fan's thoughts and remarked, in the circles of the powerful, there exists a method of taming beasts that can render extraordinary creatures as docile as pets. Lu Bo left his statement hanging. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Initially astonished, he soon returned to a state of calm. The world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, and strength equates to privilege. It was not surprising that the rearing of extraordinary beasts, or even more extravagant creatures, was commonplace. The starting bid for this golden tiger was set at 50,000, with increments of at least 1,000. Let the auction commence. 550,000. 560,000. Bidders in the audience raised their paddles in succession. Moments later, the golden tiger was acquired by a young man for 860,000 blue star coins. After the transfer of the golden tiger to the youth, the auction proceeded. The second item was a fragmented martial arts manual. The bidders below displayed little enthusiasm for the manual. However, Jiang Fan's heart raced with excitement. Ever since he acquired the space, his cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably. Yet, he lacked a suitable martial arts manual for practice. Currently, he possessed only the 5 elements fist learned from the thunderous martial arts school and the basic techniques gleaned from the martial arts true explanation. Although he had observed and absorbed various fragmented moves from his battles with Feng Zhu and Qing Yu, these were disjointed and lacked coherence, making it difficult to optimize his strength. Had he access to an appropriate manual, his capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Yet, this particular manual was incomplete and priced in the tens of thousands. It was unsuitable. Jiang Fan could only suppress his impulse. Ultimately, the manual went unsold and was withdrawn. Following that, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th items, a map, medicinal herbs, antiques, and myriad other offerings, were presented. Finally, after the 9th item was auctioned, they arrived at the concluding segment. Now we shall commence the final item of the evening, the most significant one. As the host introduced it, a slender female attendant approached, holding a tray adorned with a fine red silk cloth. The host lifted the silk to reveal a glass vial containing a brownish liquid, appearing to be half full. In an instant, all eyes were riveted upon the vial, gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Fan could even distinctly sense the silhouettes of the representatives from the 3 major pharmaceutical groups rising sharply in the box across from them. This vial of potion, concocted from traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, was exceptionally effective in enhancing vitality. A 20 milliliters vial could elevate a warrior's vitality by approximately 30 points, with slight variations depending on the individual's constitution, but generally remaining within a normal range. The auction begins now. The starting price is 50,000, with increments of at least 5,000. As the host's words fell, the audience erupted into a frenzy. 60,000, 65,000. Bids poured in. 70,000. The host struck the gavel. Quiet down. 1 bid at a time. Amidst the commotion, a bell chimed from the box across the room. The crowd's attention was drawn to the window, where the number 100,000 was displayed. This was a special effect reserved for distinguished guests at the underground auction, signifying privilege and status. After all, if everyone shouted like the common folk below, it would be a loss of dignity. We see that Enshirtang has bid 100,000 blue star coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The hall fell silent. Initially, they had come for the potion, hoping to find a bargain. After all, the underground auction house's reputation was remarkable. However, even with its allure, it was merely marginally superior to the 4th-generation products of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups. The 4th-generation products from these groups could sell for 80,000 blue star coins per bottle. This potion, starting at 50,000, was enticing, yet bidding beyond 80,000 would not be prudent. Regardless of the potion's reputed efficacy, it remained speculative. The 4th-generation products from the pharmaceutical groups had the assurance of standardized production. Once the attendees withdrew from the bidding, the competition naturally narrowed to the 3 pharmaceutical groups. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000. Following Enshirtang's bid, Jin Yaofeng and Miaofeng Pavilion, unwilling to acquiesce, began to raise their bids in succession. The price steadily climbed. In the box occupied by Jin Yaofeng, Xiao Qingyang sat calmly at the window. Beside him, an anxious-looking assistant implored, "Boss, the price has already reached 260,000. Should we continue to bid?" Xiao Qingyang remained impassive. "Of course we shall bid. Regardless of this product's effectiveness, if there is even a possibility it could surpass our 4th-generation product, we cannot allow Enshirtang or Miaofeng Pavilion to acquire it. Keep raising the bid." The assistant promptly responded, "Understood." In the box of Miaofeng Pavilion, Sikong Yao narrowed her eyes as she gazed out the window, muttering to herself, "Heh, to think a mere vial of dubious potion could fetch such a staggering price. Jinyao Pharmaceutical and Anshitang have truly lost their minds. Nevertheless, I must continue bidding." With that, she waved her hand to instruct her subordinates to keep raising the bid. In the private room of Anshitang, only Yu Jun and Yu Baiwei remained. Yu Baiwei timidly remarked, "Grandfather, this price is already quite high. We could purchase 5 vials of our 3rd-generation product with it." Yu Jun replied fiercely, "Keep increasing the bid. As long as they quote a price, we shall follow suit." Yu Baiwei hesitated, but Yu Jun turned and glared at her fiercely. "We have no retreat. Both companies have already developed their 4th-generation products, and we still have a chance. If we fail to win this bid, our opportunities will vanish entirely. Can't you comprehend this yet?" As he spoke, his frustration mounted. Initially, Anshitang could have effortlessly secured this vial, perhaps even forging a partnership with the opposing party. Yet now, it was all due to his indulgence of his granddaughter. Even at this juncture, she failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Truly, one cannot carve a rotten wood. Seeing the change in Yu Jun's expression, Yu Baiwei quickly acquiesced. "All right, I'll increase the bid." Chapter 35. The final ownership as the 3 major pharmaceutical groups vied for dominance. The price of the vials surged relentlessly. 510,000. When Anshitang made its final bid, The atmosphere in Jinyao Pharmaceutical and Niaofeng Pavilion fell into silence. The host glanced toward them. Anchitang has bid 510,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, I shall begin the countdown. Noticing the lack of response from the opposing side, the host felt a twinge of disappointment. All right, 3, 2, 1. Sold. Congratulations to Anchitang for acquiring this vial. The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Wow, 510,000. What a hefty sum for just a simple potion. You fail to grasp the significance. While it may be merely a potion for us, enhancing vitality, for the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, it represents a beacon of hope for research. Indeed, if they can uncover something from this vial, it could greatly enhance their product development. How could they not invest generously? Enough of concerning ourselves with the affairs of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups. They are savvy merchants who can tally their own accounts. True. Lu Bo watched as the final price of the potion was set, his expression tinged with disappointment. It's considerably lower than I anticipated. Given the fierce competition among the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, I expected a more intense struggle. Initially, it seemed that way, with each party unwilling to concede, and the price escalating rapidly. However, once it hit 500,000, Jinyao Pharmaceutical and Niaofeng Pavilion ceased their bidding. This unexpected turn of events is rather hard for me to accept. Jiang Fan, standing nearby, chuckled. That is perfectly normal. Securing this price is already quite impressive. Lu Bo looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment, noting that Jiang Fan did not seem as disheartened as he was. How so? Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. The motivations for their bids boiled down to 2 primary objectives. First, they wished to acquire this legendary potion for research, preventing it from falling into the hands of the other 2 companies. Second, they hoped to establish a connection with the owner of this potion, exploring the possibility of collaboration. Initially, all parties intended to possess the potion themselves, but in the end, they realized that only one could emerge victorious. As members of pharmaceutical groups, they are acutely aware of the challenges involved in reverse engineering a potion-S production process from a single vial. Rather than investing heavily for a slim chance of success, it would be more prudent to redirect those resources towards establishing a partnership with the potion-S owner, which could yield immediate results. If I'm not mistaken, they will soon come to inquire about the identity of the potion-S owner. Therefore, I must take my leave. Lu Bo listened to Jiang Fan's analysis, his expression growing increasingly grave. You see this so clearly. Although Jiang Fan appeared to be merely a teenager, his insights were remarkably profound, leaving Lu Bo rather taken aback. And he couldn't help but reassess his opinion of him. However, he was momentarily stunned by Jiang Fan's next words. Aren't you going to meet with them? Jiang Fan waved his hand as he stood up. No. Why would I allow them to meet me so easily? I'll keep them in suspense for a few days. As he reached the door, he turned back to Lu Bo. Uncle Lu, I must trouble you this time. Please keep my identity confidential for now. Revealing it only 3 days later, he paused momentarily, adding, perhaps you might even gain something from this. A rare smile graced Lu Bo's face at this remark. Very well. Hurry along now. I'll handle the subsequent matters. The proceeds from this potion will be transferred to your account within the hour. As the auction concluded, the guests began to disperse from the hall. Jiang Fan exited Lu Bo's room, circumnavigated the corridor, and ascended the steps at the opposite exit. Just as he reached the top, members of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups hurriedly emerged from the corridor. Old Yu, congratulations on acquiring this vial. Old Yu, congratulations. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao expressed their congratulations while hastening their steps. Yu Jun, accompanied by Yu Baiwei, continued forward, responding curtly, thank you, thank you. You two should hurry back now that the auction has concluded. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao exchanged glances. We certainly wish to see what this legendary potion is like. Surely. Old Yu wouldn't deny us that opportunity? Yu Jun replied coldly, it's indeed rather inconvenient. As the group walked while bickering, they quickly passed the exit. In that moment, as Yu Baiwei trailed closely behind Yu Jun, she instinctively glanced up at the top of the stairs and immediately recognized Jiang Fan's figure. Her brow furrowed in contemplation, and she came to a sudden halt. Why is that figure so familiar? As she paused, Yu Jun was also brought to a halt. Observing that 2 pesky individuals lingered nearby, having even advanced ahead of them, he grew irritated. Why are we stopping? Yu Baiwei snapped back to reality. Her lips parted as if to speak, but uncertain, she hurried to catch up. It's nothing. Yu Jun frowned. Then why aren't you moving quickly? Thus, Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao clung to Yu Jun like a stubborn adhesive, staying close throughout the payment, the transfer of the potion, and the inquiries about the identity of the principal. After much inquiry, they finally learned of the person in charge, and Yu Jun, disregarding the other 2, swiftly made his way to Lu Bo's room upstairs. A few minutes later, what? You mean the principal was just in your room? Where is he now? The leaders of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups exclaimed in shock. Lu Bo, wearing a broad smile, appeared quite humble. Indeed, he was just here. However, after the auction concluded, he left. If I calculate the time, it must have been nearly 20 minutes ago. The others exchanged glances, silently regretting that they hadn't rushed to Lu Bo immediately. Fixated instead on the potion, All of this was due to the host's refusal to disclose the location of the principal. Yujun smiled slightly, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Brother Lu, could you kindly share some information about the other party? I would be most grateful. At this point, Yujun realized that there was no escaping the other two individuals, so he resolved to disregard the situation, no longer lamenting the vial of potion he had acquired. He boldly inquired in their presence. Since evasion was futile, they might as well delve into the matter together, ensuring a fair competition and preventing the other two from clandestinely plotting in the background. The other two cast hopeful glances toward Lu Bo, who slightly bowed. I sincerely apologize, but without client authorization, our underground auction house cannot disclose the identities of the entrusters. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows. Just then, Yu Baiwei's voice chimed in from the side. That grandfather. All eyes turned toward her simultaneously. I believe I saw him just as we were coming downstairs. What? Several high-pitched exclamations erupted in the room. Chapter 36. Why didn't you say so earlier? He's still. Just as Yu Baiwei was about to speak, Yujun promptly interrupted her. We will discuss this later. Yu Baiwei immediately fell silent. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao gazed intently at the two, their brows knitted in concern. They had initially believed everyone was starting from the same point, confident and composed. Yet, observing the current circumstances, it seemed that Ensure Tang possessed more information than they did. Moreover, the potion had been auctioned by Ensure Tang, which, statistically speaking, meant it could potentially be researched. Clearly, they had underestimated the situation. The group pressed Lu Bo for quite some time, but ultimately, he did not divulge any information regarding Jiang Fan. Thus, they had no choice but to depart together. Lu Bo watched the retreating figures, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed Jiang Fan had been correct. He would indeed reap some benefits this time. It could be considered a commission for Jiang Fan. However, he resolved to wait a little longer. If one were to fish, one must surely whet the appetite. The longer they were kept in suspense, the greater his gains would be. Upon returning to the shop, Xia Qingyang immediately dispatched two groups. The first group was to investigate the entruster's information regarding the potion auction, while the second group was to explore the connections between the entruster and Ensure Tang, particularly why Yu Baiwei recognized the entruster. Meanwhile, Yujun took Yu Baiwei to the third-floor room without delay. Tell me every detail of your encounter with him. Yujun said sternly. Hearing this, Yu Baiwei bit her lip. Just as we exited the auction room and were heading to the auction platform for settlement, I saw him at the exit of the second-floor corridor. At that moment, Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao were beside me, and I hesitated because I was not entirely certain about the figure. Yu Baiwei recounted the details of seeing Jiang Fan's silhouette. In retrospect, that timing coincided perfectly with when the auction attendees mentioned he left. Moreover, his attire was rather coarse, typical of someone from the outer city. He had worn similar clothing during his last visit to Ensure Tang. Listening to each detail narrated by Yu Baiwei, Yujun took a deep breath. Why didn't you inform me at that time? Yu Baiwei replied, feeling aggrieved. I was unsure. Besides, the heads of the other two families were right there, and I. Yujun's face darkened with anger. You. He pointed a trembling finger at Yu Baiwei. This granddaughter of mine is as foolish as a cow. At such a crucial moment, she displayed no sense of urgency whatsoever. The entire world is searching for the owner of this potion. And you saw him, yet allowed uncertainty to keep you silent. What of the heads of the other two families standing nearby? Could you not discreetly signal me? We could have taken advantage of the situation to divert them. It was infuriating. Yujun suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. Is this truly the lineage of the Yu family? Is fate conspiring against us? He found himself devoid of any energy to further berate Yu Baiwei. Go summon Professor Su. The immediate priority is the matter at hand. On one hand, they needed to arrange for Professor Su to conduct research on the potion acquired at the auction. On the other hand, they needed to utilize the precise information provided by Yu Baiwei to search through various high schools. Since he appeared to be a high school student, it was only logical to focus on these few institutions, thus narrowing their search. This was the information advantage that Ensure Tang possessed over the other two families, and they must capitalize on it. With this thought, Yujun regained his confidence. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. After leaving the auction, he walked along Qibao Street toward the direction of the Laming Martial Arts Hall in the inner city. As he approached the intersection near Jiangxing Third High, a voice called out from behind him. Jiang Fan. He turned to see Jiang Li and Jiang Jihe standing behind him. Jiang Jihe spoke with a serious expression. I heard you went to the underground auction. That is not a place for you. Don't entertain any notions of picking up a bargain. Such opportunities do not exist. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at the two before turning to leave. Stop. Jiang Jihe quickly stepped forward, blocking Jiang Fan's path. What is this attitude? Jiang Fan frowned. Step aside. Jiang Jihe's expression darkened. How dare you speak to me like that? Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh. If I remember correctly, we have no relations at present, do we? Jiang Jihe seethed with anger. You are my son, no matter how much you wish to deny it. That fact cannot be altered. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. A week ago, I was nearly killed in the Jiang family home. I have shown great restraint by not seeking revenge. You would do well not to provoke me further, or else. Jiang Fan's gaze swept over Jiang Li. causing him to instinctively shrink back. Previously, in the underground auction, Jiang Fan had gripped Jiang Li's neck, and that suffocating sensation still haunted him. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Jiang Jiha momentarily faltered, but his anger flared anew. Provoke you? What can you do? Jiang Fan could not be bothered to continue the conversation. Get lost. With that, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant of any movements from Jiang Jiha, ready to retaliate at the first sign of aggression. Jiang Jiha raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then ultimately lowered it, standing in place with a tempest of emotions. Jiang Fan returned home and immediately sensed a heavy atmosphere. Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang were seated at the dining table, with Ma Ning also present. Upon seeing Jiang Fan return, Su Qingwan forced a smile. Xiao Fan is back. Come eat. We've saved your portion. Saying this, she exchanged a glance with Ma Jiang, who then proceeded to retreat into the house. Take your time eating, Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan glanced at Ma Ning, noticing her hesitation to speak. What's wrong? Jiang Fan stood still, sensing the peculiar tension in the room. Seeing that Jiang Fan had picked up on the oddity, Su Qingwan quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Just eat. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, it was evident that something was amiss, and he turned his attention to Ma Ning. Under Jiang Fan's probing gaze, Ma Ning finally spoke. Dad was expelled by the patrol team. The moment Ma Ning's words fell, Su Qingwan's body stiffened, and Ma Jiang's footsteps halted. Jiang Fan was taken aback, but felt a sudden wave of relief. So that was it. That's not too bad. However, just a few days ago, didn't Ma Jiang say he was quite familiar with the captain of the patrol team? What happened? Jiang Fan inquired, puzzled. Ma Jiang turned around with a sigh. Alas, I've now become a disabled person. The patrol team said it affected their work. He chuckled bitterly. I should have anticipated this. If I were the captain, I wouldn't want a disabled person on the team either. Su Qingwan, hearing this at such a critical moment, was enraged that Ma Jiang still defended the patrol captain. You're still speaking up for him. Is there such a captain? You saved his life in the past. Is this how he repays us? He knows our family's situation. Isn't he pushing us to the brink? As Su Qingwan realized that Jiang Fan was already aware of the situation, she no longer held back her grievances, unleashing a barrage of complaints. Ma Jiang sighed heavily beside her, while Ma Ning wore a troubled expression. The occurrence of such a calamity at home was tantamount to a complete cessation of their source of income. Initially, Ma Jiang had expressed a desire to return to work promptly, intending to repay the money Jiang Fan had borrowed from his classmates and to purchase some restorative medicine for the two children. Now, however, he lamented, the restorative medicine I rewarded myself with a few days ago remains unused. Tomorrow, I shall sell it. Ma Ning interjected suddenly. Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. Chapter 37, Spending Like Water. Absolutely not. The others exclaimed in unison. Ma Jiang furrowed his brow deeply. You are at a crucial juncture for replenishing your vital energy and blood. It is a rare opportunity to benefit from the school's rewards. Utilize it promptly and lay a solid foundation. Once the situation at home improves, I shall procure a vial of first-grade genetic medicine for you. Striving for you to become a warrior as soon as possible. Su Qingwan chimed in supportively. Indeed, do not act recklessly. The family matters are for us adults to handle. Your sole focus, Xiao Fan, is to practice diligently and enhance your vitality. Once you both become warriors, our family's fortunes will surely improve. Noticing the heightened agitation from Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan, Jiang Fan quickly stepped closer. That's right, Xiao Ning, keep this vial of restorative medicine for yourself. Do not concern yourself with family matters. It is not a significant issue. We have the means. As he spoke, he pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket, declaring, Auntie, Uncle, please take this money for your use. The funds, derived from the auction of the spirit turtle blood soup, amounted to a staggering 4.59 million. Hence, Jiang Fan had conveniently withdrawn 100,000 blue star coins upon his return. The sight of such a hefty sum placed on the table left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. It appeared to be at least 70 or 80,000, more than Ma Jiang's annual salary. Where did Jiang Fan procure such a fortune? Su Qingwan snapped back to reality, her tone turning anxious. Xiao Fan, where did you acquire this money? Did you borrow from your classmates again? How much could that possibly be? Return it immediately. Simultaneously, Ma Jiang regarded Jiang Fan with a grave expression. Xiao Fan, repay your classmates. Do not worry about family matters. If the patrol team does not accept me, I can seek other employment. Once I secure a job, I will promptly return the money you borrowed. Observing the anxious demeanor of his family, Jiang Fan shook his head, smiling reassuringly. Auntie, Uncle, please do not fret. This money was earned through legitimate means. Furthermore, I have already repaid the money I borrowed from my classmates. Noticing their eager expressions, Jiang Fan succinctly recounted the process of selling the medicine. You mean to say you obtained a formula, and the concocted elixir surpasses the fourth-generation products of the three major pharmaceutical groups? And that a single vial sold for hundreds of thousands? Ma Jiang felt as though his worldview had been turned upside down. However, he soon frowned. But wait, where did you acquire this formula? Jiang Fan had no choice but to concoct a plausible excuse. eventually managing to placate their curiosity. Afterward, he retrieved several vials of medicine from his pocket and placed them on the table, addressing Ma Ning. Auntie is correct. Your primary task now is to elevate your vitality and swiftly become a warrior. I have several vials of restorative medicine here, along with a vial of first-grade genetic medicine. Complete this task first. On his way back, he had also stopped by the Jinyao pharmacy to purchase several vials of fourth-grade restorative medicine and a vial of genetic medicine, spending a total of 250,000. Upon witnessing this, the family was once again astonished. Su Qingwan felt a pang of emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. My child, even with money, you cannot spend so extravagantly. How much did this cost? Ma Jiang similarly shook his head, pushing the money back toward Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, keep this money. We cannot use your funds. After a moment's hesitation, he added, regarding these medicines, since Xiao Ning has awakened, let her keep the vial of first-grade genetic medicine. The rest is for you. Though I am no longer with the patrol team, I can still find work. Ma Jiang began, but Jiang Fan interrupted him. Uncle, please do not refuse. This amount is insignificant. I possess the formula. In the future, the three major pharmaceutical groups will surely seek collaboration with me. If we can mass-produce this medicine, our wealth will flow abundantly. Not only will a vial of genetic medicine be trivial, but we will have enough to purchase as many medicines as we desire. Eventually, we can buy a house in the inner city and enjoy a better life. Su Qingwan and the others exchanged glances as they listened to Jiang Fan's unrealistic dreams. Amidst their hesitation, Ma Ning sweetly chimed in, Thank you, brother. A smile instantly brightened Jiang Fan's face. Seeing Ma Ning so happy, Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan reluctantly accepted Jiang Fan's reasoning. However, Ma Jiang's expression turned serious. When collaborating with the three major pharmaceutical groups, you must remain vigilant. They are all seasoned business people. Do not let them deceive you. Jiang Fan promptly assured him, Rest assured, I will be cautious. Ma Jiang nodded, pausing briefly. However, do not bear too much pressure. There are only 2 men in the family. I cannot allow you to shoulder the burden alone. I will seek work tomorrow. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is this never ending? With the financial crisis at home resolved, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. After spending some time chatting with his family, Jiang Fan retreated to his room to practice. The following morning, the breakfast spread was far more abundant. Jiang Fan devoured his meal ravenously, leaving Su Qingwan and the others speechless in astonishment. Xiao Fan must be experiencing a surge in vitality, hence his appetite has increased. From now on, we should prepare more food. Ma Jiang observed Jiang Fan's hearty appetite, elated. With the financial concerns alleviated, the only remaining worry was Jiang Fan's awakening. If he too could awaken, their family would boast 2 warriors, achieving true perfection. Jiang Fan decided not to disclose to Ma Jiang that he had already become a warrior. After all, such a significant leap in a short time left him uncertain about how to explain it. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he had figured it out. After leaving home, Jiang Fan headed directly to Jinyao Pharmacy to procure the materials for the spirit turtle blood soup, and once the concoction was completed, he dove into the training room at the thunderous martial arts hall. 3 days later, in the training room, Jiang Fan opened his eyes. Huff! As he concluded his breathing technique, a radiant glow seemed to emanate from him. The brilliance soon faded, merging back into his body. Rising to his feet, he approached the combat strength testing device. Clenching his fist, he struck the device with a punch. Boom! The combat power stabilized at 4,435. Shortly thereafter, the results of the vitality test were revealed, 352. A glint of determination sparkled in Jiang Fan's eyes. At this rate, as long as his finances were sufficient, he could ascend to a 3rd-level warrior within a month. Yet, he lamented, the funds were still insufficient for his training. A full 150,000 blue star coins had vanished in just 3 days. Cultivating martial arts truly seemed akin to burning money. No wonder it was so challenging for the impoverished to change their social status. It seemed the first hurdle in cultivation was insurmountable. He shook his head. It appears time to meet with representatives from the 3 major pharmaceutical groups. Chapter 38. The 3 major pharmaceutical groups assemble. In the span of 3 days, the 3 major pharmaceutical groups had achieved nothing. The personnel dispatched by Jinyao Pharmacy and Miaofeng Pavilion, after exhausting all means of investigation, could not even ascertain whether the client was male or female. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao could not help but erupt in fury. However, neither of the 2 families possessed any substantial information regarding Jiang Fan, making their search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Both Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao were aware of this predicament and thus did not overly pressure their subordinates. Ultimately, they had no choice but to shift their strategy, allocating all available manpower to monitor the other 2 families. Having already developed the 4th-generation drug, they held a distinct advantage. As long as they ensured the other 2 families made no progress, they would remain invulnerable, a strategy that was not without merit. In contrast, Enshurtang found itself at a considerable disadvantage compared to Jinyao Workshop and Miaofeng Pavilion, despite having acquired the drug and possessing some information about Jiang Fan. After several days of sifting through leads, they remained at a standstill, causing Yujun to feel increasingly anxious. Haven't we found anything yet? There are only 5 high schools in Jiangcheng, totaling merely a few thousand students. With such clear information, how can we not locate him? Presently, Enshurtang was the only entity that had not developed the 4th-generation drug. Should this stalemate persist, their situation would become increasingly dire. Consequently, Yujun shed his usual refined demeanor, raising his voice significantly. The subordinates fell silent, intimidated. Boss, we have exhausted all avenues of investigation. However, if he is intentionally concealing his identity, it would be challenging for us to ascertain the truth. Yujun shook his head, his expression grave. Indeed, that is a dilemma. But can't you devise some strategies? Offering rewards, employing subtle tactics. Must I personally instruct you? The subordinates remained mute, cowed by his intensity, observing their silence. Yujun sighed in disappointment. What has Lu Bo from the underground auction house conveyed? Has he relented? The subordinates hesitated momentarily. He is not. It seems he wishes to further observe the bids from the other 2 families. Yujun slammed his palm onto the table, causing tea to splash. Nonsense. How much have we invested, and he still refuses to reveal any information? What a scoundrel. The subordinates attempted to console him. Boss, if he refuses to share with us, he certainly won't disclose anything to the other 2 families either. According to our informants, they too are desperately seeking information and have not received any accurate updates from Lu Bo. Yujun, upon hearing this, felt a slight sense of relief. That is indeed true. However, he continued with a sigh, we are not like the other 2 families. They can afford to play the waiting game, but we cannot. After saying this, he rubbed his temples in frustration. The drug they had procured for testing had yielded results confirming it was approximately 50 more effective than the 4th-generation products from the 3 major pharmaceutical groups. Based on the feedback from Elder Su regarding the formula, the cost of the materials was merely about half that of the 4th-generation products. Such a vast profit margin. Yet they were unable to decipher the production process or locate the drug's owner. It was truly infuriating. What was more critical was that the old friends he had previously contacted for assistance in locating the 4th-generation formula had also reported back that it would be challenging to identify the corresponding formula in the near future. If this continued, Enshurtang would undoubtedly fall behind the other 2 families. Did fate truly conspire against Enshurtang? Once the subordinates had exited, Yujun sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the ground, though his thoughts drifted far away. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Boss. The individual who had just left rushed back. Breathless, Yujun stepped forward eagerly. What is it? Do you have news? His face lit up with excitement, leaning forward instinctively. The subordinate panted, just now. Someone from the underground auction house came by, saying the client is willing to meet with us. What? Yujun stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Jinyao Workshop and Miaofeng Pavilion received the same news, prompting Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao to hastily arrange their affairs and rush to the underground auction house. An hour later, at the underground auction house, Yujun encountered the hurried Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao. A sense of foreboding washed over him. What brings you here? Sikong Yao smiled. Elder Yu, we come for the same purpose as you. Yujun narrowed his eyes, instantly grasping the situation. He felt a wave of cunning from the figure behind this scheme, who consistently summoned all 3 families with bait, only to watch them scheme against one another without intervention. Likely, they intended to wait until they were at each other's throats before swooping in to reap the benefits. Truly insidious. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao shared similar thoughts. The 3 of them, burdened with heavy hearts, walked along the corridor. Xia Qingyang proposed, the mastermind behind this must be a calculating individual. This time, they have gone to great lengths to attract us through the auction house, only to remain hidden, now summoning all 3 of us at once. They must have grand plans. Therefore, I suggest we refrain from bidding, regardless of what bait they may cast. Sikong Yao pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, Yujun clearly did not share Xia Qingyang's sentiment, or perhaps he simply did not trust the 2 of them. Why should we not bid? If we do not bid, are we to wait for you 2 to purchase the formula? I care not for your affairs, nor should you concern yourselves with mine. With that, he quickened his pace, distancing himself from the 2, denying them the opportunity to respond. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao exchanged glances, perplexed. This old fellow has gone mad. Sikong Yao frowned. Xia Qingyang sighed, shaking his head. It seems that the inability of Enshurtang to develop the 4th-generation product has truly unsettled Elder Yu. We should hurry along. With that, the 2 hastened after him toward Lu Bo's room. Upon arriving, they found Yujun already seated, engaged in conversation with Lu Bo. Seeing Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao enter, Lu Bo greeted them with a smile. Gentlemen, please take a seat. As they settled in under Lu Bo's guidance, Sikong Yao glanced around. Where's the client? Lu Bo chuckled. No need to rush. Since this is a business discussion, the involved party will surely be present. I am well aware of this principle. Saying this, he clapped his hands. Brother Jiang, please come out. At his call, Jiang Fan emerged from a nearby partition. Nodding at the group before naturally taking a seat beside Lu Bo, Yujun's expression hardened at the sight, while Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao were left utterly bewildered. What is this? A high school student? Are we being toyed with? Chapter 39, Negotiation. It was not entirely their fault. Jiang Fan's youthfulness and somewhat naive appearance were indeed striking. Especially after practicing breathing techniques, his skin appeared exquisitely delicate, enhancing his youthful visage. It was no wonder they were misled. Sikong Yao, momentarily taken aback, attempted to inquire, "Who is this?" Lu Bo smiled gently, "This is our client, Brother Jiang." After stating this, Lu Bo stood. "Well then, since Brother Jiang has arrived, my task is complete. The rest is up to you." He glanced at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded, and after receiving the cue, Lu Bo exited the room, closing the door behind him. Sikong Yao opened his mouth to voice a thought. But Lu Bo had already thoughtfully shut the door. Frowning, Sikong Yao muttered, "This old fellow wouldn't he be pulling a fast one on us, would he?" The three of them had provided Lu Bo with considerable benefits in hopes of obtaining the client's information. He had accepted the rewards and promised to facilitate an introduction. Yet, he had gathered all three families together and brought forth a youth who resembled a high school student. Anyone would find Lu Bo's actions dismissive. Thus, their grievances were not without reason. After she finished speaking, she cast a glance at Xia Qingyang, who remained in contemplation, refraining from responding, seemingly engrossed in thought. Jiang Fan raised the tea beside him and took a sip, calmly stating, "Oh? If Boss Sikong feels that Lu Bo is merely toying with you, then you are free to leave at any time." Upon hearing this, Sikong Yao's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, she was about to erupt in anger, but seemingly recalling something, she held back. Xia Qingyang looked at Jiang Fan with surprise. Although Jiang Fan appeared to be a typical high school student, his tone and aura were anything but juvenile. To maintain such composure in the presence of heads of three pharmaceutical conglomerates was a testament to Jiang Fan's extraordinary character. Observing that Sikong Yao had ceased her retorts, Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Fan. As you can see, I am indeed a high school student. However, I must assert that this vial of elixir was indeed concocted by me." As soon as Jiang Fan's words fell, Yujun promptly declared, "Brother Jiang, I believe you. You are absolutely correct. Those who doubt can walk away." Sikong Yao's anger flared. "You." However, she quickly noticed Yujun's unusual demeanor and shifted to a smile. "How could that be? I merely spoke off the cuff. I meant no offense." Xia Qingyang, aware that Yujun possessed slightly more information than the rest, found the situation somewhat incredulous. Yet, Yujun's reaction indicated that Jiang Fan was indeed the individual they sought. Thus, disregarding the squabbling between Sikong Yao and Yujun, he turned his attention to Jiang Fan with a smile. "Brother Jiang, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Xia Qingyang, the head of Jinyao Workshop. I have long wished to meet you, and today, I finally have that opportunity. I believe you are aware of our intentions, as we are all here to discuss business. Hence, I shall be direct. We are all quite interested in the elixir you possess. I wonder if you might consider selling the formula?" Upon hearing Xia Qingyang's proposal, both Yujun and Sikong Yao halted their dispute and simultaneously turned their gazes toward Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan smiled lightly. "Since Boss Xia is so forthright, I shall dispense with superfluous words. I do indeed have intentions of collaboration. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to meet with you." The three of them immediately felt a surge of excitement, exchanging glances. However, Jiang Fan shook his head. "However, the collaboration I speak of does not entail selling the formula to you. Instead, it involves jointly developing new products." The trio was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from Jiang Fan. It was common knowledge that the three major pharmaceutical groups monopolized the pharmaceutical resources of Jiang City, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to intervene. Their usual method of collaboration with others involved acquisition, leaving no room for the concept of joint development. What basis did a mere high school student have to collaborate with them? Sikong Yao chuckled, "Little brother Jiang, you may not fully grasp the structure of our pharmaceutical groups. We have never had a precedent for collaborating with others or organizations. I am willing to purchase that vial of elixir for 5 million. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. On one hand, he found Sikong Yao's address quite inappropriate. On the other, he swiftly judged her character. 5 million. Did she truly consider him a child? Ignoring her, Jiang Fan turned his attention to Xia Qingyang and Yujun. "Do you two share the same sentiment?" Xia Qingyang and Yujun hesitated for a moment. "Well." Jiang Fan chuckled softly. "I trust both of you are aware of the efficacy of this elixir. It costs half of a standard 4th-generation elixir, yet boasts an efficacy exceeding that of a 4th-generation elixir by 50%. The three nodded in acknowledgement. Since Yujun acquired the vial and had it tested, its efficacy had already become somewhat of a secret among the major pharmaceutical groups. Jiang Fan continued, his gaze sweeping over the trio. "Since you all are already aware, you should be able to calculate the profit margins involved, yes?" Xia Qingyang spoke up, "Brother Jiang, if you are willing to sell, I can offer a reasonable price. However, regarding collaboration, I am not yet prepared to make that decision." When he emphasized the word reasonable, it was a subtle jab at Sikong Yao. Sikong Yao gritted her teeth in frustration, but given the circumstances, she refrained from addressing Xia Qingyang. Jiang Fan, uninterested in their petty games, turned his gaze to Yujun. "And you, elder you?" Yujun furrowed his brow in contemplation, finally asking hesitantly, Brother Jiang. What form would this collaboration take? Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao's expressions shifted, incredulously looking at Yujun. They had anticipated that this old fellow would cause trouble. And indeed he did. Yujun, feeling their gazes, shot them a fierce glare. It was not that he was breaking the rules, rather. He found himself with no way out. Jinyao Workshop and Miaofeng Pavilion both had fourth-generation products as a guarantee, whereas Anshitang had none. If he aligned himself with Xia Qingyang now, he risked losing everything, leaving him little room for concern regarding rules. Jiang Fan, noticing this, smiled slightly. It's quite simple. I will provide the formula and refining techniques, while Anshitang will handle production and sales. Profit will be split 55 to 45. Upon hearing the 55% figure, Yujun's expression changed. No, 55 is too high. Jiang Fan shrugged. As I understand it, Anshitang currently lacks a fourth-generation product. If this elixir can be brought to market, it will not only resolve the issues surrounding the fourth-generation products, but will also eliminate future concerns for Anshitang. Jiang Fan paused and added with a smile, most importantly, mass-produced products can undergo corresponding modifications. Although the efficacy may slightly decrease, the cost will be significantly lower, resulting in higher profits. Yujun looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment. It can be reduced further? Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, of course. Costs can be halved while still maintaining an efficacy approximately 20% higher than that of fourth-generation products. Yujun's eyes lit up. After pondering for a considerable time, he still shook his head. 55 is still too high. If it's 46, I could agree. Is it settled? Then? That seems rather hasty. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. 46 is not out of the question. But I will require your assistance in sourcing materials when I need them. Jiang Fan would inevitably continue refining elixirs in the future, and having Anshitang's support would certainly make things easier for him. As for the split, whether it was 40 or 50%, it was sufficient for his needs. His future accomplishments would undoubtedly extend beyond Jiang City, so he need not be overly fixated on the details. Yujun slammed the table. Deal. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao stared in disbelief as the two hastily reached an agreement. They had never entertained the idea of collaborating with anyone else. But if it became necessary, it was not entirely off the table. However, at this moment, Jiang Fan completely denied them the chance, finalizing matters with Yujun and leaving them feeling somewhat flustered. Suddenly, both were a bit anxious. If Yujun were to obtain the method for producing that elixir, it would spell a monumental loss for them. Not only would their fourth-generation products be compromised, but their plans to absorb Anshitang might also fall through. Brother Jiang, we haven't even discussed yet. How could it be? If collaboration is a possibility, we can certainly talk. Jiang Fan observed the flustered expressions on Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao's faces, chuckling. Are you two willing to agree to a 46 split? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao regained their composure. Although they were unwilling to see Yujun acquire the elixir, a 46 split was something they simply could not decide upon. Jiang Fan regarded them coolly. Since you two are unwilling, please take your leave. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao departed reluctantly. Jiang Fan finalized the specific follow-up details with Yujun, and as he prepared to leave, Yujun smiled. The last time you were at Anshitang refining medicinal materials, there was an unfortunate incident with Xiaowei. I have since reprimanded her upon my return. Here, I also wish to extend my apologies. Xiaowei has been under my care since her parents passed away when she was young, and I admit I have been somewhat lax in my discipline. Therefore, I hope Brother Jiang can forgive us. Jiang Fan suddenly recalled the events that transpired at Anshitang. It was a trivial matter, truly not worth dwelling upon. To Jiang Fan, these incidents were indeed insignificant trifles. However, from Yujun's perspective, he found himself increasingly admiring Jiang Fan. At such a young age, he exhibited remarkable composure, and during the negotiations, he displayed the cunning of a seasoned fox, adeptly grasping the subtleties of their conversation. Extraordinary. Which high school does Brother Jiang attend? Yujun inquired tentatively. Jiang Fan replied with a slight smile, Wugao. With that, he waved his hand and took his leave. Old you, I will leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. Once the contract is prepared, please inform me, and I shall cooperate with the research and development team. Yujun nodded eagerly. Upon regaining his composure, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Wugao? If you're trying to deceive me, at least concoct a more plausible story. In the following 2 days, Jiang Fan entered into a cooperation agreement with Yujun, securing a 40% profit share from this product's proceeds. Naturally, he also imparted the recipe and the steps for mass production to the researchers at Anshitang. On the 3rd floor of Anshitang, Yujun was in high spirits. Ha. Brother Jiang, so your name is Jiang Fan, a name befitting one of great ambition and accomplishment. Jiang Fan found Yujun's flattery hard to bear and chose not to engage further. Old you, I will rely on you for the upcoming matters. Yujun nodded with a smile. Rest assured, this is a matter of utmost importance to Anshitang. I will devote myself to it. Jiang Fan inclined his head slightly, asking, Old you, has Professor Su's team already mastered the steps for mass production of this medicinal formula? Based on the typical production cycle, how long do you estimate it will take for the medicine to be available on the market? Yujun pondered for a moment. Under normal circumstances, It takes about a month for a new product to be launched. However, the products developed by the three major pharmaceutical groups are generally simpler formulations with established equipment. This time, the traditional Chinese medicine we are producing requires training and standardization in its processes, along with updates to the equipment. I estimate it may take up to 3 months before it can be launched. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. 3 months. He had initially hoped to profit from this formula to secure resources for his cultivation, as well as to acquire a residence in the inner city. If it takes 3 months, he might face a dire shortage of resources in the meantime. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Fan asked, "Old you, could you possibly advance me some funds?" Yu Jun was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. "Of course. How much do you need?" Jiang Fan calculated silently. For his cultivation over the next few months, he would need several million, and in addition to purchasing a house. It would amount to a considerable sum. 5 million. Even though Yu Jun was somewhat prepared for this, he was still taken aback. Chapter 41. Pathways to moving into the inner city. However, considering that Jiang Fan had already provided the formula to Anshitang, and that both parties had signed a contract, he quickly reconciled with the situation. He beckoned, instructing, "Go fetch Xiaowei." His subordinate promptly complied. A few minutes later, Xiaowei, dressed in a light green long dress, entered the room. "Grandfather, Brother Jiang." This way of addressing was a directive from Yu Jun. After establishing the cooperation with Jiang Fan, Yu Jun had called for Yu Baiwei at the first opportunity to resolve any misunderstandings and instructed her to address Jiang Fan as Brother Jiang from then on. Although Yu Baiwei felt awkward, she did not dare to oppose Yu Jun's wishes. Seeing Yu Baiwei treating Jiang Fan with courtesy as per his instructions, Yu Jun nodded slightly. "You will go and withdraw 5 million for Brother Jiang." Yu Baiwei was taken aback and wanted to protest, but Yu Jun's stern gaze silenced her. He maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Brother Jiang, both you and Xiaowei are young. You should spend more time together. I may be quite busy with various engagements. But if you ever need anything and cannot find me, feel free to reach out to Xiaowei." Jiang Fan nodded and inquired, "Old you, I wish to ask you something." Yu Jun smiled and replied, "What is it? Please feel free to ask." Jiang Fan hesitated briefly. "If I wish to purchase a house in the inner city, what are the necessary conditions? Or is having money sufficient?" Jiang Fan was keen on buying a house in the inner city, but he was not well versed in the requirements. As fate would have it, he found himself discussing this with Yu Jun and seized the opportunity to inquire. Yu Jun suddenly realized. So, Jiang Fan intended to withdraw the funds for a house. It is like this. If Yu Jun began, testing the waters. "Brother Jiang, may I ask if you plan to purchase the house for yourself, or?" Jiang Fan smiled. "For myself." Yu Jun nodded slightly. There are generally 3 pathways to acquire a residence in the inner city. First, one must become a martial artist. Once you attain that status, you gain the eligibility to purchase property in the inner city. Second, working in a relevant governmental department can also grant you internal quotas. Third, being recognized as a special contributor to Jiang City will also provide privileged quotas. If you observe closely, you'll find that most individuals with fixed residences in the inner city fall into one of these 3 categories. Of course, these are merely the qualifications. Once you obtain a quota, you must also possess sufficient funds to buy a house. This often requires a substantial sum. Jiang Fan frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that purchasing a house in the inner city would be so complicated. So, one must become a martial artist to qualify for property purchase? Yu Jun nodded with a smile. Indeed, martial artists are the most valuable talents in our nation, crucial for combating aberrant beasts and safeguarding our cities. They certainly deserve ample privileges. However, this designation of martial artist requires certification from the Martial Arts Association, which issues medals to those qualified. As Yu Jun continued, it seemed he was eager to share more. "Brother Jiang, you may not be aware, but the Martial Arts Association has various preferential policies for martial artists of different levels. For instance, a level 2 martial artist may have job placements arranged for their family members, while a level 3 martial artist might be gifted a villa in the inner city. The specific benefits depend on the martial artist's rank." Jiang Fan's interest was piqued. Villas? Job arrangements for family members? This might be worth considering. Seeing Jiang Fan deep in thought, Yu Jun assumed he was troubled by these conditions and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, if you trust me, I have some resources. I might be able to secure a special contribution quota for you, although it may take some time." Jiang Fan replied with a faint smile, "Thank you, old you, but I don't need it for now. If I require assistance, I will consult you again." Yu Jun nodded slightly. Once Yu Baiwei had provided Jiang Fan with the 5 million cash check and seen him off, she returned to Yu Jun's office. Upon entering, she expressed her frustration. "Grandfather, why did you give him 5 million? Yu Jun smiled and gestured for her to sit. Yu Baiwei, still sulking, remained standing. Yu Jun took a sip of tea and continued. "Brother Jiang is our partner and has rescued Anshitang from peril. Although he has indeed made rather high demands and taken a significant portion of the profits, it is a matter of principle. He is genuinely our benefactor. You must understand how substantial the profits from this medicine could be upon its release. He could very well request 10 million, and I would still comply." Yu Baiwei, anxious, interjected, "But, however," after a long while, he could not articulate his thoughts, only expressing his frustration. Upon receiving the money, his immediate intention was to purchase a house, solely fixated on consumption. Such a mindset makes our collaboration with him quite challenging, Yujun remarked pensively. Yet, he possesses a prescription, which constitutes a valuable resource. Yu Baiwei opened her mouth but found herself unable to refute this. She could only scoff. What a stroke of luck. As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she began to sneer. He even inquired in such detail about the treatment for martial artists. Does he genuinely believe he can become one? Yu Jun shook his head, offering a lesson. Xiao Wei, remember, regardless of your disdain for him, he is still our partner. We must maintain a degree of courtesy in person. As for whether he can become a martial artist, I trust the answer will soon reveal itself. If he is determined to purchase a house but fails to secure a quota, he will undoubtedly seek our assistance. Chapter 42, Jiangqing Martial Arts Association. Jiang Fan emerged from Anshitang, instinctively heading towards the thunderous martial hall. However, halfway through, he suddenly halted. Presently, he possessed a substantial sum of 5 million, sufficient to meet his training requirements for several months. Even as his vitality increased, leading to a greater consumption of medicinal agents daily. And after reserving some for Ma Ning and the thunderous martial hall, it would still suffice at least until the college entrance examination. These were foreseeable circumstances, so he felt no urgency. What preoccupied him now was the information he had just received from Yujun regarding the feasibility of purchasing a house in the inner city and whether martial artist certification held any value. Furthermore, Yujun had mentioned that second-level martial artists could arrange work for their family members at their discretion. Was this information genuine? These remained questions awaiting confirmation, lingering like a suspenseful weight upon Jiang Fan's mind. Uncomfortable with this feeling, he pondered for a moment before swiftly changing direction towards the Martial Arts Association. Currently, Ma Jiang was engulfed in anxiety over unemployment. If the martial artist certification could alleviate this issue, then pursuing it would indeed be imperative. The Jiangqing Martial Arts Association was located just a couple of streets away from the thunderous martial hall, having already covered nearly half the distance. Jiang Fan made the turn and arrived at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association in less than 10 minutes. In comparison to the surrounding high-rise buildings, this structure was relatively modest in height, no more than 4 stories, yet it occupied a vast expanse, spanning across 2 streets and underscoring the unique status of the Martial Arts Association. Jiang Fan did not linger at the entrance, but strode directly into the association's hall. At that moment, few individuals populated the spacious area. Approaching the front desk, he inquired, "Hello, how may I register for martial artist certification?" The receptionist, a young woman clad in professional attire, was exceptionally beautiful. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's high school appearance, she momentarily froze. "You wish to pursue martial artist certification?" Generally, very few high school students reach the martial artist level. Over 80 of high school students find it challenging to awaken their potential. Among the rare few who do awaken, they must invest extensive time in training and substantial financial resources to procure supplements. Even after nearing a vitality value of 1, they must purchase first-level genetic agents to unlock their 13th genetic lock. This incurs a significant expense. Thus, to attain martial artist status, one needs not only sufficient talent, but also considerable financial backing. Filtering through these 2 criteria, those who can awaken as martial artists are indeed a rarity. Observing Jiang Fan's high school demeanor and apparent attire indicating he was from the outer city, she doubted his financial capacity to reach the martial artist level. Despite being an outer city resident herself, this was merely an objective assessment. Upon hearing the receptionist's inquiry, Jiang Fan responded with surprise, "Yes. Is that possible?" The receptionist regained her composure, her face breaking into a professional smile. Of course, regardless of her inner thoughts, she maintained a demeanor of professionalism. She expertly flipped through a stack of documents on the desk, extracted a form, and handed it to Jiang Fan. "Please fill out this form. Then I will escort you to the assessment room." Jiang Fan glanced at the form, which contained basic personal information. In addition to age, height, and weight, there were also familial relationships and other non-essential items. As he filled it out, the receptionist stole a glance and noted Jiang Fan had written 17 in the age field. Indeed, a high school student. However, she refrained from commenting further. Working here, she frequently encountered young individuals enticed by the promises of the Martial Arts Association, coming to try their luck, convinced their vitality was close to 1 or at the threshold, believing they had a chance to pass the martial artist assessment. Yet, the reality often proved to be a harsh teacher. The martial artist assessment is a rigorously conducted process. Even a slight deviation from the standard could prevent certification as a martial artist. She had tirelessly advised countless hopeful youngsters against such folly. Yet her words often fell on deaf ears. Thus, she chose silence. If they wished to pursue certification, they could do so. If they wanted to fill out forms, she would ensure her duties were met. As for passing the assessment, that depended solely on their abilities. Once Jiang Fan completed the form, the receptionist reviewed the required fields and, finding no issues, smiled and said, "Please hold on a moment. I will assign you a number." She performed a series of operations on the computer and, moments later, looked up. "Mr. Jiang Fan, correct?" Jiang Fan nodded. The receptionist continued, currently, we have reached 57 applicants for the martial artist assessment today, and 12 have already completed it. Based on the current pace, if you wish to participate, you may need to wait at least 3 hours or more. Would you prefer to schedule for tomorrow? Jiang Fan glanced at the clock in the hall. It was already 3 p.m. If he had to wait 3 more hours, it would likely be past 6 p.m. He wondered if they would still be open after 6. He did not wish to undertake the process twice if it could be completed in one visit. He was indifferent to how long he had to wait. His concern was whether others would leave after such an extended wait. The receptionist smiled reassuringly. You need not worry. Although our martial arts association has closing hours, all those registered for the day will be assessed. Typically, if we cannot accommodate the number of assessments, the chief examiner will notify me to halt further registrations. As of now, I have not received such notification. Jiang Fan nodded. All right. Please arrange the assessment for me. The receptionist took the registration form, bypassed the front desk, and approached Jiang Fan. As he followed her, he noticed a group of students exiting from around the corner. This group surrounded a boy and a girl, showering them with compliments as they walked. Brother Hao, Sister Mooching, you're amazing. You passed the martial artist certification in one go. You're surely on track to enter one of the top martial arts universities in Huaxia. Indeed, I've never seen anyone achieve martial artist status so early. Brother Hao is only 18, and Sister Mooching is merely 17. With such potential, those universities will certainly be vying for them. Oh, if only I were as strong as my seniors. It's a pity I didn't pass this time. Who knows when I'll get another chance. It's so difficult to enhance my vitality. Exactly. My father prepares all sorts of tonics for me every day, yet I can't absorb them. It's truly embarrassing. When you two seniors make it big, don't forget about us. Right. The boy on the left, though not particularly tall, had a handsome and refined appearance. The girl on the right was exceptionally attractive. Even in her school uniform, her figure was striking. They were clearly the brother Hao and Sister Mooching that everyone was discussing. Su Mooching felt a tinge of disdain towards the flattery, while brother Hao appeared to relish the attention. Much appreciated. In truth, there are many formidable individuals, and we do not consider ourselves among the elite. The prestigious martial arts university remains a distant aspiration for us. As a few walked and conversed, they inadvertently brushed past Jiang Fan. A few meters later, Su Mooching suddenly halted, turning around in bewilderment. Jiang Fan. Chapter 43. Su Mooching. Su Mooching contemplated Jiang Fan's retreating figure. The others, noticing her pause, also came to a halt. Senior brother Hao followed Su Mooching's gaze and saw her eyes fixed on an ordinarily dressed young man. Do you know him? Su Mooching furrowed her brow, withholding a response. Senior brother Hao's jealousy flared at once. He looks like an outsider from the outer city. Is he hoping to participate in the martial artist certification? What an absurd notion. The emergence of every martial artist requires substantial financial backing. Regardless of one's talent, he does not believe an outsider could afford it. The other students, witnessing Hao's remarks, eagerly chimed in. Indeed, how could an outer city dweller afford the genetic enhancers? The outer city is merely a repository of the discarded. Their talents are woefully inferior. If one were to awaken, it would be a cause for gratitude. Look at him. He seems like a student. Could he possibly be from our esteemed First High? Don't be ridiculous. First High? Have you ever encountered someone like him? He likely hails from one of those lowly institutions. They can barely afford meals. Merely attending school is a privilege, let alone affording First High's tuition. These individuals are mostly sycophants. Wu Haoyu is a prominent figure at First High, his family engaged in a substantial real estate business. His generosity in sharing benefits often earns him flattery. Thus, this group, familiar with the dynamics of such exchanges, readily aligns with him. In contrast, Su Mooching, despite her remarkable talent, originates from an ordinary family in the inner city. Her parents are mere civil servants within the government, devoid of any influence. The courtesy extended towards Su Mooching primarily stems from Wu Haoyu's interest in her. Consequently, they discern the hierarchy and naturally prioritize Wu Haoyu's opinions, directing their scorn towards Jiang Fan. Unlike before, this time Haoyu made no pretense of politeness to restrain them. Instead, he crossed his arms and savored the ridicule, all the while observing Su Mooching's reactions. Initially lost in thought about how Jiang Fan had found himself in this place, Su Mooching's countenance darkened upon hearing the derisive comments exchanged among her peers. Must you speak so harshly? He is not merely an outsider. Hearing her words, Haoyu's eyes narrowed, his jealousy intensifying. Even if he is not from the outer city, becoming a martial artist is not a trivial matter. Among so many of us, only the two of us have passed the certification. I am eager to see if he can indeed pass the assessment. With that, he beckoned to the service staff at the beverage area. Bring us each a cup of coffee. He then led the group towards the seating area. Su Mooching sensed something was amiss with this individual. Why direct hostility towards someone who had not provoked him? She felt an urge to leave immediately. However, recalling her family's arrangements, she reluctantly followed suit. It was also an opportune moment for her to address some matters with Jiang Fan. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan followed the receptionist girl around the corner into the hallway. After a couple of right turns, they arrived outside a room, and she gently knocked on the door. Come in. After the voice invited them, the receptionist girl turned to Jiang Fan and said, "Please wait here for a moment." Holding a form, she entered the room. Through the crack between the doors, Jiang Fan glimpsed a vast space, nearly 200 square meters. In the room's center stood various instruments. Along with a designated area cordoned off by barriers, its floor cushioned. Lining the walls were rows of seats occupied by students and some older men, presumably candidates for the martial artist assessment. At the front of the room, a row of tables indicated the presence of the examination panel. Upon entering, the receptionist girl approached the examiners and submitted the form. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair took the form, glanced at it, then placed it beneath a stack of papers on the table. He exchanged a few words with the receptionist girl, who nodded and quietly exited. She opened the door, walked to a position slightly further away, and instructed Jiang Fan, "You're in luck today. You are the last one. Group leader Wang just announced that no more candidates will be accepted after you. You can go in shortly, find a seat against the wall, and wait for your name to be called." Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement of her arrangements. "Thank you." The receptionist girl's face brightened with a smile. In her previous experiences with candidates, most were either spoiled aristocrats or ill-tempered individuals trying their luck. Polite students like Jiang Fan were indeed rare. Almost instantly, she developed a faint fondness for this courteous young man. After the receptionist girl departed, Jiang Fan returned to the door and knocked once again. Upon receiving permission to enter, he surveyed the surroundings and made his way to a relatively unoccupied seat against the wall. As he walked, many in the room turned to glance at him. "Who is this? He looks like a student and seems to be from the outer city. Is he here for the assessment? Of course, if he wasn't he. How could he enter this room? But he appears rather frail. Does he have the stamina for this? Can he even pass? Huh. I've heard many come here hoping for a stroke of luck. He seems like one of those. If that is the case, he might find himself in for a rough time." The chief examiner today is group leader Wang, known for his notorious temper. If he realizes he is being toyed with, who knows how he'll react? The outcome is uncertain, but during the third round of combat testing, he might endure some serious discomfort. Jiang Fan disregarded the murmurs surrounding him and calmly reached his intended seat. Silence. The chief examiner, group leader Wang, frowned, his voice cutting through the chatter. In an instant, the room fell silent as water. His stern gaze swept across the room before briefly resting on Jiang Fan, who he regarded with impatience before returning his attention to the assessment area in the center. The assessment continues. Next, Chen Xiangzhuang. With that, a hulking figure leaped from his seat and swiftly approached the center of the room. Chapter 44, Martial Artist Assessment. The martial artist assessment comprises 3 parts. The first is the vitality test. The second is the combat power test. The third is the practical assessment. The vitality and combat power tests are relatively straightforward, akin to Jiang Fan's usual procedures, utilizing instruments to evaluate whether the candidates meet the standards. Only when both the vitality and combat power tests yield results that meet the martial artist assessment criteria can one proceed to the third part. The third practical assessment involves members of the Martial Arts Association directly facing off against the candidates. Once the matches conclude, regardless of the outcome, the panel of judges will evaluate the candidates based on their performances, assigning them either a pass or fail grade. Due to the subjective nature of the third part, it allows for greater flexibility, making it more challenging for ordinary individuals. Chen Xiangzhuang approached the vitality testing area, where staff promptly assisted him in drawing blood. After collecting the sample, they placed the blood sample in a testing device towering over a person. A few minutes later, the machine beeped repeatedly. The blood vitality testing device emitted a flickering red light, accompanied by an audible alert. A staff member approached to record the numbers and, after a brief moment, announced, "Participant 19, Chen Xiangzhuang, blood vitality value 114. First assessment, successful." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangzhuang's face instantly brightened with joy. Generally speaking, the blood vitality value maintains a ratio of approximately 1100 to the combat power value, with minor fluctuations. This large-scale blood vitality testing apparatus is considerably more precise than those used in martial arts schools, yielding results with virtually no margin of error. His blood vitality value exceeded 1,014, and even accounting for a downward adjustment, his combat power should not fall below 100. It's settled. The staff member glanced at Chen Xiangzhuang and remarked coolly, "Attention to your exertion for the second assessment. Combat power test." With that, he stepped aside to guide Chen Xiangzhuang to the combat power testing area. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiangzhuang clenched his fists. "Begin." At the sound of the prompt, he immediately exerted force, striking the sensor. The combat power testing device displayed rapidly changing numbers. After more than 10 seconds, it finally settled on the number 109. Chen Xiangzhuang was overjoyed. The staff member nodded. Participant 19, Chen Xiangzhuang, combat power value 109. Second assessment, successful. After announcing the scores, the staff member gestured to the side. A short yet remarkably agile middle-aged man approached. The third assessment is a practical combat evaluation, overseen by our Martial Arts Association's first-level examiner. Your objective is to defeat him. Rest assured, this assessment poses no safety risks. With Leader Wang present, he will intervene if necessary. Chen Xiangzhuang nodded, stepping into the third assessment area, eager to begin. The two stood opposite each other in the competition zone, one on the left and one on the right. Chen Xiangzhuang appeared tall and robust, making his opponent seem even more diminutive, which inadvertently led him to feel a sense of disdain. Begin. However, as soon as the staff member's command was issued, a figure flashed across the arena. Bang! The opponent's fist struck Chen Xiangzhuang in the abdomen, causing him to recoil in pain. Yet, the opponent relentlessly pursued him like a relentless parasite. With no other option, Chen Xiangzhuang braced himself and swung his fist towards the opponent's head. The opponent, undeterred, raised his hand to block. The two arms collided instantly. Chen Xiangzhuang realized that the opponent's arm was as hard as steel. Crack! The arena was alive with movement, the sounds of their exchanges echoing. Looking up, Chen Xiangzhuang found himself thoroughly suppressed by his opponent. Minutes passed. The opponent's right hand morphed into a claw, aiming directly for Chen Xiangzhuang's face. Having just evaded a low strike, Chen Xiangzhuang had no time to react, watching helplessly as the hand loomed closer, poised to descend upon him. Alright, that's enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the side. The opponent immediately retracted his hand and stood down, leaving Chen Xiangzhuang stunned in place. Leader Wang conferred with several others. Third assessment, poor combat awareness. Insufficient skill level, practical combat not passed. Chen Xiangzhuang felt utterly dejected. Next, participant 20, Jiang Fan, having observed Chen Xiangzhuang's evaluation, shook his head slightly. This Chen Xiangzhuang appeared quite robust, yet he seemed to be of considerable age, likely of common origin. Otherwise, he might have achieved martial artist status long ago. According to martial arts truth, if one has not awakened by the age of 18, the chances of awakening thereafter are exceedingly slim. Chen Xiangzhuang should have awakened before 18, but perhaps lacked the funds to enhance his blood vitality or purchase genetic agents to unlock his genetic potential, thus delaying his progress. However, even with his blood vitality and combat power elevated now, lacking any inherited martial arts techniques, relying solely on self-study and exploration, he still lagged significantly behind other normal martial artists. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan silently resolved to shine during the college entrance examination, thus securing more leverage to negotiate for the techniques he desired. Next, participant 20, a slightly older young man, appeared to be a student from Jiangxing Martial Arts University. His blood vitality and combat power both reached the intermediate level among first-level martial artists. In the third practical assessment, he managed to draw evenly with his opponent, ultimately passing the evaluation. Participant 21 was a striking young woman. After a series of tests, she successfully passed the assessment. Jiang Fan sat there, watching as individuals departed one by one, his heart as tranquil as a still pond. Approximately an hour later. Next, participant 35. The staff member called out the number, and a high school-aged boy rose. Jiang Fan glanced around the room. Only about 20 participants remained. He was the last, participant 58, and still had over an hour to wait. Following the same procedure, the staff member summoned the participant to the blood vitality testing device, preparing to draw blood. First assessment. Blood vitality. However, just as he began to speak, the door creaked open. Without knocking, it seemed abrupt. Everyone inside instinctively turned to the entrance. Upon sighting the newcomer, all the staff members immediately stood up. President Wu. Jiang Fan looked over to see an elderly man with graying hair, accompanied by a young man dressed in exquisite attire. President Wu waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit. How is the assessment proceeding? Leader Wang promptly reported, today, a total of 58 participants are undergoing evaluation, with 34 already assessed and a number passing. President Wu appeared indifferent to these figures, casually nodding as he listened to Leader Wang's report. Once the report concluded, President Wu smiled. Well done. After the assessments on stage, let him undergo evaluation as well. This is a genius I recruited from another city. His blood vitality reaches 20. You must conduct a thorough test. As soon as President Wu's words were spoken, the room erupted in uproar. Good heavens, a blood vitality of 20. Isn't he a second-level martial artist? He appeared to be merely 17 or 18. Already a second-level martial artist? President Wu just referred to him as a genius. Do you understand what a genius is? How can we compare him with ordinary people? Even if he is a genius, at this age, he likely just broke through to second-level martial artist status. A blood vitality of 20 makes him a true prodigy. I think it's not so impressive. I've heard that in the capital, many students reach second-level martial artist status as soon as they enter high school, and some even achieve third level by the time they enter university. But you also said that's the capital. We're in Jiangxing. Can it be compared? The young man, unaffected by the murmurs below, continued to chat amiably with President Wu, both of them observing the participants being tested, sharing laughter. Beside Jiang Fan, a high school-looking individual scoffed lightly. A second-level martial artist, and he is being celebrated like this. It seems Jiangxing has truly run out of talent. After speaking, he turned to Jiang Fan, warmly stating, while our blood vitality values may not be as high now, we've all earned our progress through diligent cultivation. If we can secure admission to a reputable university and gain access to training resources, it's not impossible for us to surpass him in the future. Us. The term suggested he considered Jiang Fan one of his kind. Yet, Jiang Fan distinctly recalled the disdainful look the individual had shot him upon entering, judging him based on his attire. It was merely a reflection of their own inadequacy, seeking validation through such remarks. For such individuals, Jiang Fan could hardly be bothered to cast a glance. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's complete indifference to his words, even failing to turn his head, the individual's expression darkened. What the hell? Soon, the assessment on stage came to an end. A staff member hurriedly approached Chairman Wu and whispered something to him. After a brief conversation, the staff member returned to the center of the assessment arena. Next, Li Yutong. Oh, so his name is Li Yutong. Jiang Fan mused silently. Upon hearing the name announced by the staff, the others began to murmur amongst themselves. Li Yutong bowed slightly to Chairman Wu before stepping beside the staff member. My apologies. The staff member displayed an exceedingly humble demeanor, trembling as he retrieved the blood collection needle and gently pricked Li Yutong's fingertip. He then returned the needle to the vitality testing device. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers swiftly ascended. Everyone fixated intently on the screen. After a dozen seconds, the reading stabilized. 212. At that moment, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. The first item, vitality value, 212. When the staff announced Li Yutong's vitality value, a look of surprise illuminated Chairman Wu's face. Yutong, your vitality has increased again? Li Yutong replied with a subtle smile. Indeed, Uncle Wu. I've made some progress in my cultivation recently. Chairman Wu laughed heartily, his face aglow with delight. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of my recognition as a genius. Let's see how your combat power fares. Smiling, Li Yutong nodded and, without waiting for the staff's cue, approached the combat power testing device. He pressed down with both hands, forming fists at his abdomen before taking a deep breath. With a sudden burst of energy, his right arm struck the sensor of the combat power device. Bang! A resounding crash echoed throughout the room. The combat power testing device's screen displayed rapidly changing numbers. After a dozen seconds, the readings settled. 2,521. Upon seeing this number, Chairman Wu disregarded his image and swiftly moved beside the combat power device, rubbing his eyes as if to confirm the authenticity of the reading. After a moment, his expression turned serious. Yutong, strike again. Li Yutong smiled lightly and, following his instruction, delivered another blow to the combat power device's sensor. This time, the number was even higher. 2,552. Hiss. Chairman Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly terrifying. The ratio of vitality to combat power generally hovers around 1100, rarely exceeding a small margin, with fluctuations within 5 being considered normal. However, certain prodigies can expand this ratio to 10 or even beyond. Your value surpasses the fixed ratio by more than 20, categorizing you as a genius amongst geniuses. I have not misjudged you. Li Yutong humbly replied. Uncle Wu, I still have a long way to go compared to others. Chairman Wu waved his hand dismissively. No, you need not be modest. The larger the ratio of vitality to combat power, the stronger the combat power for the same vitality value. Your potential is boundless. As far as I can see among the talents in Jiangxing, none can compare to you. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a crucial pillar of our Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. Li Yutong, upon hearing this, fell silent and quietly accepted the commendation. The third item was the practical combat test. Chairman Wu beckoned, and a middle-aged man stood in the first row of examiners. This is our Level 2 examiner, Wei Xin. He will conduct your assessment next. Li Yutong, ever courteous, even in familiarity with Chairman Wu, immediately bowed to Wei Xin upon hearing this. Senior Wei Xin nodded indifferently. Let us begin. With that, he walked towards the practical combat assessment area. Li Yutong paused slightly and glanced at Chairman Wu. Chairman Wu shook his head with a smile. That's just his nature. Do not take it to heart. He then called to Wei Xin, during the assessment. Be mindful not to injure Yutong. Wei Xin cast a casual glance at Chairman Wu without responding. Chairman Wu smiled wryly and gestured to Li Yutong. Go on. Li Yutong nodded and walked to the center of the practical combat area. Please enlighten me, he said, bowing elegantly. However, as he bent down, Wei Xin launched a lightning-fast attack. Li Yutong's expression changed dramatically, caught off guard by Wei Xion's lack of martial decorum, and he hurriedly tried to block. Bang! Wei Xion's foot struck Li Yutong's arm, nearly bringing him to his knees. He gritted his teeth to absorb the impact and quickly retreated. Although Wei Xion's unorthodox approach irked him, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid the onslaught. After creating some distance from Wei Xion, he swiftly adjusted his stance and began employing his family's unique martial art, the Rui Fist, to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with Wei Xion. In this manner, both sides exhibited a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch. Chairman Wu watched on the sidelines, nodding in admiration. The Rui Fist has indeed been cultivated to a consummate level. No wonder his combat power can surpass the limitations of vitality. Although his combat awareness could use improvement, it is sufficient to hold his own against Wei Xion for a while. Chapter 46 next, number 58, Jiang Fan. Ordinary individuals awaken before they can break through and accumulate vitality, becoming quasi-martial artists. Quasi-martial artists can utilize genetic potions to unlock genetic locks, surpassing vitality limits. As vitality increases, so too does combat power. However, as Chairman Wu stated, the ratio of vitality to combat power remains within a fixed range. The specific combat power level still hinges on the realm of the practiced martial arts. To simplify, the better the martial art, the higher the realm of cultivation, the stronger the combat power. Theoretically, this combat power can diverge significantly from vitality. Yet, in reality, few can achieve this. First, high-level martial arts are exceedingly rare, and ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to obtain them, often limited to the basic techniques found in martial arts truth or the commonplace methods taught in martial arts schools. Second, cultivating the realms of martial arts is also quite challenging. The realms are divided into entry, small success, great success, perfection, and subtlety. The further one progresses, the more difficult the cultivation becomes. An ordinary person can typically only reach the entry level. Yet, Li Yutong has managed to cultivate his family's Rui Fist to great success, clearly indicating he has invested considerable effort. Although the Rui Fist is not an esoteric martial art, achieving this level is already quite remarkable. Hence, Chairman Wu holds Li Yutong in high regard. However, his combat awareness is somewhat lacking, likely only at the 2-star level. The levels of vitality and combat power merely gauge the foundational quality of an individual. In actual combat scenarios, victory or defeat still depends on combat awareness. For instance, in terms of combat power, a wolf is evidently inferior to a tiger. However, if that wolf possesses keen combat awareness, it may still have a chance to exhaust a tiger to death. Li Yutong, however, evidently falls short in this aspect. But that's alright. It may simply be due to his limited participation in practical combat. With training, there remains ample room for improvement. Chairman Wu observed for a while, having analyzed Li Yutong to a considerable extent. At this time, the assessment on stage was also nearing its conclusion. Wei Xin executed a fierce wind-splitting palm technique, which, before Li Yutong could react, was already poised at his neck. This is a death zone. Li Yutong loses. Just then, Chairman Wu intervened, smiling broadly as he approached. Yutong, very well done. Wei Xin is one of our strongest level 2 examiners in the Martial Arts Association. His vitality value stands at 32. And the fact that you managed to engage him for such a duration speaks volumes about your strength. As he spoke, he nodded to Team Leader Wang. Note this. Li Yutong has passed the Level 2 Martial Artist Assessment. He awarded the Level 2 Martial Artist Badge. Team Leader Wang promptly took note. Seeing this, a hint of joy appeared on Li Yutong's face. Thank you, Uncle Wu. I still have many areas to improve. Chairman Wu nodded. There is certainly considerable room for enhancement in combat awareness. However, there is no cause for concern. Our Martial Arts Association's Genius Competition still has time. We can engage in targeted training, and it shall be no great matter. Upon hearing the president of the Martial Arts Association's praise, Li Yutong felt an inner sense of satisfaction. Yet, when he suddenly mentioned combat awareness, Li Yutong's heart sank. Although the president spoke rather subtly, it was evident that he was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Yutong's performance in this regard. The president of the Martial Arts Association remained oblivious to Li Yutong's unease. He turned to Leader Wang and said, "All right, you all may continue. Should you come across any promising candidates, do inform me promptly." Then, turning back to Li Yutong with a smile, he added, "Come, Yutong, let us have a seat together. Soon, I shall have them prepare your second-level warrior badge and bring it to you." Li Yutong suddenly shook his head. "Uncle Wu, let us wait here." The president was taken aback. "Here? Are you certain?" Li Yutong smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, I have always known my combat awareness to be lacking. Opportunities for real combat are scarce at school. With so many individuals being assessed here, I wish to observe for a while longer and glean some experience from others." Upon hearing the president's earlier mention of his weak combat awareness, the contemplative Li Yutong felt compelled to demonstrate his willingness to improve and leave a favorable impression on the president. The president, inwardly amused, recognized Li Yutong's intent. However, as an experienced figure, he chose to feign ignorance of Li Yutong's motives, allowing him to proceed. "Very well. It is commendable to have such aspirations and to seek self-improvement. Your future is indeed bright." Nearby, Leader Wang, keenly observant, promptly patted the assessment officer beside him, who quickly made way for 2 more positions. The president unceremoniously guided Li Yutong to take a seat. The assessments continued. The first candidate, with a vitality score of 0.98, was deemed unqualified. "Have you awakened? And yet you come here to be assessed as a warrior? What a waste of time." The second candidate, with a combat power of 99, also failed. "Return and diligently cultivate your martial arts. Strive to elevate your combat power for a chance at passing the first-level warrior assessment next time." The third candidate was criticized for poor combat awareness, unqualified. "You must engage in more practical combat." One by one, the candidates were assessed, with over 80 failing to meet the standards. Even those who passed did so only by the skin of their teeth. According to the information provided by the front desk attendant, today boasted the highest number of candidates, yet only a handful managed to qualify, underscoring the immense challenge of becoming a warrior. Yutong, did you observe that? The few who passed the assessments displayed remarkable prowess in both combat awareness and martial arts cultivation. Hence, these two aspects are of paramount importance for any warrior. Although the president understood that Li Yutong might merely be trying to impress him, he continued to provide guidance and instruction in his role as a mentor. Yes, Uncle Wu, Yutong understands. The president nodded in satisfaction. Next candidate, number 58, Jiang Fan. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Fan rose. The surrounding candidates had completed their assessments, leaving only the president, Li Yutong, and the assessment officers in the spacious room. As Jiang Fan stood, he drew the attention of those present. Noticing his attire, several individuals instinctively furrowed their brows. He is from the outer city. How could someone of his age possibly become a warrior? Among those assessed today were some older individuals from the outer city who had awakened at a young age and, after years of effort, managed to purchase first-level gene serums to break through to the warrior stage. These individuals often had limited resources, barely scraping by in terms of martial arts cultivation and combat awareness. Jiang Fan appeared to be merely in his teens. Surely, he was not here merely by chance? Such naivety. Wasn't this a waste of everyone's time? The expressions of the assessment officers, led by Leader Wang, darkened in unison. They thought to themselves, "We shall see if you can pass the warrior certification. If not, there will be consequences." Chapter 47. Apologies, I couldn't contain myself. The president of the Martial Arts Association, lacking interest, stood up and patted Li Yutong on the shoulder. "Yutong, let us depart. This last candidate is unlikely to be a promising warrior. Continuing to observe holds little significance." Li Yutong cast a faint glance at Jiang Fan, shook his head slightly, and followed the president as they stood up. In the assessment area, at the vitality testing device, Jiang Fan extended his finger, awaiting the staff to collect his blood sample. However, after a moment of waiting, he was met with silence from the staff, who wore a cold expression. "No need. Let us proceed to the second assessment. Go ahead and throw a punch." Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the other assessment officers, he noted their equally grim expressions and quickly understood their intent. The first vitality test required blood collection and was relatively cumbersome. In contrast, the second combat power test merely needed a punch to gauge one's abilities. If Jiang Fan failed to meet the warrior standard, he would naturally not pass the combat power test, thus saving the hassle of the vitality test. Clearly, his identity as an outer city resident led them to believe he was wasting their time. Indeed, it appeared that one's status was scrutinized everywhere. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile at this realization and proceeded to follow the staff's instructions, stepping up to the combat power testing device. With a firm grip, he summoned all his vitality and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The sound echoed throughout the room. The assessment officers, who had initially watched with indifference, began to notice the commotion. One officer, startled by the sudden noise, accidentally knocked over his teacup. They all turned their attention towards the combat power testing device, where the numbers on the screen began to soar. Moments later, the digits settled at 4,678. In a fit of frustration, Jiang Fan had delivered a punch that exceeded his usual combat power by dozens. The officers stood in stunned silence. The president, who had been about to exit with Li Yutong, was suddenly captivated by the explosive sound and quickly turned around. Upon seeing the numbers displayed on the screen, he was left speechless. Jiang Fan shook his hand, observing the astonished expressions of those around him, and smirked internally. "Since you judge by status, I shall impress you with my strength. Can we proceed with the first vitality test now?" Jiang Fan's voice jolted the staff back to reality, who stammered, "Oh yes. Please. This way." The staff hurriedly rushed off to retrieve the blood collection needle. Jiang Fan cast a casual glance at him and approached the vitality testing device. However, before he could reach it, a figure abruptly appeared before him. Looking up, he found the president of the Martial Arts Association gazing at him with sparkling eyes. "Young brother, how old are you?" the president asked suddenly. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, 17. 17. The president's breath quickened. 1 year younger than Li Yutong, and yet boasting a significantly higher combat power. A genius. A youth even more talented than Li Yutong. "You." The president was about to continue, but Jiang Fan interjected coolly. "Shall we discuss this after the assessment?" The president was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled. Yes. You proceed with the assessment." His eyes shone eagerly at Jiang Fan, entirely oblivious to the shadow that fell across Li Yutong's face behind him. Jiang Fan approached the vitality testing device, where the staff had already prepared the blood collection needle. "Please extend your hand." Jiang Fan extended his finger, and the trembling staff collected the blood sample before placing the needle back on the vitality testing device. Beep, beep, beep. After several seconds, the device displayed Jiang Fan's vitality score, 353. The assessment officers gasped in shock. The president, realizing the implications, felt his excitement intensify. If Jiang Fan's vitality were over 40, he might not have been so astonished. This figure was derived from a conversion of combat power. However, the assessment revealed that Jiang Fan's vitality was a mere 35. signifying that he had surpassed the typical ratio of vitality to combat power by at least 30. This remarkable discrepancy indicated that Jiang Fan could contend with individuals whose strength exceeded his by 30. It was evident that he must possess an advanced martial arts technique, and he had cultivated it to a profoundly deep level. Contemplating this, President Wu gazed toward the evaluation area. He noticed several evaluators gathering around, with Wei Xian casting an intense look at President Wu. With a hint of exasperation, President Wu remarked, "Your vitality and combat power are inferior to his. It's not appropriate. I shall find someone else." Before he could finish, Wei Xian interjected, "President Wu, I'll take my turn. Do not forget that combat requires not only vitality and power, but also combat awareness." President Wu was taken aback, realizing that Wei Xian was indeed correct. In practical assessments, vitality and combat prowess are foundational, yet the true outcome is intricately linked to one's combat awareness. Although Wei Xian's vitality was not as robust as Jiang Fan's, the difference was negligible. Moreover, he had consistently accompanied the Martial Arts Association in hunting beasts, accruing combat experience far superior to that of a mere youth like Jiang Fan. Momentarily overwhelmed by Jiang Fan's vitality and power, President Wu had overlooked this crucial aspect. With Wei Xian's reminder, he instantly felt that Jiang Fan might very well lose to Wei Xian. "Very well. During your match, be cautious. Do not harm him." Upon hearing President Wu's consent, Wei Xian nodded enthusiastically. "Rest assured, President, I shall hold back." As a martial artist, Wei Xian understood precisely how extraordinary a talent Jiang Fan was at such a young age. To put it dramatically, in President Wu's eyes, Jiang Fan was akin to a precious gem. It was evident from President Wu's demeanor that he would never dare to harm Jiang Fan. Upon arriving at the practical assessment area, Jiang Fan returned a respectful bow to Wei Xian, who inclined slightly in greeting. The third segment, practical assessment, begins. With the command from the staff, Wei Xian suddenly exerted his strength, charging toward Jiang Fan. Simultaneously, he transformed his hands into slicing palms aimed at Jiang Fan's neck. However, just as he was halfway through his advance, he sensed a flicker in front of him. His target had vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, and his body was sent hurtling backward. Bang! He collided forcefully with the wall behind him, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing Jiang Fan standing in place, as though he had never moved. Was that a swift defeat? Such speed! An atmosphere of incredulity enveloped the arena. President Wu's eyes widened, pointing at Jiang Fan, unable to utter a single word. "Wei Xian, are you all right?" someone exclaimed, rushing to check on Wei Xian's injuries. With assistance, Wei Xian struggled to rise, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." He then cast a complex glance at Jiang Fan. "I concede." Jiang Fan nodded. "I apologize, I lost control." Although his words sounded like an apology, they were tinged with an air of boasting. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present grew peculiar. Chapter 48. The true genius Jiang Fan observed the increasingly absurd expressions on the faces around him, furrowing his brow. He truly had not managed to rein in his power. Had he spoken incorrectly? Since his training and challenges in the spatial realm, he had hardly engaged in genuine combat with others. The only individuals he had fought against were Yu Lao San and his associates, whose graves were likely already overgrown with grass. Moreover, in the spatial realm, he never needed to worry about his opponents dying, as his full-force attacks seldom inflicted real harm. Thus, he was genuinely lacking in restraint. During his recent battle with Wei Xian, he had tentatively unleashed only about 80 of his strength. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that his opponent would be so fragile. "Oh. Haha. As long as you're unscathed, that's what matters." President Wu laughed nervously. "Leader Wang, please arrange for someone to escort Wei Xian for treatment. I will handle the subsequent matters regarding this young brother." Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, President Wu hastily attempted to lighten the mood. Once arrangements were made, he turned to Jiang Fan. "Young brother, you must still be attending school, correct?" Jiang Fan nodded slightly. "High school." President Wu's eyes gleamed with interest. "Which high school?" Jiang Fan glanced at him. "President Wu, I trust my status as a second-level martial artist qualifies me?" Taken aback by this, President Wu quickly affirmed, "Absolutely, you qualify." Jiang Fan nodded again. "When can I receive my martial artist badge?" President Wu blinked rapidly. "Immediately. You will receive it shortly." As he spoke, he approached the assessment platform, rifling through Wang's materials until he located Jiang Fan's file. "Come along, I'll personally handle this for you," he said, enthusiastically guiding Jiang Fan out of the room. As they traversed the corridor and rounded a corner, they arrived at the main hall. President Wu. The receptionist sprang to her feet upon seeing him. However, when she noticed Jiang Fan beside him, she inwardly cursed her misfortune. Surely Jiang Fan had stumbled into a stroke of luck and was now being summoned for accountability. She regretted not having warned him sooner. While lamenting her own bad luck, she felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Fan. Noticing the receptionist's distracted expression, President Wu frowned slightly. Yet, due to the crowd, he refrained from commenting, instead extending the materials in his hands. "Please assist in recording this young brother's information." The receptionist was taken aback. Isn't he here to be reprimanded? She instinctively accepted the documents, and just as she began to read, President Wu added, martial artist certification approved. Second-level martial artist. The receptionist's hand trembled, nearly dropping the materials. A second-level martial artist? At such a young age? In disbelief, she glanced back at Jiang Fan's file. He was merely 17. Hiss. She couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Although she was not a martial artist, having worked at the Martial Arts Association for some time had given her a clear understanding of these ranks. At Jiang Fan's age, being a second-level martial artist could only be described as a prodigy. There were likely very few in the entire Jiang city. Moreover, like herself, he was from the outer city. Remarkable. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, when she looked at Jiang Fan again, her eyes brimmed with admiration. While waiting, President Wu explained to Jiang Fan, young brother, you may not be aware. After our Martial Arts Association certifies, it typically takes 3 to 7 working days to produce the martial artist badge. The usual process involves Leader Wang submitting the approved assessment materials to the front desk, where they are entered into the system, then sent to the production department for verification. Only after this can the identity-verified martial artist badge be created. However, since I'm here today, we can expedite the process and have it done today. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. President Wu's words were merely an attempt to curry favor with him. Yet, he felt perplexed. The president of the Martial Arts Association was likely a 5th-level martial artist. Although he was indeed a prodigy, it seemed unlikely that a 5th-level powerhouse would treat him so courteously. Thus, there must be something they needed from him. What could it possibly be? A few minutes later, the receptionist finished entering the information and respectfully announced, President, the registration is complete. President Wu nodded approvingly. Excellent. Let us go. Young brother, I'll take you to get your badge, he said, half embracing Jiang Fan as they made their way deeper into the hall. Their familiarity left the receptionist momentarily dumbfounded. Equally astonished were Wu Haoyu and his companions, who had been waiting in the hall to witness Jiang Fan's humiliation. However, the longer he waited, the more agitated he became. Just as he was reaching the brink of his patience, he spotted Jiang Fan emerging from the building, engaged in lively conversation with the president of the Martial Arts Association. It appeared that the president held Jiang Fan in high regard. Wu Haoyu, filled with questions, approached the front desk after the two had departed. What was that outsider doing with the president? The front desk attendant had already been aware of the group's purpose and did not respond kindly to Wu Haoyu's inquiry. Did you not hear? He just participated in the martial artist assessment and successfully obtained the certification of a level 2 martial artist. He is a prodigy. The vice president personally accompanied him to handle his badge. Wu Haoyu's complexion suddenly drained of color. Impossible. He is an outsider and still a high school student. How could he possibly be a level 2 martial artist? The front desk attendant's expression darkened. What of it if he is an outsider? The president himself came to oversee the process. Could there possibly be a mistake? Though I am not a martial artist, working at the Martial Arts Association, I am not intimidated by these young brats. Wu Haoyu took a deep breath, his face contorted in displeasure as he stood rooted to the spot, while his sycophantic companions dared not utter a word. A few minutes later, he finally accepted this harsh reality and left in a dejected manner, not even noticing that Su Muqing had not followed him. In the lobby, the crowd had dispersed. Su Muqing returned to the sofa area, lost in thought. The process for obtaining the martial artist badge was remarkably swift. Under the direct guidance of the president, all the necessary procedures were completed in no time. In the office, the staff responsible for producing the badges positioned the page to Jiang Fan's information, retrieved an empty level 2 martial artist badge, placed it on the adjacent machine, and clicked the mouse. Beep. The sound of laser cutting resonated from the machine. Approximately 1 minute later, a completed badge was ejected from the side of the machine. President, it's ready. The staff member stood up and handed the badge to the president of the Martial Arts Association. The president nodded and turned to hand the badge to Jiang Fan. Young brother, here you go. Jiang Fan accepted the martial artist badge, which was shield-shaped and a deep golden hue. Etched upon its surface was a pattern of a soaring dragon. Above the design, the words Jiang City Martial Arts Association were inscribed, with a slightly larger numeral 2 prominently displayed in the center, signifying his status as a level 2 martial artist. Jiang Fan tucked the badge away. Thank you, President. The president waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Young brother, do you have time for a chat? Chapter 49, The Privileges of a Level 2 Martial Artist. Jiang Fan nodded. I have a few questions I would like to ask the president. The president appeared slightly surprised. Oh, what questions do you have, young brother? Please, speak freely. Whatever I know, I will share without reservation. As they conversed, they walked down the corridor. Just as they reached the exterior, they encountered Team Leader Wang rushing toward them. President, the chairman is looking for you. He wants you to come immediately with young Master Li. Upon spotting Li Yutong accompanying Team Leader Wang, the president recalled that he had taken Jiang Fan to obtain his badge, completely forgetting Li Yutong in the assessment room, which caused an awkward expression to cross his face. He glanced at Jiang Fan, then at Team Leader Wang, hesitating briefly. Team Leader Wang, please assist young brother Jiang with his inquiries and make him comfortable. I shall attend to a matter upstairs. Saying this, he turned to Jiang Fan with a smile. Young brother Jiang, Excuse me for a moment. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Team leader Wang approached Jiang Fan's side. Young brother Jiang, this way please. What questions do you have? It's not anything too serious. I primarily wish to understand the privileges that come with being a martial artist. As they walked together, Jiang Fan shared his concerns. The president watched their retreating figures, momentarily lost in thought. After standing still for a moment, he turned back and said to Li Yutong with a smile, Yutong, come with me. A smile instantly brightened Li Yutong's previously sullen face. Of course, Uncle Wu. The two ascended the staircase to the innermost office on the second floor. The president hesitated for a moment. Yutong, please wait here. I will call for you shortly before you come in. Li Yutong's face radiated with delight. Sure thing, Uncle Wu. As the president knocked and entered the room, Li Yutong's expression darkened once more. In a reception hall on the first floor, team leader Wang seated Jiang Fan and brought him tea. Young brother Jiang, your questions are quite fundamental. Allow me to explain slowly. Our martial arts association provides a comprehensive range of benefits, primarily manifesting in several aspects. First, martial artists certified by the Jiang City Martial Arts Association receive a fixed monthly stipend based on their level. A level 1 martial artist receives approximately 10,000 blue star coins monthly, while someone of your standing as a level 2 martial artist can receive a stipend of 50,000 blue star coins each month. Second, we offer varying additional benefits based on the martial artist's certification level. For instance, the Jiang City Martial Arts Association provides level 2 martial artists with the qualification to purchase property in the inner city, though this expense must be borne by the martial artists themselves. Once they reach level 3 or above, the association will cover these costs. Third, upon attaining level 2 status, we provide a job opportunity for their family members. At level 3, this opportunity increases to 2 positions, primarily to ensure the stability of our members. Fourth, team leader Wang, well versed in these regulations, navigated through the explanation with ease and fluency. In no time, he had conveyed the privileges available to level 2 martial artists to Jiang Fan. However, his focus remained primarily on the benefits of level 2 and level 3 martial artists. Considering Jiang Fan had only just attained level 2 status, discussing higher levels seemed premature, with level 3 being a glimmer of hope. After listening to team leader Wang's elaboration, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. The information he provided closely matched what Yu Jun had mentioned. However, Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. Such generous benefits must come with significant responsibilities, correct? May I inquire, team leader Wang, what obligations do I need to fulfill upon joining the Martial Arts Association? Team leader Wang flattered him, saying, young brother Jiang's awareness of this indicates a strong sense of responsibility. Your character is commendable. He raised his thumb in approval. Unlike some individuals who only seek to gain without considering what they must give, Jiang Fan filtered out the embellishments in his words. So, what exactly is required of me? Initially, he had not given it much thought. After all, attaining martial artist status necessitated certification with the Martial Arts Association, which was a natural progression that everyone followed. Hence, when he heard Yu Jun mention the benefits, he thought little of it and proceeded to get certified. However, hearing Team Leader Wang's words now left him feeling somewhat apprehensive, as though he had overlooked something. Team Leader Wang smiled slightly. In reality, there are no mandatory responsibilities. It simply requires that when the Martial Arts Association needs support, our members lend a hand. Otherwise, members enjoy complete freedom. Jiang Fan felt a flicker of hope at this. What kind of support is typically expected? Team Leader Wang responded. The most common scenario involves accepting tasks issued by the Martial Arts Association during times of beastly disturbances. As you know, our jurisdiction here in Jiang City is quite extensive. While the main city is usually peaceful, certain areas inhabited by refugees often face incursions from beasts. Some locations are far from the main city, where patrols cannot reach, and it is not worthwhile to deploy military forces. Thus, tasks are issued with rewards for martial artists to address these issues. It's somewhat akin to the tasks found in those beast trading markets in the outer city. As he spoke, Team Leader Wang chuckled. Certainly. You are the prodigy of our Jiang City Martial Arts Association and may even represent us in various competitions. Oh. Jiang Fan's heart stirred as he suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. No wonder President Wu had been so fervent towards him. He had been speculating about the other intentions. It now appeared that the aim was for him to compete on behalf of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. Wasn't it? Seeing Jiang Fan lost in thought, Team Leader Wang assumed he had reservations and chuckled. However, you need not worry. We will not compel you to undertake anything. These are merely tasks of the Martial Arts Association, entirely voluntary. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. It seemed that he spoke the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so incensed with those who joined the association yet refrained from fulfilling their duties. After conversing for a while, Jiang Fan clarified his understanding of the situation. He glanced outside at the waning daylight. Thank you for your explanations, Team Leader Wang. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave. In the future, when I need to purchase a house or arrange employment for my family, I will return. Team Leader Wang replied amiably. Certainly, young brother Jiang. It is evident that President Wu holds you in high regard. You are the most promising talent I have encountered in all my years of testing. It would be beneficial for you to maintain close ties with the association. Jiang Fan nodded. No problem. Less than 10 minutes after Jiang Fan departed, President Wu hurriedly descended from the upper floors. Upon seeing Team Leader Wang, he paused momentarily. Where is Jiang Fan? Team Leader Wang blinked. I just saw him leave. President Wu's voice escalated, resonating throughout the hall. He left? Who permitted you to let him go? I instructed you to ensure his proper accommodation, not to let him depart. He had just proposed to exchange his spot in the genius competition, and the president had just consented. He hadn't even had the chance to inform Jiang Fan before he was allowed to leave. Is this how you conduct affairs? He suddenly regretted not taking Jiang Fan directly to meet the president. However, considering the relationship between Li Yutong and the president, he shook his head. I acted correctly. Li Yutong is the person designated by the president, and any change must first receive the president's approval. The real mistake lies with Team Leader Wang. With that thought, he shot a fierce glare at Team Leader Wang. Hurry and retrieve Jiang Fan's information. We must find him. Chapter 50. Do you know him? Jiang Fan emerged from the Martial Arts Association. Passing through the hall, he nodded at the receptionist. The receptionist felt a surge of excitement. This was a second-tier martial artist, a prodigy from the outer city who required President Wu's personal accompaniment. The fact that he was willing to acknowledge someone of her humble station left her momentarily flabbergasted. She quickly responded with a smile. Please take care. Jiang Fan slightly inclined his head. Thank you. Just as he was about to step through the entrance, a melodious voice called from behind. Jiang Fan. He turned to see Su Muqing, momentarily taken aback. What was she doing here? Then it dawned on him. This was the Martial Arts Association, and she likely came for her own martial artist certification. Jiang Fan halted, waiting for Su Muqing to approach him. Is there something you need? Su Muqing hesitated. Did you just arrive here for your certification and succeed? A second-tier martial artist? I thought you hadn't awakened yet. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Am I not allowed to certify as a martial artist? Su Muqing quickly waved her hands. No, I'm merely surprised. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He felt no particular fondness for this girl. Su Muqing stepped forward, blocking Jiang Fan's path. Wait a moment. Jiang Fan frowned. Is there something else? Su Muqing retrieved a letter from her pocket. This is a letter from Wenwen, entrusted to me for you. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes, refraining from reaching for it. Su Muqing hastily explained. Wenwen has already left Jiang City a few days ago. She was specially recruited by the first martial arts university in the capital. And Su Muqing seemed to gather her thoughts. She didn't have the chance to tell you before she left, so she left this letter for me to deliver. However, I've been busy these past few days and hadn't managed to find you at Sangao. Luckily, I ran into you here. So I'm handing you this letter to spare you another trip. Jiang Fan regarded her coolly, refusing to accept the letter. Su Muqing, a close friend of Jiang Fan's childhood companion Su Wenwen, was also his classmate from middle school. It would be somewhat inaccurate to label Su Wenwen as his girlfriend. They had merely grown up together. They had indeed harbored mutual feelings in the past, but they were too young to act on them. However, upon entering high school, Su Wenwen attended Yigao while he went to Sangao, leading to a decrease in their contact. Eventually, after Jiang Fan's two failed awakenings, Su Wenwen's talents became more apparent, causing her to grow increasingly distant from him. Both families resided in the inner city, not far apart, and they would occasionally cross paths. However, when they did, Su Wenwen would often avoid him, which left Jiang Fan feeling hurt. They had never defined their relationship, and Jiang Fan was not one to dwell on such matters. Yet, Su Wenwen's behavior made it seem as if she feared being entangled with him. Furthermore, she avoided confronting him directly, leaving Jiang Fan without a chance to clarify things, resulting in the current situation. However, all of that belonged to the past. After traversing into this new realm, although Jiang Fan inherited the memories, their integration dulled his feelings for Su Wenwen considerably, let alone any lingering emotions. He observed the situation from an outsider's perspective, finding her rather distasteful, which inadvertently extended to his feelings towards Su Muqing. There's no need for the letter. I know what she would write. Jiang Fan replied coolly. Though he uttered those words, he hadn't even considered speculating on its contents. To him, Su Wenwen was practically non-existent, and he wished for no entanglement, rendering the letter inconsequential. Su Muqing, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Don't. I'm merely fulfilling Wenwen's request to deliver this letter to you. Do you think she initially intended to say, do you think I care about your affairs? But the words softened inexplicably as they reached her lips. I must complete someone else's request. As for how you two fare, that is none of my concern. Previously, she and Su Wenwen were both students at Yigao, while Jiang Fan was at Sangao. To be honest, she held a certain disdain for Jiang Fan. Although she did not overtly express it, to her, Jiang Fan's so-called first in liberal arts at Sangao was hardly impressive. However, now that Jiang Fan had inexplicably become a second-tier martial artist, even having the vice president of the Martial Arts Association personally accompanying him, she inexplicably felt diminished in his presence. Seeing Su Muqing's insistence, Jiang Fan frowned. Not wanting to prolong the discussion, he took the envelope and opened it in front of her. As he read, elegant handwriting came into view. Little Fan, I have gone to Kyoto. having been specially recruited by the first martial arts university in Kyoto as the top candidate. Due to time constraints, I didn't have the chance to inform you. So I entrusted this letter to Mooching. We have known each other since childhood. Jiang Fan swiftly skimmed over the sentimental portions, arriving directly at the conclusion. I will be waiting for you at the first martial arts university in Kyoto. Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. If he previously held Su Wanwen in a regard of 60 points, it had now plummeted to below 30. Even now, she was unwilling to confront him directly, instead dangling a carrot before him. Clearly aware that he had not awakened, she nonetheless brandished the prestigious martial arts university as bait, hoping he would retreat. Yet, it seemed he had never pursued her excessively, had he? Jiang Fan scoffed. He crumpled the letter into a ball, gripping it tightly in his hand before giving it a vigorous shake. Upon releasing his grip, it transformed into a pair of fragments. He cast the remnants into a nearby trash bin and turned to Su Mooching, declaring, "Your task is complete." With that, he pivoted and strode forward, swiftly vanishing at the end of the street. Meanwhile, Su Mooching remained rooted to the spot, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. Hurry, hurry. Perhaps he hasn't ventured far. Go retrieve him. At the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, a cacophony of voices erupted, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of individuals soon arrived at the roadside. Yet, at that moment, where could one find Jiang Fan's figure? You. I tasked you with a simple assignment, and you let him slip away. You failed to retain him. The documents don't even list his family address, and his school is unrecorded. Where am I to find him now? Time is of the essence. Are we to wait until he ascends to the 3rd level of martial artist before we come again? By then, it will be too late. On the street, the association's president berated Team Leader Wang without a hint of decorum. Team Leader Wang, appearing as feeble as a young girl, meekly replied. He mentioned he would be purchasing a house in the inner city and arranging employment for his family, likely within the next couple of days. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the president. A couple of days? Can we afford to wait? The Martial Arts Association's talent competition was on the verge of commencing. He had just agreed with the president to substitute personnel, replacing Liu Tong. And now Jiang Fan's whereabouts were unknown. How could one not be anxious? Team Leader Wang fell silent upon hearing this. The group lingered at the entrance for a moment before finally relinquishing hope. The president sighed, "Let us return and devise another plan." As they turned to leave, a voice suddenly called from behind. "Are you searching for Jiang Fan?" The president whirled around, his eyes alight with excitement as he beheld Su Mooching. "Do you know him?" Chapter 51. Li Dongxing was taken aback. Su Mooching had not anticipated such a fervent reaction from the president, and she was momentarily startled by his sudden display of enthusiasm. Realizing he might have frightened the young girl, the president quickly cleared his throat, striving to soften his tone. "Ahem. My dear girl, do not be afraid. When you mentioned knowing Jiang Fan, which Jiang Fan were you referring to? The one who just left?" Observing Su Mooching's youthful visage, he surmised she was likely here for martial artist certification as well. He continued with a smile. "You are here for certification too, I presume? How did the assessment go?" "I am the vice president of the Martial Arts Association." Taken aback by the vice president's courteous demeanor, Su Mooching felt a little flattered and hastily replied, "Yes. That's him. He just passed the 2nd level martial artist assessment here. I didn't fare as well. I only passed the 1st level assessment." The information aligned perfectly. The president beamed with joy but maintained his composure to offer praise. "Wonderful, wonderful. All talents from Jiang City. The future of Jiang City lies in your capable hands." He then attempted to guide the conversation. "Do you know which school he attends?" Realizing the time, he glanced outside and suspected that searching the school now would yield no results. He pressed on. "Or where does he reside?" Su Mooching nodded. "He is from Sangao, Class 2 of the 3rd year." Just as she was about to divulge Jiang Fan's home address, she recalled his earlier demeanor and felt it inappropriate to disclose too much. Thus, she fabricated a minor lie. "As for his home, I'm not entirely sure. I only know it's in the inner city." The president and his companions exchanged glances, pondering. The inner city? Yet Jiang Fan appeared to be dressed like someone from the outer city when he passed by earlier. Moreover, he inquired about purchasing a home in the inner city. Clearly, this young girl's information was not entirely accurate. The president forced a smile. "Well, thank you, young lady. Please visit our Martial Arts Association often. Strive to achieve the 2nd level martial artist status soon." Once Su Mooching departed, Team Leader Wang turned to the president. "President, what shall we do? Should we continue searching?" The president erupted in frustration. "If we don't search, do you have any additional information?" He glanced at the time and turned toward the hall. "We certainly won't find anyone at the school now. Tomorrow morning, let us promptly go find him. Even if the information is not precise, the school should not be mistaken." At Jiang City's Sangao, since expelling Jiang Fan, Li Dongsheng had returned to his daily routine, working diligently day in and day out. Jiang Fan's departure had stirred no ripples. Though Jiang Fan was the top student in his grade, he excelled only in the arts, in a world that revered martial prowess. Academic excellence served merely to support the martial artists. Thus, when he formally reported the expulsion to the school, the dean had signed off without hesitation, hardly letting him finish explaining the reasons. "Huh, now you see who you cannot offend, right? Reflecting on Jiang Fan, Li Dongsheng felt a surge of satisfaction. He had initially intended to procure Jiang Fan's first-level gene medicine at a low price for his son's use. However, Jiang Fan, ungrateful as he was, refused to sell it and even dared to confront him, embarrassing him in the process. Who else but Jiang Fan would he target? It became evident that in the school's eyes, Jiang Fan was merely a worthless waste, and expelling him was a matter of a single word. The more Li Dongsheng pondered, the more pleased he became. At that moment, it was the morning class period, and many students were bustling through the corridors. Yet he unconsciously hummed a little tune. Teacher Li, Teacher Li. Suddenly, a breathless voice called from behind. Li Dongsheng turned to see a plump boy hurrying toward him, visibly out of breath. Wang Tao, why are you coming from this direction? He exclaimed in surprise. The faculty office was behind him, while the classrooms lay ahead. Typically, students would enter through the school gate and head straight to the teaching building. Yet, Wang Tao was approaching from the direction of the office, which struck Li Dongsheng as peculiar. Wang Tao reached him, panting heavily. Teacher Li, Principal Fang is looking for you. Li Dongsheng was even more puzzled. The principal? What does he want with me? Generally speaking, teachers of his rank seldom interacted with the principal, except during large meetings, and he could not fathom why the principal would seek him out just before the morning class. Wang Tao, merely the messenger, was unaware of the underlying reasons. He simply conveyed, I don't know. I just saw the principal at the gate with a group of people, and he asked me to call for you. Li Dongsheng nodded slightly. Wang Tao's family held some influence, and the principal would likely know them. Thus, it was not unusual for the principal to send Wang Tao to find him. However, he remained perplexed about the principal's intentions. All right, hurry off to class. After dismissing Wang Tao, Li Dongsheng made his way to the principal's office. The distance between the two buildings was not great. It took him merely 5 minutes to reach the principal's office. The door was ajar, and through the gap, he could see the principal seated at his desk. Facing the door, opposite him, several individuals had their backs turned, engaged in conversation with Principal Fang, animatedly chatting and laughing. Li Dongsheng straightened his attire before knocking gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The occupants of the office turned their gazes toward him at the sound. The principal's face instantly brightened with a broad smile. Ah, you've arrived. Dongsheng, come quickly. As Li Dongsheng approached, he noticed that the dean, Dong Bin, was also present. The other individuals appeared somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall their names. It is as follows. In your class, is there a student named Jiang Fan? I seem to recall there is. Just now, Director Dong mentioned that he has an impression of him, and it appears that Jiang Fan has even ranked first in his grade. Li Dongsheng did not expect that Principal Fang was searching for Jiang Fan. He initially thought that Jiang Fan had caused trouble outside, and someone had come to confront him, hastily distancing himself from the situation. Principal Fang. Has Jiang Fan gotten into trouble again? He is no longer a student at our school, so any mischief he causes cannot be attributed to us. As soon as Li Dongsheng finished speaking, Principal Fang abruptly rose, fixing a stern gaze on Li Dongsheng. What? Clarify yourself. Li Dongsheng, taken aback, could only explain the truth. He was expelled some time ago for truancy. After saying this, he looked questioningly at Director Dong Bin. You signed the papers, Director Dong, have you forgotten? Dong Bin, who had been sitting there, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and snapped back. Li Dongsheng, do not speak carelessly. When did I ever sign anything? Although he had almost forgotten about the incident, Li Dongsheng's reminder sparked a faint recollection. However, at this moment, he could not possibly admit to his involvement. After all, sitting before them was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. According to the information they had received, Jiang Fan was a certified second-level martial artist. Though he could not fathom how Jiang Fan had suddenly transformed from a seemingly unawakened waste to a genius, the assertion from the vice president of the Martial Arts Association had to be true. To lose a second-level martial artist genius at Sangao would not only make the vice president of the Martial Arts Association think poorly of him, but Principal Fang would not let him off lightly either. Seeing Dong Bin completely deny any knowledge of the matter, Li Dongsheng was left dumbfounded. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by the vice president of the Martial Arts Association standing up. Enough. I am not concerned with your internal affairs. I simply wish to know where Jiang Fan is now. At that moment, Li Dongsheng's mind went blank, and he instinctively replied, I heard he went to Wu Gao. As he spoke, his voice diminished, clearly sensing that something was amiss. The vice president took a deep breath and turned to Principal Fang, saying, Principal Fang, since your school has expelled Jiang Fan, I see no reason to linger here any longer. I bid you farewell. He, along with several members of the Martial Arts Association, made his way toward the exit. Principal Fang, crossing the table, intended to see the vice president off, but was interrupted by a wave of the hand. No need to see me off. Afterward, he glanced back at Dong Bin and Li Dongsheng. Principal Fang, you should first resolve your internal matters. A second-level martial artist genius, potentially a provincial champion, appeared in your school but slipped through your fingers. I do not know whether to congratulate you or to feel pity. Upon hearing this, Principal Fang's expression darkened. Once the vice president and his entourage departed, he turned back, his face clouded with anger. Li Dongsheng, explain to me what happened. Li Dongsheng was already in a state of shock. What had he just heard? Jiang Fan. A second-level martial artist? How could this be? In disbelief, he suddenly recalled the scene when Jiang Fan had confronted him about his expulsion, effortlessly defeating Li Ming, and the piercing gaze he had directed at him. Filling his heart with dread, he truly was a second-level martial artist. I expelled a second-level martial artist? How will I resolve this? Li Dongxing chose to selectively omit his intent to acquire Jiang Fan's first-level gene serum and recounted Jiang Fan's truancy and disrespectful attitude toward his superiors. Then, under the sharp gaze of Director Dong Bin, he silently accepted responsibility for the entire affair. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Principal Fong slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. Get out now. Go find Jiang Fan and bring him back to me. If you cannot find him, do not bother returning. Hearing this, Li Dongxing hurriedly prepared to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he was called back by Jiang Fan. Wait, I will go with you. Seeing this, Dong Bin quickly followed suit. With the principal personally involved, how could he, as the director of education, not participate? Chapter 52, Luo Xiaowu's Fortuitous Discovery. Luo Xiaowu had just attended a gathering with friends. At this gathering, he received news that left him utterly astonished. Jiang Fan was a waste incapable of awakening. Indeed, a top student in the humanities, yet unable to become a martial artist. When his friends, wearing mocking expressions, revealed this to him, he immediately understood that his earlier decision to recruit Jiang Fan to Wu Gao, under their guidance, had been a trap. He vividly remembered their words. Jiang Fan is the most renowned genius at San Gao, just recently expelled. If you can bring him to your Wu Gao, not only will your school be secured, but you could even attract hundreds more students next year, making it possible to compete with the leading high schools. At the time, he had not considered why such a brilliant student would be allowed to leave San Gao, nor had he verified the truth of their claims. He had foolishly sought out Jiang Fan, promising him numerous benefits, even giving him 100,000 blue star coins in one go. Now, to be told that Jiang Fan was a waste? He could not accept this reality. As Luo Xiaowu walked through the dilapidated campus, he forced a smile in greeting to a few emaciated students who passed by him. None of these students could gain admission to a martial arts university. And with only 2 weeks until the college entrance examination, even if he sought out new talent, he would find none. Next year, it seemed, Wu Gao would cease to exist. Principal Luo. Principal Luo. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Luo Xiaowu turned to see a frail boy in faded clothes running towards him. Shichong, why are you in such a hurry? Given the small number of students at Wu Gao, Luo Xiaowu could almost name them all. Zhao Shichong replied, Principal Luo, there are many people looking for you at the school gate. Many people looking for me? Luo Xiaowu turned to glance toward the entrance and happened to spot a group approaching from around the corner. The Wu Gao campus was quite small, measuring merely about 100 meters from front to back, so he could see clearly that among this group was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Seeing this, he immediately went to greet them. Vice President Wu, what brings such a large gathering here? Upon getting closer, he realized that Principal Fong from San Gao was also among them, leaving him greatly perplexed. Principal Fong is here? Typically, he had little interaction with Principal Fong. Their exchanges limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. He could not comprehend why the latter would come to Wu Gao, especially alongside the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. The vice president stepped forward warmly and grasped Luo Xiaowu's hand. Principal Luo, it has been a while. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he explained his purpose. Principal Luo, I wish to inquire whether your school has a student named Jiang Fan? After speaking, fearing Luo Xiaowu might not understand, he added, the Jiang Fan who transferred from San Gao a few days ago. Luo Xiaowu's heart stirred. They were looking for Jiang Fan. Could it be because he had poached Jiang Fan from San Gao and stirred up some trouble? Yet, there was nothing wrong with that, was there? Yes, there is such a student. However, Luo Xiaowu spoke cautiously, answering the vice president's question while observing the reactions of the others. But just as he had spoken half of his response, he saw the vice president step forward again, eagerly asking, where is he now? Take me to see him at once. Luo Xiaowu paused for a moment. Vice President, may I ask what the matter is? The vice president looked momentarily taken aback, then replied enthusiastically, Principal Luo, congratulations. You have brought a genius to Wu Gao. President Wu and his companions have nearly grasped the intricacies of the situation, transitioning from the 3rd high school to the 5th high school. He is aware that Jiang Fan had concealed his prowess prior to joining the Martial Arts Association. Thus, it is highly probable that Luo Xiaowu remains oblivious to this fact. However, while others may find President Wu's words innocuous, for Luo Xiaowu, they resonate with a sense of irony. This rhetoric mirrors that of his friends. Could it be that this group has come merely to witness his humiliation? President Wu, you jest. Jiang Fan has yet to awaken. How can he be deemed a genius? President Wu's smile broadened. Ha, Brother Luo, it seems you are still unaware of the circumstances. Jiang Fan is indeed a bona fide level 2 martial artist. He has just passed the assessment at the Martial Arts Association. How could he possibly be unawakened? What? Moments later, upon learning about Jiang Fan's assessment process from President Wu, Luo Xiaowu was left utterly astounded. 17 years old, a level 2 martial artist, combat prowess exceeding 4,000 points. This achievement places him among the elite even within the entire Jiang city. And this individual is none other than Jiang Fan, whom he had brought over from the third high. The very tools his friends used to dig his grave? It was incredulous. No wonder the vice president of the Martial Arts Association personally came to visit. No wonder Principal Fong from the third high came along. Luo Xiaowu's mind raced. And after a prolonged moment, he finally accepted this reality. However, he soon wore a wry smile. President Wu, to be candid, Jiang Fan is indeed my student. But he is currently not at school. What? Now it was President Wu's turn to panic. What is the situation? Luo Xiaowu shook his head. One of the conditions under which I brought him to the fifth high was that he could freely enter and exit the school, with no restrictions on his coursework, merely participating in the college entrance examination under the fifth high's banner. Therefore, after he registered, he has not been seen since. President Wu stood there, his brow furrowed. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Alas, good things often come with difficulties. Surely you have his family information? Just as Luo Xiaowu was about to respond, Principal Fong interjected. President Wu, I have already asked Director Dong to retrieve Jiang Fan's records. His home address is. Luo Xiaowu's brow knitted. A sudden sense of crisis enveloping him. President Wu was well aware of Principal Fong's intentions, yet finding Jiang Fan was of utmost importance, so he refrained from speaking further. Then let us pay a visit. Thus, a group of individuals set forth with great determination towards Jiang Fan's residence. Jiang Li was in a state of discontent. Ever since their encounter at the underground auction, he had become almost enchanted by the image of Jiang Fan gripping his neck, an image that lingered in his mind. He could not fathom why, despite having awakened as a level 1 martial artist, he felt utterly defenseless against Jiang Fan, unable even to muster a timely reaction. Especially the cold, emotionless gaze of Jiang Fan sent shivers down his spine. After returning home, he endured 2 consecutive nights of nightmares, where Jiang Fan would twist his neck and trample him. Why? Why does this shadow persist even after you have left? Jiang Li, with dark circles under his eyes, thought indignantly. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Su Xian entered, carrying a tray. Ali, are you feeling any better? I have made you some chicken soup, and I've warmed up some milk. You must eat a little. Afterward, rest for a while. These past few days, Jiang Li's mental state had been poor, severely affecting his studies. Furthermore, due to his sleepless nights, his vitality had diminished significantly. The doctor advised him to rest more and adjust accordingly, so his family had arranged for him to take a leave today. Mom, I can't eat. Jiang Li replied weakly. Su Xian placed the tray on the bedside table and sat beside him gently. Even if you can't eat much, you must have a little. Otherwise, your body cannot endure. The college entrance examination is approaching. You need to adjust your state. As she spoke, Su Xian picked up the chicken soup from the bedside table, scooped a spoonful, blew on it gently, and presented it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li took a sip but then pushed it away with his hand. Mom, I really can't eat. At that moment, the door swung open again. Jiang Jiha entered with a serious expression. You must eat, regardless. The college entrance examination is imminent. If you continue like this without timely adjustment, getting into a prestigious martial arts university will be quite difficult. If you fail to enter a prestigious martial arts university, then we will have no standing in the Jiang family in the capital. You might even find it hard to set foot in the Jiang family's door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li instinctively shrank back. Dad, I will eat. Despite being somewhat spoiled at home, Jiang Li only dared to act a bit willfully in front of Su Xian. In front of Jiang Jiha, he maintained a well-behaved demeanor. Especially when it came to matters concerning the Jiang family in the capital, he dared not show any defiance. The Jiang family is one of the prominent families in the capital. Jiang Jiha, as a direct descendant, had been relegated to the Jiang city branch. His lifelong aspiration was to one day return to the Jiang family and regain his honor. However, as a level 2 martial artist, he had nearly exhausted his potential and would not achieve any significant accomplishments, so he pinned his hopes on his offspring. Seeing Jiang Li's feeble demeanor, Jiang Jiha sighed. Ali, do not blame your father. The hopes of our family rest entirely upon you. If you encounter any more problems, we will be condemned to remain in Jiang City forever. Focus on your adjustments and perform well in the examination to enter a prestigious martial arts university in the capital. This way, once you're in the capital, not only will your sister look after you, but you can also get closer to the family. Jiang Li lifted the bowl and began to eat heartily. Dad, I understand. Speaking of his sister, Jiang Yunxin, Jiang Li felt a tinge of fear, yet he still praised. I wish I could be as formidable as my sister. Jiang Jia chuckled. Then work hard. Meanwhile, a flicker of regret crossed his face. He had 3 children, Jiang Fan, who showed no promise, Jiang Li, who was mediocre, and the most talented among them was his eldest daughter, Jiang Yunxin. Years ago, Jiang Yunxin ranked 3rd at Jiang City's first high school and was admitted to the capital's top martial arts university. Now, at merely 20 years old, she had already become a level 3 martial artist. She should have been the one to lead the family to greatness, yet sadly, she was a girl, and her temperament. Just then, a knock echoed in the living room, accompanied by a voice inquiring, Is this Jiang Fan's residence? Jiang Jiha, deep in thought, frowned, and stood up to walk outside. Upon stepping into the living room and opening the door, he was taken aback by the throng of people outside. Jiang Jiha was momentarily stunned. "You are the president of the Martial Arts Association?" Upon recognizing the foremost figure, Jiang Jiha's expression shifted, and he quickly spoke. He was uncertain of the identities of the others, but judging by their attire and demeanor, they must be prominent figures in Jiang City. "What brings you to seek Jiang Fan? Has he caused trouble again?" If anyone else were to come looking for Jiang Fan, he would not have greeted them warmly. However, with the vice president of the Martial Arts Association present, he could only respond with a smile. Meanwhile, he inwardly wondered just how serious Jiang Fan's situation could be to warrant such high-profile visitors. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association is undoubtedly one of the elite figures in Jiang City. When he first went to the Martial Arts Association to certify as a martial artist, this individual was already a level 3 powerhouse. Many years have passed, and it is quite possible that he has since advanced to level 4 or even level 5. What does level 5 signify? It represents the pinnacle of combat strength in Jiang City, on par with the president of the Martial Arts Association and the principal of Jiang City's Martial Arts University. In the eyes of others, he was merely a minor figure, akin to an insignificant ant, which rendered him cautious and circumspect in conversation, fearing that Jiang Fan's actions might implicate him. Chairman Wu observed Jiang Jiha's demeanor, which exuded an air of authority, and inquired with a smile. "You must be Jiang Fan's father." Jiang Jiha was momentarily taken aback. Initially, the sound of the knocking had seemed somewhat imposing, but upon seeing the other party's unexpectedly gentle expression, he hesitated before responding. "I am Jiang Jiha, employed at the Finance Bureau of Jiang City. Jiang Fan is indeed my son." His mind was clear. He realized that if Jiang Fan had truly caused trouble, he could not remain uninvolved. Given the stature of the other party, even if he wished to distance himself from Jiang Fan, such a desire would be utterly futile. Thus, he chose to be forthright about his identity while refraining from uttering a single word of judgment about Jiang Fan, thereby leaving himself a path for explanation. Upon hearing this, Chairman Wu let out a sigh of relief, finally locating the rightful individual. His demeanor grew increasingly warm. "Mr. Jiang, congratulations. You have nurtured such an exceptional talent in Jiang City." Jiang Jiha was instantly taken aback. Noticing Jiang Jiha's expression, Chairman Wu felt a stir of interest. "Surely, Mr. Jiang, you are aware that Jiang Fan has now been certified as a level 2 martial artist by our Jiang City Martial Arts Association?" Jiang Jiha, still pondering the implications of the term talent as used by Chairman Wu, instinctively replied, "Of course I know. What do you mean by level 2 martial artist?" Chairman Wu's expression became quite remarkable, yet he continued to elucidate. "Just yesterday, Jiang Fan came to the Jiang City Martial Arts Association for his martial artist certification, and he has successfully attained the status of a level 2 martial artist." At that moment, Jiang Jia's head buzzed. A level 2 martial artist? How could that be? Just 2 weeks ago, he had been an utterly worthless individual with a mere chi and blood level of 0.8, having not even awakened. To ascend to a level 2 martial artist in such a brief span of time? Who could believe that? Yet, the words came from the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, leaving him no room to doubt. "We have come primarily to invite Jiang Fan to participate in the talent selection challenge organized by the Martial Arts Association." As Chairman Wu began to explain the challenge, Jiang Jia's mind raced with thoughts. Once Chairman Wu had finished outlining the details, he quickly interjected, "My apologies, Chairman Wu. I was so engrossed in the discussion. Please, come in quickly." Jiang Jia ushered the group into the living room, personally pouring tea for several individuals. As Chairman Wu introduced the guests, Jiang Jia became even more moved. The individuals seated on the sofa included not only the head of the assessment team from the Martial Arts Association, but also the principals and directors from 2 high schools. Each of these individuals, taken individually, possessed greater strength than he. Yet now, all of them treated him with courtesy, due to Jiang Fan. However, he dared not act presumptuously and quickly returned the salutation. What an honor. Chairman Wu glanced around at the crowded room and frowned slightly. "You may step outside." Instantly, several subordinates began to exit, leaving the hallway clear. Once the living room had emptied, Chairman Wu surveyed the surroundings. "Mr. Jiang, where is Jiang Fan? May I ask him to join us?" Jiang Jiha, maintaining a calm facade, responded, "Oh, he had breakfast this morning and then went to class. I shall fetch him immediately." Chairman Wu and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Jiang Jiha felt a tightening in his chest, fearing they might discern something amiss. Just as he was about to speak, Chairman Wu remarked meaningfully, "Mr. Jiang, Jiang Fan is likely not at school at this moment. We visited the school before coming here and did not find him." It was then that Jiang Jiha recalled that accompanying them was Principal Fong from Jiang City's 3rd high school. "Is that so?" Jiang Jiha's brow furrowed as he feigned a stern father's expression. "Principal Fong, has he not attended classes these past few days?" Principal Fong appeared awkward. Well, he stammered for a while, unable to finish his thought. At that moment, a voice emerged from the bedroom door. "Dad, is Jiang Fan causing trouble again? Didn't he say he wanted to sever ties with us? If something happens, they should just look for Jiang Fan. It has nothing to do with us." Jiang Jiha felt as if struck by lightning, glaring in the direction of the voice. Get back. Jiang Li was immediately incredulous. In his memory, while Jiang Jiha was strict, he had never scolded him so harshly. This was the first time. In an instant, his lips turned pale. Inside the room, Su Xin, hearing the commotion, rushed out. She had initially intended to defend Jiang Li, but upon meeting Jiang Jia's fierce gaze, she was taken aback and quickly pulled Jiang Li back into the room. Seeing the two retreat, Jiang Jia turned back, once again donning a smile. Chairman Wu, please forgive me. If Jiang Fan is not at school, I believe I know where he might be. Please wait a moment. I shall have my wife entertain you while I go fetch him. As he spoke, he moved to call Su Xin. However, just as he made a motion, Chairman Wu raised his hand to interrupt. No need, Mr. Jiang. If you know where he is, let us go together. Everyone present was astute. They had already perceived some discrepancies from Jiang Jia's unusual reaction, especially Jiang Li's comment, which indicated that the issue was far more severe than mere sibling discord. Consequently, Chairman Wu's demeanor cooled instantly. Yet, he was disinclined to meddle in Jiang Fan's family matters. His objective was simply to locate Jiang Fan as swiftly as possible. After fruitlessly searching several locations, he was already weary. Jiang Jiha furrowed his brow, hesitating before stating, that might be rather inconvenient. He is in the outer city, and your presence there might be seen as a loss of dignity. At that moment, Jiang Jiha dared not bring this group directly to Jiang Fan. What if Jiang Fan were to embarrass him in front of everyone? He needed an excuse. However, before he could finish his thought, he noticed Chairman Wu's eyes light up. Outer city? How could that be inconvenient? When Jiang Fan went for his martial artist certification at the Martial Arts Association, he was dressed in a manner reminiscent of the outer city. I initially assumed he hailed from there. Today, when Principal Fong traced him by his home address, I thought there was a mix-up. Now that you've mentioned Jiang Fan is in the outer city, everything suddenly makes sense. We cannot delay any longer. Let us proceed. With that, Chairman Wu rose, leaving Jiang Jia stunned in place, caught completely off guard. Chapter 54, Gathering for the Talent Challenge. Jiang Fan had spent the day training at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, unable to devise a strategy to defeat the Jin Yi Wei. Upon awakening, he found it to be 8 in the evening. He smacked his forehead in realization. Today, he had intended to visit the Martial Arts Association to inquire about matters concerning the families of martial artists. However, having left home too early, he decided to train at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall first. Little did he expect that he would end up training for an entire day. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Fan traversed the streets of the inner city, exited the city gates, and made his way to his aunt's humble abode. By now, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Through the curtain, illuminated by the light within, he noticed a flurry of activity, accompanied by intermittent laughter emanating from inside. Guests had arrived? Typically, his aunt's door was not so wide open. Without further thought, Jiang Fan pushed the door open. Aunt, I'm back. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Scanning the room, Jiang Fan observed that, in addition to Chairman Wu, there were also the principals from the 3rd and 5th high schools, along with Jiang Jia. Meanwhile, Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan sat opposite them, awkwardly smiling in deference to the group. On the coffee table lay a rare fruit platter from the Ma family. Xiao Fan, come here quickly. This is Chairman Wu from the Martial Arts Association. Jiang Jiha promptly rose to his feet, addressing Jiang Fan as if he were the rightful master of the household. Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang, initially poised to speak, fell silent upon witnessing Jiang Jiha's movement. President Wu, Principal Luo. Jiang Fan nodded at the two before circumventing Jiang Jia. Aunt, uncle. He pulled over a small stool and seated himself beside Su Qingwan, entirely disregarding Jiang Jiha throughout the entire process. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, an awkwardness writ large. President Wu had long harbored suspicions regarding Jiang Fan's family dynamics, and witnessing Jiang Fan's demeanor toward Jiang Jiha only confirmed his assumptions. However, this was not the time for such concerns. After a long day visiting 4 different locations, he had finally caught up with Jiang Fan and could hardly contain his excitement. Young brother Jiang, I have finally found you. Jiang Fan raised a hand, signaling for everyone to partake of the fruit, and then inquired, President Wu, may I ask what brings you here today? President Wu waved his hand, indicating he did not wish to eat, and was about to respond when Jiang Jia interjected. Xiao Fan, President Wu intends to discuss something with you. Jiang Fan merely turned his head with a dismissive glance at Jiang Jia, leaving him to the side as he redirected his attention to President Wu. Observing this, President Wu hastily took the opportunity to speak. Indeed, young brother Jiang, yesterday during your certification at the Martial Arts Association, I intended to have an earnest conversation with you. But by the time I returned, you had already departed. Thus, we came to seek you out based on your information. I apologize for the intrusion. President Wu recounted the tribulations of his day to Jiang Fan, who felt a stir of curiosity. He had discerned the momentous nature of President Wu's intentions at the Martial Arts Association. It was unlikely that such a high-ranking official would personally oversee the processing of his badge without reason. Yet, he found himself unable to fathom what could compel a vice president of the Martial Arts Association to come all the way to his home. President Wu, Please, speak candidly. The prolonged preamble left Jiang Fan feeling somewhat exasperated. President Wu chuckled heartily. Young brother Jiang, you are indeed forthright. Let me be direct. During your certification at the Martial Arts Association, I identified you as possessing remarkable potential. At just 17 years of age, not only are you a second-tier martial artist, but your combat effectiveness and vitality exceed the standard ratio by over 30. Therefore, I would like to invite you to represent the Jiang City Martial Arts Association in the Talent Selection Challenge held by the Martial Arts Association headquarters. Jiang Fan felt a flicker of interest and grasped the trembling hand of Su Qingwan, smiling at President Wu. Oh, might you elaborate further? Observing Jiang Fan's lack of refusal, President Wu felt a surge of hope. The Martial Arts Association headquarters holds an annual talent selection challenge aimed at discovering and nurturing exceptional young martial artists, thus infusing the association with fresh talent. Generally, this challenge is open to registered members of various local branches, stipulating that participants must be martial artists of at least second-tier status and under the age of 20, with no limit on the number of entrants. The challenge typically comprises several phases: preliminary rounds, point-based contests, and elimination rounds. The preliminary rounds primarily assess martial arts theory, vitality, combat effectiveness, and combat awareness, while the point-based segment introduces unique challenges, such as survival tests in specific environments. The elimination rounds showcase the most elite martial artists in direct combat. Those who secure a place among the top 10 will receive rewards from the Martial Arts Association headquarters and will be afforded special training opportunities. President Wu provided a general overview of the situation, adding with a smile, the specific rules do tend to change each year, but they generally remain within this framework. Jiang Fan nodded, his gaze thoughtful. President Wu, I tend to be quite direct myself. I understand that you wish for me to represent the Jiang City Martial Arts Association in the competition. However, I have two inquiries. First, how many participants from the Jiang City Martial Arts Association will be competing this time? Second, what rewards are typically conferred upon those who achieve notable rankings? President Wu, upon hearing this, broke into a wide grin. Young brother Jiang, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Let me address your questions one by one. Firstly, if you agree to participate, there will be two representatives from Jiang City, you and Li Yutong, whom you met during your certification at the Martial Arts Association. He is a prodigy we specifically recruited from another city. Noticing Jiang Fan's puzzled expression, President Wu sighed. To be frank, our Jiang City branch is among the weaker affiliates within the Martial Arts Association. Given the current talent shortages in Jiang City, it has been quite challenging to find suitable candidates this year. While there are a few second-tier martial artists, most are newly promoted and do not meet the competition criteria according to our overall assessments. If you agree to participate, you will be our primary contender, with Li Yutong providing support. Jiang Fan's gaze flickered momentarily. Let us discuss the rewards first. President Wu smacked his forehead. Oh, look at me. Rambling on at my age without getting to the point. As for rewards, based on previous year's standards, the first place winner of the Talent Selection Challenge typically receives a vial of rare beast essence and a cash prize of several million blue star coins. The second and third places often receive a vial of second-tier genetic potion and varying amounts of cash. As Jiang Fan listened, his brow gradually furrowed. If what President Wu says is accurate, then participating in this so-called Talent Selection Challenge holds no appeal for me whatsoever. The first place reward is beast essence, which is a concoction extracted and refined from special beasts under modern genetic science. For martial artists of fourth-tier status and above, consuming it can replicate certain innate talents of the beasts, such as elemental abilities associated with water, fire, and earth. With such enhancements, fourth-tier martial artists can achieve a significant leap in strength compared to those below third tier. Moreover, in combat, they would not be limited to mere physical strikes or weapons, but could utilize the replicated innate abilities at will. Yet, the path I am currently pursuing seems to diverge from this world. It appears this substance would hold little utility for me. The subsequent rewards appeared even less enticing. The second-tier genetic potion primarily assists third-tier martial artists in breaking through to fourth tier by unlocking the 46th genetic lock. However, he faced no bottlenecks in his own progress and had no need for such assistance. As for the cash rewards, with his collaboration with Tang, he would soon be inundated with funds, rendering the meager prizes of the challenge insignificant in comparison. President Wu, keenly observing Jiang Fan's expressions, noted the furrowing of his brow and felt a pang of concern. Young brother Jiang, are you dissatisfied with these rewards? Jiang Fan shook his head. President Wu, while these rewards are substantial, they lack relevance for my current situation. President Wu, misconstruing Jiang Fan's intent, hastily replied, how could they lack relevance? Young brother Jiang, you ultimately aspire to become a martial artist of third-tier status or higher. When the time comes to unlock the 46th genetic lock, a second-tier genetic potion will be essential. Furthermore, as you progress, the costs of cultivation will only escalate. Securing a ranking in the challenge would also grant you significant resources from the martial arts headquarters, greatly benefiting your future training. He assumed Jiang Fan believed his second-tier status rendered him temporarily indifferent to the rewards. lamenting inwardly that youth often blinds one to the longer-term perspective. Jiang Fan, however, made no effort to clarify, offering only polite platitudes in response. I am grateful for President Wu's esteem. Indeed, this reward is quite significant, yet I find myself in a position where it is not particularly necessary at this moment. Even if it were merely a martial art technique as a reward, Jiang Fan might consider competing for it. However, with no technique in sight, participating in the challenge for such trifles seems far less advantageous than dedicating my time to further cultivation, enhancing my vitality, and perhaps even attempting to face the third-level Jinui once more. Xiao Fan, do not be headstrong. This is an excellent opportunity. If you can seize it, the future will be brighter. Just as President Wu was at a loss for words in his attempt to persuade, Jiang Jia seized the moment to interject. Yet, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Fan's cold retort. Do you have any place in this discussion? Jiang Jia's anger flared. Since Jiang Fan had entered the room, he had been repeatedly disregarded, leaving him, as a father, utterly humiliated in front of others. Now, as he attempted to speak on Jiang Fan's behalf, such rudeness was infuriating. Is there any decorum left? I am your father. Jiang Fan scoffed. Surely, you have not forgotten that our ties have long been severed? Jiang Jia's expression darkened profoundly. You, President Wu, sensing the rising tension, quickly intervened. Now, gentlemen, let us not dwell on such matters. This is merely jest. If the two were to continue quarreling, who knows what might ensue? Jiang Fan's refusal to participate already troubled him enough. He had no desire to entangle himself in familial discord. Jiang Jia, noting President Wu's intervention, swallowed his retort. President Wu then turned back to Jiang Fan. Young brother Jiang, I recommend that you participate in this challenge for an important reason. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh, he was curious to see what more President Wu could possibly say. Observing Jiang Fan's willingness to listen further, President Wu smiled. The geniuses competing in this event hail from various martial arts associations across 30 cities in China, and they are truly formidable. Among them, there are undoubtedly third-level martial artists. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed at this revelation. Third-level martial artists? Under 20 years of age? President Wu, noticing Jiang Fan's reaction, smiled faintly. Indeed, to my knowledge, some participants from Suiqing and Pingqing have likely already broken through to third-level martial artists. In places such as Jingqing and Luocheng, where martial arts foundations run deep, some may have entered the third level long ago. My recommendation for you to attend is also to expose you to the talents from across China, which would undoubtedly broaden your horizons and greatly benefit your future cultivation. After stating this, President Wu added, of course, do not be disheartened. Most of these third-level martial artists are nearing 20 years of age, while you are only 17, granting you a significant advantage in terms of potential. President Wu fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan, awaiting his response. Geniuses often possess an air of arrogance. Since the reward could not sway him, President Wu decided to try igniting Jiang Fan's competitive spirit from this angle. Indeed, Jiang Fan soon wore a contemplative expression, and President Wu's heart leaped with joy. However, the next moment, he saw Jiang Fan shake his head. Perhaps not this time. There will be other opportunities for me to learn. Presently, although he was merely a second-level martial artist, he believed that with his tenfold cultivation speed, augmented by his unique abilities, attaining third-level status was not a distant dream. Hence, he found no significance in competing for this so-called reward against third-level martial artists. President Wu, taken aback by Jiang Fan's resolute refusal, stammered, not young brother Jiang. This just as he began to speak, a hurried figure burst through the door. President Wu, dire news. Yuan City is in peril. A horde of aberrant beasts is attacking the city. The association has received urgent notification from headquarters, and the rules for this genius selection challenge have been altered to focus on assisting Yuan City, with specific assessment criteria yet to be determined. The president requests your immediate presence. President Wu's expression shifted, and he could no longer attend to the current matters, hastily preparing to leave. However, just as he reached the doorway, Jiang Fan's voice called out from behind. President Wu, so this challenge now involves slaying aberrant beasts? President Wu turned sharply, only to find Jiang Fan's face alight with an inexplicable excitement. Chapter 56, Application for Battle. President Wu was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling that their discussion had yet to conclude. He quickly added, young brother Jiang, the situation may have changed. What I previously told you about the rules no longer applies. This competition has shifted to focus on practical combat. Although the specific rules are still undecided, it is likely to entail significant danger, and you, President Wu, hesitated, as if making a firm decision. If you do not wish to participate, then so be it. We can look for other opportunities later. Indeed, in President Wu's eyes, Jiang Fan was a prodigy. However, with this sudden change in rules, focusing on aiding Yuan City meant direct confrontation with aberrant beasts, which could lead to casualties. He viewed Jiang Fan as a precious gem from Jiang City. While he had no objections to Jiang Fan representing Jiang City in the Martial Arts Association's Genius Challenge, he could not bear the thought of Jiang Fan being sent to assist Yuan City. If anything were to happen to him, the talent Jiang City had painstakingly discovered would be lost, a responsibility he was unwilling to shoulder. Jiang Fan sensed the shift in President Wu's demeanor. He had been fervently urged to participate just moments ago, and now he was being discouraged, which felt rather perplexing. However, he had no time to dwell on this inconsistency. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. President Wu, is this competition truly about slaying aberrant beasts? President Wu, observing Jiang Fan's excitement, was once again taken aback and instinctively replied. According to the information just received from the president, it appears to be. However, the specifics still require further discussion with the president. No sooner had President Wu finished speaking than Jiang Fan declared resolutely, "Then I will participate." Instantly, in the living room, not only was President Wu stunned, but everyone else was equally bewildered. Su Qingwan, seated beside Jiang Fan, anxiously grasped his hand. "Xiao Fan." Jiang Fan turned to see Su Qingwan shaking her head at him with a serious expression. Su Qingwan, a typical housewife, was not particularly well-versed in matters such as the Martial Arts Association's Genius Challenge. However, she understood enough from President Wu's mention of the aberrant beasts besieging the city and the challenge's objective to slay them. Previously, Ma Jiang had lost an arm and nearly his life on Phoenix Mountain while hunting aberrant beasts, which made her particularly sensitive to such matters. Now, with Jiang Fan volunteering to assist Yuan City, her heart raced with anxiety. "Aunt, it's all right, I know the stakes." Su Qingwan, finding her attempts to dissuade him futile, turned her gaze to Ma Jiang. Ma Jiang frowned. "Xiao Fan, the siege by aberrant beasts is no trifling matter. Yuan City is merely a third-level city with weak defenses, and we have no idea how many aberrant beasts are surrounding it. If the numbers are few, it may be manageable, but if there are many, the battlefield will undoubtedly be horrific. You have been in school and have never faced such a scene. You do not understand the inherent dangers. It is not as simple as it seems. In battle, any misstep could endanger your life. Do not act recklessly." In Ma Jiang's eyes, Jiang Fan was just a child. Despite his sudden rise to second-level martial artist status, the difference between second-level martial artists is still considerable. Beyond vitality and combat power, experience in battle is especially crucial. A second-level martial artist with rich practical experience can survive on the battlefield, even if their vitality is not as high as others. Conversely, one lacking experience is likely to fall victim to the dangers. Jiang Fan had been in the academic environment, making him a true academician. His combat experience was virtually non-existent. And how could he not be in danger on the battlefield? Jiang Jia seized the opportunity to interject, urging from the sidelines. "Xiao Fan, your uncle is right. The immediate priority is to enhance your strength and develop gradually. As for hunting exotic beasts, there will be plenty of opportunities once your power increases. Regarding cultivation resources, you need not worry. If you can secure a place at a top martial arts university in Kyoto during the college entrance examination, the Jiang family in Kyoto will provide you with the necessary resources." Hearing Jiang Jia's words, President Wu was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Mr. Jiang, are you referring to the Jiang family in Kyoto?" Jiang Jia wore a proud expression on his face. "Is there even a second Jiang family in Kyoto?" President Wu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "My apologies." He had never anticipated that the inconspicuous Jiang Jia among the crowd was indeed a member of the Jiang family in Kyoto. The Jiang family was one of the 13 prominent families in Kyoto, deeply rooted across China and nearly monopolizing all resources. Aside from the Martial Arts Association headquarters, leading martial arts academies, and the military, no other organization could rival them. He had long heard that major families would raise their progeny in various regions of China, and it appeared to be true. However, he wondered whether Jiang Jia belonged to the main branch or a collateral one. Yet, even as a collateral branch, with Jiang Fan's talent, he would surely have a place within the Jiang family. It seemed he could not allow Jiang Fan to participate this time. President Wu sighed quietly. "Young brother Jiang, they make a valid point. You are still quite young. When next year arrives, you will only be 18. If you wish, you can represent our Jiangqing Martial Arts Association in the competition then. By that time, your strength will have increased significantly, and you may very well seize first place in the Genius Challenge. Let's reconsider this year." Listening to the various pleas from those around him, Jiang Fan remained resolute. "Aunt, uncle, I know you mean well. However, I have compelling reasons to go. Elevating my power through the slaughter of enemies and hunting exotic beasts is precisely why I must attend." Ever since activating his golden finger, aside from his excursion to Phoenix Mountain, he had been diligently cultivating in the city. He had previously been quite satisfied with his progress. But after hearing President Wu speak of the talents across Chinese cities, he felt he still fell short. With just over a week until the college entrance examination, he aimed to position himself at the pinnacle, thus acquiring the leverage to choose schools and negotiate terms to obtain the best martial arts techniques. Although consuming pills could expedite his advancement, a martial artist must engage in combat. There was no more exhilarating way to enhance one's prowess than in battle. Moreover, this time, with the core figures of various martial arts associations leading the charge, the safety factor was significantly heightened. Such an opportunity was rare. It must not be missed. Jiang Fan reassured Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang before turning once more to President Wu. "President Wu, please be sure to take me along. Jiang Fan selectively disregarded Jiang Jia's words, causing Jiang Jia to feel a surge of indignation. Observing Jiang Fan's determination, President Wu glanced between him and Jiang Jia, hesitating for a long moment before finally sighing. I shall consult the chairman for his opinion. Chapter 57. Urgent departure. After conversing with Jiang Fan, President Wu hastily departed with the members of the Martial Arts Association. Principal Fong approached, beaming at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I am Principal Fong of Sangao. I came here primarily to clarify the misunderstandings from before. Before he could finish, Jiang Fan raised his hand to interrupt. Principal Fong, please take your leave. I understand your intentions, but I have made an agreement with Principal Luo and cannot accept your offer. Jiang Fan decisively refused, not even allowing him a chance to present conditions. It was absurd. When he was expelled from Sangao, no one came to his aid. Now that he had broken through to a second-tier martial artist, they suddenly wanted to invite him back. Such good fortune was unfathomable. Having said this, Jiang Fan cast a reassuring glance at Luo Xiaowu, who immediately brightened with joy. In stark contrast, Principal Fong's face fell dismally. After several failed attempts to persuade Jiang Fan, he shot an annoyed glare at Li Dongsheng before leaving in frustration. Once all the guests had departed, the living room of Su Qingwan's home was left with only Ma Jiang, Jiang Jia, and a few others, their expressions solemn. Ma Ning, who had been hiding in her room, stepped out and approached Jiang Fan, her voice thick with emotion. Brother, are you really going to that Yuanqing? Please don't go. It sounds so dangerous. Although Ma Ning had been concealed within her room, she had quietly positioned herself by the door, attentively listening to everything that transpired in the living room. She was utterly shocked by Jiang Fan's ascension to a second-tier martial artist. However, what worried her more was the so-called Martial Arts Association's defense competition in Yuanqing. As Ma Jiang had stated, this was a matter of life and death. She and Jiang Fan had been inseparable since childhood, and she was deeply concerned for his safety. Thus, she cared little for any so-called genius selection competition. All she wished for was Jiang Fan's safety. It's all right, Xiao Ning, I know what I'm doing. It may seem a bit perilous, but with the core of the Martial Arts Association leading the way, there shouldn't be any major issues. Upon hearing this, Ma Ning opened her mouth, hesitating for a long time, yet unable to voice her thoughts. Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang wore expressions of worry. Everything that had transpired today was too overwhelming for them. At first, they had come in a grand procession, fearing something had happened to Jiang Fan. When Jiang Jia introduced the person leading them as the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, they had been gripped by panic. However, in a dramatic turn of events, this so-called vice president of the Martial Arts Association had treated them with utmost courtesy. Given their social standing, they would likely never cross paths with someone of such stature in Jiangqing under normal circumstances. Yet, now President Wu not only personally visited but treated them warmly, leaving them feeling as though they were in a dream. It wasn't until they learned that this group had come because Jiang Fan had become a second-tier martial artist, a 17-year-old prodigy of Jiangqing, that they could scarcely believe it. Finally, having accepted this reality, they had no time to celebrate before hearing Jiang Fan's intention to participate in the Yuanqing defense competition, causing their previously settled hearts to once again dangle in uncertainty. Xiao Fan, the Martial Arts Association has likely not confirmed anything yet. Don't act impulsively, think it over again. There's still room for negotiation. Ma Jiang lit a cigarette, sighing deeply. Then, as if recalling something, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Jiang Jia. Jiang Jia glanced at the shabby cigarette box, hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted it. Simultaneously, he echoed Ma Jiang's sentiment. Indeed, you are still young and have ample room for growth. Before Jiang Jia could finish his statement, Jiang Fan interrupted him. Why haven't you left yet? Jiang Jia, having been continuously provoked by Jiang Fan, could no longer contain his pent-up anger. What did you say? Say that again. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Jiang Fan sneered. What? Are you going to flaunt your parental authority again? This is not your Jiang family. Seeing the argument escalating between Jiang Jia and Jiang Fan, Ma Jiang rushed forward to intervene. All right, let us not quarrel. This is not the time for that. Despite Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan sharing a strong dislike for Jiang Jia, they could not allow Jiang Fan and Jiang Jia to clash further at such a crucial moment. Firstly, it was not the time for familial disputes. Secondly, if what Jiang Jia said was true, that the main branch of the Jiang family could provide assistance to Jiang Fan, it would ultimately be beneficial for him, and they did not wish for any rift to form. In the end, they could not dissuade Jiang Fan. Jiang Jia left, dejected and lost. Approximately an hour later, a message arrived from President Wu, indicating that the chairman had granted permission for Jiang Fan to participate in the forthcoming city defense battle in Yuan City, instructing him to gather at the Jiang City Martial Arts Association promptly in preparation for departure. The Ma family had not anticipated such urgency and hurriedly prepared Jiang Fan's essentials. Jiang Fan waved his hand in refusal, casually stuffing over a dozen vials of the blood-replenishing turtle soup into his pocket. After leaving a sum of money for Su Qingwan, he departed without delay. Upon arriving at the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, President Wu had been waiting for some time. As he spotted Jiang Fan approaching, he gestured eagerly. Jiang Fan, over here. Jiang Fan looked over to see, beside President Wu, not only Wei Xian, who had previously assessed him, but also Li Yutong. As Jiang Fan approached, President Wu smiled and introduced, Jiang Fan, I need not elaborate on these two. You are already acquainted. I shall update you on the latest developments I gathered from the chairman, he continued. Jiang Fan nodded and followed President Wu to the lounge area of the hall. The situation is as follows. The encirclement of Yuan City by the aberrant beasts is more severe than we had anticipated. It appears that the scale may have escalated to a level 4 beast tide. A level 4 beast tide, as the name suggests, indicates that the highest tier among the aberrant beasts in this tide has reached level 4. The number of these beasts could potentially exceed 1,000. Level 4 aberrant beasts necessitate the intervention of level 5 combatants for extermination. While this would be manageable in Jiang City, where our top-tier combatants can handle such threats, the scenario becomes considerably more challenging in Yuan City, classified as a level 3 city, coupled with the limited number of city guards. The situation in Yuan City is indeed dire. Despite this grim assessment, President Wu's expression bore an air of nonchalance, leaving Jiang Fan perplexed. If the situation were truly so critical, should there not be a greater sense of urgency? Why did he appear more composed than when he was at Su Qingwan's home? However, this situation has prompted the higher-ups to coordinate military reinforcements. Thus, this time, the military will take the lead, while our martial arts association will play a supporting role. Consequently, your safety will be significantly assured. Seeing the confusion on Jiang Fan's face, President Wu quickly elaborated. Jiang Fan instantly comprehended. In essence, the primary defense would be manned by military personnel, while the members of the Martial Arts Association would merely utilize Yuan City as a training ground. Such opportunities for real combat were indeed rare. The contingent participating would consist of approximately 50 martial arts prodigies from the branches of the Martial Arts Association across 10 surrounding cities. The specific rules would be announced by the head of the Martial Arts Association at a later time. From our side, it will just be Wei Xian, Li Yutong, and the two of us, with Wei Xian and myself leading the team. Jiang Fan glanced at the others. What about those from the cities that are not participating? President Wu smiled slightly. They will hold a separate competition, adhering to the previous guidelines. But rest assured, the rewards for both sides will be equivalent. Thus, our chances of gaining more will be enhanced. Jiang Fan nodded. When do we depart? President Wu glanced outside. In half an hour. Jiang Fan was taken aback. At night? So soon. Chapter 58. Reinforcements for Yuan City. The night had already fallen. Jiang City was several hundred kilometers from Yuan City. If they were to drive, it would take at least 10 hours. He was uncertain of President Wu's cultivation level, but even a level 4 expert would face certain dangers traversing the wilderness at night. Why schedule a departure under such conditions? President Wu clapped Jiang Fan on the shoulder. We will be taking the train. He added, a military train. Seeing Jiang Fan's bewilderment, President Wu continued to clarify. The team being dispatched is from our Jiang City military district. There is a military train line connecting Jiang City and Yuan City. The chairman has just communicated with the military, and they have consented to allow us to utilize their transport carriages. This train is set to depart in approximately half an hour. After glancing at his watch, President Wu remarked, it's nearly time. We must head to the military district. Come along, and feel free to voice any questions along the way. The Jiang City Military District was located about 5 kilometers from the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. As the group exited the association's gates, a jeep awaited them on the street. The driver promptly opened the door, inviting them in. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the Jiang City Military District. Following President Wu's explanation of their purpose, a soldier soon emerged from the compound. After confirming their identities, he led them deeper into the premises. Jiang Fan curiously surveyed the surroundings and inquired, the train arrives directly here? Indeed, President Wu chuckled. You see, while the fastest military deployment method is via aircraft, in situations that are not overly urgent within the range of train service, the most critical transportation means remains the train. On one hand, trains can transport a greater number of troops and equipment. On the other hand, they can be safer than airplanes, especially when encountering airborne aberrant beasts. Thus, every military region and district is interconnected by direct train lines, forming a network for troop deployment, facilitating immediate mobilization. Jiang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Would there be flying aberrant beasts this time? President Wu shook his head. The information we received is from the headquarters, which in turn was sourced from the military. The military did not mention anything regarding this matter. However, I suspect that the scale of this deployment is not extensive, and their choice to utilize trains likely indicates a specific reasoning behind it. It would be prudent to remain cautious. Jiang Fan nodded. As they continued conversing, they soon spotted a modest platform where numerous soldiers were busily loading weapons onto the train. Nearby, a lieutenant clad in military attire was actively directing operations. The train was relatively short, comprising only 4 carriages, with the rear 2 designated for equipment and the front 2 presumably for the soldiers' accommodation. As the soldier guided President Wu and the others, they approached within several dozen meters of the lieutenant, who promptly dropped off the group and sprinted toward the officer. Saluting before announcing, "Reporting, sir. The Martial Arts Association members have arrived." The lieutenant turned to regard President Wu and his party, then waved at the nearby soldiers, commanding, "Prepare for immediate departure. I want to see all operations completed within 10 minutes. Otherwise, you will not board." After issuing his orders, he turned to approach President Wu. "President Wu, it's a pleasure. I am Jiao Yang, the commander of the 9th Company, 28th Regiment, 11th Division of the Jiang City Military District, tasked with eradicating the aberrant beasts in Yuan City. Are all your members present?" Jiao Yang scanned President Wu, then glanced at Jiang Fan and the others. Revealing no trace of emotion, President Wu extended his hand, smiling. "Everyone is here. It is just the 4 of us. Thank you for your hard work, Commander Jiao." After shaking hands with President Wu, Jiao Yang gestured for them to proceed. "Not at all. This way, please." Throughout the exchange, he offered no superfluous words. Once settled in the carriage, Jiao Yang took his leave, returning to the platform to resume directing operations. The sounds of reprimanding soldiers echoed through the train's windows. Reaching the ears of the group, Li Yutong could not restrain himself. "Uncle Wu, why is he?" As the words left his mouth, he found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. President Wu discerned Li Yutong's sentiments and inquired, "Are you suggesting he is aloof?" Li Yutong smacked his forehead in realization. "Yes, exactly. You are the vice president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association and a level 4 expert. Yet he seems to show you little respect." President Wu smiled slightly and turned to Jiang Fan. "Do you feel the same?" Jiang Fan shook his head. "I cannot help but feel that he seems rather indifferent towards us." President Wu and Wei Xian exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. "You two are still rather young. This time, the Jiangqing military district is the main force in the reinforcement to Yuanqing. Initially, they could handle it themselves, but now they have to take us, who are perceived as burdens, along, which naturally leaves them somewhat displeased. However, this is a command issued by the higher-ups, and compliance is obligatory. So a cold demeanor is to be expected. In my view, their refraining from harsh words is already a significant display of respect." Li Yutong was taken aback. "Us? A burden?" President Wu shook his head. "In their eyes, we, the Martial Arts Association, are merely practicing on the battlefield, which can indeed be seen as a hindrance. But do not overthink it. The military style has always been thus, focusing on the task rather than the individual. Even though I am the vice president of the Martial Arts Association and possess greater strength than him, we belong to 2 distinct systems with no hierarchical relationship, and thus, there is no obligation for others to accommodate us." Furthermore, President Wu paused and continued, "The military has been at the forefront in Huaxia, combating the beasts, holding a special status within our nation, and a bit of arrogance is quite natural." Upon hearing this, Li Yutong nodded in understanding. Approximately 10 minutes later, the loading of equipment was completed. Under Jiao Yang's command, all soldiers boarded the vehicles in a neat and orderly fashion. In less than 2 minutes, everyone was seated, perfectly synchronized. Almost simultaneously, the train's whistle sounded. A colossal machine, billowing dense steam, slowly departed from the military district. Upon reaching the city wall of Jiangqing, a massive gate was opened. Once the train exited Jiangqing, the gate gradually closed. This was Jiang Fan's first experience of traveling by train through the wilderness at night, and he found himself gazing out the window, filled with curiosity. Chapter 59, Jiangqing Team. The night was as dark as ink, tranquil as water. As the red glow reflecting Jiangqing gradually faded from view, the steel beast plunged into the enveloping darkness. As it raced forward, it stirred the winds, carrying sand and gravel from the wilderness, with dust striking the train's body, creating a cacophony of sounds. Outside the window, the night rushed by. Faintly, a few points of eerie green light could be seen. Those were the eyes of the beasts in the wild, watching the train with keen interest. Yet perhaps sensing the immense energy contained within this giant, they lay in ambush, motionless. Jiang Fan and Li Yutong were both tense, their gazes vigilant towards the outside. President Wu shook his head and chuckled. "You two need not be overly anxious. The military's train is specially customized, possessing tremendous power, and compared to ordinary trains, its materials are far more resilient, exhibiting exceptional resistance to impact. Unless faced with beasts of grade 4 or above, which may pose a threat, ordinary beasts, when in close proximity, will be instantly flung away, thus posing no real concern." Upon finishing, fearing that Jiang Fan and Li Yutong might not comprehend, he elaborated further. "The stretch between Jiangqing and Yuanqing is akin to the heart of Huaxia. It is a purged zone where grade 4 or higher beasts seldom appear." Jiang Fan nodded upon hearing this. When the shadows from the sky descend and fissures emerge in the earth, a multitude of beasts may surge forth, leading to local devastation. However, the military will promptly eliminate these beasts, and should they encounter formidable ones, they will be driven to the fringes, with strict vigilance maintained. Currently, Huaxia has established 7 defense lines against beasts in the southwest and northern borders, all guarded by the military. Historically, There has been no occurrence of beasts descending between Jiangcheng and Yuancheng, and after prolonged cleansing, it has become a purged zone. With both the number and grade of beasts under control, hence President Wu's assertions hold merit. Yet why has there suddenly been such a gathering of beasts in Yuancheng? Jiang Fan questioned, puzzled. President Wu pondered for a moment. That is still quite difficult to ascertain. The military has not provided any specific reasons thus far, so let us observe the developments. Once we arrive, the truth will be revealed. After saying this, President Wu waved his hand. The journey from Jiangcheng to Yuancheng at this pace will likely take 7 to 8 hours, and by the time we reach Yuancheng, the day will have dawned. The mission is urgent. You should take this time to rest, for once tomorrow arrives, there will be little time left. There will be battles to face, and one must maintain their energy. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and closed their eyes to recuperate by the window. The train, trailing thick smoke and residual energy waves, carved a brief yet striking mark across the wilderness. The clattering of wheels against the tracks mingling with the roars of beasts and the howling winds as it traversed through the heart of the wild. The journey continued with a thunderous roar. Around 5 in the morning, the train entered the territory of Yuancheng. Jiang Fan was jolted awake by a sound akin to an earthquake. Peering through the window, he beheld a horde of enormous and fearsome beasts, resembling a black tide, surging towards the towering city walls. On the walls, cannon fire erupted continuously, striking into the throngs of beasts, toppling them. Yet aside from those directly hit, the remaining beasts, flung away by the blasts, struggled to rise and charged forward frantically once more. The ground outside was a scene of devastation. The rubble of stones and shattered bricks on the pockmarked ground mingled with the severed limbs of beasts and the blood of the destitute outside the city, creating a sticky, grimy mess. The thunderous roar of the steel beasts startled the attacking beasts. The closest of them redirected their focus towards the train, rushing forth. In the next moment, the train's windows opened, and a barrage of machine gun fire erupted, halting their advance. Occasionally, a few beasts managed to breach the coverage of fire, racing towards the train. But upon contact, they were violently repelled by the sheer force. The steel behemoth, enveloped in overwhelming momentum, thundered into the city. A few minutes later, the train came to a halt in the military district of Yuancheng. At the dilapidated platform, an officer awaited their arrival. Zhao Yang raised his hand. Everyone, heed my command. Disembark in an orderly fashion. With a swish, all soldiers stood at attention, quickly organizing their equipment as they formed a line toward the train doors. Once they disembarked, the soldiers hurried to the rear carriages to unload their gear, while Zhao Yang exchanged salutes with the officer on the platform, shaking hands. On the train, President Wu remarked, "Let us disembark as well." Once the carriages were emptied, he spoke. Jiang Fan and the others followed President Wu off the train, approaching Zhao Yang and the officer. Zhao Yang was engaged in conversation with the officer, and upon noticing President Wu and the others approaching, he nodded. "President Wu, from here on, it is the responsibility of your martial arts association. I am only tasked with bringing you here." President Wu shook hands with Zhao Yang, expressing his gratitude. "Very well. Thank you, Captain Zhao." This delegation from the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association primarily took the military train as a convenience. There were no direct engagements between the two parties. Hence Zhao Yang's assertion that his task was complete was indeed accurate. Zhao Yang nodded. "You are too kind." After speaking, he turned to the officer. "Then I would trouble you to lead me to the command center." The officer promptly obliged. "Certainly, this way please." Zhao Yang instructed the soldiers to transport the equipment to the designated location before departing with the officer. Watching the two depart, Li Yutong inquired from the platform, "Uncle Wu, where shall we go now?" President Wu smiled. "We shall seek out our own team. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Association has also arranged for the command center to be located within the Yuancheng military district. Let us go and take a look." Although the Martial Arts Association is participating in this military operation, fundamentally, they remain two separate systems. The command of this operation may reach a consensus with the military's command. Yet the participants from these local branches have no necessity for direct interaction with the military. At this moment, as President Wu aptly stated, the key lies in finding one's own team. If my calculations are correct, the members of the martial arts associations from other cities should have arrived by now, making them not too difficult to locate. As several individuals conversed, just as they were about to leave the platform, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. "President Wu, is that truly you? Why have you arrived only now? We have been waiting for quite some time." Jiang Fan and the others turned to see a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of refinement, accompanied by several young men and women, smiling at them. The term cultured and elegant suddenly surfaced in Jiang Fan's mind. This man appeared to resemble a university professor, radiating an aura of erudition. Could he be the head of the Martial Arts Association from another city? Just as Jiang Fan was formulating a vague impression of him, the man's subsequent remark shattered Jiang Fan's perception in an instant. Is it that Jiang City finds it exceedingly difficult to unearth talents that meet the standards, hence the delay in your arrival? Upon hearing this, President Wu's expression shifted dramatically. However, he quickly composed himself. "It seems, President Chun, that you are quite informed about the affairs of Jiang City. President Chen replied with a teasing smile. Naturally. In this competition, one must not only focus on racing ahead, but also take the time to look back. This serves as a constant reminder, does it not? The implication was clear. He held no genuine interest in Jiang City's martial arts association, having long since left them in the dust. His attention was solely to serve as a cautionary tale for himself. If the previous comment was a mere jest, this statement bordered on outright insult. Following President Chen's words, the young men and women around him erupted into laughter, displaying no semblance of respect. Seeing this, Li Yutong could no longer contain himself and retorted angrily. What skill is there in merely flapping your gums here? If you possess any true capability, let us see it in action. The young men and women beside President Chen were immediately incensed, ready to confront Li Yutong. President Chen raised a hand to stop them, then smiled at Li Yutong. If I am not mistaken, you must be the so-called genius that was poached from Suiqing? President Chen deliberately emphasized the word genius, laced with mockery, causing Li Yutong's expression to darken as he prepared to respond. However, another voice interrupted. Li Yutong, age 20, a third-generation member of the Li family from the Suiqing martial arts clan, a second-level martial artist with a vitality index around 20. Due to the influence of President Song from Jiang City's Martial Arts Association, you were brought here to lend some semblance of prestige to Jiang City's Martial Arts Association, participating in the Genius Selection Challenge of the Martial Arts Federation. Am I correct? The young men and women around him chimed in, adding to the mockery. Wow, a second-level martial artist, a vitality index of 20. How impressive. You're almost catching up to me. Haha. Li Yutong's face flushed with embarrassment. You. He struggled to find words to retaliate, consumed with the desire to confront them and teach them a lesson. President Wu quietly advised, Yutong, restrain your impulses. They hail from the Hao City Martial Arts Association, whose strength should not be underestimated. Do not fall into their trap. Li Yutong, upon hearing this, regained his composure and glared at the opposing group. President Wu adjusted his demeanor and slowly spoke. If President Chen has nothing further to say beyond these trivial matters, I believe it would be prudent to refrain from wasting time. We still need to head to the command center. President Chen, with a dismissive glance, retorted. We arrived by helicopter, rather than enduring an overnight train ride. Of course, we have been here for quite some time. He then gestured towards the direction behind him. Minister Wan from the Federation has gone to the military command center. The tasks have yet to be assigned, and I merely brought the youngsters out for some fresh air. With that, he focused his interest on Jiang Fan, inquiring with curiosity. And this young man is the other genius you have unearthed from Jiang City? What is his level of competence? Surely, he cannot be akin to that other genius? The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Just as President Wu was about to speak, he noticed Jiang Fan casting a casual glance at the opposing side, uttering a single word. Scram. President Chen's perpetual smile finally faltered. Simultaneously, his vitality surged. Although Jiang Fan's utterance was but a simple word, the disdain and impatience laced within his tone made President Chen acutely aware of the offense. It was the discomfort and wrath of a superior whose authority had been challenged. Before he could respond, the young men and women from the Hao City Martial Arts Association erupted in outrage. You're courting death. What did you say? Repeat that. I'm going to take him down. Jiang Fan looked at them with disdain. Noisy. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited once more. Observing the opposing side's agitation, President Chen's countenance darkened, while President Wu's smile brightened. President Chen, my apologies. They are merely children, lacking in decorum. Please forgive the offense. A person of your stature surely wouldn't stoop to quarrel with children, would you? Jiang Fan quickly apologized to President Chen. President Wu feigned severity. Jiang Fan shrugged, nonchalantly heading toward the Martial Arts Association Command Center. President Wu glanced awkwardly at President Chen. Look at this is rather unfortunate. Rest assured, I will reprimand him upon our return. My sincerest apologies. With that, President Wu signaled to Wei Xin and Li Yutong, hastening to follow Jiang Fan. After taking a few steps, he couldn't resist glancing back with a smile, further aggravating President Chen's already darkened expression. President, I shall go teach him a lesson right away. I will join you. The Jiang City Martial Arts Association has always been at the bottom of the National Federation. When did we become so audacious? That fellow is named Jiang Fan, right? I will make him wish he had never been born. Observing the eager expressions of the young men and women preparing to pursue, President Chen barked, come back. His face fluctuated between anger and calm. Soon, Minister Wan from the Federation will return. Do not cause any trouble. If you wish to settle scores, do so on the battlefield. At this, the eyes of the young men and women sparkled with excitement. Jiang Fan, rest assured, President Chen dares not act against you. On the way, President Wu maintained a beaming smile. Although Jiang Fan's response was brief, its impact was not to be underestimated. The image of President Chen's face contorted in disbelief brought President Wu immense satisfaction. Even Wei Xin and Li Yutong regarded Jiang Fan with newfound respect. This President Chen, whose name is Chen Shang, serves as the Vice President of the Hao City Martial Arts Association. The Hao City Martial Arts Association has always been at odds with our Jiang City Association, hence his disrespectful words. However, his strength is rather mediocre, with my presence. He cannot harm you. Jiang Fan nodded casually, commenting, is there truly such animosity between the branches of martial arts associations? His understanding of discord was limited to competitive rivalry for resources supported by the Federation, yet it appeared that the enmity between Hao City and Jiang City transcended mere rivalry, approaching a personal vendetta. This matter is rather intricate, President Wu explained as they walked. To cut a long story short, you can simply understand that there has been a long-standing dispute over resource contention, resulting in deep-seated grievances over the years. While our relationship with other regions remains amicable, it is true that the Jiang City Martial Arts Association has not developed well over the years, making it difficult for me to refute the ridicule we receive. At this point, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, once the extermination plan for the aberrant beasts is finalized, we must convene to discuss it. Although he cannot openly target us, I fear that once we reach the battlefield, they may resort to underhanded tactics. Chapter 61, The Cleansing Plan. They dare to do this? Jiang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. President Wu shook his head. Under normal circumstances, fair competition should prevail. However, this time, it is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate the risks. After all, we are on the battlefield, where any misstep could be a matter of life and death. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, falling silent thereafter. The group proceeded along a narrow path until they arrived at a row of modest bungalows at the end of the road. To the left, soldiers were seen coming and going, suggesting that this must be the command center for the defense of Yuan City. To the right, young men and women were bustling about, likely the command center of the Martial Arts Association. President Wu led Jiang Fan and the others towards the entrance. Just as they reached the door, a figure emerged. Ah, Brother Wu, you've arrived. I was just thinking you should be here soon. And voila, you appeared before my eyes. The man had a rugged appearance, exuding a sense of a streetwise persona. A smile immediately appeared on President Wu's face. Brotherly, it has been quite some time. Allow me to introduce you to Wei Xian, who has come along to lead the team with me. These two are Jiang Fan and Li Yutong, members of our Jiang City Martial Arts Association participating in the competition. Upon finishing his introduction, President Wu turned to Jiang Fan and the others. This is President Li of the Yi City Martial Arts Association. President Li nodded respectfully towards Jiang Fan and the others, praising, heroes emerge from youth. He then introduced the members he brought from Yi City, consisting of 2 young men and 2 young women, all appearing to be of similar age to Jiang Fan, which prompted further commendations from President Wu. After the introductions, several individuals emerged from the Martial Arts Association's command center, appearing to be familiar with both President Wu and President Li. After exchanging pleasantries, President Li pulled President Wu aside. This time, with 10 martial arts associations participating in the defense, it is likely to be a fierce contest. President Wu was taken aback. Oh, what do you mean? President Li replied with a hint of gravity. Although only 10 cities are participating this time, with the likes of Jing City and Luo City, known for their deep heritage, not involved, both Hao City and Yin City have produced at least 2 third-tier warriors. President Wu was startled. Hao City has also produced third-tier warriors? Initially, he felt relieved that the selection challenge for the Martial Arts Association's elite was divided into 2 groups due to the beast siege in Yuan City, thus excluding the more established Jing City, Luo City, and the second-tier cities of Sui City and Peng City, which would make it easier to secure a ranking. Little did he expect that within the limited 10 cities, both Hao City and Yun City had also produced third-tier warriors. No wonder those from Hao City were so arrogant when we encountered them earlier. It seems that Jiang Fan and Li Yutong are in peril. President Li, noticing the change in President Wu's expression, inquired, what's the matter? Does Jiang City intend to secure a ranking this time? He glanced at Jiang Fan and Li Yutong, uncertain of their capabilities. Historically, Jiang City has consistently ranked at the bottom among the various branches of the Martial Arts Association, and even within the 10 cities, they would likely struggle to achieve any notable standing. However, judging by President Wu's demeanor, it was evident that he intended to compete. Could it be that Jiang City's Martial Arts Association has produced an extraordinary talent? Sensing President Li's misunderstanding, President Wu hastily recounted the events that had transpired outside. Upon hearing this, President Li's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, this poses a bit of a conundrum. The Hao City Martial Arts Association has always been at odds with you. Given the current situation, Chunsheng will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to give your members a harsh lesson. While life-threatening circumstances may not arise, the risks remain. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, how about I speak to them? When the time comes for the mission, I can have them team up for mutual support. President Wu furrowed his brow in thought. For now, this is the only course of action. Their conversation did not last long before they observed the personnel from the military command center dispersing, each diving into their busy tasks. Meanwhile, an elderly man with a vigorous demeanor made his way along the front of the bungalows, returning to the Martial Arts Association command room. As he walked, voices of greeting echoed around him. Minister Wan, Minister Wan. The elder nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Gather everyone. We shall hold a meeting. President Li and his companions promptly ushered their members into the room. Within 10 minutes, the room was bustling with participants. Seated at the square conference table were the leaders of various martial arts associations, alongside their standing members. A massive screen loomed before the table, displaying the plan for the upcoming cleansing of the beasts in Yuan City. Minister Wan stood at the forefront. All right, everyone is here. So I will synchronize our mission regarding the cleansing of the beasts. Currently, the first wave of beast attacks has concluded, and a second wave is expected to commence tonight. I have just conferred with the military and confirmed that they will handle the first wave of firepower attacks and extermination, while our martial arts association will follow up with the cleanup in the second wave. Consequently, our members will face a significantly smaller number of beasts directly. Now, let us discuss the assessment criteria for this cleansing mission in Yuan City. Initially, I had 3 proposals. First, we set a specific time frame and tally the number of beasts hunted within that duration. Second, we measure the duration of persistence on the battlefield, and in cases of equal duration, compare the number of beasts hunted. Third, we could use the total number of beasts hunted by each team as the assessment criterion. However, due to the varying numbers of members in each branch, we will temporarily set this proposal aside. I invite everyone to share their thoughts on the first 2 proposals. Chapter 62, Mutual Support on the Battlefield for Jiang Fan. Normally, the rules for such challenge competitions would have been established long ago. However, due to the unexpected circumstances, it was only until recently that the military confirmed the final cleansing plan, prompting the Martial Arts Association to hastily decide on the assessment criteria. The Martial Arts Association has years of experience in talent selection. Whether it be in points competitions or special challenges, the essence lies in categorizing warriors within defined parameters. The number of beasts slain remains an undeniable cornerstone of all these regulations. Thus, every proposal put forth by Minister Wan centered around the primary goal of slaying beasts. Within the Martial Arts Association Command Center, various leaders expressed their opinions. I believe the first proposal is preferable, as establishing a reasonable time frame to count the number of slain beasts will most accurately reflect the true combat prowess of the warriors. Indeed, the most crucial aspect of a warrior is their practical combat capability. Vitality and combat power are merely superficial. Only those who can truly engage in battle are considered qualified warriors. Absolutely, the second proposal, which merely measures the time spent on the battlefield, lacks validity. If someone hides behind others or evades conflict to endure, the time recorded becomes meaningless. I also support the first proposal, but with the beasts attacking at night. How can we accurately tally each person's kills? This presents a challenge. Nearly everyone was overwhelmingly in favor of the first proposal. However, when the discussion shifted to how to collect data, they encountered difficulties. Minister Wan smiled slightly. Since everyone is so united in opinion, we shall proceed with the first proposal. We will commence counting the number of beasts slain based on the military's offensive command, starting from the beginning of the assault until the withdrawal command is issued. As for the data collection concerns, you need not worry. The military has long established a mature system for tallying military achievements. I have also procured a set of equipment from the military for this purpose. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a young man brought forth a set of equipment resembling a microcomputer. This is the military's positioning system. Before entering the battlefield, each member will receive a locator that symbolizes their identity. The identifier of each locator will be clearly projected onto this screen. Within a radius of approximately 10 meters from the locator, a thermal imaging projection will appear. Through a complex algorithm, it will effortlessly calculate the number of each individual's kills of the exotic beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The equipment had already been brought in, signifying that Minister Wan had already finalized the assessment rules. The recent consultation for their opinions seemed to be merely a formality. However, the group held little concern. After all, such regulations were inherently determined by the Martial Arts Association. Regardless of the rules, once established, their duty was to comply. Jiang Fan was assigned locator number 21. After everyone had received their locators, President Li and President Wu summoned the 6 members from both sides. You 6, take a moment to glance at each other's ID tags. The group promptly extended their hands to display the numbers on their locators. Jiang Fan had 21, Li Yutong 9, Chi 12, and He Tianlei 39. You all, once on the battlefield, try to form teams and stay close to one another for mutual support. Chi, you are nearing the level of a third-tier warrior. The strongest among us, please look after Jiang Fan and Li Yutong. President Li instructed solemnly. Pay special attention to Ding Xing from the Heiqing Martial Arts Association. It is said that he has reached the 3rd tier, and he recently had an unpleasant encounter with the brothers from Jiangxing. I worry they may cause trouble on the battlefield. We, Yi City and Jiang City, are allied units and must watch out for one another. The girl named Chi, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, appeared spirited and resolute. Upon hearing President Li's instructions, she replied brightly, "Don't worry, President. I will." After the directives were given, the group proceeded to the Martial Arts Association's headquarters to collect their weapons. The military primarily relied on firepower, while the Martial Arts Association members predominantly utilized cold weapons. Jiang Fan, lacking a suitable weapon, acquired a Miao knife. This knife was forged from high-quality steel, far superior to ordinary iron. The blade reflected a chilling gleam under the light, and with a gentle swing, it emitted a faint whistle, reminiscent of a sharp edge slicing through the air, instilling a sense of trepidation. However, due to its length, Jiang Fan felt slightly awkward when he first wielded it, his movements lacking familiarity. Nearby, Chi chuckled, Jiang Fan. Have you never used a weapon before? Among the six, everyone was equipped with their own weapon, except for Jiang Fan, who came empty-handed. Jiang Fan nodded in response to her query. I usually practice with my fists and feet. There are rarely opportunities for actual combat. His sole experience with a weapon was likely during the previous encounter on Phoenix, when he fought the Qing Lin giant python with a chopping knife. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan suddenly paused. He had fought numerous times in the martial arts space, but always unarmed. Now, with the third-tier Jin Yiwei employing the Xiuquan knife, he found himself at a disadvantage without a suitable weapon. How could he bring a weapon into the martial arts space? Before he could ponder further, Chi-Chi's voice broke in. I almost forgot. You're still in high school. No worries. Once you enroll in martial arts university, there will be plenty of practical combat classes, where you'll not only practice your punches and kicks, but also learn to wield weapons in battle. Moreover, once we reach the fourth tier, we can utilize the blood essence of exotic beasts to replicate talents, significantly enhancing our combat abilities. As she spoke, Chi-Chi's eyes glimmered with anticipation. A first-level warrior is merely a foundation. As levels increase, one may only become stronger, faster, and more proficient in martial arts. However, after reaching the fourth level, the ability to replicate the talents of exotic beasts brings forth a plethora of capabilities, resulting in a truly transformative enhancement. Jiang Fan smiled and nodded at her words. Throughout the day, he devoted himself to mastering the use of the weapon. With so many people around, it was impractical for him to enter the space for training, so he could only familiarize himself with the knife while occasionally pausing to practice his innate breathing techniques. Compared to training in the space, progress in the outside world was indeed much slower. After a period of practice with limited improvement, Jiang Fan shifted his focus primarily onto the Miao knife. As the sun began to set around 6 in the evening, the distant sky started to darken. Exotic beasts outside the city stirred restlessly. Prepare to assemble. The second wave of exotic beasts is about to arrive. All teams, get ready and proceed in an orderly fashion. With Commander Zhao Yang's command, the military formation quickly organized and surged toward the city gates, with the Martial Arts Association trailing behind. Simultaneously, Minister Wan gestured. Chapter 63, The Harvest of Wounded Beasts. What constitutes the spirit of a warrior? An hour later, a tide of exotic beasts surged forth from outside the city. The horizon was clouded with dust, swirling yellow clouds carrying moving shadows, densely packed, resembling a torrent of destruction, crashing down. Initially, the shadows appeared as mere indistinct black dots, akin to ants. In an instant, they transformed into a colossal beast horde, their hooves, claws, and roars intertwining, resembling a cacophony of thunder, causing one's eardrums to ache. Leading the charge were a row of massive ironback rhinoceroses, their bodies cloaked in iron-like black armor. With each powerful stride, the earth trembled beneath them. Above the ironback rhinoceroses, a swarm of winged fire crows darkened the sky, their wings beating with a fiery roar, as if to ignite the heavens. Behind them was a chaotic mix of various types of exotic beasts. On the city wall, Huang Kuan, the military commander clad in uniform, observed as the beast horde approached. With a swift gesture, he commanded, "Attention everyone. Initiate the first wave of fire coverage. Commence." Boom. A line of cannons along the city wall trembled in unison. Massive beams of light, infused with the might of destruction, tore through the air, hurtling toward the beast horde. Bang! Explosions erupted on the ground outside the city, striking the densest areas of the beast swarm, akin to boulders plunging into a lake, instantly stirring up towering waves. In a heartbeat, flesh and blood were scattered, transforming into a mist of crimson and fragments of meat. Some lower-tier exotic beasts bore the brunt, perishing instantly. Meanwhile, those above second tier within the blast radius were also toppled by the powerful shockwaves, disoriented and convulsing on the ground. Smoke billowed, flames soared. The formation of the exotic beasts was disrupted, prompting Huang Kuan to retrieve his walkie-talkie. Zhao Yan commenced the second wave of ground coverage. With his command, the city gates swung open, and the ground forces led by Zhao Yang advanced, armed with rocket launchers and machine guns, moving forward in an orderly manner. The majority of the exotic beasts in the rear, startled by the cannon fire, began to scatter, only to be further disoriented by the assault from the ground troops, resulting in a chaotic uproar of anguished roars and terrified howls, as if enacting a scene from a doomsday hell. Zhao Yang's team pressed on relentlessly, forcing the exotic beasts into retreat. First-level or second-level exotic beasts crumbled easily under the firepower of the thermal weapons. Occasionally, a few third-level exotic beasts appeared, but were swiftly dealt with by the third-tier warriors in the team. Outside the coverage zone, some exotic beasts, startled, wandered aimlessly around the military squad. resembling headless flies in their frantic escape. Seeing the situation was nearly under control, Huang Kuan took a deep breath and addressed Minister Wan beside him. Minister Wan, your personnel may begin the cleanup. Minister Wan withdrew his gaze from the battlefield, nodded slightly, and produced specialized communication equipment. Members of the Martial Arts Association commenced the cleanup of the rear battlefield. Within the city, the youth of the Martial Arts Association surged forth, weapons in hand. We head in that direction. Jiang Fan and Chi, along with a few others, formed a team and ventured out of the city. Chi quickly surveyed the situation outside, instantly identifying a direction, and gestured for Jiang Fan and the others to charge forward. At this moment, many exotic beasts were completely disoriented, scurrying chaotically behind them. Although these young warriors from the Martial Arts Association were merely second-tier practitioners, the extreme panic of the beasts made it significantly easier for them to engage in combat. The few beasts that had been severely weakened by the barrage of firepower were quickly dispatched by the group. Among them, Jiang Fan's cultivation level was not particularly exceptional, and given his infrequent use of weapons, he felt somewhat awkward in actual combat despite having practiced throughout the day. Consequently, his speed in dispatching the beasts was not particularly swift. However, Chi was quite considerate of him, often prioritizing the unharmed beasts for him while leaving the severely injured ones for him and Liu Tang. On the city wall, the military had hastily set up a command center, leaving a small table beside it for the Martial Arts Association. In front of the table, Wan Zhang, the head of the Martial Arts Association, and the team leaders from various associations were intently watching the red dots on the instruments. Each red dot was marked with a number representing the members of each martial arts association, with the corresponding count of beasts they had slain displayed beneath. The Gao City Martial Arts Association is indeed swift in their kills. The Yun City side is not lagging either. It appears that this time the competition will likely be between your two associations. Indeed, the disparity in strength between third-tier and second-tier practitioners is vividly manifested on the battlefield. They not only exhibit remarkable speed, but can often achieve instant kills against lower-tier beasts. It seems I must congratulate you in advance. Hearing the praises from the crowd, Chen Sheng of the Gao City Martial Arts Association smiled broadly and humbly responded, "It's only been an hour since we began. And considering there may be another wave of beasts tomorrow, it is still too early to say." After finishing his words, he casually glanced at the head of the association, a playful expression crossing his face. "President Wu, I noticed that your two members from Jiang City are rather slow in slaying beasts. But that's quite all right. Just having reached the second tier, their performance is commendable." The instruments indicated that Jiang Fan had slain 18 beasts, while Liu Tang had managed to kill 7. Among all the members of the Martial Arts Association, the highest kill count was achieved by Ding Xing, who had slain 33 beasts. The expression on President Wu's face darkened instantly, yet upon realizing that Gao City and Yun City had sent third-tier practitioners, he had already tempered his expectations for this competition. So he remained composed. "You are correct. Jiang Fan is merely 17 years old. Achieving this level is indeed impressive. Given another year, I believe he will surpass himself." President Wu adjusted his demeanor and smiled, while subtly jabbing at Chen Sheng. "Were you not mocking our members for lagging behind? Allow me to remind you. Our member is only 17 years old. He is the youngest among all the competitors. The potential is boundless. Even if your Ding Xing is formidable, Jiang Fan certainly has the potential to surpass him." Just as Chen Sheng was about to retort, Wan Zhang's voice interjected, 17 years old. Quite remarkable. With proper guidance, we may have yet another genius in our martial arts association." Observing Wan Zhang's high praise for Jiang Fan, Chen Sheng frowned and glanced toward the battlefield. Though it was night, the massive searchlights illuminated the square outside the city gate as brightly as day, allowing clear visibility of the martial artists' actions as they dispatched the beasts. Chen Sheng cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Fan on the battlefield and suddenly chuckled. However, even as a second-tier practitioner, one must confront the beasts directly. Relying on merely harvesting the weakened beasts is a betrayal of a warrior's spirit. Upon hearing this, President Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 64. How did Jiang Fan's ranking rise so quickly? He had indeed just seen Jiang Fan, trailing behind Chi and He Tianlei, harvesting the weakened beasts. Ultimately, this matter was a directive from the vice president of the Yi City Martial Arts Association, President Li, to Chi and her team. In a sense, it was an act of care from Chi's group toward Jiang Fan and Liu Tang. However, while he and President Li were aware of the circumstances, it appeared differently to others. Even though the rules set forth by Wan Zhang only accounted for the number of beasts killed, the behavior of hiding behind others to exploit their efforts was indeed somewhat disgraceful. Seeing the awkwardness of the situation, President Li quickly intervened to smooth things over. "President Chen, we are within the bounds of the rules, so there's no need to escalate this. Jiang Fan and Liu Tang do not possess such strength, and within the constraints of the rules, mutual assistance is entirely acceptable." Chen Xing chuckled. "President Li, your Yi City Martial Arts Association has always maintained a friendly relationship with the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. Naturally, you would be unconcerned about such matters. But if this impacts the rankings of other associations members, wouldn't that be a problem?" Chun Sheng was astute, swiftly aligning everyone outside of Yi City and Jiang City to his side. Instantly, the glances exchanged among the others became nuanced. Seeing that Chun Sheng was relentless, President Wu was about to erupt in anger, but Wan Zhang raised a hand to quell the tension. It's of no great consequence. Our aim this time is to select talent. Yet it must occur within a safe environment. Jiang Fan and Li Yutang are not particularly strong, and such protective measures are understandable. This matter ends here. With Wan Zhang's decree, the others naturally refrained from further discussion. However, privately, President Wu and Chun Sheng exchanged a dark glance, sparks flying between them, while those on the city wall continued to entangle themselves in trivial disputes. Down below, Jiang Fan was at a loss for words. Since the moment Chi-Chi's team rushed out of the city gates, they had kept him and Li Yutang shielded behind them. Despite being a second-tier practitioner and significantly stronger than a typical one, he still fell short compared to Chi-Chi, who was nearing the third tier. Furthermore, Chi-Chi's group deliberately maintained distance, leaving the severely injured beasts for him, leaving him with no opportunity to engage with the normal beasts. He wished to confront the beasts directly, but Chi-Chi and the others were unwilling to grant him that chance. Nevertheless, as he continued to harvest the weakened beasts, the energy he absorbed steadily increased. As this energy flowed into his body, merging with his meridians and nourishing his physique, he could distinctly feel his vitality growing stronger. Calculating from his original 30+ vitality, he suspected he had now surpassed 50. With a swift slash, Jiang Fan harvested another weakened beast and could no longer contain himself. He accelerated, breaking free from Chi-Chi's protective formation. While harvesting the weakened beasts was exhilarating, it felt fundamentally wrong. Although he was grateful to Chi-Chi and He Tianlei for their actions, Jiang Fan was not one to be shielded to such an extent. As Chi-Chi was engaged in combat with a corrupted blood spider, she suddenly caught sight of a figure darting past her. Glancing over, her heart jolted upon recognizing Jiang Fan, and she urgently called out, "Jiang Fan, come back." Ahead, not only was the night shrouded in darkness, but there were also numerous beasts. With Jiang Fan's newly attained second-tier strength, he was in grave danger. Noticing Jiang Fan's lack of response, she hurriedly sought to intervene. However, the rapid attacks from the corrupted blood spider forced her to halt and defend herself. Turning her gaze, she saw that He Tianlei and the others were also entangled in their own battles with the beasts. As Jiang Fan's silhouette gradually vanished into the shadows, Chi-Chi could not help but feel increasingly anxious. 2 minutes later, with a swift thrust, Chi-Chi's long knife pierced into the body of the corrupted blood spider, splattering a spray of green blood. After delivering several finishing blows to ensure the spider was utterly defeated, Chi-Chi shouted to He Tianlei and the others, "Tianlei, protect Yutang." Meanwhile, she swiftly darted towards Jiang Fan's direction. However, just a few steps into her movement, her expression froze in astonishment. Before her, within the interplay of light and shadow, Jiang Fan's machete plunged into the neck of a spiked-back beast with the precision of an unstoppable weapon. The beast's flesh tore open, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Without pausing, Jiang Fan pivoted, executing a fierce horizontal slash, sending another bloodied creature crashing to the ground. His movements flowed like water, the machete moving with the swiftness of a shooting star. The spike-back beast possessed remarkably thick skin, resilient even at the neck. Yet Jiang Fan's blade sliced through it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, without any sense of resistance. As Chi-Chi stood in awe, her heart felt lighter. Jiang Fan's strength was likely equal to, or even greater than her own. It seemed the association leaders had misjudged him. There was no need for her to protect him. "Jiang Fan, do not stray too far." She intended to call him back, but at that moment, the words transformed into a gentle reminder. Jiang Fan turned to see Chi-Chi and immediately shouted, "Sister Chi-Chi, let us slay the monsters together." Chi-Chi responded with a bright smile, "Haha, all right." The two coordinated seamlessly, their combined efforts leading to a dramatic increase in the number of slain beasts. At the command center atop the city, someone noticed Jiang Fan's statistics and exclaimed, "If I'm not mistaken, this 21st number belongs to Jiang Fan, right? How has his count of slain beasts surged so rapidly?" Others turned to look and saw that beneath the small red dot labeled 21, the number of slain beasts had escalated to 33, while another red dot beside it indicated a count of 39. Who was this 12th number? It's about to surpass the first. President Li of the Yi City Martial Arts Association was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was Chi-Chi's number. Chi-Chi is nearing the top. This figure was truly unimaginable. Prior to their arrival, he had conducted thorough research and was aware that several third-level warriors were participating in this talent selection competition. At least 2 publicly and possibly more hidden. Thus, he held little hope for the Yi City Martial Arts Association. Yet, Chi-Chi's current performance ignited a flicker of ambition within him. However, as he observed, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, they are nearing the military's defensive line. This trajectory was perilous. If a high-level beast were to breach the line, it would spell trouble. The expressions of the others shifted in alarm. What should we do? Just as everyone pondered their response, a voice rang out from the side. "Hey, that Ding Xing is moving towards them." Ding Xing was a third-level warrior. Their safety was assured. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Yet, President Wu and President Li exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the impending crisis. Chapter 65, Slaying the Third-Level Beast. The Rampaging Giant Ape. Previously, the two had speculated about potential tricks Chun Ching might employ on the battlefield, prompting them to arrange for Chi and others to team up. At this moment, observing Ding Xing's positioning, they quickly deduced that he was likely targeting Jiang Fan and Chi. If Jiang Fan and Chi had remained within their six-member team, they would have faced little trouble. After all, no matter how formidable Ding Xing was, he posed little threat to them. However, now that Jiang Fan and Chi were isolated at the forefront, facing Ding Xing, a third-level warrior, they might genuinely find themselves at a disadvantage. What to do? They glanced toward the plaza below, where Jiang Fan and his companions had already exited the range of illumination, making it difficult to ascertain their precise circumstances. President Wu furrowed his brow and turned once more to President Li. Their silent exchange conveyed a sense of helplessness. At this juncture atop the city wall, their reach was limited. They could not grasp the latest movements of Jiang Fan and his companions. It seemed that this time, they were about to face considerable adversity. They could only hope that their opponents would not be overly ruthless. With a swift motion, Jiang Fan dispatched another beast, an intangible flow of light surging into his being. As he refined the life energy, his momentum surged once more. Jiang Fan had not been proficient with weapons. However, during the skirmish against the beasts, memories of his battles within the martial arts realm with the Imperial Guards resurfaced in his mind. The fluid motions of wielding the embroidered spring knife seemed to unconsciously guide him, enhancing the fluidity of his own actions. Coupled with his thorough understanding of the vital points of various beasts and his increasingly robust vitality, he found himself dispatching the creatures with the ease of slicing through melons. Sister Chi, Jiang Fan severely wounded a beast, toppling it to the ground near Chi. Receiving his signal, Chi struck at the beast's vital point with a decisive blow. They exchanged smiles. Just then, a tremor caught their attention, and they turned to see Ding Xing racing towards them, closely pursued by a massive beast. It was the rampaging giant ape, a third-level beast. How had he provoked such a creature? Moreover, hadn't the military cleared this beast from their defensive line? No. Suddenly Jiang Fan's expression shifted in realization. This fool had drawn the attention of a third-level beast, and even with his third-level strength, he would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with it. Logically, he should have led the beast towards the military's defense line for assistance or into the illuminated area of the city walls, where the elders of the Martial Arts Association would intervene. Yet, he had chosen neither option, instead heading straight for Jiang Fan and Chi. This was a treacherous ploy. How malicious. Despite President Wu mentioning the deep-seated feud between the Jiang City Martial Arts Association and the House City Martial Arts Association, Jiang Fan had not anticipated it would reach such a lethal extent. Whether this was a directive from Qincheng or a personal decision by Ding Xing, Jiang Fan could not discern, nor did he have time to contemplate. All he knew was that someone intended to end his life. Sister Chi, retreat quickly. Jiang Fan was uncertain of his own strength. In the face of a third-level beast, he did not wish to take that risk. Chi had evidently realized the situation as well, and as soon as Jiang Fan called out, she joined him in retreating. As long as they reached the illuminated plaza, they would be safe. The commanders of the Martial Arts Association and the military would not allow the third-level beast to roam unchecked. However, both had clearly underestimated Ding Xing's cunning and the speed of the rampaging giant ape. As the giant ape closed in on Ding Xing, he executed a swift sidestep, evading the beast's charge. Yet the giant ape, due to its massive size and velocity, could not halt its forward momentum, barreling towards Jiang Fan and Chi. The two were already sprinting with all their might, glancing back as they ran. In an instant, a colossal paw came crashing down. Chi-Chi's face paled, and instinctively, she pushed Jiang Fan aside. Boom. Chi-Chi was instantly sent flying. Sister Chi, Jiang Fan's countenance changed drastically. As he witnessed the rampaging giant ape lunging towards Chi once more, determination surged within him. He charged forward with his machete raised. Simultaneously, he propelled himself from the ground, launching into the air, and swung his machete down upon the rampaging giant ape's back. The sound of the blade slicing through fur echoed. Upon landing, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow in dismay. Despite his full-force attack, he had merely left a shallow wound on the giant ape's back, failing to inflict significant damage. Roar! The rampaging giant ape, stung by pain, whirled around, and with a mighty thump, struck its own chest. The beast's roar morphed into palpable sound waves that rippled outward, causing Jiang Fan's eardrums to throb painfully. Immediately, it propelled itself upward with a powerful thrust of its legs, causing the earth to crack open as it surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, engulfed in a tempest. Its fist, the size of a cauldron, roared through the air with the might to shatter mountains and rocks, aimed directly at Jiang Fan's forehead. Upon witnessing the rampaging giant ape redirect its target, Jiang Fan cast a fleeting glance at the struggling Chi on the ground, feeling a surge of relief in his heart. In that instant, he deftly shifted his stance, evading several feet away. The furious giant ape's punch missed, crashing heavily into the ground. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted, and a deep crater formed beneath it. Seizing the opportunity, a glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Fan's eyes as he swung his spear-like knife with precision. The blade's radiance cascaded like a shower of snow, slicing cleanly into the giant ape's arm with a swift whoosh. This time, an unexpected surge of heat emanated from his arm. The knife glimmered brilliantly as it pierced through the giant ape's limb without resistance. Although it did not sever the entire arm, it inflicted a grievous, unseen wound. The enraged giant ape roared once more, retaliating with a sweeping blow. Its massive paw accompanied by a swirling black vortex, its power even greater than before, aimed at Jiang Fan. He leapt into the air, executing a somersault to narrowly evade this fierce strike. Upon landing, his gaze flickered with intensity. Just moments ago, he had managed to breach the giant ape's defenses. Was it due to his chi reaching level 3, or that surge of heat? As Jiang Fan grappled with the rampaging giant ape, he pondered, striving to replicate that sensation. Indeed, not long after, as if responding to his thoughts, a wave of heat coursed into the blade. With a powerful swing, a sound akin to a pop resonated, and he cleaved the giant ape's entire arm clean off. Initially intending to lure the giant ape away, Jiang Fan now felt a surge of calmness. The disarmed giant ape fell into a frenzy, disregarding the pain from its severed arm, its blood-red eyes wide open as it unleashed a torrent of black viscous liquid. Jiang Fan's expression hardened as he swiftly dodged, simultaneously wielding his knife to form a rudimentary barrier. A small amount of the liquid that passed through the blade's shadow splattered onto his clothing, instantly corroding it into holes and adhering to his skin, searing with pain. Jiang Fan's countenance remained unchanged as he twirled the knife like a blossoming flower, seizing the moment while the giant ape's furious gaze was obstructed. He leapt high into the air, raising both hands with the knife above his head. All the heat within his arms surged into the blade, and in an instant, the knife radiated with blinding brilliance. Perish! Jiang Fan roared with fervor. Channeling all his might, he plunged the knife forcefully into the giant ape's skull from above. With a resounding thud, the immense body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After landing, Jiang Fan knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. As the giant ape exhaled its last breath, a shimmering light suddenly emanated from its body, gradually merging into Jiang Fan. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his body were on the brink of explosion. Chapter 66, President Wu's Triumph. Upon the city walls, the heads of the Martial Arts Association observed the locator, noting that Ding Xing's red had approached Jiang Fan and Qi Qi, only to return. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why has Ding Xing returned? Shouldn't he ensure Jiang Fan and Qi Qi's safety before hunting the beasts? Phew, thank goodness. I do not wish to witness any casualties among the children during this election. Minister Wan nodded slightly as he watched the screen. As long as they are safe. However, both President Wu and President Li furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend Ding Xing's intentions. Logically, such peculiar behavior from Ding Xing must have a purpose. Yet, the rudimentary tracking system only displayed personnel locations, rendering further judgment nearly impossible. Look, is that not Jiang Fan? Suddenly a voice broke the silence, and everyone turned to see a colossal figure pursuing Jiang Fan in the illuminated perimeter. It was the rampaging giant ape, a level 3 beast. At that moment, chaos erupted among the crowd. A level 3 beast. Our children will struggle to withstand it. How can a level 3 beast appear beyond the military's defenses? Now is not the time for such discussions. The situation is perilous, and we must swiftly eliminate the level 3 beast. Indeed, other matters can wait. If prior concerns regarding Jiang Fan and Qi Qi's venture into military territory were merely superficial, now all heads of the Martial Arts Association genuinely felt the tension. It was not merely about Jiang Fan and Qi Qi. Their various members were also present. These were all prodigies selected from different regions, and they could not afford any mishaps. The reason these individuals were termed prodigies was due to their boundless potential. However, in terms of cultivation, they were still young and had not yet reached great heights. Faced with a level 3 beast, based on the available information of all participants in this selection, no one could withstand it. On the battlefield, inability to withstand meant death. President Wu was now in a state of utter urgency. He was about to leap from the city wall. I will go and slay the rampaging giant ape. However, just as he prepared to act, Minister Wan firmly restrained him. Wait. President Wu's face flushed with urgency. Minister Wan, we cannot delay any longer. If we wait any longer, Jiang Fan's life will be at stake. Not only Jiang Fan's life, but also those of the other prodigies from the Martial Arts Association are in danger. Jiang Fan was a rare talent unearthed by the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, and he was now facing the furious onslaught of a level 3 beast. The most anxious person was undoubtedly President Wu. Others had some leeway, but Jiang Fan had no room for retreat. Minister Wan shook his head, keeping his gaze fixed on the battlefield. I see. Jiang Fan does not seem to be at a disadvantage against this level 3 beast. What? President Wu exclaimed, quickly following Minister Wan's gaze. He witnessed Jiang Fan breaching the giant ape's defenses. This left him utterly astounded. Not only him, but all heads of the Martial Arts Association were also left in a state of shock. Jiang Fan had breached the defenses of the rampaging giant ape? The rampaging giant ape, a level 3 beast. Among all beasts, it resembled a colossal defensive shield. Not only massive in stature, but also with thick skin and fur akin to armor. Even level 3 and 4 martial artists often found themselves troubled when confronting the rampaging giant ape. In ordinary circumstances, while it might be possible to injure it, delivering a fatal blow or slaying it was exceedingly challenging. Yet now, Jiang Fan had managed to breach the giant ape's defenses. This spectacle utterly captivated all onlookers. According to the records, Jiang Fan was merely a level 2 martial artist. Although he was only 17 years old and had approached the threshold of mid-level 2 martial artists, he was still considered extraordinarily gifted. However, in terms of cultivation, there was still a significant gap between him and level 3 martial artists. Yet, this young man, barely at mid-level 2, was effortlessly navigating the wrath of a level 3 beast, leaving everyone feeling as though they were witnessing something fantastical. The scenes of Jiang Fan battling the rampaging giant ape played out vividly in everyone's minds. From shock and disbelief to breathless astonishment, their expressions morphed into a trance-like state, eventually turning numb, all within a mere span of minutes. When Jiang Fan forcefully drove the spear into the giant ape's skull, causing it to crash to the ground, it was as if everyone had left their bodies, their faces blank with confusion. After a long pause, Minister 1 murmured, 17 years old, independently slaying a level 3 beast. The rampaging giant ape. Could he truly be just a level 2 martial artist? Upon finishing, he cast a piercing gaze at President Wu. President Wu, your Jiang City Martial Arts Association has nurtured a true prodigy. Regardless of Jiang Fan's rank in this selection, I will personally ensure he receives an additional reward. Furthermore, I will report the situation here truthfully. Suddenly, envious voices filled the air. Congratulations, President Wu. Your Jiang City has truly turned the tide this time. Indeed, at just 17 years of age, the potential is boundless. I find myself a bit envious. Amidst the flattery, a voice emerged from Chen Shang, laced with a hint of sarcasm. President Wu, this is rather unprincipled of you. Jiang Fan is clearly a tier 3 warrior. Your misrepresentation of the facts is quite sinister. Chen Shang suppressed his jealousy, his tone dripping with irony. President Wu blinked and turned to his archrival Chen Shang, responding with a smile. President Chen, I am wronged. When I reported the information, Jiang Fan was undoubtedly a tier 2 warrior. As for how he suddenly managed to slay a tier 3 beast, I truly do not know. President Wu raised his hands and feigned innocence. Though his words were courteous, everyone could see that the corners of his mouth were unable to hide their upward curve. He too was perplexed about Jiang Fan's sudden surge in power. Yet in this moment, he was disinclined to ponder further. The surrounding praises intoxicated him. This was a luxury the Jiang City Martial Arts Association had not enjoyed for many years. However, what delighted him even more was the expression on Chen Shang's face, as if he had just consumed something distasteful. This was a feeling of vindication. After slaying the rampaging giant ape, Jiang Fan steadied his body, which was on the verge of bursting from energy, and hurried to Chi-Chi's side. Sister Chi-Chi, are you alright? Chi-Chi, with her hand braced against the ground, stared blankly at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you, she stammered, struggling to find her voice. Chapter 67. The little girl from the refugee area. At the moment when she and Jiang Fan were pursued by the rampaging giant ape, she instinctively pushed Jiang Fan aside, taking the full brunt of the beast's assault. She had initially thought she would perish there. Yet, as she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, she suddenly heard the heavy footsteps of the beast receding into the distance. Opening her eyes, she beheld Jiang Fan battling the rampaging giant ape. She wanted to urge Jiang Fan to flee, but her weak voice was inaudible to him. She attempted to rise, but the excruciating pain in her back made movement impossible. Thus, she watched helplessly as Jiang Fan dispatched the rampaging giant ape. Shocked, in disbelief, it was only when Jiang Fan, in tattered clothing, approached her that she snapped back to reality. In response to her question, Jiang Fan did not answer, but instead offered a gentle smile. I will take you back first. Chi-Chi was in no condition to remain on the battlefield. Without Jiang Fan's care, even a low-tier beast could claim her life. Moreover, Jiang Fan needed to slay beasts. It was impossible for him to tend to her constantly. It was far more prudent to return her for healing. Jiang Fan supported Chi-Chi as they wobbled back. Behind them, the beasts had mostly been cleared away. Thus, they faced no obstacles. Minutes later, they emerged into the light. He Tianlei and the others rushed over upon seeing them. Chi-Chi, Jiang Fan. Noticing Chi-Chi's pale complexion, they expressed their concern. Chi-Chi, are you alright? What happened? Chi-Chi replied with anger. Ding Xing. Just as she began to speak, she suddenly felt a squeeze on her arm. Turning her head, she saw it was Jiang Fan. Confused, she met his eyes and saw him gently shaking his head, prompting her to alter her statement. Ding Xing must have already hunted many beasts. With my injury, I fear there is no hope of catching up to him. He Tianlei and the others quickly offered comfort. It's all right. He is a tier 3 warrior. It's difficult for us to compete. Safety is paramount. Chi-Chi nodded slightly, casting a curious glance at Jiang Fan as she moved forward with their support. She did not understand why Jiang Fan had silenced her, as it was Ding Xing's fault that led to their injuries. However, through their cooperation on the battlefield, she had begun to establish a modicum of trust in Jiang Fan. Suddenly, a horn-like sound resonated from the city wall. This was the signal that the military's purge had concluded. With this sound, a line of dark figures returned from the rear military line. Among them were several members of the Martial Arts Association, the young talents closest to the military line, who were also on their way back. Jiang Fan turned his head to glance back. Our Martial Arts Association's purge should also be concluding. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, a voice crackled over the channel. Martial Arts Association members, retreat. This purge was conducted orderly, having eliminated nearly half of the beasts from the beast tide, under several waves of concentrated fire. The remaining beasts scattered in fright. Currently, the military's advancing line had moved quite far outward, and any further would be beyond their capability. The night wilderness was exceedingly complex. Hence, the best course of action was to retreat and await the next attack from the beast tide until the ultimate leader of the beast tide could be dealt with. It is well known that a beast tide must have a leader. The ability to organize such a vast army of beasts indicates a high-ranking creature. Even if it has not achieved sentience, it is likely to have touched upon some threshold. The military's organization of the purge, on the surface, appeared to be aimed at hunting beasts and driving them beyond the city's safe boundaries. However, its principal aim remained to draw out the leader of the beast tide, to be eliminated by the military's experts. Only then could the beast tide be deemed thoroughly vanquished. When would the beast leader reveal itself? He Tianlei sighed as he walked. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Given the current circumstances, it was difficult to say. Today, the beasts had been slaughtered to such an extent. Yet the leader had not appeared. To what extent must it escalate for it to show itself? If it did not appear, would they be forced to linger here indefinitely? Jiang Fan arrived at the city gates with the others, and as the gates opened, everyone entered. As they neared the entrance, he inadvertently caught a glimpse towards the northeast direction of the city gate, where the already burned refugee area seemed to have a shadow stirring. Jiang Fan felt an inexplicable urge and quickly focused his attention. A flicker of flame revealed the silhouette of a child. Jiang Fan's heart trembled. Prior to the purge, the military had distributed a map to help everyone familiarize themselves with the terrain. According to the markings on the map, that area should be the refugee zone of Yuan City. Furthermore, the flickering firelight confirmed his suspicion. Yet, what puzzled Jiang Fan was that according to the military statements, the survivors from the refugee area had already been relocated to the city earlier that day. Why was there still a child there? After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Fan spoke to He Tianlei. Tianlei, take good care of Chi-Chi. I will return shortly. He Tianlei and Li Yutong, who were originally walking, looked at Jiang Fan with confusion. Huh, you're not going into the city? But as they turned around, they saw Jiang Fan dashing towards the northeast. He Tianlei immediately called out, Hey, Jiang Fan, where are you going? Come back. The purge has already ended. The city gates will be closed soon. However, at that moment, Jiang Fan's figure had vanished. The team led by Zhao Yang had just reached the city gates when they noticed He Tianlei and the others shouting in a particular direction. Following his gaze, they saw a fleeting shadow, prompting a frown from Zhao Yang. What is going on? He Tianlei pointed towards Jiang Fan's direction and quickly replied. Jiang Fan suddenly ran off that way after seeing something. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang's expression darkened. This is reckless. Chapter 68, The Strange Beasts and Mental Energy. Just as He Tianlei had stated, with the conclusion of the purge, all personnel were required to withdraw. Afterward, the city gates would close. At night, the beasts could counterattack at any moment. Remaining outside at this time was almost synonymous with courting death. Zhao Yang initially harbored little fondness for the youthful members of the Martial Arts Association, yet given that this operation was predominantly led by the military, he could not simply stand by and watch as someone fell prey to the beasts. Damn it, what a nuisance. Casting a few glances towards the direction where Jiang Fan had vanished, he suddenly gritted his teeth and cursed. Addressing his aide beside him, You count the numbers and head back first. I'll go retrieve him. After issuing that command, he turned to the members of the Martial Arts Association, his voice laced with ire. You all, hurry up and get into the city. Heaving their necks, He Tianlei and the others promptly quickened their pace towards the city. Once Zhao Yang had given his orders, he too vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, wielding a machete, sprinted through the night. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, which he deftly navigated, swiftly arriving at a charred refugee area. The refugees, largely homeless individuals, were akin to ants in this high martial world, lacking fixed abodes and barred from entering the city lest they mar its appearance. Most had erected tents nearby as makeshift shelters. This allowed them to survive on the remnants of discarded resources from the city, thus averting the peril of being devoured by beasts in the wilderness at night. Despite the dire conditions, the area was somewhat safeguarded by patrolling squads, rendering it a refuge of sorts. However, the unfortunate truth was that during beast tides, they often bore the brunt of the assault. Just like this time, When Jiang Fan and his companions arrived, the refugee area was already engulfed in flames. Although the surviving members had since evacuated, the entire area lay in ruin. Most tents had been reduced to ash, with only a few dilapidated ones still smoldering. Utilizing the glow of the flames, Jiang Fan swiftly discerned the direction of a frail figure. As he drew closer, he clearly saw a small girl, around 5 years old, huddled beside a corpse. Trembling in fear, a jolt of compassion surged within Jiang Fan as he approached her. Sensing his presence, the little girl turned her head and caught sight of the cold glint reflecting off his machete, along with the slowly dripping blood, causing her tear-streaked face to fill with panic. She darted to a corner, seeking refuge. Stunned, Jiang Fan realized something and quickly sheathed his machete, speaking softly, "Little sister, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you." He moved closer to her. Before him lay a burnt tent, beside which stood a nearly carbonized wooden cabinet. With the girl facing away from him, curled up tightly, Jiang Fan's heart ached. This place must have been her home, and that corpse likely belonged to a loved one. Perhaps her diminutive size had caused her to hide so well that she was overlooked during the evacuation of survivors. He stepped forward, scooped her up, and was about to turn when suddenly, he furrowed his brow. In the darkness, ominous sounds began to emerge. He looked up to find several beasts encircling him, one Class 3 beast and several Class 2 ones. Feeling the heavy breaths of the beasts, the little girl peeked and, upon seeing them, quickly shut her eyes, gripping Jiang Fan's neck tightly. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly, realizing the predicament he faced. Without the girl, he believed he could handle these beasts, but with her in his arms, his movements were restricted, and there was no retreat now. Thus, he drew the machete from his back and charged forward. With a swift thrust, he infused the blade with heat, and even while cradling the girl, he found himself dispatching the beasts as though slicing through melons. In an instant, he had slain the creatures blocking his path. Having carved a route, Jiang Fan sprinted towards the city, but after just a few paces, a sudden dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. It felt as though a surge of energy had rushed straight to his head. He couldn't fall. Bracing against the discomfort, Jiang Fan turned to glance back and saw a peculiar beast fixating on him. This beast, small in stature, bore resemblance to both a deer and a cow. Its face strangely formed, with eyes that glowed like two eerie blue lanterns, deep and mysterious in the night. Just as he was about to act, a wave of strange energy washed over him, plunging his vision into darkness. This was bad. In a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, an epiphany struck Jiang Fan. This sensation was reminiscent of the mental assault he had endured during the third round against the Jinui. It seemed to be a psychic attack, likely emanating from the beast. In the fleeting moments before losing consciousness, Jiang Fan, relying on his dwindling judgment, hurled his machete with force. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated, and his awareness snapped back to normal. Looking again, he saw the machete had embedded itself in the beast's neck, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed to the creature, yanked out the machete, and with a swift motion, ended its life. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy surged into his body. Yet, there was no time to linger. He swiftly withdrew the machete and turned to flee towards the city gate. Zhao Yang, following the direction indicated by He Tianlei, searched fervently. From a distance, he spotted Jiang Fan and was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly saw Jiang Fan surrounded by beasts. Panic gripped him, and he hastened his pace, swallowing back the curses he had prepared. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he witnessed Jiang Fan dispatching the beasts with ease, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell? Why did it seem easier for him to slay the monsters than it was for me? I am a Class 3 martial artist. Could it be that this lad has also reached that level? As he pondered, Jiang Fan sprinted up to him. Zhao Yang bellowed. Do you even understand what a retreat order means? Huh? Did you come here alone, thinking yourself invincible? As Zhao Yang ranted. His words faltered as he caught sight of the little girl cradled in Jiang Fan's arms, his voice abruptly halting. First, save her, Jiang Fan urged as he continued to run. Zhao Yang took a deep breath and followed Jiang Fan into the city. Inside, when President Li and the others saw Chi-Chi, battered and bruised, being supported into the hall, they quickly surrounded her. Chi-Chi, are you alright? Where's the doctor? Someone get the doctor to help. President Li exclaimed anxiously. Chi-Chi shook her head. President, I'm fine. Just injured by a rampaging giant ape. Following Jiang Fan's instructions, she refrained from mentioning Ding Xing's betrayal. Upon hearing this, President Li let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Thank goodness Jiang Fan managed to slay the rampaging giant ape. A sense of unspoken admiration flickered in his gaze at the mention of Jiang Fan. Scanning the room, he noticed Jiang Fan was absent and inquired, "Where's Jiang Fan?" He Tianlei replied. When Jiang Fan entered the city, he suddenly changed direction and headed east. President Li gasped, "What? Jiang Fan went to the eastern refugee area? No, I must go find him." This time, no one attempted to dissuade him. After all, with the main force having retreated, if Jiang Fan truly remained outside, he would be in grave danger. I'll accompany you. President Li immediately set off with the Martial Arts Association leader. However, Just a few steps later, they saw Jiang Fan and Zhao Yang returning. Jiang Fan held a small girl in his left arm, his face smeared with dirt, while Zhao Yang wore an expression of grave seriousness. Jiang Fan, the Martial Arts Association leader, rushed forward. Are you all right? He meticulously inspected Jiang Fan from head to toe before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to offer words of praise, he noticed Zhao Yang approaching with a frosty demeanor. President Wu, I demand an explanation. President Wu was taken aback. Captain Zhao, what seems to be the issue? Zhao Yang cast a glance at Jiang Fan and recounted the incident of Jiang Fan turning back at the city gate. He then stated, on the battlefield, obedience to orders is a soldier's sacred duty. Although members of your martial arts association are not soldiers, once you step onto this battlefield, you must adhere to military signals. His unilateral retreat has severely violated the rules of engagement. If this disrupts the tempo of the battlefield, who will bear the responsibility? President Wu was rendered speechless. He glanced between Jiang Fan and Zhao Yang, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Fan, observing the situation, calmly interjected, I went to save someone. Zhao Yang's voice escalated in intensity. Save someone? Does that exempt you from obeying battlefield regulations? What if, in your attempt to save, you found yourself surrounded by beasts and required assistance? How would you address that? Jiang Fan, feeling provoked by Zhao Yang's relentless interrogation, retorted coldly. Are you suggesting that this person was not worth saving? Jiang Fan was acutely aware of the harsh realities of this high martial world. To some, these refugees outside the city might be regarded as lesser than pets, their lives of little consequence. Yet, he had not anticipated that the military would share such a view. As a transmigrator, he was unyielding in combat, but he could not stand idly by and watch a young girl fall victim to the chaos of war. Zhao Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, his anger boiling. You, even if you wish to save her, it should not be you. Jiang Fan shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, in truth, I was not the only one who saw that child. Since the military won't act, I will take it upon myself to intervene. I see no issue with that. Rest assured, it is my choice alone and will not implicate you. If I were to be locked out for my actions in saving her, I would accept that responsibility. Jiang Fan's words struck Zhao Yang like a blow, leaving him visibly uncomfortable. Yet, he had to concede that Jiang Fan was correct. During a retreat on the battlefield, specialized troops would invariably monitor their surroundings. A child moving within visual range would certainly have been noticed by someone. However, considering various factors, perhaps no one had acted. Amid their argument, the military officer Huang Kuan and Minister Wan from the Martial Arts Association approached. What is going on? Upon hearing the account of events from Zhao Yang, who recounted it with remarkable clarity and impartiality, Jiang Fan couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Huang Kuan, upon finishing the narrative, cast a curious glance at Jiang Fan before turning to Minister Wan. I did not expect the Martial Arts Association to be composed of such spirited men. Minister Wan, smiling, explained, Commander Huang, this is Jiang Fan's first time on the battlefield. He is still learning the ropes. Commander Huang waved his hand dismissively. I think this is commendable. A man should possess a fierce spirit. He is indeed a promising recruit for the military. However, he then turned to Jiang Fan. The military has its own regulations. Obedience to orders is paramount. Although you are not soldiers, you must remain compliant with orders on the battlefield. Let this be a lesson. With a casual dismissal of the matter, Commander Huang allowed Zhao Yang to relent. Jiang Fan handed the child over to the official authorities, after which President Wu discreetly pulled him aside. Jiang Fan, you. He recalled the scene of Jiang Fan slaying the rampaging giant ape on the battlefield. Momentarily lost in thought, Jiang Fan queried, what is it? President Wu, regaining his composure, whispered, have you broken through to the third level of martial artist? Although he posed the question, disbelief lingered in his heart. After all, just days prior, he had witnessed Jiang Fan's blood energy measured at over 30. To break past 100 in such a short span, it was hard to fathom. Yet, if Jiang Fan had not reached the third level, how could he explain his act of slaying the giant ape on the battlefield? Jiang Fan, hearing President Wu's inquiry, smiled. President Wu, I have undoubtedly improved. I can feel it. However, whether I have truly reached the third level remains uncertain. After all, we lack testing equipment. President Wu slapped his forehead in realization. Oh dear. How could I forget? Very well, once this mission concludes, we shall promptly conduct a test. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. After this wave of beast tide subsided, the military stationed personnel to guard the city walls while others returned to rest. The Martial Arts Association arranged small rooms of a few square meters for each member. Although modest in size, having separate accommodations was considered a significant privilege. Upon returning, Jiang Fan tended to his injuries from the battlefield, then retrieved a mat from the cabinet and sat cross-legged on the ground. Focusing his mind, he entered the martial space. During this battle, he had slain over 30 beasts, including one third-level creature. Based on the ratio from his previous kill of the azure-scale giant python, he likely had broken through to the third level. Moreover, while rescuing that little girl, he had absorbed a peculiar energy from a strange beast, reminiscent of the energy from the third-level Imperial Guards. prompting him to verify his progress. "Air, do you wish to challenge the third level?" The voice resonated within the space. Jiang Fan promptly responded, "I accept the challenge." In an instant, the Imperial Guard materialized before him. Chapter 70. Success in Challenging the Third Level, Starry Vision Technique. Jiang Fan fixated on the figure of the Imperial Guard on the battlefield. Drawing upon the insights gleaned from his previous encounters, he subtly engaged the innate breathing technique to channel the heat within his body into his arms. Before the Imperial Guard could strike, he launched his own attack. With a swift motion, he surged forward with blinding speed, resembling a specter. Simultaneously, he thrust his right hand toward the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard stood firm, meeting the assault head-on. With a swift motion, the embroidered spring blade was drawn. Slicing through the air, Jiang Fan felt a familiar sensation, a dull thud resonating in his head as he quickly turned his head to evade the blade, which narrowly missed his throat. After dodging the strike, a flicker of joy surged within him. He recalled his initial encounter with the Imperial Guard, where he had been struck unconscious due to his lack of awareness. Over time, as he faced the Imperial Guard more frequently, he managed to endure longer, though the dizziness was still overwhelming. Yet this time, after absorbing that strange beast's unique energy outside the city, he seemed to have developed some resistance to such attacks. Although he still felt a sense of being struck, it was manageable as long as he remained cautious. A ripe opportunity presented itself. Jiang Fan's spirit soared as he pressed the attack once more. With his blood energy increased, both his strength and speed had undergone a qualitative transformation, allowing him to swiftly exploit the Imperial Guard's vulnerabilities. He launched a powerful punch, and sensing the danger from the side, the Imperial Guard hastily drew his blade to block. However, in the next moment, Jiang Fan transformed his fist into a claw, precisely grasping the blade. A sharp clang echoed, resembling metal striking solid rock. The embroidered spring blade was rendered ineffective. The Imperial Guard was taken aback, hastily attempting to withdraw his weapon. But Jiang Fan would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. He yanked the Imperial Guard closer, wrapping his left arm around the guard's right arm like a constricting serpent and twisted forcefully. With a crack, accompanied by the sound of shattering bone, the embroidered spring blade clattered to the ground. Jiang Fan rose from his crouch and delivered a powerful upward strike to the Imperial Guard's chin, sending him crashing backward. At the moment of his launch, Jiang Fan soared once more, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the Jin Yi-Wei, who plummeted from the arena like a kite severed from its string. Instantly, the figure of the Jin Yi-Wei dissipated from the stage. Congratulations to the challenger. You have successfully passed the third challenge. Do you wish to enter the martial arts moment? Exhaling deeply, Jiang Fan sighed with relief. After such a long time, he had finally triumphed in the third challenge. He suppressed the surge of excitement within him. Begin. I am Yuxuanzu, a 1,000 household officer of the illustrious Ming dynasty's Jin Yi-Wei, born into a family of officials. I have been closely intertwined with the art of the spring embroidery knife since my youth. At the tender age of 5, I first encountered the martial spirit, unknowingly planting the seeds of martial arts within me. By 10, in a moment of impatience, I secretly studied my family's martial techniques and achieved initial success. At 15, I began to shine, garnering my family's attention, and entered the southern town patrol of the capital as a Jin Yi-Wei. By 20, I was appointed as a 100 household officer, and by 25, I ascended to the rank of a 1,000 household officer. At 30, sent on a mission, my martial heart underwent a transformation, leading me to cast aside my armor and wander the rivers and lakes. At 45, I received this seal, which greatly enhanced my prowess. By 88, I gained insight and created the Starry Vision technique. At 93, despite my utmost efforts, I ultimately failed to fulfill my ancestors' wishes, unable to penetrate higher realms. And my life concluded at 229 years. Here, I leave behind a legacy. If descendants should acquire it, I hope they will cherish and strive diligently. Breaking free from this confining cage, as fragments of imagery flashed before him, the life of Jin Yi-Wei Yuxuanzu unfolded in front of Jiang Fan. Subsequently, a profound and inscrutable martial technique, as if engraved, manifested within Jiang Fan's mind. Though it was obscure and difficult to comprehend, he felt an inexplicable sense of mastery. As if he had practiced it for decades, Jiang Fan sat cross-legged, channeling the techniques of Jin Yi-Wei Yuxuanzu's legacy. Meanwhile, a voice resonated within his mind. The Starry Vision technique originates from a profound understanding and insight into the vast starry sky, encapsulating the mysterious and grand power of the celestial universe. Practicing this technique can refine one's spirit and enhance perception. If one's spiritual energy is potent, it can coalesce into a needle, striking unseen foes, and even manipulate objects with thought. Practitioners must find a serene and pure space under the quiet night sky, gazing at the myriad stars, beginning with the North Star. Then, they should turn towards the western 7 stars. When the powers of the celestial bodies merge into one, the spirit is refined, and the quality of spiritual energy will experience a qualitative leap. Within the martial arts realm, where no stars existed, Jiang Fan silently committed this knowledge to memory before exiting the space and arriving at an open area. where he sat cross-legged to practice the technique. In an instant, an elusive and strange energy gradually descended upon him, illuminated by the starlight, and converged at his brow. After several cycles, Jiang Fan felt an unusual energy coalesce at his brow, lingering like a gentle stream within his veins, flowing slowly. His spiritual platform became increasingly clear, leading to a significant enhancement in his thoughts and perceptions. However, being in Yuan City was ultimately inconvenient. Jiang Fan silently practiced the technique several times before returning to his room. Having successfully completed the third challenge, he reaped substantial rewards. Not only did he acquire the starry vision technique, but more importantly, he seemed to have uncovered more secrets of this space. According to Yu Xuanzu's introduction, he was a Jin Wei of the Ming dynasty, suggesting that the martial artist within this space likely hailed from Earth. Yet, he also mentioned breaking free from this cage, which seemed to correlate with what Feng Zhu and Qing Yu had said about the world's incompleteness. Did this imply that the martial artists of this realm were under some form of restriction? What exactly were those restrictions? Was there a connection between this realm and the current high martial world? Jiang Fan remained puzzled. The following evening, the third wave of beast tides surged forth. The military continued to implement the original plan to eradicate the beast tide. On the third day, this pattern persisted. As time progressed, Jiang Fan's vitality grew increasingly robust. Furthermore, he dedicated time each night to practice the starry vision technique, employing it on the battlefield to condense his spirit into a needle, making it far easier to harvest the energy from the aberrant beasts. Over 5 consecutive days, Jiang Fan successfully hunted over 180 aberrant beasts, catapulting him to the forefront among all members of the Martial Arts Association. Meanwhile, the martial associations of Jiang City and Yi City, under Jiang Fan's guidance, saw a dramatic increase in their hunting numbers. Particularly, Chi hunted over 160 beasts, placing her third, just behind Jiang Fan and Ding Xing. President Wu and President Li, under the scrutinizing gaze of Chun Shang, were practically overjoyed, basking in the envy of their colleagues. However, as the days passed, everyone began to sense something amiss. Logically, the number of beasts in this tide should not exceed a few thousand. Given the current eradication figures, they should have been exterminated long ago. Yet the beast horde seemed to flow in perpetuity. The military's overall commander, Colonel Huang Kuan, convened a meeting with everyone, deliberating extensively before reaching a radical decision. Continuing like this is untenable. I will immediately mobilize more troops and equipment. Tomorrow, during the eradication, we will expand the defensive line outward, leaving no attacking beasts behind. When the order was issued, a glint of determination flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. He quietly informed Chi, Sister Chi, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Tomorrow you may very well be in second place. Chi was momentarily taken aback. What did Jiang Fan mean? Why would she be second tomorrow? Ahead of her were Jiang Fan and Ding Xing, who led her by more than 10 beasts. Even with Jiang Fan's help, closing that gap of over 10 in a single day seemed implausible. Could it be? Chi suddenly contemplated a possibility, her expression shifting dramatically. Currently, in second place was Ding Xing. If Ding Xing were to fall, would Chi not ascend to second place? During the second wave of the beast tide, Ding Xing had drawn a level 3 aberrant beast, the rampaging giant ape, close to her and Jiang Fan, resulting in her injury and nearly costing them their lives. Was Jiang Fan planning revenge? Jiang Fan, don't do anything reckless. Chi pulled Jiang Fan aside, lowering her voice. Although she now regarded Ding Xing as an adversary, seeking vengeance was far from simple. Did he intend to use Ding Xing's previous tactic to lure a high-level aberrant beast to his side? But high-level aberrant beasts do not just appear on command. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Sister Chi, what are you talking about? Seeing his demeanor, Chi felt helpless. Jiang Fan's act of feigning ignorance left her at a loss for words. His silence was impeccable, leaving no trace to grasp. But could he truly execute such a plan without a sound? Chi acknowledged Jiang Fan's strength, yet Ding Xing was no weakling either. As previously stated, if he intended to lure a beast to confront Ding Xing, it involved a degree of luck, and this tactic was one Ding Xing had devised. He would undoubtedly be prepared. However, if they were to engage directly on the battlefield, how could that escape the notice of others? Yet, at this moment, Jiang Fan appeared resolute, unwilling to clarify his intentions, leaving her unsure of how to persuade him. In an instant, Chi was engulfed in worry. The military's offensive plan proceeded as scheduled. This time, in a bid to ensure a thorough eradication, all departments prepared more meticulously. In addition to amplifying firepower, the range of all artillery shells was also extended. Initially, only a single company led by Zhao Yang and a few hundred soldiers from Yuan City participated in the eradication. But now Colonel Huang had urgently called in more warriors from other military divisions. In total, their numbers had exceeded 1,000. Thus, even with over 10,000 aberrant beasts, all could be annihilated. However, the martial arts associations had seen no changes. The same individuals remained. The only difference was that, as they aimed to break through to farther territories, the leaders of the various martial arts associations appeared rather anxious. This time, Remember to closely follow the military squad, understood? You must not break ahead of them, nor lag too far behind. And if you encounter beasts that are too formidable, remember to retreat promptly and seek assistance. Indeed, should one find themselves ensnared within an encirclement, it is imperative to emit a loud call for aid. Additionally, one may utilize this communication device to transmit signals back, allowing our surveillance systems to ascertain your location and coordinate a timely military rescue. In previous instances of the beast tide, the incursions occurred within a kilometer of the city gates, posing no significant threat, thus instilling confidence amongst the populace. However, this time, the scope of extermination must extend several kilometers beyond, aiming to eradicate all aberrant creatures, which introduces considerable risk. On one hand, the increased distance complicates their ability to monitor real-time developments. Even if they manage to acquire current information, their response may be hindered. On the other hand, at such distances, the notion that safety increases the further one retreats from the city walls is rendered moot. The aberrant beasts could easily envelop them from behind. Consequently, the leaders of the Martial Arts Association, in a bid to ensure everyone's safety, have provided each individual with a two-way communication device and instructed them to closely follow the military units. This measure is essential for maximizing personal safety. President Wu and President Li summoned Jiang Fan and the others aside, reiterating these critical details. Jiang Fan, Chi, you are to form a small team. It is your responsibility to safeguard everyone, understood? Since Jiang Fan had demonstrated his prowess on the battlefield, the leaders naturally regarded him as the core of the team. Jiang Fan nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, Chi responded, her mind burdened with thoughts. Understood, President Wu and President Li. After her reply, she opened her mouth, as if to say something to Jiang Fan, but ultimately refrained. That night, the beast tide indeed surged forth once more. What they did not anticipate was that this time, they would be met with even more ferocious firepower. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery fire echoed. On the city walls, rows of shells rained down, covering the entire horde of beasts. This barrage utilized high-explosive ordnance with an even broader coverage, and the initial volley alone had decimated over half of the aberrant beasts. The second wave of firepower followed swiftly. Under military command, squads of soldiers formed a ring and surged forth. The concentrated firepower compelled the horde of beasts to retreat in disarray. Jiang Fan and his companions soon received orders from Director 1 of the Martial Arts Association to advance, trailing closely behind the military units. Kill. Thanks to the pre-battle mobilization, everyone was invigorated, imbued with the spirit of determination to eradicate the aberrant beasts entirely. Moreover, after several days of skirmishes, the members of the Martial Arts Association bore an air of lethal intent, embodying the demeanor of warriors. Jiang Fan and Chi formed a strategic formation, deftly slaying the creatures while advancing, their progress relatively untroubled. However, due to Jiang Fan's superior strength, his coverage area was somewhat larger. Often, he found himself needing to assist Li Yutong, He Tianlei, and others in tackling the aberrant beasts they struggled against. As time elapsed, the extermination team gradually moved beyond the line of sight from the city walls. An hour later, they found themselves 3 kilometers from the city gates. Everyone, stay alert. We have now ventured deep into the wilderness, and we may be ambushed by aberrant beasts from any direction at any moment, shouted Zhao Yang, prompting all members of the Martial Arts Association to stiffen. Their focus sharpened as they continued to combat the beasts. Ding Xing, Chi-Chi's gaze suddenly sharpened. While dispatching beasts, she noticed that, under the flickering light of the military's moving source, Ding Xing was engaged in battle with a level 2 aberrant beast not far away. Unbidden, her mind drifted back to Jiang Fan's prior words, igniting a wave of concern within her. Should she urge Jiang Fan once more? Yet, this was not merely about Jiang Fan. She hesitated to voice her thoughts openly. As Chi pondered, it seemed that Ding Xing sensed her gaze and looked in her direction. At that moment, his weapon was poised to strike the neck of the level 2 aberrant beast. Catching Ding Xing's eye, Chi felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively sought to avert her gaze. However, suddenly, she saw Ding Xing's sword tip poised to make contact with the aberrant beast when his entire body seemed to freeze in place. Immediately after, he began to stumble backward. The level 2 aberrant beast roared and lunged forward, clamping its jaws around his head. With a sickening crunch, it severed his neck completely. This gruesome scene left Chi aghast, her mouth agape and her eyes vacant. Chapter 72, Level 4 Aberrant Beasts. What transpired? As a level 3 warrior, Ding Xing should have found it effortless to slay a level 2 aberrant beast. In the previous days of the beast tide, he had dispatched at least dozens of them. Why, then, had he suddenly succumbed to being killed by one? In an instant, Chi recalled the peculiar moment just before Ding Xing's death. Just as he was about to slay the beast, it seemed as if he lost consciousness. This was utterly illogical. What had influenced him? Lost in thought, Chi became oblivious to a level 2 aberrant beast, encroaching dangerously close. Don't get distracted. Jiang Fan swiftly dispatched the beast, offering a warning. Chi snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting her stance to a defensive position. Jiang Fan, Ding Xing is dead, she exclaimed. Jiang Fan responded nonchalantly, oh, I saw that. Huh. Chi sensed something amiss in Jiang Fan's demeanor. The shocking image of Ding Xing being killed by the aberrant beast lingered vividly. Yet Jiang Fan appeared utterly unfazed, devoid of any surprise, or even a semblance of excitement at the death of an adversary. This struck Chi as profoundly strange. After this, you should be second. Chi's mind involuntarily recalled Jiang Fan's earlier words. In that instant, a chill ran down her spine. She felt she had grasped the crux of the matter. Jiang Fan, she began, but upon realizing the inappropriateness of her words, she swallowed them back. Jiang Fan, aware of Chi's intent, blinked and smiled. Sister Chi, this time you truly are second. The moment those words left his lips, Chi felt an inexplicable shock. Everything aligned. No wonder Jiang Fan had prohibited her from disclosing the incident concerning Ding Xing luring beasts to their detriment. It turned out that from the very beginning, Jiang Fan had intended to eradicate any motive for their grief over Ding Xing's death. Yet, Chi could not fathom how he had executed such a silent and stealthy maneuver. Moreover, in such circumstances, he had preemptively severed all unfavorable information directed against him. Undoubtedly, this was a level of caution that bordered on terrifying. Soon, other members of the Martial Arts Association began to notice the unfolding situation. Ding Xing is dead. What? Ding Xing's demise sent ripples of panic among the youthful members of the Martial Arts Association. Despite prior warnings from their leaders, and having mentally prepared themselves, the first death of a young prodigy still left a significant impact on their collective psyche. If someone as formidable as Ding Xing could perish on the battlefield, how long could they endure? Wake the hell up. Don't you dare slack off. This is a battlefield, and death is a common occurrence. If you let your guard down, the next one to die will be you. Zhao Yang, noticing the demoralization among the ranks, bellowed in reprimand. Upon hearing his words, the group immediately steeled themselves and resumed their assault on the beasts. The team progressively advanced, soon reaching a distance of 5 kilometers from the city of Yuan. Observing the relentless retreat of the aberrant beasts, Zhao Yang felt a pang of urgency. When will this ever end? The adjutant beside him hesitated before suggesting, squad leader, perhaps we should consider a tactical withdrawal? Now, we have already suffered significant casualties, and our ammunition is running low. If this continues, the situation may become even more perilous. Zhao Yang immediately countered upon hearing this. No, we must break through and discover the source of these aberrant beasts. Moreover, the commander has yet to issue a withdrawal order. We cannot defy military commands. As the two were conversing, a sudden exclamation rang out from the front. We have located the lair of the aberrant beasts. Zhao Yang and his companions hurriedly turned to look. There, at the forefront, the gunners had formed a line, halted in their tracks. Zhao Yang exchanged a glance with his aide and swiftly eliminated the nearby aberrant beasts, rushing forward. As they passed through the ranks of gunners, illuminated by the searchlights, they immediately beheld a vast chasm appearing before them, resembling a cliff. At this moment, they stood at the edge of the precipice. Below, an overwhelming mass of aberrant beasts was retreating along a winding path. It's a new chasm. As Jiang Fan approached to observe the structure beneath the crack, he was momentarily rendered speechless. This chasm did not resemble an ordinary cliff with steep rock walls. It appeared more like an underground forest. Alongside the lush trees, there were numerous intertwined paths, suggesting that these aberrant creatures had ascended via these routes. Is this a natural formation? How could such a scene arise from a chasm? Jiang Fan was profoundly astonished upon witnessing the chasm for the first time. However, he had no time to ponder further, as Zhao Yang was already barking orders. All gunners, how much ammunition do we have left? Drop it all down there. In this offensive, the initial wave of firepower included various types of rockets in addition to artillery. Under Zhao Yang's command, they recklessly bombarded the chasm. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted beneath the chasm, reverberating in the canyon with a deafening roar. The earth trembled. Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed from an unknown source. Then everyone felt as if the ground beneath them was slowly shifting. This is bad. The chasm is about to close. Zhao Yang shouted. Keep firing. The rumble intensified as the chasm shrank, and the sound of the cannon fire grew increasingly thunderous. The resounding waves rolled forth like a surging tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The canyon acted as a colossal amplifier, magnifying this terrifying sound to an infinite degree, echoing throughout. Roar. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A blinding flame shot up from the depths of the canyon, illuminating the entire night. Before the onlookers, a colossal creature ascended. It was a level 4 aberrant beast. Its enormous form, with wings unfurled, soared high in the air, spanning nearly 10 zhang. Its mane burned like blazing crimson flames. Wild and untamed, each strand of its mane flickered like fiery serpents, exhaling scorching flames that crackled and singed the surrounding air. At this moment, the giant lion's eyes blazed with a deep red fury, fixating fiercely on the crowd. Roar. Another roar erupted as it unleashed a torrent of fire toward them. The team caught in the flames was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Retreat. After issuing the command, Zhao Yang led the team in a rapid withdrawal. Yet, the giant lion was relentless, soaring above them in the blink of an eye. Fire the rockets. Zhao Yang organized the others to retreat, leaving a squad of gunners to unleash a barrage at the giant lion. The level 4 aberrant beast, being flesh and blood, still felt some trepidation towards such fiery weapons. It flapped its wings, dodging several projectiles, but was unfortunate enough to be struck by one. The searing pain in its lower body only made the level 4 beast more ferocious. It spewed forth another wave of flames, incinerating a segment of the crowd, and in an instant, it was upon the ranks of gunners. Crunch. After severing one gunner's head, it seized another, dangling in midair. Damn it, where are the military's elites? Zhao Yang cursed vehemently. All gunners, aim for its wings. Lu, you organize the retreat. Is it just a level 4 beast? I refuse to believe we cannot kill it. With that, he drew his sword and charged forward. Chapter 73, The 6th Level Master, A Blade of Cold Radiance. Jiang Fan swiftly retreated with Chi and the others toward the rear. With the military's engagement, they quickly reached a safe zone. However, in the blink of an eye, they witnessed Zhao Yang being swatted several zhang away by the giant lion, collapsing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. The remaining gunners had suffered heavy casualties, with only a few left standing. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment before turning to Chi. Chi, you must take them back quickly. Chi was alarmed. Jiang Fan, what are you planning to do? Don't be reckless. Jiang Fan gazed at the crumbling defensive line behind him, taking a deep breath. We cannot hold them back any longer. If we do not restrain this level 4 beast, we will all perish. Jiang Fan was now at least a level 3 warrior, and after channeling heat into his body, his strength had increased. He could sense that even Zhao Yang's current power was inferior to his own. As the most powerful individual on the battlefield at this moment, he could not stand idly by and watch those weaker than him perish in his stead. Even if he had no personal ties to these individuals, it was a burden he could not bear. However, before Chi could persuade him further, Jiang Fan had already dashed toward the rear. Chi stood rooted, nearly in tears with anxiety, before finally stomping her foot and resolutely leading everyone away. At that moment, Zhao Yang was already riddled with wounds, weakly leaning against the ground. He tried to rise, but his trembling arms failed him after several attempts. His military uniform, once a symbol of honor, was now tattered and in shambles. The areas of his body that had been scorched radiated a foul, burnt odor. Opposite him, the giant lion had its wings shattered and could no longer take flight. However, compared to Zhao Yang, this injury was not particularly grievous for the aberrant beast, at least not enough to impair its mobility. Without its wings, the giant lion appeared significantly smaller, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. Crunch. The giant lion bit through the neck of one soldier, its eyes glowing with fierce flames as it advanced step by step toward Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang struggled to survey his surroundings, seeing his soldiers scattered about on the ground. Some had been reduced to charred remains, others had their necks bitten through, while others, having attempted to muster their strength, suddenly slackened and lay flat on the ground. His brothers had perished here. He too would die on the battlefield, but at least it would be a noble end. Yet, he wondered whether those young warriors from the Martial Arts Association had managed to escape to safety. As Zhao Yang pondered, he suddenly closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. How? Just as Zhao Yang resigned himself to fate, a pained roar from an aberrant beast pierced his ears. He quickly opened his eyes. The aberrant creature that had been charging at him was now enraged, turning away. Behind the beast, a young man leaped into the air, wielding a cold blade that radiated a scorching light, striking toward the aberrant beast. Jiang Fan. Zhao Yang, realizing the situation, immediately shouted angrily. Jiang Fan, what are you doing back here? Get out of here. Jiang Fan, as he swung his blade, retorted loudly. Shut the hell up. Zhao Yang was momentarily speechless. Observing the youthful figure, resolute and unafraid as he battled the aberrant beast with an astonishing display of skill, Zhao Yang suddenly smiled. Meanwhile, after scolding Zhao Yang, Jiang Fan felt invigorated. It was as if he had finally vented the pent-up frustration from earlier, allowing him to fight with even greater freedom. At this moment, the otherworldly beast, having endured multiple rounds of artillery bombardment and the relentless onslaught from Zhao Yang and his companions, found its combat efficacy significantly diminished. Yet, Jiang Fan, being merely at the 3rd level, still found it exceedingly arduous to engage in battle with this formidable creature. Moreover, as this beast emerged from a newly formed rift in the earth, it was not documented in any bestiary, leaving him ignorant of its vulnerabilities. Each time his blade grazed its hide, it merely inflicted superficial wounds, failing to deliver any lethal damage. Fortunately, Jiang Fan's rigorous training within the martial arts space and his recent battlefield experiences had honed his combat instincts to a sharp edge, enabling him to maneuver deftly against the beast. Thus, the clash was marked by mutual exchanges of blows. Bang! After a grueling 10 minutes, Jiang Fan was sent sprawling. At this point, he was battered and bruised all over. As he witnessed the 4th-level beast entering a state of furious wrath, it lunged toward him in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Fan summoned every ounce of mental energy concentrated at his brow, coalescing it into a needle that he thrust forcefully into the beast's massive forehead. It was now or never. Earlier in the skirmish, he had attempted to attack with mental energy, but it had yielded little effect. With no retreat left, he held nothing back, unleashing all of his mental power. Caught off guard by its own rage, the gigantic lion suddenly felt a buzz reverberate through its forehead. Howl! It reared up on its forelegs, akin to a startled wild horse. Seizing the moment, Jiang Fan channeled all the heat coursing through his meridians into his blade, expending his final reserves of strength to drive the weapon into the creature's jaw. With a powerful leap, he carved a massive gash between its jaws. In that instant, a surge of warmth engulfed him. The colossal lion crashed to the ground. After depleting his mental energy and the chi within his meridians, Jiang Fan was left utterly drained, his head spinning as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. At that moment, Zhao Yang, drawing strength from an unknown source, staggered to his side. "Jiang Fan, are you all right?" he inquired, but his expression shifted dramatically. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled again with greater intensity. Turning around, they beheld a beast far larger than the giant lion rising from the rift. Damn, this is a fifth-level beast. Just as Zhao Yang had begun to breathe a sigh of relief, despair washed over him. Who the hell said this was a fourth-level beast tide? Jiang Fan, now completely drained, felt a wave of bitterness wash over him as he stared at the enormous creature emerging from the abyss. Was he truly destined to perish here? Whoosh! Just then, a flash of sword light suddenly streaked before them. The massive entity was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Jiang Fan, summoning every last bit of strength, raised his gaze. In the sky stood an elderly man and a young girl clad in military attire, striking a commanding pose. The star insignia on the elder's shoulder gleamed brightly. The girl, her expression indifferent, was in the process of sheathing her sword. A sixth-level master. A master so young. Jiang Fan's heart surged with astonishment. Then, his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 74. Jiang Fan has yet to meet the threshold for the star cultivation program. 1 hour later, at the military command center in Yuan City, Colonel Huang warmly served tea to the elderly man and the young girl. "Sir, we must extend our gratitude for your timely assistance. I never anticipated that a fifth-level beast would emerge in Yuan City. Without your intervention, our casualties would have been catastrophic. The survival of Yuan City would have been in jeopardy." The elder, named Lu Zhenghua, was a major general of the Central Theater Command, one of the 5 major war zones, and a 6th-level master. Regardless of his rank, Colonel Huang lowered himself to show utmost respect. Lu Zhenghua waved his hand dismissively. "Colonel Huang, you needn't be so formal. It's my duty." After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "Moreover, it wasn't I who intervened, but rather Bai. Allow me to introduce her. This is one of the candidates for our Central Theater's annual star program, Bai Chiao. At just 22 years old, she is already a 5th-level martial artist." Colonel Huang was immediately taken aback. My apologies. A 1st-level martial artist possesses a chi value of 110. A 2nd-level martial artist has a chi value of 1010. With each subsequent martial artist tier, the chi value must increase exponentially. By the time one reaches the 5th level, the chi value reaches a daunting threshold of 2000. Thus, the further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes. Many prodigies from elite martial arts universities may only reach the 4th level upon graduation, yet Bai Chiao, at the tender age of 22, had attained the high echelon of the 5th level, with her chi likely starting at a minimum of 4000. Such prowess explains why she could be a candidate for the Central Theater's star program. Truly, she is a pillar of our nation's future. Bai Chiao received Colonel Huang's praise with little reaction, merely nodding slightly. Observing this, Lu Zhenghua chuckled and shook his head. Bai has devoted herself fully to her training. Thus her demeanor is rather aloof. Please do not take offense, Colonel Huang. Colonel Huang quickly waved his hands. Not at all. After some pleasantries, Lu Zhenghua mused. The emergence of a rift in Yuan City was unforeseen. Although we have dealt with this 5th-level beast, the rift remains. I will report this matter to the command, and they will likely arrange for personnel to establish defenses here. I ask for your cooperation when the time comes, Colonel Huang. Colonel Huang nodded. Of course. The military will address the beast tide and erect defenses in the event of celestial manifestations or rifts. This is a mutual understanding, so I have no objections. Well, Colonel Huang had just begun to speak, when bang, the door was kicked open. They turned to see Zhao Yang, wrapped in bandages and with bloodshot eyes, storming in. Upon entering, he fixed his gaze on Bai Chiao and demanded, "Why did you only appear after my soldiers were nearly annihilated?" The room fell into stunned silence. Colonel Huang was the first to regain his senses, stealing a glance at Lu Zhenghua and the others before sternly reprimanding, "Commander Jiao, what is the meaning of this? Leave at once." He gestured to the medical personnel who had followed him. "Quickly take him back and ensure he receives proper care." However, the medical staff, having pulled him twice without success, could only cast helpless looks at Colonel Huang, indicating their inability to assist. Ignoring the commotion, Colonel Huang turned back to Lu Zhenghua to explain, Sir, he is the commanding officer of our main assault unit in this operation, Jiao Yang. During the recent cleansing action in Yuan City, Lu Zhenguo waved his hand with a smile. Colonel Huang, you need not elaborate. I fully understand his current state of mind. Turning his attention to Jiao Yang, he continued, I regret the losses your unit has suffered. However, 5th-level beasts often enter a phase of heightened awareness. While they do not possess the intellect of higher-tier beasts, they do have a certain instinct for evading danger. They remain hidden within the rift, and if they do not emerge, even I would find it difficult to intervene. Therefore, we awaited the opportune moment. Jiao Yang remained silent for a moment, begrudgingly conceding to Lu Zhenguo's reasoning. Yet he still expressed his frustration, but my soldiers are all dead. Lu Zhenguo sighed. Jiao Yang, you and Xiao Bai entered the military at the same time. You should understand that from the moment you don the uniform, your singular objective is to eradicate these beasts. You must also recognize that on the battlefield, one could lose their life at any moment. In other words, from the instant you became a soldier, you should have been prepared for the possibility of death, including yourself and Xiao Bai. Do you comprehend my meaning? Jiao Yang inhaled deeply. But Colonel Huang was momentarily surprised to hear Lu Zhenguo mention Jiao Yang's connection to Bai Qiu, but he felt a sense of relief. Yet seeing Lu Zhenguo patiently explain, Jiao Yang seemed intent on further arguing, prompting Colonel Huang to adopt a stern expression. Jiao Yang, I hereby order you to return to your medical quarters at once. Jiao Yang furrowed his brow, struggling for a moment, before standing upright and offering a salute, then turning to leave. However, as he reached the doorway, he glanced back. Commander Huang, I hope the fallen brothers will be properly laid to rest. Commander Huang nodded solemnly. Rest assured. After speaking, Jiao Yang hesitated a moment before looking towards Bai Qiu and Lu Zhenguo. Chief, during this eradication operation, Jiang Fan exhibited remarkable qualities and talents. I wish to recommend him for the Central Military District's Star Cultivation Program. Lu Zhenguo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile. I will certainly consider it. Bai Qiu opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Within a quarter of an hour, Lu Zhenguo and Bai Qiu stood to bid farewell, returning to the military district to report. At the entrance of the Yuan City military subdistrict, Lu Zhenguo glanced back and then looked at Bai Qiu. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Jiao Yang? Bai Qiu shook her head. It's best to let it be. We are on different paths now. Jiao Yang and Bai Qiu had both entered the military from the same cohort at the Martial Arts University and had once shared a good relationship. However, due to various historical reasons, Jiao Yang now served as a company commander in the Jiang City military subdistrict. While she was already one of the most competitive candidates for the Central Military District's Star Cultivation Program, what would they even talk about if they met again? She was not someone who held no regard for the past, but there truly was no common ground left. Lu Zhenguo did not press the matter, chuckling. That's true. Let us be on our way. He took a few steps forward, noticing Bai Qiu's furrowed brow in contemplation, and asked, What's on your mind? Bai Qiu hesitated. Jiao Yang just mentioned recommending Jiang Fan for our Central Military District's Star Cultivation Program. What do you think? Lu Zhenguo shook his head. At 17 years of age, a level 3 martial artist is indeed considered a prodigy in places like Jiang City. However, as far as I know, his original classification was level 2. He must have broken through to level 3 during this Yuan City defense plan. A 17-year-old level 3 martial artist does not yet meet the standards for our Central Military District's Star Cultivation Program. The higher one climbs, the more difficult it becomes. A level 3 martial artist built up over 17 years is hardly a novelty. Therefore, it's best to let it go. Bai Qiu pondered for a moment. But he single-handedly killed a level 4 beast on the battlefield. Lu Zhenguo suddenly laughed. That level 4 beast was already severely weakened after battling with Jiao Yang. Jiang Fan's subsequent kill isn't particularly remarkable. He continued, let's not dwell on it. Our Central Military District's Star Cultivation Program, although it has a standard of level 3, has many candidates who meet that requirement. We must be selective. The candidates must either demonstrate rapid progress with astonishing combat prowess or possess unique talents, such as being a mentalist or having a transcendent physique that does not require awakening to cultivate. Regardless of the criteria, Jiang Fan does not qualify, so he should not be considered. Chapter 75, The Genius Selection Tournament. First, returning to Jiang City. Jiang Fan awoke from his unconscious state 2 days later. Despite having absorbed a significant amount of life energy after slaying the level 4 beast, he was unable to withstand the exhaustion of his mental energy, which does not recover swiftly. Lying in bed, in a state of semi-consciousness, he was unable to practice the stellar visualization technique and relied solely on his innate healing abilities. Recovering to a near-complete state in just 2 days was already a remarkable feat. Jiang Fan has awakened. Jiang Fan, can you hear me? Jiang Fan opened his eyes groggily, hearing a clear voice that resembled Chi-Chi's. Shortly after, there was a commotion in the room, as if someone was hurrying in. Jiang Fan, how do you feel now? Jiang Fan opened his eyes to find the old face of President Wu nearly pressed against his own, causing him to instinctively lean back. President Wu, please don't come so close. Laughter erupted in the room. Jiang Fan propped himself up. I'm fine, just my head aches a bit. President Wu quickly supported him. Then rest a little longer. Beside them, Chi hurriedly brought over some food. You should eat something. You've gone 2 days without food. Upon smelling the aroma of the dishes, Jiang Fan's stomach growled in response. He devoured several plates of food in a whirlwind, and the headache diminished significantly. They were currently in the military district hospital, and several other injured soldiers occupied the nearby beds. Some were severely injured, letting out cries of agony during dressing changes. Jiang Fan recalled something and asked, how did the eradication operation fare? He remembered that before losing consciousness, a formidable level 5 beast had appeared. Initially filled with despair, he suddenly recalled the overwhelming sword light that severed the beast in two. The figures of an elderly man and a young one standing in the air lingered in his mind. President Wu chuckled at his inquiry. Rest assured, the Yuan City eradication operation has concluded. Military experts arrived and swiftly dispatched the rampaging level 5 beast. The battlefield is currently being cleared, and the military will arrange for troops to guard the rifts. Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief and, with curiosity, asked, who were those two from the military? President Wu paused, then understood what Jiang Fan was referring to. Those two are a major general from the Central Military District, Lu Jinghua, a level 6 master. The other is Bai Qiu, one of the annual candidates for the Central Military District Star Program, a 22-year-old level 5 powerhouse. That level 5 beast was slain by Bai Qiu. He sighed as he spoke. At 22, a level 5 high-tier powerhouse, it's hard to fathom. Compared to her, I feel like I've wasted these years. Realizing his words were too crude, he quickly cut himself off. When he turned back to Jiang Fan, he noticed Jiang Fan's brow furrowed in thought. President Wu's heart stirred, and he hurriedly added, don't be disheartened. You're only 17 and already at level 3. In a few years, reaching her level is not impossible. Jiang Fan shook his head. I was thinking, why was she able to dispatch that level 5 beast with such ease, despite being a level 5 herself? Furthermore, how could she hover in the air as if she were a level 6 master? It is widely known that both beasts and martial artists experience a significant enhancement upon reaching level 4. One of the most notable markers of this is the awakening of special abilities, unlike the foundational martial arts at level 3. This could be observed through the flying and fiery abilities of the level 4 giant lion. However, since martial artists' abilities are derived from the refined blood of beasts, it is generally difficult for human martial artists to withstand beasts of the same level. Even if they manage to slay one, it is a challenging feat. Yet Bai Qiu's effortless defeat of the level 5 beast left Jiang Fan perplexed. President Wu smiled. The reason geniuses are considered geniuses is that they possess unique attributes. Being young and full of potential is merely one aspect. Their formidable combat strength is their most fundamental advantage. We cannot assess them through conventional measures. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan suddenly understood. President Wu continued, as for the hovering ability you mentioned, Bai Qiu became a member of the Central Military District's Star Cultivation Program when she was a level 3 martial artist, and now as a level 5. She is one of the annual candidates for the program. Her inherent talent is undeniable. More importantly, she has the support of military resources. It is not surprising if she has even replicated rare beast abilities. Jiang Fan nodded. I see. According to common understanding, a level 6 master can hover briefly, while a level 7 grandmaster can fly. With Lu Jinghua and Bai Qiu hovering in the air, I initially thought Bai Qiu was at the master level. It seems I misunderstood. After President Wu finished speaking, he quickly added, in this Martial Arts Association's Yuan City Genius Selection Tournament, you ranked first in enemy kills. Aside from rewards, you will undoubtedly receive resource support from the Martial Arts Association headquarters. By then, if you gain admission to a top-tier martial arts university and unlock the gene locks from levels 4 to 6, replicating the abilities of formidable beasts and diligently practicing the corresponding techniques, you might even contend for a spot in the Central Military District Star Program. Jiang Fan listened as President Wu once again endeavored to consider his feelings, hastily gesturing to dismiss the topic. Merely a 5th rank, although he currently fell short. Achieving such a status was far from insurmountable. His curiosity merely piqued. He held no aspirations of adoration. Upon awakening, the members of the Yi City Martial Arts Association bid their farewells, while the other martial artists had long since departed. Their extended stay had been prompted solely by Jiang Fan as previous unconsciousness, and now that he had regained consciousness, they felt a sense of relief and deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Jiang Fan, you are always welcome to visit us in Yi City, they exclaimed. Indeed, our city boasts a plethora of delectable cuisines. We shall take you to savor them. After the cordial exchanges from President Li and others, Chi stepped forward. Addressing Jiang Fan, you are set to participate in the college entrance examination this year, correct? With your prowess, you can certainly gain admission to any of the 9 esteemed martial arts universities in China. Have you decided where you wish to apply? Jiang Fan shook his head. Not at the moment. Chi smiled. Then it would be perfect for you to consider Kyoto, among the nation's top 9 martial arts universities, for are situated there, offering you greater options. Moreover, I reside in Kyoto as well, and I would be delighted to show you around. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. I will ponder it further. Having secured 2nd place in the Genius Selection Challenge, Chi felt quite accomplished and harbored a deep appreciation for Jiang Fan. However, noticing his reluctance to make an immediate decision, she chose not to press further. After the members of the Yi City Martial Arts Association departed, President Wu and his companions lingered in Yuan City for another day. It was only after Jiang Fan had practiced the celestial star visualization technique for several cycles during the night that he finally felt fully restored. Following his recovery, he sensed an enhancement in his spiritual energy. What had once resembled a mere sesame seed now appeared as a grain of rice, suspended at his brow. On the third day, President Wu summoned Li Yutong and Jiang Fan. The rewards from the Martial Arts Association's headquarters are about to be distributed. We must prepare to return. It would be rather unfortunate if our protagonist were absent. Upon concluding his statement, a thought struck him, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Furthermore, it is also the perfect opportunity to gauge your vital energy and ascertain its current level.